It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products.
Telephone.
I got it. Mr. Gildersleeve's residence. I'm sorry that Mr. Gildersleeve isn't up yet. Yes, ma'am, I'm surprised myself. Is there any message? Okay. I sure don't understand it. Mr. Gildersleeve is a man who'd rather eat than sleep any day.
Got any more toast, Bertie? Who was that?
Some lady for your uncle.
Dames. Who was it, Bertie?
I don't know, except it wasn't Miss Ransom or Miss Goodwin.
Well, someone new. He didn't get in till pretty late last night.
Here he comes now. Hi, Unc.
Oh, good morning, Leroy. You aren't thinking of going anywhere in that sweater, I trust.
Sure, why not?
Because it's filthy. Change it. Good morning, Marjorie. Good morning, Bertie.
Morning, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Good afternoon, Unky.
No, my dear.
Your lady friends have already been phoning you.
Lady phone? Who?
I don't know, Mr. Gildersleeve, except it wasn't one of the regulars.
Yeah. I don't know what you mean by that expression, Bertie.
She means it wasn't Mrs. Ransom or Miss Goodwin.
Oh, did you tell her I was out, Bertie?
No, sir, I told her you was asleep.
Yeah. That might give people a bad impression, Bertie. If it was my secretary down at the office, for instance, she might... Well, it wouldn't be good for her morale.
No, sir. You want some practice, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, Bertie, I'm good and hungry.
And don't forget some more toast, Bertie.
I ain't forgotten, Leroy.
Marjorie, I'd like to see the morning paper if you're through with it.
Almost, Unky.
Why, it was pretty late when you came in last night, Unc.
How did you happen to be awake?
I wasn't. Not till you tripped over something in the hall.
Yes, I tripped over your football, my boy. I've told you not to leave that thing lying around where people can fall over it.
Oh, sorry, Unc. Where'd you put it? I need it this morning.
I put it where no one will ever trip over it again for some time.
But, Unc.
I've warned you often enough, my boy.
Oh, gosh. Whenever he stays up late, this is the way.
Here's the paper, Unky. Look, I want to show you something. On the society page.
I'm not interested in the society page.
You will be. Listen to this. Music lovers in Summerfield will have a rare treat next Saturday when the Wings of Song Opera Company makes a special benefit appearance here.
Oh, let me see that. The event is being sponsored by the exclusive Summerfield Women's Club in conjunction with the sponsors committee of other socially prominent citizens. Box parties are already being planned, and the whole affair promises to be one of the top events of the season for the Summerfield elite. Phew.
What does elite mean, Unc?
Means a bunch of stuffed shirts, my boy. Well, they can have their opera.
But, Unky, you don't want to miss it.
I'm evidently not socially prominent enough to be on the committee.
That's no reason you shouldn't go and enjoy the music.
I wouldn't enjoy it if I went. Opera in Summerfield can't possibly be any good.
I don't see why not. It's a regular opera company.
There are good opera companies and bad opera companies, my dear. Distinguish between them requires rare musical judgment. Now, who has selected this opera company? Mrs. Pettibone, the president of the Women's Club. She never heard an opera in her life. Now, if they'd seen fit to consult with me, but no. Oh, no. Mr. Gildersleeve isn't quite la-di-da enough to be on any opera committee. Oh, mercy, no.
Jeepers, what's he all excited about?
I'm perfectly calm, my boy. I'm a little disappointed, I'll admit, that there are people in Summerfield who think more of so-called ancestry than they do of real worth, that's all. I happen to believe that opera should be enjoyed by everybody, not simply by the favored few.
I still don't see why you can't just buy a ticket.
Because I'm not the kind of a person who likes to horn in where he isn't wanted.
You mean just because you're not on the committee, you won't go to the opera?
Oh, that has nothing whatever to do with it. The opera won't be any good, I'll tell you that. Some small-time company I never heard of. Any opera company that would come to Summerfield must have something to hide.
I got it, Mr. Gildersleeve. Mr. Gildersleeve's resident. Yes, ma'am. He's been up, about 5 or 10 minutes.
Oh, Bertie.
Yes, ma'am. I'll call him. Mr. Gildersleeve, I think it's the same lady.
Bertie, you don't have to tell people I'm asleep, and you don't have to tell them how long I've been up. Hello. Oh, yes, Mrs. Pettibone. Yes, I read about it in this morning's paper. Me? A sponsor? I'm pretty busy, Mrs. Pettibone. But, of course, where opera is concerned, I'll be glad to help. You bet. Any time at all. Not at all, Mrs. Pettibone. Thank you. Oh, solo mio, da-da-da-da.
What a character.
You children will have to hurry and get out of here now. Mrs. Pettibone and Mrs. Bullard are coming over to consult me about the opera.
I'll get right out, Unc. I could play outdoors if I knew where my football was.
It's in the laundry hamper upstairs.
Gee, thanks, Unc. I'll do the same for you sometime.
Yes, yes. Oh, solo mio, da-da-da-da. Just sit down any place, ladies. Sofa, Mrs. Pettibone?
This chair is very comfortable, thank you.
Then I'll try the sofa.
Fine, Mrs. Bullard. Shove over a little. I can't tell you ladies how enthusiastic I am about this opera thing.
I knew you would be. I said to Mrs. Bullard, Mr. Gildersleeve is one man I know we can count on, I said. Didn't I say that, Mrs. Bullard?
She certainly did, Mr. Gildersleeve. She sang your praises. She said you're a man that knows and appreciates music.
Well, I happen to have. I've had a little musical training.
Mr. Gildersleeve sings, Mrs. Bullard. Did I tell you Mr. Gildersleeve sings?
Oh, I've heard him from across the street.
I'm afraid sometimes I forget myself. That is, I forget what a big voice I have. You need a big voice in opera, of course.
Mr. Gildersleeve, don't tell me you sung opera.
Well, I appeared in 1 or 2 productions at college. What opera is the company going to present?
Well, that's up to the committee to decide. We'll want your advice on that, of course, as one of the sponsors.
Oh, at your service, ladies.
Which opera do you prefer, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, they're all good.
I think we can decide that later, Mrs. Bullard. There's another problem that we have to consult Mr. Gildersleeve about.
Yes?
Since this is for charity, we've got to make it a success.
Oh, it will be.
If it is, it'll be due to the efforts of a handful of men like yourself, Mr. Gildersleeve. We're not asking many sponsors.
Is that so?
Oh, very few, Mr. Gildersleeve. But your name is so well known.
Well, everybody sees it on their water bill once a month. Say, how would it be if I sent out a little notice about the opera along with my December statements?
I don't think that would be quite appropriate.
Why not? Good way to sell tickets.
Oh, we won't have any trouble selling tickets. People are going to be fighting for tickets. After all, Summerfield has never had an opera.
I see. How much are the tickets?
$5 apiece.
$5 apiece?
Yes, you see our problem, Mr. Gildersleeve. The tickets are so ridiculously cheap that everybody will want to come. Isn't it silly?
It certainly is.
But we've thought of a way around it. All our sponsors are taking 15 tickets apiece. That's $75 worth.
But I only have a niece and nephew. I doubt if my nephew cares much for opera.
Oh, no. You sell the tickets to your friends, Mr. Gildersleeve. Just your best friends. You see, that way we can keep the tickets in the hands of the desirable element.
Oh, well, I'll be glad to call up a few people and...
Of course. But the sponsors take the tickets in advance. That'll be $75, Mr. Gildersleeve, and if you'll just write us out a check.
Check? You mean now?
Well, if it wouldn't be too much trouble.
Oh, no trouble. Only,
Yes?
Nothing. Let's see. Checkbook. Where is it?
Make it out to Earl Lewis, Wings of Song Opera Company, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I see. Earl Lewis, Wings of Song Opera Company. Where am I going to get rid of 15 tickets, I wonder? 75 and hundreds. 15 tickets. Do I know 15 people that like opera? Do I know 15 people with $5? P. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Gildersleeve?
Well, howdy, Peavy.
How's things down at the waterworks?
Gosh, I Haven't even thought about the waterworks. I've been so busy with the opera. Just dropped in to check up on these tickets I left with you.
Oh, don't worry about those, Mr. Gildersleeve. I got them right here. I put them in the cash drawer for safekeeping.
But have you sold any?
No, Mr. Gildersleeve, I haven't. To tell you the truth, there doesn't seem to be much demand for them.
Well, it's like anything else, Peavy. You have to create the demand. You have to sell them.
I know, but just the same, I wonder if you haven't picked the wrong outlet here.
Why?
Well, in all the years I've been in the pharmacy business, I can't recall that anyone has ever come in here and asked for opera tickets. People come in and ask for a lot of things. I had a woman come in and ask for 12 skate keys once. Never told me what she wanted them for.
Skate keys at a drugstore? Why, that's ridiculous.
Yes, it is. It was just by the merest chance that I happened to have them. But as I say, I never had anybody ask for opera tickets. Of course, there hasn't been any opera.
Yes. Well, you can't wait for people to ask you for them, Peavy. You've got to ask them.
Oh, I do.
Yeah. The reason you haven't sold any tickets is you haven't tried.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. If you ask me, the reason I haven't sold any is... Well, I don't like to say this, but I wonder if you haven't set the price a little high, $5.
I didn't set the price, Peavy. That's what they cost. I'm not making anything on this, you know.
I know, but $5. That's $10 if you take the wife. And what man would go to an opera if it wasn't for his wife?
That's not the attitude, Peavy. You're not supposed to enjoy this. It's for charity.
That's what I say. What charity?
What's that?
I say, what charity is it being given for?
Oh, yes. Well, I don't know that that's been settled yet. But it'll be a worthy one, yes.
Pardon me, just a moment. Customer.
Customer? Don't forget about the tickets.
Good morning, Mrs. Hornbeck.
Good morning, Mr. Peavy.
Fine day.
Yes, it is. Oh, is this gentleman ahead of me?
Oh, no. Go right ahead. I'm just waiting. Don't forget, Peavy.
What can I do for you, Mrs. Hornbeck?
I'd like some aspirin, please.
Aspirin. Any particular brand?
Well, which is best?
Well, they're all monoacetic acid ester or salicylic acid.
They're all what?
They're all aspirin.
Peavy, the tickets.
Keep your shirt on.
You mean there's no difference between any of them?
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Well, I think I'll just take this one.
A very wise choice. That'll be 10 cents and 1 cent for the governor. Will there be anything else, Mrs. Hornbeck?
Peavy.
No, I think that's all, thank you.
Any razor blades? Shaving lotion? Cod liver oil?
No, thank you.
Peavy.
Vitamin tablet? We have a special on bath salts.
Well, no,
You wouldn't want any tickets to the opera, would you?
No, I think that's... Did you say opera tickets?
Just a suggestion. I didn't really think you would.
Oh, my goodness.
There's your package, Mrs. Hornbeck. Thank you very much, and call again. There, you see, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Peavy, you take the cake. By George, you couldn't sell mittens at 60 below zero.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Give me back my tickets. I'll sell them myself.
And we'll find out how the great Gildersleeve sells the tickets in just a moment.
Mr. Lang, before you say anything about parquet margarine, do you generally have a big breakfast at your house?
Well, we usually have a substantial breakfast.
Most of my friends say breakfast at their house is such a hectic affair. Everybody sort of eats and runs.
Yes, I expect that's true with a lot of people. But I think you'll find that a great many of our go-getting Americans have learned that they need the nourishment a hearty, hot breakfast provides.
Well, I wish I could get that idea across in my home.
Well, then I'd suggest that you make each breakfast as tempting as possible by serving hot breads or pancakes, or, of course, the old standby toast. And to make any kind of bread you serve taste extra good, I'd recommend parquet margarine as the spread. Parquet is preferred by millions as a spread for bread because of its unmatched flavor. And it's one of the most nourishing foods you can serve. It's rich in food energy value, and it's fortified with important vitamin A. So get your family off to a right start at breakfast by serving delicious, nourishing Parquet. That's P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine, made by Kraft.
Hello, Mrs. Finley? This is Mr. Gildersleeve, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. You probably don't know me, Mrs. Finley, but I'm calling with regard to the forthcoming opera benefit, of which you have undoubtedly heard, and of which I have the honor to be one of the sponsors. Your name has been given to me, Mrs. Finley, as one of the... Oh, you're a sponsor yourself. Well, how's it going? Me too. Well, good luck.
Uncle Mort, what are the chances of somebody else getting at that phone?
Not now, my dear. Give me another name from the book, Leroy.
We haven't had much luck with the F's. You want to try the G's?
I'll try anything.
But, Uncle Mort, you've been on the phone for hours.
The way it's going, I'll be on it for days.
But I've got to do my homework.
Well, go do it. Pick a name, Leroy.
But I've got to call Francie. It's algebra.
You're not going to do your algebra on my telephone.
Well, how can I do it if I can't call Francie?
Do it in your head. How does anybody else do it? Next name, Leroy?
Flack, E.J. Summerfield 0859.
Black. Summerfield 0859. Don't stand there making faces at me, Marjorie. Go do your... hello. Yes. Hello, Mrs. Hold the wire a minute, please. Leroy, what was that name?
Flack.
Huh?
I think it was Flack. Maybe it was Flake. Or Fluke.
Yeah, okay. Hello, Mrs. Flack. This is Mr. Gildersleeve, Throckmorton Gildersleeve. You probably don't know me, Mrs. Flack, but I'm calling with regard to the forthcoming opera benefit, of which you've undoubtedly heard, and of which I have the honor to be one of the sponsors. Your name has been given to me, Mrs. Fluke, is one... Oh, you too, huh? Sorry to bother you. How can anybody sell opera tickets if everybody's going to be a sponsor?
Doorbell. It's Judge Hooker.
Oh, what does he want? Just when I'm... Wait a minute. Let the dear judge in, my dear. Let him come right in.
Hello, Judge.
Good afternoon, Marjorie.
Horace, my old friend, welcome to our humble abode. Take the judge's coat there, my dear. Horace, I'm certainly glad to see you.
Well,
Leroy, get out of that chair. Sit down, old fellow. Sit down.
well, if it's all the same to you, I'll stand up, Gildy. No, thank you, Marjorie. I won't take off my coat.
Sit down, stand up, take off your coat, roast to death, suit yourself. This is Liberty Hall here. We want to please you.
Marjorie, how long has he been like this?
Since birth, I guess.
Horace, my friend, how much money have you got on you?
None of your business. Why?
Horace, my friend, much as I esteem you, I've always felt that there's one facet of your education that's been woefully neglected, and that is music.
What bush are you beating around now?
And if there's one field of music in which you're particularly ignorant, it's opera. Now, I am so fortunate as to have in my possession here a few little tickets.
If those are opera tickets.
They are.
And if you were thinking of selling me any.
It was in the back of my mind.
Well, I happen to be the chairman of the opera's committee on arrangements.
Horace, have you sold any of those tickets they stuck you with?
To tell you the truth, Gildy, I've been so busy with all the committee work I haven't even tried. But I anticipate no particular difficulty. I just dropped in to tell you that owing to the many demands upon my time, I may be a little late to the Jolly Boys meeting tonight.
Oh, I'd forgotten there was one.
You're going, aren't you?
I don't know.
Well, if you do, ask him not to hold up the proceedings for me. Oh, and since you mention it, you might just take these opera tickets of mine and pass them around down there in case any of the members are cared to purchase.
You go sell them yourself, Horace. I've got my own tickets to get rid of.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, I may see you later then, if you decide to go.
Don't worry. I'll be going. You're not going to get down there ahead of me, the old goat. Floyd, you're the most...
Boys, let's be jolly boys, shall we?
I'm just trying to make myself heard, that's all, Chief.
Well, we heard you.
I say we've got to get behind the opera, fellas. I say we should support it.
Why?
It's for charity, Floyd.
Yeah, I know about charity. Give me another reason.
Well, it's going to be an important function socially. I think if the Jolly Boys were to attend, it would give them a little class.
A little class could ruin this club.
He's got a point there.
Yeah. Well, there's another thing, too. This isn't just a club here. In a way, we're a musical organization.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Well, you wouldn't, maybe. But Floyd, you're a singer.
Well, I can hold my own, I guess.
You're as sound a tenor as I know.
Gee, thanks, Commissioner.
And the chief here. I don't know where you'd find a better bass.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Of course, the judge ain't here, so we don't have to lie about him.
Yeah, very good, Floyd. So what I say, fellows, as music lovers and the only singing group in Summerfield that's worth a hoot, the Jolly Boys should not only go to the opera, they should attend in a body. How about it?
He's got a point there.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's all go.
That's the stuff, fellas. Now, I've been able to obtain a few choice tickets, which I happen to have here with me. Coincidence. Let's see. Each of us will want to take a wife or friend, I presume.
Just a minute, Commish. How much are these tickets?
How much are they?
Yeah, how much?
$5.
$5.
$5?
$5 to take the wife to a lousy opera?
$10, Floyd. The tickets are $5 apiece.
You keep out of this, Peavy.
Now, hold on. I'm for charity and all that, but fun is fun.
Yeah.
When I pay out $10, I like to get a little something for my money. Lousy opera.
Have you ever been to the opera, Floyd?
No, and it don't look like I'm going.
Have you, Chief?
No, I can't say that I have.
Peavy?
I told you, Merry Widow.
Yeah. Why, gentlemen, you've missed some of the greatest entertainment in the world.
That ain't what I heard.
Why, it's exciting. It's spectacular. People go miles to see it. Why, in the opera Carmen alone, you know what you get?
What?
Bullfights, duels, parades, love scenes, beautiful senoritas.
Yeah?
Yeah. And through it all, gorgeous melodies. Toreador, oh, Toreador, Toreador, Toreador.
What's the opera about, Commissioner?
Carmen, what's it about?
Yeah.
Well, it's about this girl named Carmen, this beautiful senorita. She's Spanish, see, and she's very ooh-la-la.
That's French.
Well... She's the French type, only she's Spanish. Oh. So in comes this fellow who's in love with her. His name is Don somebody, and he's about 6'6". He comes marching in. Toreador, oh, Toreador.
You sang that.
Yeah. Well, he no sooner arrives and start make loving. Well, who wrote this? He no sooner arrives and starts making love to Carmen, who, believe me, fellas, is a dish, really. Then in comes another fella, Don somebody else. Right away, they're jealous. And they whip out their swords and go at it, hammer and tongs. Toreador, Toreador.
Is that the only song in the opera?
Let him tell the story, Floyd.
Floyd, don't betray your ignorance. Surely you've heard... Vesti la juba, yo-ho-ho, Pagliacci. Da-da-da-da. Yeah, that's it, Chief.
Why, I've heard that.
Sure, and then there's... Celeste Aida.
Who's Aida?
Friend of Carmen's.
Oh.
Celeste Aida. Da, Carmen.
Is that opera? No kidding?
Certainly. Oh, and don't forget Martha.
She another friend?
I guess so.
Martha, Martha, I implore you, leave me not to pine and sigh. Say, Chief, you know that, don't
Why,
you?
I've got a record of that.
Great.
Say, this sounds like a great show.
Oh, it's even better when you see it. Bullfights, fellas, beautiful senoritas, a band of 50 pieces.
Mr. Gildersleeve, are there any elephants?
I wouldn't be surprised, Peavy. It's got everything else.
Now, I always like to see the elephant.
Oh, well. Now, who wants tickets, fellas? How many? Chief?
I'll bite, Commissioner. Give me 2.
That's the stuff. 2 for the chief. Peavy, how about you?
Give me 1 for now. I'll let you know about the other one later.
Great. 1 it is. Floyd, how about it?
I still say $10 is too steep.
Oh, come on, Floyd.
Yes, Floyd. Let's all go.
Well, don't urge him if you don't want to. Just hate to think about what he's missing, that's all those gorgeous melodies. Some think the world was made for fun and frolic, and so do I.
And so do I.
Some like to fret and be all melancholic,
to pine and sigh.
To pine and sigh.
Great. Come on, how about it, Floyd?
Nope.
But I like to spend my time in singing
Some joyful song.
Some joyful song.
to set the world with laughter bravely ringing is far from wrong.
Is far from wrong.
Hearken, hearken,
Music fills the air. Hearken, hearken, joy is everywhere. Paninkily, panikula, panikily, panikula.
Joy is every... Floyd, I forgot to tell you about the biggest scene in the opera.
What's that?
That's where Carmen and her friend, these two beautiful senoritas, they get into a fight over this fellow. You know, Don somebody?
Yeah.
And I tell you, it's really something to see. They bite, they scratch, they even start to tear each other's clothes off.
Tear each other's... Yeah?
Right before your very eyes. But there's no telling how it might end. Only the dancing girls come in and pull them apart.
Dancing girls? You didn't tell me they had dancing girls.
Oh, hundreds of them.
I'll take 2 tickets.
Joy is everywhere.
Paniculi, panicula.
The great Gildersleeve will be back in just a few moments. A little while ago, I had a few words to say about parquet margarine's fresh, delicate flavor, how it makes all kinds of bread taste so good. And I also pointed out how parquet margarine helps provide your family with fine, wholesome nourishment because it's so rich in food energy and fortified with important vitamin A. Now, another reason why parquet margarine is preferred by millions to any other spread is that it's so economical. Parquet's nourishing goodness and unmatched flavor can be enjoyed by your family for only about half the price of costly spreads. So why pay more? Just try parquet margarine once and see if you don't prefer it to any other brand. That's Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by the Kraft Foods Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's just 1 week left in the Victory Bond Drive. The war is over, but the government needs money to bring our men home from overseas, to provide hospital care for the wounded, to support the wives and children of those who will never return. If the war was worth buying bonds for, surely these vital peacetime needs deserve our help, too. And remember, inflation is still a danger, and the bonds are the best defense against it. So if you haven't bought your Victory Bond yet, do it tomorrow. Will you? Good night, everybody.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meakin. This is John Lang speaking for the Kraft Foods Company and inviting you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
You good cooks know it's the seasoning that adds extra zest to foods. That's why there's been such a big swing to Kraft Salad Mustard for pepping up meals. You'll be delighted with the extra flavor tang Kraft Salad Mustard adds to meat, hot vegetable, and cheese dishes, and to gravies, pickle relishes, and barbecue sauce. There's another variety, too, just a bit sharper, and oh so tasty on frankfurters and in sauce for fish. It's the Kraft Mustard with nippy horseradish added. Buy both delicious Kraft prepared mustards when you shop tomorrow.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents The Great Gildersleeve. It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet Margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Now let's see what goes on in Summerfield. Well, you'd hardly know the place. Summerfield, which usually can boast no more than a second-run movie, is suddenly all aflutter over the prospect of an evening of grand opera. And how did this come to be? Well, it seems that Mrs. Rumson Bullard, while on a recent trip to New York, bought herself a very expensive evening gown.
Do you like it, Rumson?
Yes, it's very becoming. But where on earth are you going to wear it in this town?
I know. That's the only thing.
Never fear. Where such things are at stake, woman will find a way. And so it is that a touring opera company is scheduled for a single performance at the dusty old Summerfield Opera House, underwritten by such prominent citizens as Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve and Judge Horace Hooker. In fact, the two of them are up early and in Mr. Gildersleeve's study right now discussing the matter.
What seems to be your problem, Judge?
Women.
Yeah. How'd you come to get mixed up with women at your age?
No, it's this darned opera. They made me chairman of the committee on arrangements. I don't know why I ever said I'd do it. Nothing but a lot of jealous women in my hair all day long.
You never could handle women, you know, Judge.
Well, you may be right. Say, Gildy, maybe you...
Oh, no, thanks. I've done enough. I've sold my $75 worth of tickets for the opera, and that's plenty.
But, Gildy, you're the man they should have appointed to head this committee in the first place.
That may well be, but it so happens they didn't. Now let them try to get along without me.
Gildy, that's not the spirit.
If they want to appoint some tactless old goat who doesn't know the first thing about handling women, who puts his foot in his big mouth every time he opens it, and probably insults him when he thinks he's paying him a compliment...
You're right, Gildy. I am tactless. I realize that.
Handling women is an art, Horace. It's an instinct. You're either born with it or you aren't.
That's so true. And you do it so well. I envy you, Gildy. I truly do.
Well, I could probably give you a few tips, but why should I? Why should you get the credit while I...
Exactly.
Huh?
Now, why don't we fool them, Gildy? Why don't we just take matters into our own hands and handle it the way it should have been handled in the first place?
Oh, how's that?
Well, we won't consult anybody about it. I'll just resign in your favor.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Well, you said yourself you're the obvious man for the job.
Well, I don't know that I said it.
Well, there's hardly any work involved, Gildy. It's all done, practically. All it calls for now is someone to act as referee, as it were, between the various women. Someone with your deft touch, Gildy.
Uh-huh.
Someone who has a way with the ladies. You devil, you. Then you'll do it, huh?
Now, well, wait a minute.
Doorbell!
I'll get it, Bertie. Now what? I got to be getting down to the office.
Well, I'll drive you down, Gildy.
Oh, Leela, hello.
Get your hat and coat, Throckmorton. You're coming with me.
Coming where?
To the dressmaker's.
What?
I'm having a new gown made for the opera, and I'm having a fitting at 9:30. I want you to come and see it.
Oh, but I can't.
But I want you to pass on it, Throckmorton. I want to know if you approve. Some people might think it was a little extreme.
Well, I'd like to, but I can't, Leela. I got a million things to do.
Oh, now run and get your coat, you hear? I won't take no for an answer. Besides, how am I going to get there if you don't drive me?
Well, gosh, all right, wait there. I'll go get the car out.
Hello, Leela.
Horace, I didn't know you were over here.
Did you hear the news, Leela? Gildy's taking over the chairmanship of the Committee on Arrangements for the Opera. It's a tremendous honor.
Horace, you didn't stick Throckmorton with that.
Well, he claims he has a way with the women.
Is this the place, Leela? Wonder she wouldn't fix her gate.
You wouldn't say that if you knew her.
Why?
Poor Miss Tate. She's as poor as a church mouse. But she's a wonderful dressmaker. Everyone in town goes to her.
If everyone goes to her, why is she so poor?
I guess she's just been too busy ever to stop and figure that out.
Yeah. Where's the bell? Oh. Gosh, I haven't seen one of these since I called on the Peavies.
Oh, come in, Mrs. Ransom. Oh, thank you, Miss Tate. This is Mr. Gildersleeve. How do you do?
Aren't you afraid you'll swallow those pins?
Oh, I'm so used to keeping pins in my mouth, I often forget they're there.
Looks dangerous.
I know you hate me for being late, Miss Tate, but I had to wait for Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah. Huh?
He just insisted on coming along to see my new gown.
Yes.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Everybody's late. They've all arrived at once. Dear, let me see now. Where can I put you? The gown's ready. I finished it last night. Oh, you're going to love it, Throckmorton. I can't put you in the bedroom. Mrs. Pettibone's in there. Oh? And Mrs. Bullard's in the sewing room. Mrs. Bullard? I thought she bought her gown in New York. She did. But it had to be let out a little. Aren't I terrible? Anyway, here's yours. Now, if we can do... don't look, Throckmorton. Close your eyes, you hear?
Close my eyes? Why?
Because I don't want you to see it till I'm in it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, Leela, they're closed.
Oh, dear, if everybody didn't arrive just at the same time. Oh, I know. I'll change in the bathroom. Oh, would you mind? Oh, thank you. I won't be but a minute, Throckmorton.
Well, I won't hold my breath.
Things are so upset here, I feel I should apologize. It's just been, well, it's more than I can handle, I'm afraid.
Yeah, you seem pretty busy, all right.
Busy? Well, I've never seen anything like it. It's all right if you open your eyes now, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, thanks.
Miss Tate, I need help here, I'm afraid.
Right away, Mrs. Bullock. Excuse me.
Oh, certainly.
Miss Tate. Just a moment, Mrs. Pettibone.
Why did I come here? Like getting caught in a hen roost. I suppose she wonders what I'm doing tagging around with Leela. So do I.
As I was saying, Mr. Gildersleeve, I've been so rushed.
Miss Tate, those pins.
Don't worry. I always carry them in my mouth. Though goodness knows I'm so distracted these days, it's a wonder I don't go to bed with them.
You ought to check.
Well, as a matter of fact, I haven't been to bed for 2 nights.
Oh.
Miss Tate.
Company. My head is just in a spin today. Now, let's see. That was Mrs. Pettibone.
That sounded like her. You better sit down for a minute.
Oh, dear. Someone else. Just a minute, Mrs. Pettibone.
The poor woman is running a madhouse. Yeah. It's beginning to get me. Yeah, I'd sure like to get out of here.
Oh, come in, Miss Goodwin.
Miss Goodwin.
I hope I haven't come at a bad time, but I have an appointment in half an hour with Throckmorton.
Hello, Eve.
Well, what in the world are you doing here?
Me? Well, I just happened to,
I didn't know you were interested in dressmaking.
Oh, I'm not.
Well, I don't understand.
Well,
You're...
here I am, Throckmorton.
Oh, I see.
Yes. Eve, you know Leela. Leela, you know Eve.
Yes, indeed.
How are you, Mrs. Ransom?
Yes, I guess everybody knows everybody. Oh, Miss Tate. Oh, of course. Sure, you know him, sure.
Well, aren't you going to say anything about the gown, Throckmorton?
Yes, very nice, Leela. Say.
It's a lovely gown, Mrs. Ransom.
It won't fall off, will it?
Oh, don't you worry about that. But I see one thing wrong with it. I'll just put a pin in here, so. I declare, I just don't know how the opera would ever get on without Miss Tate. Do you, Miss Goodwin?
That's quite true. Miss Tate is really the keystone.
And another pin in here. Just... Ouch! Oh, I stuck you. Oh, do forgive me. I'm so terribly sorry, Mrs. Ransom. Well, watch it. I don't know how it happened. My hand shook, I guess. I'm so nervous today anyway. Now, let me try once more. I'll be very careful. Oh, dear. Where did I put those pins?
Pins? In your mouth. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Now, one more.
Miss Tate, how long do I have to wait? I've been here half an hour.
Oh, dear.
I might remind you, Mrs. Petty Pettibone, that I arrived here before you did.
My appointment was for 9:30, and that's when I got here.
Oh, dear. Well, I don't want to step out of turn, Miss Tate, but unless I can have my fitting within the next 15 minutes...
Just a minute, everybody. I might remind you that I'm having my fitting now. Continue, Miss Tate.
Well, I like that. Comes in here after everybody
I
else.
was the first one here. Well, I told Miss Tate when I arrived I have an appointment.
I'm getting
and if I can't get my fitting...
Ladies!
Everybody's after me! Everybody's after me! Oh, I can't stand it!
Yeah, Miss Tate!
Oh, catch her, Throckmorton.
Oh, gracious!
Oh, she's fainted.
Fainted nothing.
What happened?
I know what happened. She swallowed those pins. Here, take her, somebody. Let a man handle this. Let me at that telephone.
Well, there goes my fitting.
Your fitting? There goes the opera.
The great Gildersleeve will be back in just a minute.
Mr. Lang, I'm very grateful to you.
Well, that's nice to hear. What have I done?
It was you who put me wise to parquet margarine. You see, I fix 3 lunch boxes every day, and it takes a lot of spread for the sandwiches.
And you find that parquet margarine spreads quickly and easily, don't you? Even when you first take it out of the refrigerator.
Yes, that's one reason I like to use it. Because I have to work fast, preparing 6 to 8 sandwiches while my children and husband are having breakfast.
6 to 8 sandwiches do take a lot of spread, don't they?
And that's another reason I'm glad you told me about parquet margarine. It's so economical.
Well, that's what a lot of women are finding out. Parquet is only about half the price of costly spreads. And the important thing to remember is that it's one of the best energy foods you can buy. Rich in nourishment and fortified with important vitamin A.
I want to say, too, that my family likes parquet's fresh, sweet flavor.
Well, now you've made me grateful to you. Because I think you've convinced a lot of other people that they ought to try Parquet. That's Parkay. Parquet margarine. Made by Kraft. Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve. Several days have passed, and now we find him at home, wrestling with some of the operatic problems left unsolved by Judge Horace Hooker. Simultaneously, and with more or less assistance from the rest of the household, he's trying to get the checks in the mail for his November bills.
All right, Leroy, what's next?
Summerfield Meat Market, $32.25.
$32 worth of meat? There isn't that much meat in the whole world.
You want the items? November 1st, pork chops. November 2nd...
Never mind, Bertie's checked it. Summerfield Meat Market. Telephone! 32 and 25 hundredths.
Mr. Gildersleeve's resident. Oh, yes, Miss Bullitt. He's right here. Miss Bullitt across the street, Miss Gildersleeve.
Oh, thanks. Wonder what she wants. Keep working, Leroy. Hello?
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm sorry to bother you, but a question has come up.
That's what I'm here for, Mrs. Bullard. What is it?
Well, it seems that there hasn't been any official decision on who is to be head patroness for the opera.
Oh?
But naturally, since the whole thing was my idea in the first place, why, naturally, I assumed that I...
Well, yes, I suppose that's right if you thought the whole thing up.
I was sure you'd agree with me, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Absolutely.
But I just wanted to make it official. Thanks ever so much.
You're welcome, Mrs. Bullard. Goodbye.
Bye.
All right, she's head patroness, whatever that means. How are the envelopes coming, Leroy?
Pretty good. Do I have to finish them now?
Well, I'd like to establish my credit, so maybe I can do a little Christmas shopping.
Let's get going. I made a blot on one envelope. Does it matter? This one.
Well, you can still read it. Acme Cleaners. If they don't like it, they can clean it. What's next?
Summerfield Light and Power, $2.60.
Yeah, the thieves. Summerfield L&P, 2 and 60 hundredths. Next.
Summerfield Water Department, $5.02.
Outrageous.
That's for 2 months. You didn't pay last month.
I'll have to write myself a letter. Doorbell.
I'll get it, Leroy. It's Miss Goodwin. I saw her coming up the walk.
Oh, yes, Miss Goodwin. Something about the programs, I guess.
Hello, Miss Goodwin. Hello, Marjorie. I know your uncle's awfully busy, but I'd like to see him just for a minute.
Sure, come on in.
Hello, Eve. Glad to see you.
Hello, Throckmorton. Leroy?
Hi, Miss Goodwin. How's the opera coming along?
Oh, I think we'll get it on all right. Throckmorton, if you've got a minute.
Sure, Eve. Sit down. Take off your coat. Take Miss Goodwin's coat, Leroy. Go out and play.
But the bills.
Go out and play. Marjorie, you too.
Go out and play? I'm not a child, Uncle Mort. If you want me to leave the room, say so.
I don't think any of this is necessary, Throckmorton. But we're going to have an opera a week from today, you know.
Oh, yes.
The important thing is we ought to decide which one it's going to be.
Oh, yes. Well, what operas has this company got?
Well, they offer a choice of 3 for this kind of engagement. Carmen, Rigoletto, or Tannhauser.
Let's make it Tannhauser.
Tannhauser. All right, but why?
Never mind why. You asked me which opera, and I told you. Bing, bing, that's me.
All right, I'm glad you settled it. I must say men are awfully efficient.
Well, of course, I'm an executive. But I think you're efficient, too, Eve.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, sir. You've got your mind on the opera, not on what you can get out of it.
Well, I've got to go and see Hogan Brothers about their ad. They're taking the back cover.
Atta girl. You know, Eve, you ought to get a percentage of the profits.
I just hope there are some.
Well, drop in anytime, Eve. Anytime you need a quick decision, bing, bing, you know where to come.
It's a great comfort.
Goodbye, Eve.
Goodbye, Throckmorton. Oh, by the way, the program should include the name of the head patroness. I sort of wondered...
Oh, you want to be head patroness, is that it?
Well,
Then head patroness you shall be. Yes, sir, let's not beat around the bush.
Well, do you really think I deserve it?
I don't know who deserves it more. Consider it settled. Bing, bing.
Oh, thank you. Goodbye, Throckmorton.
Ta-ta, Eve. Come around next week. I'll have mistletoe.
Uncle Mort, I heard you tell Mrs. Bullard she could be head patroness.
What's the difference? Tell one, tell all. An executive can't bother with details, my dear.
Oh, so that's it.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you going downtown today? You're going to be here for lunch.
I'll be here, Bertie, working. But I don't want anything elaborate, just a tray at my desk.
Yes, sir. About a 3-course tray?
Fine, Bertie.
Okay, I'll get working on it.
Now what? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. This is Mrs. Pettibone.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Pettibone. How's everything going?
Just splendidly. The Women's Club has sold every single one of its tickets. We're over the top.
Great work, Mrs. Pettibone, great work. Well, I guess you can relax a little now.
I think I should. But there's something I want to ask you. Since the Women's Club is sponsoring the opera, and since I'm the president of the club, I suppose I am to be the head patroness, am I not? I didn't catch that, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, yes. You say you want to be head patroness, Mrs. Pettibone?
I say I should be.
Well, all right. After all, it's only...
It's only fair. Thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, not at all, Mrs. Pettibone. In fact, don't mention it.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Just a title. What difference does it make? But these women... Come in.
Yoo-hoo, Throckmorton.
All right, you can be head patroness of the opera.
Why, Throckmorton, you darling.
Well, that was what you wanted, wasn't it?
No, but I think it's just lovely.
All right, now let me get back to work, or there won't be any opera. Scat.
Well, it isn't Mr. Gildersleeve. How goes the opera?
The opera, coming along, Peavy, coming along. I'm running the whole shebang, you know.
Well, congratulations. How'd you ever get stuck with that job?
Well, I just took it over to help Judge Hooker out. After all, I know how to handle women, and he doesn't.
Oh.
Well, I do. I don't have any trouble with women. Even a whole committee of women. And you know why, Peavy? I don't ask them. I tell them. Treat them rough.
That's the way, is it?
And you're darn right. Women just want to be told, that's all, Peavy. And they want a man to tell them.
No, I wouldn't say that.
I wouldn't expect you to agree with me, Peavy. You never agree with me about anything.
I agree with you when I think you're right, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, that's practically never.
That's what I'm saying.
Now, you're wrong about this. Women like to be treated rough. They want to be bossed around. That's female psychology.
Do you know this for a fact, Mr. Gildersleeve, or have you just been reading some magazine?
I know it for a fact. Did you ever try it?
No, can't say I ever did.
You better not, Peavy. I doubt if you're the type. You have to be the caveman type to get away with it. Now, here I am with all these women on this opera committee, and when I say jump, they jump.
You just tell them jump, just like that.
That's it. Jump, Mrs. Pettibone. Jump, Mrs. Bullard. Jump, ladies. Jump.
And they jump. I'd certainly like to see that. Did you come in here for anything particular, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, just out for a breath of air, Peavy. Better get back and start cracking the whip, though. They'll be getting out of their cages. Take it easy, Peavy. If any women try to shove you around, shove them right back.
Oh, my.
All right, now, Leroy, we'll check the list of box holders.
Gosh, Unc, I'm tired of checking stuff. Why can't Marge check anything?
Your sister's going to see about her costume.
Costume? Is she going to be in the opera?
No, she's going to sell programs. Now, box A downstairs.
Does that mean she gets to see the show?
I suppose so.
Jeepers, what about me?
I didn't think you'd enjoy it, my boy.
I enjoy anything at night.
Well, we'll see. Now, box A.
Doorbell, I'll get it.
Oh, nuts. Whoever it is, tell him I'm not at home.
Okay. Oh, hi, Miss Goodwin. Hi, Mrs. Ransom.
Hello, Leroy. Is your uncle home?
Of course he is. We saw him through the window.
Well, that takes care of that. Come on in.
Oh, my goodness. Well, Leela and Eve. Come on in. Leroy, you go in the study and check this list, will you, my boy?
But,
Christmas is coming, Leroy.
Okay. Boy, it better be good.
Well, sit down, ladies. Make yourself comfy. How's everything going?
Everything's going all right, Throckmorton, only there's something you'll have to straighten out.
Well, you know me. Bing, bing, I give my decision.
Throckmorton, you told me this morning I was to be head patroness, and now I find Miss Goodwin somehow has the impression she was to be.
Oh, that.
Do you remember how I got the impression I was to be head patroness, Throckmorton?
Well, now, let's see. Been so busy, so many details to be taken care of.
You told me, that's how.
I did?
You couldn't have, Throckmorton, because you distinctly told me I could have it. I didn't even ask, remember?
Well, I remember something about it.
Do you remember your conversation with me?
I guess so, only...
Only what?
Oh, I don't know.
Is it possible, Throckmorton, that you've promised both of us we can be head patroness?
Yes, it's possible. Ye gods, what difference does it make? It's just a title. Who cares who's head patroness anyway?
Well, I certainly care.
It's very important, Throckmorton.
I don't see why.
Well, the head patroness appears on the stage between the acts in a spotlight, and the star of the opera kisses her hand.
Well, even so.
You saw my dress, Throckmorton, and if anyone in town has a more impressive one...
I don't consider it important. But it just so happens that I have the same dressmaker.
Well!
I didn't think you'd care about a thing like this.
Well, I do. But perhaps not for the same reasons as Mrs. Ransom. She seems to have forgotten that the head patroness has to make a speech. I hope you'll want the committee effectively represented.
Oh, yes, that's very important.
Well, I hope you don't think I'm tongue-tied, Throckmorton.
Oh, no.
I once gave a talk before 1,000 people down home. The time the Sunday school burned down and they raffled off a Buick to buy a new one.
You made a speech?
I certainly did.
Yes. The lucky ticket is number 93.
Eve Goodwin, I made a regular speech. I may not be a school teacher, but I'm just as...
Now, Leela...
But I won't stand here and be insulted. And if you cared all about the appearance of the head patroness, you'll choose me.
Not necessarily. Of course, if he wants a matronly type.
Eve.
Matronly? I'm not considered matronly. But even if I was, I'd rather be matronly than scrawny.
Mrs. Ransom, you be careful.
I won't. Throckmorton, make up your mind. Is it me or her?
Yes, Throckmorton. Is it she or I?
School teacher?
Widow?
Oh, ladies. For heaven's sake, let's be reasonable.
All right, give us a decision. You're the chairman.
Well, now, let's see. By the way, whatever happened to Miss Tate?
Don't try to change the subject.
Oh, but I'm terribly concerned about her, Leela. After all, swallowing a pin.
She coughed it up. She's perfectly all right. Now, who's going to be head patroness?
Poor Miss Tate. Must have been very painful.
Never hurt her at all. Now stop shilly-shallying, Throckmorton.
Well, now, ladies, I have to think. Doorbell. Excuse me, ladies.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, hello, Mrs. Pettibone and Mrs. Bullard. Excuse me, I think I heard the telephone.
I didn't hear anything.
They're after me, Leroy. They're after me. Women, trapped in a hen roost. Now I know how that poor dressmaker felt. Leroy, quick! Get me a pin and a glass of water.
We'll be hearing from the great Gildersleeve again in just a moment. You'll remember a few minutes ago, I had a conversation with a lady about what a swell spread parquet margarine is for lunchbox sandwiches, because you can spread it so easily and quickly, and that you can't beat parquet for economy, because it's only about half the price of costly spreads. But perhaps the thing that makes parquet margarine a favorite of millions is its fresh, dairy-like flavor. For sandwiches, hot breads, pancakes, and waffles, parquet margarine is still unmatched for flavor. Made from selected farm products, vegetable oils rich in energy and pasteurized skim milk, and with important vitamin A added, parquet margarine is one of the most nourishing foods you can buy today. So be sure to try this nourishing spread that tastes so good. Parkay, parquet margarine. Made by Kraft.
Folks, you know how kids are, always pestering you to tell them a story over and over? Well, I thought, why not just have a phonograph record you could play, make the kids happy, and save yourself the trouble? And that's just what I did. I made 3 records. Puss in Boots, Jack and the Beanstalk, and Rumpelstiltskin. All good stories with pretty music, too. You can get the album at any music store right now. Make a mighty nice Christmas present. Just thought I'd mention it. Good night.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meekin. This is John Lang speaking for the Kraft Foods Company and inviting you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
For tempting variety at mealtime, treat your family to food zestfully flavored with Kraft prepared mustards. Remember, there are 2 popular varieties. A tangy golden Kraft salad mustard that's mild and delicately spiced, and a sharper Kraft mustard with nippy horseradish added. They're both grand flavor treats in sandwiches and on frankfurters and cold cuts, and mighty appetizing blended into cooked foods, too. Buy both kinds. Ask for Kraft salad mustard and Kraft horseradish mustard when you shop tomorrow.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents The Great Gildersleeve.
It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet Margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Now let's join the Great Gildersleeve. There seems to be a good deal of activity going on in his house.
Leroy, ask Bertie if she's finished ironing my shirt.
Okay.
Marjorie, what'd you do with my tuxedo?
Your tuxedo? I haven't been wearing it.
Yeah, it came back from the cleaners this morning. Someone must have put it someplace. Leroy, you going to ask Bertie about my shirt, or aren't you?
Sure. Gosh, what's the hurry?
There's an opera on, young man. Now get moving. Ask her about my tuxedo at the same time. And answer the phone.
I'll answer the phone. It's probably for me.
Well, somebody answer it.
Mr. Gildersleeve, President. Oh, yes, Miss Goodwin, he's sitting right here. No, he ain't particularly busy. I'll call it. Mr. Gildersleeve, Miss Goodwin on the phone.
Yeah, all right, Bertie, thank you. But I am busy. Do you know what happened to my tuxedo?
It's hanging in your closet, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, well, what about my shirt?
It's in your dresser drawer.
Already? Wonderful. Well, wait a minute, Bertie. Don't go away now. Hello, Eve. How are things shaping up? Great. Look, how would it be if I pick you up around 8 o'clock? Okay, my chariot will draw up to your door at the stroke of 8. Shall I blow the horn? I was only kidding, Eve. I'll ring the doorbell. Am I dressing? You darn right I am. After all, an opera doesn't come to Summerfield every day. Okay, Eve. Ta-ta. Let me see now. If I forgot you were standing there, Bertie.
Something you wanted, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, Bertie. Very important. I wonder if you could press my black tie, give it a little backbone.
I can try, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Fine. Leroy, run upstairs and get my black tie. It's lying with my collar and studs on the bed.
Gosh, all this work to go to the opera. Does everybody have to go through this?
Men always dress to go to the opera, my boy. It's a tradition.
Yeah? Who started it?
Women, go get the tie.
Okay.
See, a shirt, collar, tie, socks. Socks? Bertie, have I got any black silk socks?
You got 3 pairs, Mr. Gildersleeve. One pair never even been mended.
Well, one pair ought to be enough. Let's see. What else? Oh, yes, my opera hat. Have you seen it?
No, sir, not in some little time.
I've worn it since the day I sat on the platform with the governor. Marjorie, have you seen my opera hat?
Not since Leroy had it.
Leroy? What was he doing with it?
Don't you remember? He used it for his magic.
Oh, my goodness.
Here you are, Unc. Is this it?
Where is my opera hat, Leroy?
I thought you wanted the tie.
Never mind the tie. Where is my opera hat?
Upstairs, I guess.
Don't guess me any guesses. Go get the hat.
Okay, gosh, more trouble.
And give me the necktie.
Oh, forgot. Here, catch.
Here, Bertie. You think you can do anything about it?
Well, sir, I might be able to make it set up for a few hours.
That's all I ask, Bertie. Just so it'll carry me till midnight. Then I'll come home like Cinderella.
Yes, sir. A little starch ought to do it.
Marjorie, what kind of tricks was Leroy doing with my opera hat?
Oh, you know. He used to pull things out of it.
What kind of things?
Eggs and stuff like that.
That darn kid. By George, if he's... Leroy...
Were you thinking of wearing this hat, Unc?
I was?
Tonight?
Tonight. Let me see it.
Gee.
Leroy, you've ruined it. This hat cost me $7.50 in 1922, and I've only worn it 3 times. The first chance I've had to wear it to an opera. And look at it.
Oh, it isn't so bad, Unc. Just one teeny little hole in the top. I bet it wouldn't leak even.
An opera hat is not worn to keep off the rain, my boy. Oh, well, I suppose the music will sound just as good if I wear a derby.
Well, here we are, folks, in the lobby of the Summerfield Opera House, where tonight Summerfield is to have its first opera since the year 1922. Now, I'm going to try to bring to our microphone a few of the leading citizens as they arrive to take their seats. So if you'll just be patient, we expect to present some of these leading citizens very shortly.
Pardon me, buddy. Could you
I'm sorry we're on the air.
Oh, pardon me. I thought you were an usher. Look, Lovey, this guy's broadcasting the opera. You see the microphone?
Yeah, I've seen lots of them in pictures.
While we're waiting, folks, I might give you a little background information on tonight's opera entitled Tannhauser. It was written by Richard Wagner, a German, and was first presented in the year 1845 in the city of Dresden,
He's
Germany.
reading all that off the paper.
Yeah, I saw 'em.
Oh, I think I see a gentleman coming now I'd like to present to you over our microphone. Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve. This gentleman is the chairman of the Committee on Arrangements for tonight's opera.
Did you hear that, honey? Mr. Gildersleeve's going to speak over the air.
Why?
Mr. Gildersleeve, will you step over?
Yes, pardon me, madam.
And here is our first celebrity, ladies and gentlemen, just as we promised, Mr. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, our popular water commissioner.
Oh, thank you. Should I talk or sing?
Just talk.
Oh, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be here this evening. And as chairman of the Committee on Arrangements, I want to say it's been quite a job getting this opera on. What I mean, ladies and gentlemen, is that I personally have sacrificed my personal time and energy. So I want...
Thank you, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. Now, folks...
Just a minute. I haven't finished. I didn't say anything about how good the opera is.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve. Everything is timed to a split second.
Oh.
Now, I'll move our portable microphone around a little, friends, and bring you some of the other celebrities. At the time Tannhauser was...
Hiya, Commissioner. Nice little speech you give there.
Thanks, Floyd. Had some more I wanted to say if you hadn't been in such a hurry.
Oh, well.
Hi, Commissioner. What's the matter? You can't say hello now that you're a big radio star?
Oh, Mrs. Munson, hello. Say, is that darn announcer introducing somebody else? Huh? Who is it over there?
Well, I think it's, yeah, it is. Chief Gates.
Chief Gates? Who wants to hear a speech from him? Now, if he'd let me develop my thought a little bit.
Let's go over and listen to the chief. Maybe we can make him laugh in the middle.
Now, Lovey, is that a nice thought?
Well, come on, let's go listen to him anyway.
And so I take great pleasure in presenting Summerfield's popular chief of police, Don Gates.
Ladies and gentlemen, there was more crime in Summerfield during 1945 than in any previous year of our history.
The music, Chief. Say something about the music.
Arrests for every type of offense increased during the past year. Of particular importance was the rise in juvenile delinquency.
Every time he makes a speech, Floyd, it's about juvenile delinquency.
And in my opinion, juvenile delinquency can only be curbed by occasions such as this one. Giving our young people wholesome amusement that will keep them off the streets. I thank you.
Thank you, Chief Gates. The story of the opera Tannhauser is a tragic one, dealing with the love of medieval...
Well, good evening, folks. Mrs. Munson, nice to see you again.
Hi, big boy.
Hiya, Floyd. Hiya, Commissioner.
Nice little speech, Chief. You talk into that thing like you was Gabriel Heater himself.
For heaven's sakes, Chief, why didn't you say something about how much Summerfield has needed the opera? What a great thing this is for the music lovers in this town.
Well, I gave my angle of it, Commissioner.
You made it sound like a punishment for criminals.
Well?
You like it, Floyd. You like it.
Well, I'll give it a listen. Come on, shouldn't we be finding our seats?
Yes, by George, we should. Now, just follow me, folks. Follow me, folks. Dark, isn't it? Our box is the next one. We have a private entrance, sort of. Here we are.
Oh. See, there's Peavy. He's been sitting right here all the time.
Yeah, good evening, everybody.
Hello, Mr. Peavy.
Hiya, Peavy, old boy.
Don't get up, Peavy. I think if Mrs. Munson and Floyd will sit here and Peavy over there.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I'd rather not sit so close to the edge, if you don't mind.
Oh, Peave, nobody ever fell out of a box.
Well, maybe not, but I've always had a nervous feeling about high places.
Yes.
Oh, look at all the people way down there. Catch me, Lovey. I think I'm going to jump.
Oh, Floyd's a clown, isn't he?
Yeah, very funny. For heaven's sake, Floyd, people are staring at us.
Let 'em. I bought my ticket.
Yeah.
It's a funny thing being nervous about high places. Psychology, I suppose.
Yes.
Hey, look. I could drop my program and bean the president of Hogan Brothers.
Little psychological quirks. For example, I never can eat eggplant after tomato soup.
Yes. Where the dickens is Judge Hooker? The show ought to be starting any minute.
Some people don't like to be locked up in a small room, I understand. I tried it once and I enjoyed it. I guess it takes all kinds.
Yes. Quiet, everybody. Now, here comes the orchestra. 20 pieces. I tell you, this is going to be a real show.
Hey, wait a minute. That little guy with the piccolo. Don't he hustle baggage down at the depot?
Jimmy Pittenger. Sure, that's him. Hey, what kind of orchestra are you palming off on us here, Mr. Gildersleeve? For $5 a throw, I don't want to hear no freight handler.
Well, Floyd, let's give him a chance.
Okay. If he's good, okay. If he's lousy, I hope he drops a trunk on his toe tomorrow.
Hey, who's the guy just came in down there with the bald head?
Yeah, that's the conductor. Now they'll start. Yeah, he's tapping. See? Shh. Yeah, that's it. That's the overture to Tannhauser.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Pardon me, folks. Is this box 7?
Oh, for heaven's sake. This is it, Judge. Come on in.
Oh, that's you, Floyd?
Yep, that's me.
Well, where shall I...
Quiet, you. Sit down before I choke you.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, WSUM, the voice of Summerfield, regrets that time does not permit us to bring you the opera Tannhauser in its entirety. We urge you, however, to stay tuned to this station.
My, it certainly feels good to sit down and relax for a while.
Don't tell me Christmas shopping has got you down.
Yes, it has. I've never seen such crowds in the stores, Mr. Lang. I'm glad my shopping's just about done. All I have to do now is pick up a few things on my holiday food list.
Well, don't forget your grocer also is a very busy man these days. And with quality foods in such big demand for special occasions, I think it might be wise to get in a reminder right now about homemakers shopping early for Parquet margarine. There's always a big demand, you know, for this popular spread made by the Kraft Foods Company. It's a favorite of millions.
I'm glad you reminded me of that, Mr. Lang. We're going to be serving all kinds of hot breads over the holidays. And I know I can always count on Parquet margarine to make them taste extra good.
You certainly can. Parquet margarine makes all kinds of bread taste extra good because it's still unmatched for flavor. That's why millions of American families prefer this delicious, economical spread to any other brand. So be sure to get Parquet from your food dealer tomorrow. That's Parkay. Parquet margarine, one of the quality foods made by the Kraft Foods Company. Back in the Summerfield Opera House, the last aria has died away. The last tribute has been delivered. The last bows have been taken. The asbestos curtain has fallen, and the musicians have scrambled out of the pit. Ushers prowl now through the rows of empty seats, picking up lost gloves, discarded programs, and gum wrappers. On the sidewalk out in front, Summerfield's opera lovers are still milling about in their post-war finery, looking for their cars.
Chief, how did you like the opera?
How'd you like it, Peavy?
Yeah, I asked you first.
I get you, me too.
Goodness, Throckmorton. I hope not everyone felt that way about it.
Don't worry, Eve. Stick close to me now. Taxi! Hey, taxi! Got away. I'll shut off his water. Wish I'd brought my own car. I thought parking would be so bad.
Hey, Commissioner!
Oh, there's that Mr. What's-his-name. He's calling you.
Where? Sounded like Floyd Munson.
In that car that just pulled up.
Hey, come in.
Oh, yeah, Floyd. Hello.
Hey, nudge the ball and chain there, will you? If you don't see me.
Where?
Standing right behind you there, with a mouth open. Hey, Dreamy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh! Hey!
Now, Mrs. Munson.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Gildersleeve. Well, I thought it was somebody getting familiar.
Oh, no. On the contrary, Mrs. Munson, there's your husband waiting for you.
Come on, come on.
Well, it's a wonder you wouldn't blow your horn.
I practically blew the insides out of it. You wasn't stand there gaping all around you. Hey, Commissioner, you got a ride? Can I drop you somewhere?
What do you think, Eve?
Plenty of room. Glad to take your friend there, too.
It's a ride, Eve. Would you mind? The taxi situation don't look too good.
Well, I think it's very nice of him to offer.
How about it?
Thanks, Floyd. We won't be taking you out of your way.
Ah, climb in.
Go ahead, Eve. Mrs. Munson, you've met Miss Goodwin.
How do you do?
Likewise. Pile in there, Mr. Gildersleeve.
You think there's room for me in the back here?
Oh, plenty. I'll just... Oh.
Yeah, a little tight, isn't it? Yeah.
All set?
All set, Floyd.
Where to?
Home, James?
There's other people in the car besides you, Lovey.
Oh, where are you headed for, Miss Goodwin?
I'm seeing her home. She lives over on Laurel Avenue, Floyd.
Yeah, I know the place. We drove by there one time. Ah, keep your shirt on. You think you're on the street?
That's telling them, Fearless. Now, suppose we get going. Oh, wait. Watch it.
You asked for it.
There's other people in the car besides me, Lovey. So just watch it, that's all.
A little less help from the back seat, or a certain party's going to get out and walk.
Yes. How did everybody like the opera?
Oh, yes, I'm very anxious to know...
opera's okay for them that like it, I guess. But give me a good musical show anytime.
You're a good bill of vaudeville.
Yeah.
Remember when we used to go to the Orpheum every Saturday night, Floydie?
Those were the days. That was entertainment.
Well, I don't care what anybody says. I enjoyed the opera.
Did you, Throckmorton?
Oh, come on now, Commissioner. I caught you dozing off there a couple of times.
I closed my eyes, Floyd, in order to enjoy the music more.
Yeah. Well, I don't blame you. Personally, I would have enjoyed it more if I'd slept through the whole thing.
Floyd, just stick to your driving.
Who asked for any advice from you?
You heard the man say he enjoyed the opera, didn't you? All right, leave him enjoy it. You got a cousin, you know, that likes rutabagas.
Listen, you want to get out and walk?
Let's not discuss the opera anymore, folks, shall we?
Do come inside for a minute, Throckmorton.
Well, just to say good night.
At least it's warm in here.
Feels good.
Let's sit down.
Tired?
A little.
Aren't you going to take off your coat?
In a minute, I'd just like to sit first.
Guess I'll do the same.
All these weeks of preparation, and now suddenly it's over.
Well, I think it was a great success. Don't you?
I suppose they'll say so.
What do you mean?
Oh, Mrs. Bullard's gown was much admired, and Mrs. Pettibone's, and all the best photographers attended.
Well, I thought yours was prettier than either of them.
I just wonder if anyone heard the opera. Some of the remarks I overheard were so discouraging.
Who made remarks? Just tell me who made any remarks and all.
Oh, it wouldn't do any good to threaten them, Throckmorton. That's not the point. It's just that it didn't speak very well for the level of musical appreciation in Summerfield.
Well, there's always bound to be a few gripers.
I was very proud of you, by the way.
Yeah? When?
On the way home when you defended the opera, when you said that you'd really enjoyed it.
Oh, I did. I think it was the finest performance of opera I've ever heard.
Well, I don't know that I'd quite agree with you about that. Actually, the performance, I thought, was little better than mediocre.
Oh, there are things about it that I'd criticize if you want to split hairs.
Exactly. After all, it isn't the performance, it's the opera. When you compare it to what we usually have here in Summerfield.
Just what I was going to say. Took the very words right out of my mouth. It isn't the performance, it's the opera. By George, that's so true.
You know, Throckmorton, perhaps I shouldn't say this, but I'd almost given you up for lost there for a while. And now I think again perhaps there's hope.
What do you mean, lost?
Well, I had a feeling that you were simply running with the crowd, that you cared more for the plaudits of the multitude than you did...
Eve, my whole life has been an attempt to get away from that.
You know, you're very puzzling at times, Throckmorton. You're really quite an enigma.
Oh, you think so?
I mean, sometimes I think I see a spark in you. And then for long periods it disappears.
I just get too busy.
And then suddenly the spark is there again. I can see it. And I have the feeling that if it were just fanned a little.
Fan it, Eve.
Don't misunderstand. I'm referring at the moment to your feeling for music. It's one of the nicest things about you.
You know, Eve, when I was listening to the opera there tonight, I suddenly realized. 20 years ago it was a toss-up whether I'd take up music professionally or go into business. My talent for business won out. But I still wonder sometimes if it wasn't a mistake.
Perhaps it's not too late.
You mean you think I could...
Oh, not professionally, perhaps, but you still have a lovely voice.
Well, music has always been one of my great loves. Me. How does that area go? Oh, evening star, da, da.
Oh, if you studied, Throckmorton, if you really work.
I will. I really will, Eve. I'll work and I'll study every spare minute I get.
Oh, do.
I'll let nothing stand in my way. I'll work till I've made up for all the years I've wasted. And then one day, I'll cast aside the waterworks and surprise everybody.
Oh, yes, yes.
Oh, evening star, how bright you are. Da 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 dee da 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 da. Oh, evening star, I'd only met you 20 years ago. Good night, Eve.
Good night, Throckmorton.
Eve.
Yes?
No, I won't.
Won't what?
I won't ask to kiss you. Not till I've made good. Good night.
Good night, Throckmorton. And remember, work and study.
Day and night. Oh, evening star, how bright you are. Da 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 dee da dee da da. Oh, evening star, wherever you are, I love you.
Quiet down there. Shut up!
Oh, shut up yourself. Ignoramuses, all of you. But I'll show you. Oh, no, I better not. Eve, she's the only one who understands me. Eve has faith in me. Well, I'll show her, too. Work and study. Work and study. Yes, by George, the first thing tomorrow.
It's a quarter of 9.
It is, huh? Well, close the window so it's 8:45.
Yeah, Bertie said to tell you.
8:45, eh? Well, what was I going to do today? There was something I was going to do.
I don't know what you're going to do, but I got to get going.
Wait a minute, my boy. Where are you going in such a hurry?
To school. Where do you think?
Oh, school.
I told you it's 8:45. It's all right for you maybe to lie in bed till noon, but I'm only a kid, so I have to work and study all day.
Work and study. I remember now. Eve.
Well, so long.
Leroy, wait a minute. Come back here.
Now what is it?
Leroy, don't neglect your music, my boy.
Who's neglecting it?
Practice your piano every day.
I always do.
Work and study. Those should be your watchwords, my boy. Devote every moment you can to it, because there's no greater satisfaction in life to a man than music.
Yes, sir. Well, I
I want you to study and work hard, my boy, so that Miss Goodwin will be proud of you.
Yeah, well,
In fact, beginning the first of the year, I think I'd like you to take 2 music lessons a week instead of 1.
What? 2 lessons?
You'll thank me for it, Leroy. When you're an older man, you'll thank me for it. One of the greatest regrets of my life was the fact that I didn't keep on with my musical studies when I was a young man. I'd even take them up again now, if I had the time for it. Close the door when you go out, my boy. I think I'll catch a few more winks before I get up. Up a little late last night.
What a character.
The great Gildersleeve will be back again in just a moment. One of the pleasant things we all look forward to in our house during holiday time is the tempting aroma of hot breads baking in the kitchen. No doubt you'll be having a variety of baking treats in your home, too, during the coming weeks. And it goes without saying that you'll want a delicious spread to serve with them. So I'd like to suggest for your family's enjoyment a spread that's a favorite of millions, Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. Parquet Margarine is still unmatched for fresh, dairy-like flavor. That's why it tastes so good on fresh-baked muffins, sugared buns, and crusty rolls. And Parquet is easy on your food budget, too. It's only about half the price of costly spreads. So tomorrow, be sure to buy delicious, economical Parquet. Parkay. Parquet Margarine. Made by Kraft.
Ladies and gentlemen, one thought before we say goodnight. In the hustle and bustle of Christmas shopping, it's very easy to forget to buy the little Christmas seals that are helping our country to control mankind's most dangerous disease, tuberculosis. The tragic thing about tuberculosis is that its spread is preventable. We know how to control it, but it costs money. Most of us have known someone who's been a victim of tuberculosis. I do myself. So I make this plea very sincerely. Don't forget to buy some Christmas seals tomorrow. Good night.
It is played by Harold Perry. It was written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meakin. This is John Lang speaking for the Kraft Foods Company and inviting you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
We'll soon be into the holiday season, and that's time for bright, tempting dishes. So add a lively touch of flavor to your foods with tangy, golden Kraft salad mustard. You can serve Kraft salad mustard in all sorts of delightful ways. This delicious salad mustard adds extra flavor zest to cooked egg and cheese dishes, adds lip-smacking flavor to gravies, relishes, and sandwich spreads. And for the special zippy flavor some folks prefer, there's a sharper Kraft mustard, too, with horseradish added. So be sure to head up your holiday shopping list with Kraft quality mustards.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Each week at this time from Hollywood, California, Kraft presents Harold Peary as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, times like these call for real thrift. Yes, we must save money to buy defense bonds, to help in any way we can. But we must be careful to economize wisely, especially when we economize on food, because the health and well-being that comes from nourishing food are vitally important, too. That's why delicious Parquet margarine, the modern margarine made by Kraft, is a good thing to know about these days. First, Parquet is so good tasting, your family will want to spread it thick on toast, hot rolls, and bread. And Parquet margarine is an economical source of food values important to a balanced diet. Parquet is a wholesome, nourishing food, one of the best sources of food energy there is. What's more, serving your family Parquet margarine is a dependable way to give them vitamin A, because every pound of Parquet contains 9,000 units of this important vitamin. So why not start serving Parquet margarine tomorrow? It's perfectly delicious for table use and for baking and pan frying, too. Yes, you can economize wisely without sacrificing nourishment or flavor if you use Parquet, spelled P-A-R-K-A-Y. And now let's visit our friend, the great Gildersleeve.
Here you are, Mr. Gildersleeve. I cut you an extra large portion of roast on account of you must be extra hungry.
Well, why should I be extra hungry, Bertie?
Because you didn't touch your soup or your salad.
Oh.
No, you saving up your appetite for the serious victuals, the meat and the potatoes.
Yes, serious, the meat and potatoes. Well, to tell the truth, Bertie, I don't think I'll have any.
You didn't fill up on hot dogs while you was out now, did you?
Why, what a question. As if I would.
Oh, you didn't, did you, Uncle Mort?
Marjorie, do I look like a man who stuffed himself with a lot of sandwiches and soft drinks between meals?
Well, Uncle Mort...
Leroy, I was asking your sister Marjorie.
Well, I can tell soon enough.
Huh?
If you eat your dinner properly, then the suspicions I am positive of now will prove to be completely erroneous, to my total surprise and everlasting amazement.
Now, Bertie, you're a wonderful cook. You've got a right to be proud of your work, but did it ever occur to you that there might be some other reason why I'm not eating my dinner?
Such as, for instance, what?
Well, it's like this. Yes, I've got it. Funny how I almost forgot.
Funny how you just remembered. What is it, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, I suppose I should have told you about this before, but I've gone on a diet.
A diet?
A diet, for heaven's sake.
It was kind of sudden, wasn't it, Unc?
Yes. No. It was one of my New Year resolutions.
But this is the first you've mentioned it, Uncle Mort. New Year's was on Thursday.
Oh, was it? Oh, yes, of course it was. It always comes on Thursday, doesn't it? Oh, no, that's Thanksgiving. Yeah. Well, I've been thinking it over ever since I made this resolution, and I think I'll try it out for, say, a day or so.
Oh, you should try it out longer than that, Uncle Throckmorton.
But suppose he gets hungry.
Well, of course he'll get hungry. That's the purpose of a diet.
Not this one. You see, the real reason that Uncle...
Leroy, remember the old Chinese saying, small boy who talk big seldom get invited to basketball games second time.
Excuse me for standing here with this here plate of food in my hand, but is you on this diet or is you isn't?
I is, Bertie. I mean, I am. I'm sorry. It's a delicious-looking dinner, but...
Well, you better take it away, Bertie. We must do all we can to help Uncle Mort keep his resolution.
Yes, but I wish I knew more about this diet business ahead of time. It wouldn't have been necessary to practically ruin a perfectly lovely cow.
Oh, I think it's just grand of you to go on this diet, Uncle.
Huh?
And I'm going to do everything I can to help you stay on it.
Oh, well, isn't that nice of you?
Now, if you can't eat, at least you can smoke.
Smoke? By George, you're right.
And you haven't even started that box of cigars I got you for Christmas.
Oh, yes, them. Where are you going, Marjorie?
Bring you those cigars.
Oh, my goodness, Leroy. I received some horrible Christmas cigars in my day, but these are a new low. It's the first time I've seen cigars made out of cigar coupons.
Well, gee, if you don't smoke them, she'll feel bad.
If I do, I'll feel a lot worse. I'm telling you, Leroy, a single whiff from one of those punk perfectos, and back already, my dear.
Here they are, Uncle Mort. I just can't wait to see your eyes light up when you light up one of these cigars.
It looks like you got a glow, Unc.
Well, to tell the truth, Margie, my dear, I also made a New Year's resolution to curtail my smoking.
Oh, well, in that case, you can cut these in two.
What?
That way they'll last twice as long.
Oh, I better save them, Marjorie. I think I'll give up smoking altogether for the time being.
That was a smart move, Uncle Mort.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, I'll just hide the box so you won't be tempted to take any.
Oh, you needn't do that, my dear. I feel sure that they're strong enough to keep me at a safe distance. I'm strong enough to keep them at a safe distance. Saved by the bell.
Oh, Bertie's busy in the kitchen. I'll get it.
Yeah.
Gee, Uncle, aren't you getting pretty deep with those New Year's resolutions?
Well, Leroy, you talk as if I were insincere.
Well, are you?
Young man, that's neither here nor there.
Well, look who's here. Judge Hooker.
That old buffalo.
Say, I hope I haven't come butting into the middle of your dinner, Gildersleeve.
Oh, no. In fact, Uncle Mort isn't having any dinner.
You aren't, Gildy? What's the matter? Sick?
No, I'm not sick.
He's going on a diet, Judge. Isn't that wonderful?
I'd say it is. Why, do you realize that with Gildersleeve here on a diet, this country won't have to worry about a food shortage?
Yeah. Very funny. I'll bet you put on ladies' hats at parties, too.
And not only that, Unc's given up smoking.
Yeah.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't you know, old man, that if you don't smoke, you're bound to eat more, and if you go on a diet, you'll naturally smoke a lot? You just can't do both of them at once.
Hey, I hadn't thought of that.
Oh, the ordinary person might not be able to, but Uncle Mort is really a man of iron.
Who, me?
Yes, you're just a little rusty, that's all.
Oh, go on. Gildy couldn't keep a resolution like that any longer than Hitler can keep a promise.
Is that so? Don't judge everybody by the way you judge yourself, Judge. Why, if I wanted to, I could stay on a vegetable diet and keep away from tobacco for a whole week. Yes, and lose 10 pounds, too.
Gildy, it's a good thing for you I'm on the Superior Court bench. Otherwise, I'd make some money betting you couldn't.
Oh, hiding behind your legal gown, eh? Well, it's lucky for you're not betting.
Why, how much would you put up?
Any amount of money.
$50?
$100. Too bad you're afraid to bet, Judge.
Who's afraid? I'll take you up.
Yeah, but you can't do that. How would it look if anyone found out that a Superior Court judge was gambling?
But this isn't gambling, Gildy.
It's not?
No, this is a sure thing.
That's what you think, Judge. But here's what I'm going to take you to the cleaners.
And it's a bet, huh?
Yes, sir.
No meats, no sweets and cigars, and 10 pounds off in a week. Is that right?
Right. Shake.
Shake.
Well, this is going to be the easiest $100 I've ever picked up. Don't you think so, Leroy? Don't you think so, Marjorie? Oh, my goodness, I should have gotten odds on this bet. Good morning, Leroy. Good morning, Marjorie. Good morning, Bertie Lee Coggins. Better fix a great big breakfast for me.
What'd you just say, Mr. Gildersleeve?
A lovely day, isn't it? I've got an enormous appetite this morning. You better bring me 3 or 4 scrambled eggs and some bacon. Oh, no. I'm in more of a ham mood this morning.
Whoa there, Mr. Gildersleeve. Haven't you forgotten something?
Oh, yes, of course, some waffles.
No, Uncle Mort. You've forgotten all about your diet.
What? Oh, yes. Well, I've changed my mind about that.
But you can't, Unc. You bet Judge Hooker $100 you'd lose 10 pounds inside a week.
Oh, yes, so I did.
Well, I fixed a real non-fattening breakfast for you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Non-fattening you have? What is it?
A nice big glass of hot water and lemon juice.
Ew. What a sour way to start the day. How did I ever get into this?
But don't you remember, Unc?
Quiet, Leroy. Never mind breakfast, Bertie. I'm going to drive downtown and get to work.
But I intend using the car this morning, Uncle Mort.
You? What am I supposed to do, walk?
Well, of course. The exercise is going to help you lose that 10 pounds.
It's exercise. But I can't walk all the way downtown, especially on an empty stomach.
Oh, yes, you can, Mr. Gildersleeve. You just keep your coat buttoned and nobody will notice it. That walk down here sure made me hungry. Miss? Miss?
Good morning. Do Do you wish for some breakfast?
Yes, I want a lot of breakfast. I want half a grapefruit, a baked apple, a breakfast steak, not too small, and some potatoes.
What kind? Hash brown, French fried, or mashed?
Yes.
Yes, which?
Yes, all three. I want some cooked cereal, hot cakes, a pair of eggs, sunny side up, toast and coffee. You got it?
Yes, sir. On the number 2 breakfast?
Yes, on the number 2 breakfast.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but all that doesn't come down on the number 2 breakfast.
Yes.
You could have it on the number 6 breakfast, except it comes cheap a la carte.
Well, all right, let me have it any way I can get it, just so it's quick. And, miss.
Yes?
Bring me a glass of hot water and lemon juice. Put it down right here in front of me so I can sneer at it.
Yes, sir. Some people.
Well, I hope she hurries. My stomach feels like an Arizona rain barrel in July.
I'm telling you, for the last time, Irwin, not another dollar until... Hello. What are you doing here, Gildersleeve?
What? Hello, Judge Hooker. Well, I never expected to see you here.
I'll bet you didn't. What are you doing here?
Well, I just dropped in for, let me see. Oh, yes, for a glass of hot water and lemon juice.
Well, Gildersleeve, I want you to meet my brother-in-law, Irwin Pidge.
Who?
Irwin, this is Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
The pleasure's all mine.
Yes, indeed. Well, don't let me detain you. I'll see you soon, Judge.
What are you so nervous about, Gildy, old pal?
Who, me? Oh, I'm not nervous. Not a bit.
Yes, you are. Otherwise, why are you putting salt on your finger?
What? Oh, I thought it was celery.
Oh, you're a case, Gildy. Isn't he, Irwin?
Yeah, he acts as if he's got a guilty conscience. You catch on? Guilty conscience. It is what is known as a play on words.
Yes. We know, Irwin. Say, you are acting rather suspicious, Throckmorton.
Who, me?
Yes, you. You're not trying to cover up something like going off that diet and losing the bet, are you?
Why, Judge Hooker, how can you think of a thing like that?
Excuse me, mister. How'll you have it? Rare, medium, or well done?
Bring me the lemon juice and water. Well done, please.
Oh, but I didn't mean the lemon juice and water. I meant the...
Oh, yes, the toast. Well, I'll have mine rare, yes. Now run along, girl, and tell the chef. Hurry, hurry, hurry.
Gildersleeve, this looks mighty fishy.
Now, Judge.
I'd like to stick around a while and see just what you have ordered.
And now, Judge.
However, I'd be late for court, so I have to leave.
Now, Judge?
Yeah. Bye, Gildersleeve.
Goodbye, Hooker.
Come on, Irwin. Oh, say, there's an idea.
Oh, me?
Yes, you. I got a job for you, Irwin. Stick around with Gildersleeve here for the next few days.
Now, wait a minute. What's the big idea?
I want Irwin here to see that you stick to the terms of our bet.
But, Judge, don't you trust me?
Well...
Then why waste Irwin's valuable time?
Oh, he hasn't anything else to do, have you, Irwin?
Not until a baseball season starts anyways.
Oh, are you a player?
Nah, but I'm a sort of celebrity in my own right.
Oh.
Hey, did you ever go out to the ballpark and hear the guy who sits over near third base and yells, "Throw that bum out"?
Oh, is that you?
No. I'm the guy what sits in back of him and yells down, "Shut up, you louse!"
Well, you stay around Mr. Gildersleeve for the next few days, Irwin. And remember, if he smokes or goes off his vegetable diet, that means he loses his bet.
Yes.
Okay, Judge, I'll keep my eye on him. You can rest insured.
Bye, Gildy. Watch your step now, or that 100 smackers is mine.
Yeah, he's a great guy there, Judge. The salt of the earth. The very salt.
Yes.
Hey, what's so great about the salt of the earth anyways?
Well, sit down, Irwin. I'll try to explain. Salt of the earth. You see, in ancient times...
Excuse me, please. Here you are.
Oh, no. That's not for me, lady. This is all for my friend here. All I want is this glass of hot water and lemon juice. Don't I? Pitch in, Irwin.
For me? Say, I'm going to like this job. I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve, but I still don't get it. What's so extra special about the salt of the earth?
Look, Irwin, you followed me around for 2 days, haven't you?
Yeah, 2 days and 2 nights.
And during most of that time, I've tried to explain it to you, haven't I?
Uh-huh.
And you still don't understand, do you?
Uh-uh.
Well, let's skip it. It's a mere bagatelle.
Oh, that's a good one. What's that?
Well, it's French, and it means, Irwin, wouldn't you be happier in some cozy, warm pool room?
Oh, no, I like being with you. It reminds me of the time I was a deputy sheriff.
Oh, you were a deputy sheriff? The judge's influence, no doubt.
Yeah. I used it to take prisoners up to the state pen until I had my accident.
Oh, you had an accident. What happened?
Well, one of the prisoners stole my badge and had me locked up.
Yeah.
Hey, where you going now, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I'm going right here to the YMCA. I'm thinking of taking some reducing exercises. You want to wait outside?
No, I'll come along with you.
I was afraid of that.
Oh, look, they got a pool table. Oh, maybe I can promote myself for a game, huh?
Yes, Erwin, maybe you can. You stick around here while I go into the gymnasium.
Hey, say, fellas, how about letting me join you?
All right, class, all right. All together now. A 1, a 2, a right, a left, a shut, the door. Oh, what do you want? 7, 8. Come on, speak up.
I came to see about
I wait. A down, up, a straight, a stoop. Why don't you join our fat men's group?
Now, see here, mister. I'm not that fat, and I didn't come here to be insulted. Goodbye.
A 1, a 2, a 3, a 4. You're going out the wrong door.
What do you mean?
Now, fast. The boys, don't dilly-dally. Why, sir, that door is in the alley.
It does? Well, splendid. Now I can dodge a pest that's been bothering me. A 1, a 2. Goodbye to you. Free at last. Now for the nearest cigar store.
Hey, Mr. Gildersleeve, hey, wait for me.
Oh, jumping jeeps, Erwin.
Say, this is just like being a deputy sheriff again.
Erwin, weren't you playing pool?
With them guys? They was playing for matches.
Yes.
Hey, now tell me, what's with the salt of the earth? What makes it better like the salt of the sea, for instance?
Excuse me, Miss Marge, but I fixed Mr. Gildersleeve's dinner. An imitation porterhouse steak made out of roasted peanuts and dandelion greens. You think he'll eat it?
Oh, I don't know, Bertie. What does it taste like?
Tastes like roasted peanuts and dandelion greens.
Poor Uncle Mort. I think he'd break down and cry if we could slip him a pork chop when that Irwin wasn't looking.
Gee, I wish this whole business was over. Uncle Mort isn't any fun anymore. When he isn't groaning and complaining, he's mad at everybody or trying to tear the telephone book in two.
Well, I tried to get Mr. Gildersleeve to give up that diet of his, but he's stubborner than a balky mule caught in a tar pit on a hot afternoon. Why, that man... Oh, there he is now. Everybody take to the cyclone cellars.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, Bertie. How are you, my boy? And Marjorie. You're even more beautiful than usual, my dear.
Uh-oh, something's wrong.
Yeah,
Gee, Uncle, you feel all right?
Yes, maybe you'd like to rest a while, Uncle Mort.
Nonsense. I never felt better. You know what happened? That Irwin, who's been shadowing me, had to go home. He's got a stomach ache. Yeah, now maybe I can have a decent meal at last.
Well, thank goodness. I just been itching to fix you some nutriment that don't taste like sawdust.
Yeah.
Now I can throw that imitation steak and fix you a real good one.
Yeah, that's right. And some biscuits and jam. And a hunk of pie. And hurry up, Bertie.
Yes, sir, I'm going.
Yeah.
I better catch the door on the way.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Hey, hurry up, Bertie.
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm going to get you that roast peanut and dandelion green steak right now.
Yeah, Bertie, what do you mean?
We got a visitor, and it's Judge Hooker.
Oh, no.
Oh, hello there, Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
Irwin phoned me. He was too sick to stay with you, so I came right over myself.
Why, Judge?
Because I have a sneaking suspicion that you're responsible for Irwin's stomachache.
Look out, Uncle Mort. Here comes another sled.
Yeah. We better get over to the other side of the road, Leroy. Yeah.
Gee, they got a horse to pull theirs.
Yes, I wish we had.
You getting tired, Unc?
Oh, no, I can... I can go on a while, Leroy.
Oh, boy, I think this is fun.
Yes, you would. But to tell the truth, I don't think I'm going to lose any weight this way unless I freeze it off.
What's the matter, Unc? Cold?
Not any longer, Leroy. I'm numb. I hope I'll be able to get my nose defrosted.
Wait till we get to the top of this hill, Uncle Mort. It'll be keen sliding down.
Well, I don't know if we're going to get to the top, my boy. This sled is a pretty heavy load.
Oh, no, it isn't, Unc.
Oh, yes, it is. How about us two changing places?
But why?
Well, I feel sort of funny sitting on this sled while you pull me all the way up the hill. There you are, waitress. Have you brought everything I ordered?
Yes, sir. Here it is. Cream of mushroom soup.
Good.
Lobster salad. Filet of sole.
Yes, with marjorie sauce.
Chicken a la king.
My favorite fowl.
Baked potatoes.
Big ones, too.
Artichoke.
Artichoke.
And black bottom pie with whipped cream.
Oh, boy. Say, how about the cream corn?
Oh, right here, sir.
At last. For the first time in days, I'll really be able to give my bicuspids a romp. And am I going to make up for all those meals I've been missing? Huh? What's that? Who's there?
Uncle Mort! Uncle Mort, wake up!
What? Where am I?
You're still in bed and it's 9:30 already. Get up, Uncle Mort!
Oh, Leroy, why did you have to knock at that moment? I was just about to have a dream of a dinner.
What's the big box for, Uncle Mort?
Oh, that's a steam cabinet, Marjorie.
What you gonna steam, Unc?
Me. I'm going to lose that 10 pounds if I have to poach myself parboiled.
I'd be careful if I were you, Uncle.
Oh, it's so simple Leroy could operate it.
Gee, can I?
In a moment. Now run along, Marjorie, while we try it out.
All right, but don't try to lose too much at once, Unc.
Yeah.
How much weight have you lost so far, Uncle?
Well, I don't know quite for sure, Leroy. These bathroom scales have such small figures, it's hard to read from where I stand.
Yeah. It's hard to read around a curve, too.
What? What do you mean, Leroy? Oh, yes. Yeah, my chest does get in the way a little.
Why don't you step on the scales now and I'll read the figures?
Oh, a capital idea, Leroy. Careful.
Stand still now.
Huh?
There, it reads 213.
Oh, my goodness. I've taken on weight, not off.
Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. Here, hold my robe, Leroy. I'm getting into this steam box right now. Yeah. Now, please turn that knob on the side, Leroy.
Like this?
Yeah. I can feel the weight dropping off already. Turn it on some more, Leroy.
Okay.
It's foggy, isn't it?
What?
Don't turn it on anymore.
I can't hear you. What did you say?
Don't turn it on anymore.
Oh, more.
Oh! Stop, Leroy. It feels like I'm on fire.
Higher? Okay.
Oh, not higher. Stop it.
Hey, what's the trouble, Unc? What's cooking?
I am. Turn down the steam.
I can't. It's so foggy I can't find the knob.
Open the door and let me out.
Where are they? I can't see anything.
Hurry up, Leroy. I'm roasting. Do something.
Oh, gee whiz, what'll I do? Get a plumber?
No, get a doctor.
I never heard of such foolishness in all my experience.
Yes, Doctor.
A man your size and shape, Gildersleeve, trying to boil himself down to skin and bones.
I did?
And you, Judge Hooker, trying to gamble your friend's health away.
I'm sorry. I never thought it would come to this.
Why, as a result of this foolish wager, Mr. Gildersleeve is not only suffering from malnutrition, nervous exhaustion, and anemia, but also from blisters.
Yeah.
Oh, I wish I'd never made that bet. Would it make you feel any better if I called it off, Gildy, old man?
Would it? That's the nicest thing that's happened to me in a week. And it's mighty sporting of you, Judge Hooker.
That's all right.
Better rest now, Gildersleeve. I'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah.
Come on, Judge.
All right. Goodbye, Throckmorton. I'll phone to find out how you're getting along.
Yeah, thanks, Judge. Goodbye, Doc.
Goodbye.
Leroy.
Yes, Uncle Mort? How are you feeling?
Much better. The judge just canceled our bet.
Gee, that means you saved $100.
Yes. But I still can't understand why I gained weight. I dieted and exercised. I didn't smoke. And yet I went up from 225 when I began to 230 now.
Oh, no, Unc. No, you don't weigh 230. I said 213.
What? You mean I lost 12 pounds? Where's that Judge Hooker? Wait till I get my hands on that little welcher. I'll kill him.
great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But first, these days it's more important than ever to know the facts about the foods you buy. So here are a few facts about Parquet margarine, made by Kraft, so you can judge its goodness yourself. First, Parquet margarine is a wholesome vegetable margarine, made of refined American vegetable oils that are highly nutritious and rich in energy value. These oils give Parquet margarine its wholesome nourishment and make it one of the best energy foods you can serve. Another thing, Parquet margarine is a reliable year-round source of vitamin A. Now, that's important. It means that summer and winter, there are always 9,000 units of vitamin A in every pound of Parquet, and never less. As for Parquet margarine's flavor, one taste will tell you how delicate and appetizing it is. Kraft, of course, is famous for fine-tasting foods, and Parquet is no exception. Yes, thousands of housewives have found that Parquet is the margarine with the delicious flavor, grand for table use and for cooking, because it tastes so downright good. Now, nourishing and good tasting as Parquet margarine is, it's economical, too, so surely you should try it. Tomorrow, ask for Parquet margarine. Just say Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y.
Uncle Mort, I'm so glad you've given up all those nasty old resolutions.
Yes, so am I, Marjorie.
Now, I've got a surprise for you.
Oh, surprise? You have? Well, I love surprises.
All right. Close your eyes.
Like this?
Yes. Now, open your mouth.
Like that?
Yes. Now, close it again.
What's this?
One of the cigars I gave you for Christmas. Now you can smoke as many as you want.
Isn't that dandy? Good night, folks.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at this same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents the Great Gildersleeve. Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Peary as the Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levin. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, the good word for all you thrifty women who are looking for ways to cut food bills. The product called Kraft Dinner is just your dish. For Kraft Dinner gives you the economical way, the quick way to make delicious macaroni and cheese, drenched with cheese goodness. With Kraft Dinner, you make fluffy, tender macaroni, drenched with cheese goodness in just 7 minutes cooking time. You see, every Kraft Dinner package contains a special quick cooking macaroni and an envelope of Kraft grated, so you can sprinkle in cheese goodness in a jiffy. Won't you try this economical, delicious macaroni and cheese tomorrow? A main dish ready in 7 minutes is a big help on wash day. Tomorrow morning, ask your dealer for a package of Kraft Dinner. For the past few days, our friend Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve has been the victim of a baffling attack of the sneezes, and so far he hasn't found out the cause. Could it be some allergy, or is his mustache starting to back up on him? Come on, let's visit the Great Gildersleeve and find out.
And as I was saying, Marjorie, every time
Gesundheit.
Don't mention it.
Every time you what, Uncle Mort?
Every time a button pops off my vest.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, you bet. I'm on my 4th vest now.
Yeah, and that last sneeze broke your shoelaces.
Yeah? Oh, well, I've got to find some way of stopping this sneezing before I blow my brains out. Oh, I didn't do it that time.
Sometimes.
Yeah, well, you don't have to mention it.
No, Uncle Mort, I really think you should see a doctor. Now, this may be something serious.
Sure, whatever it is, it's nothing to be sneezed at.
Then why am I sneezing?
Oh, there must be something you're allergic to.
Yeah, I know it. I'm allergic to sneezing.
No, Uncle, something else is wrong. Now, why don't you go right downtown and see Dr. DePeister?
Yeah, who in the name of the Mayo brothers is Dr. DePeister?
Well, I understand he's wonderful. Allergies are his specialty.
Oh, you mean he's an anti-sneeze man?
Yes. Florence Foreman told me he cured her. Found she was allergic to gasoline, so she sold her car.
Wasn't that a little drastic?
Oh, no. After she got Dr. DePeister's bill, she had to anyway.
Well, I hate to blow in a lot of money on my nose, Marjorie.
Excuse me, Miss Margaret, I was just making up your room. And you know that little kitty of yours?
Ah, you mean my itty-bitty pitty kitty?
Itty-bitty, oh, for corn's sake.
What's he been up to now, Bertie?
It's that sweater you making for that Einstein in the Navy on account of he gave you that pussycat.
Don't tell me you found that.
Yas'm, the kitten got into knitting.
Oh, that's a shame, Marjorie.
What did he try to do? Pull the wool over his eyes?
Yep.
Yeah, and on him it don't look good.
Oh, dear. Did he do much damage, Bertie?
Just looky here. I brought the sweater in.
What sweater? That thing is more snarls than a cage full of tigers. Why, it's...
It's what, Unc?
It's
Gee, Unc, that one made the windows rattle.
The windows, eh? Good. I thought it was my teeth.
Really, Uncle Mort, you must go downtown and see Dr. DePeister.
Oh, nonsense, Marjorie. Why should I let a trivial... Well, maybe someday... Come on, what are we waiting for? Where is that doctor? But, Marjorie, I haven't sneezed once since we left home. Just my luck. When the doctor asks me how I do it, I won't be able to show him.
Oh, now sit down, Uncle. Relax and look at a magazine.
Magazine? Oh, all right. There's an article in the National Geographic for May 1916 I never did finish.
Uncle, you won't find that here.
Why not? This is a doctor's office, isn't it?
Yes, but this is a young doctor.
Makes no difference, my dear. When a boy decides on a medical career, what's the first thing he does?
I don't know. What?
He starts saving magazines. That's one of the reasons he has to be an intern so long. Just to age his National Geographic.
Oh, Uncle. Why do they always have the National Geographic?
Well, it's all about faraway places. Anybody who sits in a doctor's office would rather be someplace far away.
Oh, excuse me. Are you Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes?
Well, the doctor will see you now. This way, please.
Yeah, what's he so cheerful about? The way she chirps, she'd make Florence Nightingale sound like a mudlark.
Now, you go right ahead, Uncle Mort.
Well, all right, my dear, but I'm feeling dandy now.
Oh, this is Mr. Gildersleeve, Doctor.
How do you do, Gildersleeve? Any relation to Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve?
Oh, yes, that's me.
Oh, it is. Well, now, where'd I hear that name before?
I phoned you an hour ago.
That's where I heard it. I never forget a face. What seems to be your trouble?
Sneezing.
Oh, you're having trouble sneezing?
Oh, no, I'm not having trouble sneezing. I'm having trouble sneezing. For the past 4 or 5 days, that's all I've been doing.
Yeah, monotonous, isn't it?
Yes, I'm starting to get a permanent wave in my nose. Every morning I get up and sneeze all the cornflakes out of my bowl.
I know what to cure that.
What was that?
I say I know what to cure that.
What?
Oatmeal.
Yeah.
Well, you'd better remove your clothes, please. And while you're doing that, I'll ask you a few questions.
Yeah?
Does anything you eat make your eyes water?
Yeah, raw onion.
Any food cause violent sneezing?
Well, black pepper does.
Any favorite dish that causes spots to appear on you?
Oh, yes. I get spots from soft-boiled eggs.
From eggs? Where?
On my necktie. But really, Doctor, I wish you could see me sneeze. My eyes pop out so far it looks like I'm going to expel the pupils.
That's interesting. Suppose you show me how you do it.
I can't. I haven't sneezed once since I left home.
Most interesting. Eliminates one type of allergy that's very difficult to cure.
What's that?
The auto-infectious variety, when a person's allergic to himself.
Oh, well, I couldn't have that. I like me.
Yes. Your trouble seems to be localized somewhere at home. That makes the problem much simpler.
Oh, of course. All I have to do is move. Well, goodbye, Doc.
1 second, please. We'll never find the trouble by moving away from it.
I don't want to find it. I just want to lose it.
Then we must conduct a series of tests. And I believe the best place to do that is in your home.
Oh.
Shouldn't take us long to locate the trouble, not more than a year.
Yes, just a year?
Yes, if we're lucky. And now let me listen to your heart quietly.
Yeah, okay.
You must have a heart of oak. I'd better listen again. Most interesting.
Excuse me, Doctor, but somebody's at the door.
Oh, I see. What is it?
It's time to take your pills, Doctor.
No, I won't. I hate pills. Go away.
By the way, Doctor, how much is this going to cost?
Oh, not much. Just $50 for each series of tests.
Why, that could run up into 5. Oh, my goodness, it could, couldn't it?
That's true. But if we don't do that, you'll probably sneeze yourself into an early grave.
Oh, Doctor, how soon are you coming over?
How about Sunday afternoon?
Yeah, I'll be waiting for you. Well, I'd better get going now.
Oh, no, Mr. Gildersleeve. Don't go out that way.
Why not? That's the way I came in.
Oh, no, you didn't. When you came in, you had your clothes on.
What? Oh!
Leroy. Gee, we haven't any nails left. What are you going to do when we run out?
Oh, we can pull some more at Uncle Mort's tires. Hi, Unc.
Oh, hello, Leroy. Hello, Piggy.
What did the doctor say, Unc?
He said $5, please.
Jeepers, Leroy, what's wrong?
Unc suffers from the allergics.
Yeah. Allergics? What's that?
Oh, something rubs his nose the wrong way. Say, Unc, look what we're building.
Yeah, I see. What's it supposed to be?
It's a tree house for our club, the Young MacArthurs.
You're putting it in the wrong place, Leroy. You'll never get a MacArthur out on a limb. Where are you going to put it?
Well, as soon as we get it nailed together, we're going to haul it up on that oak where the branches spread. Prefabrication.
Oh, well, that's an idea, isn't it?
Did you ever have a tree house, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, I started to one time. I had a wonderful idea. A log house in a tree. But it didn't work out.
Why not, Unc?
Well, we only had one tree in our backyard, and by the time I'd sawed enough logs for the house, there wasn't any tree left to put it in.
Did you build the house anyway?
No, my father found out what happened, and the logs and Pop and I all wound up in the woodshed.
Oh, was that the time you wanted to run away and be a sailor, and he knocked the tar out of you?
No, Leroy, that was another whaling expedition.
Gee, Mr. Gildersleeve, will you help us build our clubhouse?
Oh, of course. I'll pitch right in. Hand me the hammer, Leroy. Thank you. I just love to drive nails. Now watch me and learn, Leroy. Excuse me. Understand now, Leroy?
No, I don't quite...
Oh, but it's so simple. What's troubling you?
Well, I'm wondering how you're going to get your necktie off now that you've nailed both ends to the plank.
What do you mean? I see.
Hey, Uncle Mort, is the flagpole straight now?
Oh, it's just fine up there, Leroy. Now nail down that little birdhouse.
Birdhouse? Oh, you mean our mailbox?
Leroy, who's going to deliver mail up in a tree 20 feet off the ground?
Okay, it's a birdhouse.
Oh, Leroy!
Yes, Bertie?
I'd like you to come down out of that tree. It's time for lunch. And that reminds me, Mr. Gildersleeve, Judge Hooker just dropped in.
Oh, he did he? That old goat always shows up at feeding time. Tell him to come out here. I want him to see the house we built.
Yes, sir. And don't you dilly-dally, Leroy.
I won't, Bertie. Gee, Unc, isn't the clubhouse swell? I just finished fixing the secret trapdoor on the roof.
A secret trapdoor? Well, I wish I could see it. Must be very cozy inside.
Okay.
Yeah, now you go in to lunch. And scrub your hands before you sit down at the table.
Okay, but gee whiz, I bet Tarzan never has to wash before he eats.
Yes, of course not. Tarzan's in hot water all the time. Anyhow.
Hello, Leroy. How are you feeling, Gildersleeve? Still sneezing your brains out, or have you run out of brains?
No, Hooker, I haven't run out of brains. Would you like to borrow some?
No. Wouldn't think of taking your last one. What's the big attraction out here?
The attraction is that tree house the kids built. Like to go up there and look at it?
No, thanks. I can see it well enough from here.
Yes, they have a secret trap door and a lot of other modern improvements. Come on, let's go.
Now, let's quit kidding ourselves, Throckmorton. We're too old to go traipsing up the side of a tree to peek at a packing box.
Yes, speak for yourself, you old fogey.
Fogey.
Okay, then you're an old fogey. Why, you even get out of breath playing checkers. Thank goodness I'm different.
Don't kid me, Throckmorton. If you aren't too old, you're too fat. Now forget about it. You're dizzy enough on the ground without climbing trees.
In that case, I guess I'll have to show you, Judge Hooker. Here, hold my coat, Grandpa, and watch a man strut his stuff.
Careful, Gildy. You'll get halfway up and then spread your stuff.
Don't worry about me, Judge. I come from a long line of tree climbers.
That may be so, but remember, you haven't any tail.
If I stand on this box, I think I can reach that limb. Yeah, just watch me, Judge.
Come on down from there, Gildersleeve, before you fall on that big fat neck.
Just a little rusty, that's all. I never knew I weighed so much.
You're building up to a terrible letdown, Humpty Dumpty.
By George, I'm going to make it. And nobody's more surprised than I am.
Well, you made it, but you never get down again.
Hey, you ought to be up here, Judge. There's a beautiful view from here.
There is?
On a clear day, I can see into every second-story window in the block.
What are you walking around on the roof for? The door isn't up there.
I think it is. Leroy said something about a secret trap door somewhere. Oh!
Gildersleeve, what happened?
I found the trap door.
You better stop fooling around and come down. That's pretty dangerous.
You may be right. I'd better. Uh-oh.
What's wrong now?
But I got in here. I should be able to get out.
Gildersleeve, what's the trouble?
I can't squeeze out of this door.
But you just got in.
Yeah, but I came in fast, and I'm stuck fast, too. Yeah, this is going to be one of my bad days.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a moment. Meanwhile, let me tell you how to be a speed artist at making grand macaroni and cheese. Get a package of the product called Kraft Dinner. Out of that package, take the special macaroni and cook it in salted boiling water not more than 7 minutes to the clock. Then, just drain it well and lightly mix the fluffy macaroni with a little butter and milk. Next, take the envelope of Kraft grated from the Kraft Dinner box and sprinkle the cheese goodness through and through the macaroni. Turn the macaroni and cheese into a serving dish, and your dinner main dish is ready. Ready in double-quick time. A really thrifty main dish. And really delicious macaroni and cheese, too. Now, doesn't Kraft Dinner sound like a wonderful idea for busy days? Well, get some tomorrow. Every Kraft Dinner package contains the making for 4 servings of delicious macaroni and cheese. Better get several packages tomorrow and stock the pantry shelf. Your family will love Kraft Dinner macaroni and cheese. And now let's return to the great Gildersleeve, whom we left stranded in a house in a tree in the backyard. As we find Uncle Mort again, he's still there, while below Judge Hooker tries to comfort him with song.
Rock-a-bye, Gildy, in the treetop.
I'll kill that Hooker.
When the wind blows, hang on or you drop.
Yeah, I'll drop on you.
When the bow bends, it surely will break, and Gildy will hit just like an earthquake.
Hooker, stop that infernal nursery rhyme.
Oh, you want something more modern, huh? All right, Gildy, I'll give you the #1 song on the hit parade.
Yo.
Don't sit up in the apple tree with anyone else but me. Anyone else but me.
Yes.
Anyone else but me.
No. Do something. Get me out of here. This is a terrible predicament.
Yes, isn't it?
You just wait, Judge Hooker. I'm going to break every bone in your head. Now get me out of here.
Hey, what's going on out here? Where's Uncle Mort, Judge?
Uncle decided to visit your treehouse, Leroy. See him? He became so absorbed in it he can't tear himself away.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, now I can see him. His head's sticking out of the secret trapdoor. Oh, how do you like it up there?
I'd like it a lot better up here if I were down there.
Gee, is anything wrong?
Oh, no, nothing at all, Leroy. Except that I'm wearing your secret trapdoor as a girdle. I'm stuck up here fast. You got to do something.
Leroy, what's all the shouting about? Jeepers, there's Uncle Moore's up a tree. Look. Why, Uncle Moore!
Hello, Marjorie.
What are you doing up there?
I think he's looking for a bird's nest. He's been acting as if he's a little cuckoo.
Don't you egg me on, Hooker. Marjorie, I came up here to inspect Leroy's little shanty, but now I'm stuck. And frankly, I'm beginning to get bored with lodging here.
Excuse me, folks, but where's Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yeah, I'm right here, Bertie.
Well, where's that horse coming from? He can't be in the top of the tree. His trunk's bigger than the tree.
I'm upstairs in the tree, Bertie. What is it?
There's a Dr. Duplex that the son go to see. He says he's got an appointment.
Oh, great jumping jeeps, the sneeze doctor. I forgot all about him.
Gee, Unc, I don't think there's room enough for both of you out there.
Of course not, Leroy. And I won't have anyone see me in this ridiculous, undignified position. Bertie, tell him to come back later in the afternoon. Tell him I'm at a board meeting.
But, Uncle, that wouldn't be telling the truth.
Oh, yes, it would, my dear. Wherever I turn, I'm meeting a board.
Well, I'm going to tell him.
And Bertie, after he leaves, bring me something to eat.
Yes, sir.
Slice up some of that tongue and make 3 or 4 sandwiches, huh? It's way past my lunchtime, and I feel as hollow as Judge Hooker's head.
That's right, Gildersleeve. Go ahead and stuff yourself. Then you'll never be able to get out of that box.
Oh, my goodness. I never thought of that. Just 2 tongue sandwiches, Bertie.
Okay, but how am I going to serve him? All parachute?
Gee, Unc, why didn't you let the doctor come back here? I bet he can get you out.
Leroy, I don't need an allergy specialist. I need a tree surgeon.
Well, he can put you on a reducing diet.
Sorry, Leroy, but that wouldn't work. No matter how much your uncle reduced, he'd still be living on the fat of the land.
Hooker, why don't you go home?
All right. I can take a hint. I just hope you're stuck up there until your north side is covered with moss. Goodbye.
Oh, Uncle Mort, I'm sorry this happened. Now that he's gone, don't you feel sort of empty inside?
I'll say I do. Where's Bertie with those tongue sandwiches? Oh, Bertie!
Yeah, come, Mr. Gildersleeve. I had some trouble with the cat. And that doctor man said he'll be back later, and he's still charging me for this visit.
Well, never mind that now. What about my lunch? Didn't you bring me those sandwiches?
No, sir. I'm awful sorry about that, but I can't.
You can't? Why not?
Because the cat got your tongue.
Come on, Piggy, pull.
No, Piggy, don't pull. You're just taking the back right out of my shirt. It's no use, boys. Oh, why did you ever build this thing so solidly?
Jeepers, you told us to, Mr. Gildersleeve.
You're trapped by my own words. You better climb down now, boys, and try to borrow a ladder and an axe someplace.
Okay, Uncle.
And remember, I don't want anyone in the neighborhood to know about this. I'd be the butt of too many jokes.
You coming, Leroy?
Scramble down now. I can see the girl next door in her room. I don't want to attract any attention.
We'll be right back, Uncle.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Dottie. How are you today?
Oh, perfectly fine, except for a blister I picked up at tennis that's been annoying me ever since. Isn't it terrible?
Heel?
I'll say he is. He followed me all the way home. Say, how did you ever manage to get up so high? Is that a steam cabinet you're sitting in? What are you doing up in the tree?
Who, me? Oh, nothing. I'm just doing an important air raid defense job.
You don't say. Well, what is it? You can trust me because you know I always keep my mouth closed and everything I hear goes right in one ear and out the other. And gee, I wonder why that is.
Well, what's there in between to stop it?
Well, then you tell me, huh? What is it?
Well, if you must know, I'm up here spotting airplanes.
Spotting airplanes? Well, fascinating. Gee, I wish I could help you, only I wouldn't know what colors to spot them.
No, I don't suppose you would. Shh. Hey, what's that noise?
Oh, my goodness. There's a fire somewhere.
Huh?
Oh, I simply must go because I just love to curl up in front of a good fire. Well, goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve. I hope you polka dot a lot of flames.
Polka dotted. Just my luck to have a nice, exciting fire somewhere, and I can't go. Is that you down there, Leroy?
Yes, sir.
Where's the fire?
Listen, Uncle Mort. You told me to borrow a ladder and a knife, but not to tell the neighbors, so I just called the fire department.
No. Great jumping jeeps. Why did you do that? Oh, I won't have it. Look at all those people. Send them away. And tell them to stop coming.
The jeepers, Uncle Mort.
Hello, kid. Is that him up there?
Yes, Chief, but he says that he don't want to...
Bring a 30-footer, boys. Go away. Take those fire wagons out of our alley. Keep that crowd out of our yard.
Oh, a little violent, huh?
Now take it easy, Tubby. We'll get you down.
I don't want to come down. I like it up here.
What is this guy, a squirrel?
Don't worry, Uncle Mort. He'll chop you off in no time.
Keep those hatchet men away from me. I'm very comfortable up here, and I won't come down till I'm good and ready.
As nutty as a fruitcake.
He's jerky, that's all.
Probably thinks he's General Doolittle.
Why don't you brave fire, lad, and just go back to your checker game?
Now, see here, Fatso. We were called to take you down from there.
Who called you? Did I call you?
No, but somebody...
You're paid for putting out fires, not for coming around annoying innocent people who are enjoying a nice rest up a tree.
Now, we're supposed to take
Oh, wasting the taxpayers' money, eh? Now, you get out of here before I pick up my phone and report this to the mayor.
Come on, boys. Put that ladder back in the truck. Quinn, take this axe back. Let's get out of here before I turn a hose on that big fat false alarm.
The idea. I guess I told him a thing or two.
Gee, Uncle Mort, those guys would have gotten you out of there in a minute. Don't you want to come down?
No, Leroy, I couldn't come down that ladder in front of that crowd.
Why not?
Because there are a lot of nails up here, and I've torn a square foot out of the seat of my pants.
Well, maybe if we spread a lot of mattresses all around and then cut down a tree, then maybe...
I cut down a tree once, and it takes days, Bertie.
Say, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'll bet you'd get through if you got a can of grease and gave yourself a good lube job.
Thanks for the suggestion, Piggy, but I'll save that one until everything else fails.
Uncle Mort, here comes Dr. DePicer.
Oh, I've forgotten all about him. Say, I just realized something. I haven't sneezed since I came up here, Marjorie. He'll probably want me to stay here the rest of my life.
Is Mr. Gildersleeve back here?
Oh, yes. I'm up here, Doctor.
Where? Oh, there you are. Well, come down now. We'll get started with those tests.
Come down, eh? I'm afraid I'll have to stay up here a while.
Oh, now, Mr. Gildersleeve, you should have more confidence in your doctor. You mustn't run away, you know.
I'm not going to run away, but why don't you? Run away and come back some other day.
That's a rather peculiar reaction. I'll have to write the medical journal about this.
Really, Doctor, you don't understand.
Oh, hey, keep away. Cut that out.
What's wrong, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Woodpeckers are trying to build a nest in my hair.
Poor Uncle Mort.
Yeah, what's the matter? Is he allergic to woodpeckers?
Here's a policeman to see you.
A policeman? What does he want?
There have been a lot of complaints from this neighborhood about a peeping Tom.
A peeping Tom. Oh, help! It's get off! You! Now the woodpeckers are dying bothering me. Hurry up, woman! Get away from me, birds. You bother me.
How's your sewing going on?
Sawing? Not so good. I'm getting too much attention from my little feathered friend.
I've got an idea how we can scare off the birds. I'll be right back.
All right.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, but do you expect to be down for dinner?
I hope so, Bertie.
So do I, because I can't figure how I'm going to serve you your soup up there.
Oh, well, that'd be simple. I could drink it through a straw.
What, oxtail soup?
Yes, oxtail.
Here, kitty. No, kitty, come on now. Hey, Unc, look what I've got to drive the birds off.
Oh, Marjorie's cat. Good. Send him right up here, Leroy. I'm afraid some bird's going to lay an egg on me any minute.
Go ahead up to Uncle Mort, kitty. Attaboy. Yes. Keep on going. That's it.
Yeah, here. Kitty. Ah, yes. Come on. Stay right up here near your Uncle Mort. Isn't he cute? Leroy, that was certainly a bright eye.
Good sight.
Yes. You're welcome, Bertie. Hey, I didn't sneeze once since I came up here until that cat.
What is it, Uncle Mort?
I just found out what I'm allergic to, Marjorie. It's that cat of yours. Oh, well, this saves me a lot of doctor bills and time and trouble. Why, I'm so No, don't call him, Leroy. Looks like I'm going to sneeze my way out of here. Hey, come here, nice kitty. I can't hear you, Leroy. On account. Where am I?
You're in the middle of our victory garden, Unc. Right between the mashed potatoes and the split peas.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's just 6 months since Pearl Harbor. Since then, this nation has leaped to arms with one idea in our minds and hearts: victory. This summer, there'll be no slackening, no rest. The leading NBC shows are joining our government in bringing you the Victory Parade, a series of Sunday afternoon shows heard all through the summer in the Jack Benny time. We urge you to listen. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
We all need extra vitality these days, the energy to help make our war machine hum. So you'll be glad to know that one of the best energy foods you can serve, and one that's economical too, is wholesome parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now, unlike some foods, delicious parquet margarine is the kind you naturally serve at every meal. It's a wonderfully good-tasting spread for bread. It's a real flavor-shortening for baking. It makes pan-fried foods tastier. Yes, you can use parquet margarine all these ways to help add extra nourishment and goodness to your meals. Another thing, every pound of parquet margarine contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So for all these reasons, order a pound or two of economical parquet margarine tomorrow. Remember, it's parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Pabst presents The Great Gildersleeve. The makers of Pabst present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Whedon. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, are some of the foods you usually serve hard to get these days? Well, don't think that means your meals have to be monotonous, because there's a plentiful food that gives appetizing variety to menus in 100 different ways and is mighty easy to use, too. I'm talking about Pabst, the delicious golden cheese food that comes in the familiar round package. It spreads easily to make tasty, nutritious sandwiches. Pabst also slices neatly to serve with apple pie or fruit. And it's no trick at all to make smooth cheese sauces with Pabst, to pour over hot vegetables, hard-cooked eggs, fish, or chicken dishes. Yes, and Pabst makes smooth, tempting rarebits, light, fluffy soufflés. And it's a sure hit melted on toast in the broiler. Why, all in all, you could count at least 100 different ways to turn everyday foods into exciting treats with Pabst. Another thing, Pabst is easy to digest, too, and wholesome and nourishing, a favorite with the youngsters. So serve Pabst often. Ask your grocer for Pabst tomorrow. You'll recognize it by its distinctive round, flat package. Remember, it's Pabst, the delicious golden cheese food of 100 uses. And now, let's join our friend, the great Gildersleeve, who seems to have been overdoing a bit lately. His legal counsel, Judge Hooker, has persuaded him to drop in on Doc Pettibone for a checkup. And while the judge stands by, the good doctor goes over the great man with a stethoscope. You know, Doctor, this is a lot of nonsense. I feel fine.
Oh, quiet, please, Mr. Gildersleeve. I want to listen to that heart of yours.
We take you now to Gildersleeve's heart. Take it away, Doc. Yes, what is it? Why do you look like that? What is it, Doc? What have you found?
Don't tell me you found a heart.
You keep out of this, Hooker. This is serious.
I'd like you to listen to this, Judge. Put this stethoscope on. That's right. Now hold the other end up to his chest.
Stand still.
It tickles.
Well, stand still.
There. Now listen. What do you hear?
Sort of a rustling noise.
Sort of a what?
Sounds like a troop of Boy Scouts coming through the underbrush.
No, that's the hair on his chest. You're in the wrong place. Hold it lower. Hold it still.
Hold Gildersleeve still.
Oh, cut that out, Hooker. I can't stand this suspense. Doc, am I going to die?
No. Now take it easy.
Don't spare me, Doc. I'm a sick man. I know it. Don't try to fool me. If my time is up, I want you to tell me.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Mr. Gildersleeve, but you are not going to die.
No?
No.
Did you hear that, Hooker?
You're not going to die, but with that blood pressure of yours, if you don't do what I tell you, you're going to blow up.
Oh, my goodness. I'll do it, Doctor. I'll do anything you say. You name it, and I'll do it.
Well, I want you to get some rest.
Rest, yeah?
Lie low. Take it easy. Above all, don't get excited.
Don't get excited.
Maybe you ought to go away for a few days.
That's what I keep telling him. Go away. Go away.
Listen, you meddlesome old goat.
The judge is right.
Yeah. Why don't you close up the house and take the kids and go fishing?
Say, I haven't been fishing in 20 years.
Best thing in the world for the nerves, isn't it, Doc?
Nothing like it.
Yes, sir. I used to be quite a fly caster in my day. A regular Isaac Walpole.
Well, then the place for you is Lake Hackmatack. You can rent a little cabin up there and just...
Are there any fish?
Are there any fish? You know that big trout that hangs over the sideboard in my dining room?
Yes.
Lake Hackmatack.
Yes. Say, one of those wouldn't look bad in my den. By George, I'll do it. I'll take Marjorie and Leroy, and we'll start the first thing in the morning. Come on, Judge.
Mr. Gildersleeve, just a minute.
Yes?
There's one more thing.
What's that, Doc?
$5, please.
Oh, yeah. $5. Where is everybody?
Leroy, you get right out of my kitchen. You've gone and messed up every pop and bottle I got. And look at that floor.
Good evening, Bertie.
Evening, Mr. Gildersleeve.
My, something smells mighty good.
It smells all right, but it ain't good.
Leroy, what's going on here? What on earth are you doing with all those bottles?
Just making a little root beer.
A little root beer?
He's made 14 gallons.
Well, that's how much it makes. You can see for yourself, Unc. It says here on the bottle. This extract is sufficient to make 14 gallons of genuine root beer.
Don't you think you're getting into this thing a little deep, Leroy? 14 gallons. That's an awful lot of burps.
Yeah, and he's used up every bottle and cork I got, and the wash tub still half full.
Wash tub?
Oh, you don't understand, Uncle Mort. I'm not going to drink it. I'm going to sell it.
Leroy, did you ever hear of the Pure Food and Drug Act?
No.
Well, you will. And you're going to hear the Riot Act if you don't get that stuff out of Bertie's kitchen. Where's Marjorie, Bertie?
She's out back, Mr. Gildersleeve. She's been laying in a hammock crying her eyes out.
Crying? Say, we'll have to see about this. Yeah, nothing but trouble in this house. The doctor's right. I've got to get out of here. You too, Leroy. Come on. You ought to know better than to muss up. Why, Marjorie, what's the matter, honey?
Nothing. It's Doug. He was supposed to take her to the movies tonight, and he's standing her up.
He is not. I'm standing him up.
Huh? Wait a minute. Let me get this thing straight.
He stood me up last night, so I'm standing him up tonight.
Well, darling, if you're standing him up, what are you crying about? It's Doug who should feel badly.
I know. But he doesn't. He's going to take that Helen Gibson out.
Well, you told him to take her out. I heard you.
Yes, but he's going to do it.
Oh, that's women for you. Take my advice, Unc. Never have anything to do with them.
Yes, all right, Lee.
Take it from me. The more you do for them, the less they appreciate it.
I know.
Treat them rough and tell them nothing. That's my method. Take my advice.
Leroy, why don't you start a column? You tend to your root beer and lay off your sister. Now, Marjorie, I wouldn't waste any tears on a fellow like Doug. He's nothing but...
Don't you dare say anything against Doug.
Stick around, Leroy. I may need you after all. Remember, Marjorie, there's better fish than Doug. Right in Lake Hackmatack. Say, how'd you like to go to Hackmatack for a couple of weeks, huh? We'll rent a little camp, and we'll do nothing but lie around in the sun all day and fish. What do you say?
Fish! Yippee!
If I wasn't asking you, Leroy. If Marjorie?
Well, if there's going to be any fishing, there's one thing I'd like to know first.
Oh, what's that?
Who cleans the fish?
Yes, there is that. Leroy, you're getting to be a big boy now.
What's the matter with you cleaning the fish, Unc?
Well, I'll tell you. Funny thing about me and fish, I'm not a squeamish man, but if there's one thing I can't stand, it's cleaning fish.
But we haven't caught any fish yet.
Wait a minute, I've got it. Bertie! Oh, Bertie!
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Bertie, how would you like to go away with us tomorrow for a nice vacation? Let's get going. It's 10:30, and we were going to start at 8 o'clock. Come on.
We're coming, Uncle Mort.
Well, then what's holding us up?
We're just packing the lunch.
For goodness sake, we just finished breakfast.
Now, you'd be the first to holler, Mr. Gildersleeve, if there wasn't any lunch. We'll be done as soon as we finish these deviled eggs.
Yeah, I don't know why it is every time we go anyplace, all the women in the house have to start deviling eggs. Have you got the thermos bottle?
Yes.
Have you got the steamer rug?
Yes. Oh, Uncle Mort, why don't you just leave the packing to us? We can do it much quicker if you'll just let us alone.
Well, we're just trying to help, for heaven's sake. Or if I'm not wanted here, far be it
Why
from
don't
me.
you go get the car out?
A man tries to offer his services around here, and he gets his head taken off. Come on, Leroy.
Hey, Unc, can I back the car out?
No, you may not.
Why not, Uncle Mort? Piggy Banks backed his car out. I can do it honest.
You heard me. I said no.
Well, why not?
I told you before, young man, you're too young. You're much too young to understand about cars.
Oh.
Now get off the running board. I'm going to start it up. Yeah. Have you been fooling with this car, young man?
No, sir. But may I make a suggestion?
No, you may not. What is it?
Why don't you turn on the ignition?
Turn up. Yeah. It's a funny thing. I've been trying to start it that way for years. It's never worked yet. Gangway! Well, who the...
What are you trying to do, Throckmorton? Run over me?
No, Judge, but it's a nice idea.
That's gratitude. An old friend comes over to say goodbye to you, and you try to run him down.
Here's a lunch basket, Miss Gildersleeve.
Oh, Leroy, while you're resting, go get that, will you? I'll open the trunk. One side, please, Judge. Leroy, what's all this in here?
That's my root beer.
Well, get it out of there.
Oh,
We've got to have room for the baggage. We can't take all this.
well, gee, can't I take some of it?
You can take 6 bottles. That's all we'll have room for. That's all you'll have room for, too.
Okay.
The idea. I've never seen it.
Good morning, Judge Hooker.
Morning, Marjorie. Well, it looks as if you had a fine day for a trip.
Looks like a scorcher, if you ask me. I'm dying already.
Yeah, it is a little hot.
It's a lucky thing it's not far to Hackmatack. I don't like the looks of that left rear tire there.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about that. It's still got a lot of fabric left.
It's still...
Leroy, come get these bags, will you?
Yes, Leroy, while you're resting.
Seems like I have to do all the work around here.
By the way, Throckmorton, I'll be glad to sort of keep an eye on the house for you while you're away.
Oh, the house is locked, Judge. I don't think there's anything to keep an eye on, really.
Well, you can't tell. A couple of houses have been broken into around here lately, you know.
Is that so? I hadn't heard about that.
Yes. So if you'd like to leave your key with me, I'll be glad to drop around once in a while and see that everything's all right.
Well, that's mighty nice of you, Judge. Mighty nice of you. Here, there's the front door key.
Thank you.
Leroy, have you got those bags in back there?
Yes, everything's in.
Bertie, suppose you and Leroy ride in the back. Marjorie, you sit up here in front with me, huh? Now, are we all set? Everything in? We forgotten anything? Let's see. Doors locked, lights out, bags in. Leroy, did you...
Yes, Unc.
Good. Well, we're off. Goodbye, Judge.
Bye, Rocky. Hope you like Hackmatack.
If we don't, you'll hear from us.
Bye, Marjorie. Leroy.
Goodbye, Judge.
Say goodbye. Goodbye. Good old Hooker. You know, this whole trip was really his idea, Marjorie.
He's a sweet old thing, really.
Yeah, he's a sweet old thing. I'm going to miss the sweet old goat. Well, ought to be a nice trip. Ooh.
Hey, Unc.
What was that? Sounded like a blowout.
I knew it. It's that left rear tire.
Hey, there goes another.
Oh, there goes our trip. Can you beat it? You work hard all year. You save your money. You mind your business. You try to take a well-earned vacation. Oh, no.
That's 4 of them.
Oh, the spare. How do you like that?
Well, let's get out.
You get out, Leroy. I'm afraid to look. I've seen some bad breaks in my time, but I'll be... I mean, I'm a patient man, but good gracious to Betsy. Well, that's life, I guess. Bertie, did you ever change a tire?
Hey, Unc, what do you think?
Don't tell me. Let me guess.
The tires are okay, all of them.
Leroy, this is no time for joking.
I'm not joking, they're okay.
Leroy, I distinctly heard something blow.
So did I.
I'll tell you what blew. It was Leroy's root beer. That's what blew. I told him he put too much yeast in that stuff.
Root beer. Oh, this is going to be one of my bad days.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few seconds. Everybody knows that fresh vegetables are good for you. But do you know the trick that makes practically any vegetable dish a real taste treat? Well, the answer is serve hot vegetables with smooth cheese sauce poured over them. You'll make them even better tasting, even more nutritious, too. It's easy if you use Pabst-Et, the delicious golden cheese food that comes in a handy round flat package. All you do is melt Pabst-Et in a double boiler, stir in a little milk and season. Presto, you have a grand, smooth cheese sauce, not only for vegetables, but for fish and chicken dishes, macaroni, rarebits, any number of foods. You'll be surprised how a luscious golden cheese sauce, the kind Pabst-Et makes so easily, adds sparkle to everyday dishes, gives them appetizing variety that just calls for second helping. Yes, and Pabst-Et spreads so smoothly, slices so neatly, you'll find 100 delightful ways to serve Pabst-Et, both by itself and to add cheese goodness to other foods. It pays to serve Pabst-Et often because it's so nourishing, a fine energy food, rich in milk protein, and it gives you vitamins A as well as the milk minerals calcium and phosphorus. So ask your grocer for Pabst-Et tomorrow. Remember, Pabst-Et, the delicious golden cheese food of 100 uses. And now, let's get back to the great Gildersleeve. It seems that left rear tire held out. For as the morning mists roll across Lake Hackmatack, we find the mighty angler seated in the stern of a little rowboat with his niece in the bow and his nephew at the oars.
Steady, Leroy. Steady as she goes.
Leroy, that went right in my lap. I can't help it. It's these darn oars.
It's about far enough, I think, Leroy. Yeah, let her coast. That's it. Now hand me that rod.
Rod, Marge. Oh, here, Uncle, you want a worm?
Forget the worms. A true sportsman, Leroy, would rather die than use a worm.
Well, then how do you catch the fish?
You'll see. Young man, you're about to be initiated into the gentle art of fly casting. You see that little doohickey there that covers the hook?
You mean that tassel?
It's not a tassel, young man. That's the fly. You see, it's very delicate. The finest ones are so delicate, they're made of hummingbird feathers.
Do the fairies make them, Uncle Mort?
Oh, shut up. There's a lot of angles with this, young man, so watch carefully and don't be so smart.
I'm watching.
This is how your true angler tempts the finny tribe. It's all done with the wrist, see? And the secret is in getting the rhythm. 1, you cast it. 2, you jerk it back. You see? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. It's all done with the wrist, you see? 1.
You've been saying that for 3 days now, Unc. When do you catch the fish?
The fish are secondary, young man. The sport is the thing. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1.
Yes, really, Uncle Mort.
All right, Leroy. Pass me the worms.
Tell me something, Uncle Mort. What makes you think there are any fish in this lake?
I've seen them.
Where?
In Judge Hooker's dining room.
Then what are we doing here?
Judge Hooker has a stuffed trout over his sideboard that long. And by George, I'm not leaving here till I catch something. Can you beat it? 5 days, not a single bite. Not even from a mosquito. Not one.
Remember, Uncle Mort, the sport is the thing. The fish are secondary.
Yeah. Give me those worms. I've tried dry flies, wet flies. I've tried casting, trolling. If this doesn't work, so help me, I'll go in after him with a club.
Hey, look down there.
What? Where?
Down in the weeds there.
Huh?
See him?
Ooh, and a fat one, too. Be quiet, everybody. Be very quiet now. If I can just lower the hook down there without scaring him. Easy. It don't move. What's that, a mosquito?
It's an airplane.
Well, keep it quiet. Remember now, fish are jittery. Easy now. Nice fishy. Come and bite the little worm.
That plane's coming this way, Uncle.
Go away, plane.
He's diving. It's a power dive. Look at that baby come.
Oh, the crazy fool. Look out, everybody. Duck.
It's Doug. He's waving. Hi, Doug. Hi.
Sit down, Marjorie.
Hi, Doug.
Leroy! Where's Leroy? None of your jokes now, young man. You come out of there.
I'm okay, Uncle.
This is no time to garden. Everybody all right? That's right, Marjorie. You grab hold of the boat.
Oh.
Yes. Leroy, you grab hold of me.
Yeah.
I'll grab. Hey, look what I grabbed.
The fish.
I got the little son of a gun. I got him barehanded. Oh, he's slippery.
Put him down the front of your sweater, Uncle.
Yes.
Thank heaven. Now we can go home.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you sang a mouthful. I sure am glad to get away from that lake where it has razzmatazz. What is it?
Well, with any luck, we ought to be home by dark. And be sure and take good care of that fish back there.
Oh, don't you worry about that fish. He can take care of himself. That's the powerfulest fish I ever smelled.
Well, some fish are gamier than others. Sort of have to expect that of a trout.
That ain't no trout, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What do you mean?
That trout's a flounder.
Don't you talk that way about my trout.
Well, whatever it is, it's getting higher than a goat.
Why, Marjorie, I don't smell anything.
Oh, of course you don't with those cigars. If you don't stop smoking those things, this fish is going to be kippered before you get him home. So are we.
No fooling, Mr. Gildersleeve. Don't you think we ought to stop somewhere and give him a decent burial?
Nothing doing. That fish is all I got to show for a misspent week. If he bothers you, you can hang him out the window or something.
Hey, that's an idea. Hang him on a fishing rod and stick him out back. Here, I'll do it.
Now, don't let him get away.
What do you expect him to do? Thumb his way back to Lake Hackmatack? There, that'll air him out a little.
Well, what's that guy honking about? All right, brother, come on if you're going to pass. Well, come on.
Hey!
What do you want?
You got a fish!
I know you got a fish, you big dodo. Think the man had never seen a fish before.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
What is it, Bertie?
I ain't sure, Mr. Gildersleeve, but it looks like there's some seagulls following us.
Oh, fine.
Yep, that's what it is. They're after your fish, Unc. They're after Junior. Step on him, Miss Gildersleeve.
Yeah, pull in your line, Leroy. Pull in your line. Play him, boy. Play him. I have more trouble with birds. Oh! Go away, birds. Go away. Home at last. Come on. Let's get this stuff out of here before it gets any darker. Don't forget that fish.
As if we could. I got the lunch basket. Who's going to carry in all these bags?
Bags? Leroy, while you're resting, old man.
Yeah.
Watch your step, Marjorie. It's pretty dark. You?
Uncle Mort, are you all right?
Something's grabbed me. Leroy, what did I tell you about those croquet wickets?
I thought I put them away. I'm honest.
Yeah. Look out for that mole trap there, folks. Gosh, feel that grass. I bet it's grown 8 inches since we've been away. Leroy, first thing tomorrow morning.
I know, while I'm resting.
Yeah. Hey, somebody left the light on upstairs.
Where?
In my bathroom. Bertie, has that been burning all the time we've been away?
Wasn't me, Miss Gildersleeve.
Well, who was it then?
I don't know, Miss Gildersleeve, but it's in your bathroom.
Yeah, well, that's right. Well, come on, bring the bags, folks. Boy, it's stuffy in this house. Don't forget to put that fish in the icebox, Bertie.
The icebox isn't built that could hold that fish.
Miss Gildersleeve, somebody's been in the kitchen.
What do you mean?
Tramps or gypsies or somebody.
How do you know, Bertie?
There's dirty dishes all over the place. Miss Gildersleeve, you don't think maybe it's been burglars?
Burglars? Well, we have to see about this, Bertie.
Miss Marjorie, you and me better go count that silver.
Listen.
Huh? What is it?
It's your shower, Uncle Mort.
Shower?
You didn't go off and leave it running.
Certainly not. I always turn that lip.
There's somebody in it. There's somebody up there right now.
How do you like that for nerve? Takes a shower before he robs the joint.
Quick, Unc, call the police.
It's no use, Leroy. The wires are cut.
How do you know?
They always are. It's the first thing robbers do.
But you can't wait for the police, Uncle Mort. You've got to go up there and get him.
You're right, Marjorie. Who, me?
I'll guard the back stairs, Mr. Gildersleeve, and if he comes down that way, I'll party stealth with this meat chopper.
Yes, you do that, Bertie, but do it quietly.
And you go up the front stairs.
Yes, wait a minute. Maybe we better think this over a little first. A lot of angles to this. Leroy, you stand by.
Okay, Unc, I've got my baseball bat.
Marjorie, you sneak out and run for the cops. Well, here I go, if nobody stops me.
Be careful, Uncle Mort.
Yeah. How? Quit pushing, Leroy. I wish it wasn't so dark. I don't dare turn on a light. I'm a little vulnerable in the light. Well, here I go. Oh, those squeaky stairs. It's probably these $6 shoes. I mustn't get excited. The doctor said I mustn't get excited. I'll bet he'd get excited, though. Well, now that I'm here, I want... Uh-oh. I can see him moving around behind the shower curtain. What do I do now? Remember what the coach used to say, Gildy? Get him below the knees, boy. I wish I'd never broken training. Come on, Gildersleeve, give him what you gave Harvard. 29, 33, 76, hit him! Police!
Gildersleeve.
Hooker, what are you doing here?
Well, what does it look like I'm doing? I'm taking a shower. Any objections?
Yes, what are you doing in my house?
Well, the painters were working on mine, so I thought I'd just move over here for a few days. I didn't think you'd mind. Matter of fact, I didn't expect you back so soon.
I'll bet you didn't. Hooker, you knew you were going to move in here the minute you got me out of town. That's why you suggested that trip.
Why, Throckmorton, I'm hurt that you'd say a thing like that.
Come clean, Hooker. You just had a bath. You knew it all the time.
Well, I had to have the house painted. You know that. It was a disgrace.
Yeah.
I can't stand the smell of paint. It gives me colic. You wouldn't want me to go...
No, I wouldn't want you to have colic. Anything I have is yours, Judge. You know that. Move in any time. Make yourself at home. Wreck the joint. There's one little thing, Judge, about Lake Hackmatack.
Lovely spot.
Yes, lovely. But there's no trout there, and you know it.
Now, there you're wrong, Throckmorton. You just didn't try the right place.
Don't tell me. I combed that lake from one end to the other.
Well, no wonder. You should have tried the place where I got mine.
Where was that?
At the Hackmatack souvenir shop.
Well, Judge, let's let bygones be bygones, huh? Let's be friends.
You mean that, Throckmorton? You mean you forgive me?
Certainly, I mean it. There's my hand on it.
Gildy, my friend, I take back everything I've ever said about you.
Seems to me this calls for a little drink, huh, Judge? Bertie, bring the judge a bottle of that special root beer. You may think you've tasted root beer, Judge, but you're going to get an awful bang out of this. Good night.
Original music heard in this program is composed and conducted by Billy Mills. This is Ben Alexander speaking for the makers of Pap Step and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
Hi there. Welcome to Chesterton Radio.
Where a thriving audience loves its radio shows.
Don't take our word for it.
Here's what listeners say about Chesterton Radio.
TV is so overrated. Chesterton Radio rules.
I feel my IQ going up by the minute.
I am enjoying these so much. I haven't turned on my TV in weeks.
Lying here on my sofa with my eyes closed, I can picture the whole story. I've seen the movie version. This was just as grand, if not more. I thought I'd doze off, but no.
I am hooked. Gotta listen to one story every night before bedtime.
I love this channel. It gets me through my workday.
I'm new to radio plays. Excellent story and played out wonderfully. Thank you for the hard work and love you put into bringing us these shows.
I found Chesterton Radio over a year ago. I'm forever thankful.
I love the Lord. This is a guiltless pleasure. I bet even He likes to listen to Chesterton Radio.
I love this channel. I've not watched TV in over 2 years.
I've never heard anything like this. Mind-blowing. Enjoy our shows? We need your help today. Keep Chesterton Radio afloat. For half of what you pay the cable guys, you can support Chesterton Radio. Go to chuckthetv.com for links to our pages on Patreon, Subscribestar, and Buy Me a Coffee. Or use the link in the description below this video. Thank you for your support. It means a great deal.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Each week at this time from Hollywood, California, Kraft presents Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, let me tell you about a conversation I had the other day. A lady I know asked me, why do you speak of parquet margarine as a modern margarine? Well, here's what I said. Parquet is a modern margarine because it's so different from the margarine of a few years back. You see, parquet margarine is made by Kraft, and Kraft is famous for its fine quality, delicious tasting foods. Yes, delicate, appetizing flavor is the big reason why parquet margarine is different. It's grand both for table use and for cooking because it tastes so good. Another reason parquet margarine is different is that it's a reliable, economical source of important vitamin A. Summer and winter, every pound of parquet margarine contains 9,000 units of vitamin A. And that's something every mother and housewife should be glad to know. Besides, parquet margarine is wonderfully wholesome and nutritious. Why, it's one of the best energy foods you can serve. But why not find out how deliciously good this modern margarine is yourself? Tomorrow, ask your dealer for Parquet. Parkay. And now let's visit our friend, the great Gildersleeve.
Good morning, Uncle Mort.
Good morning.
Oh, is that one of your Christmas shirts you're wearing?
Oh, no, Marjorie. And that reminds me. Next year, I hope you're more careful about giving my sizes to Aunt Sylvia. She sent me a 13 shirt and a pair of 17 and a half socks.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Huh?
But you know Aunt Sylvia.
Yeah.
Why, she still thinks I'm a baby.
Yeah?
She sent me a pound of gumdrops and a Mickey Mouse wristwatch.
Very good.
Oh, Bertie, are you busy?
No, Miss Marge. What can I do?
See if you can sweep up some of the pine needles under the tree. It's shedding like a $19 fur coat.
That's the kind of coat I got from a gentleman of Queens last Christmas.
Oh, well, that's too bad, Bertie.
Oh, I don't mind so much. The friendship only lasted till the 4th of July, but the bunny coat didn't start to give out until long about Labor Day.
Well, I hope you have better luck with your current boyfriend.
Oh, yes, Mr. Gildersleeve. Current is right. That boy's a real live wire. He done treated me to a course in 10 lessons in rumba dancing.
Well.
Bertie, are you going to learn to rumba?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I've been rumbing for years, Miss Marge. I'm just going to improve my technique.
Yes.
Professor Guadalupe, that's my rumba teacher's name, Stonewall Jackson Guadalupe. He says I'll be a fine rumba dancer just as soon as I learn to put about twice as much energy into half as much work.
Yeah. I can see what he means. What else did you get for Christmas, Bertie, besides this course in the Cuban can-can?
Besides which?
In addition to your rumba coaching.
Oh, well, I received a bottle of the loveliest smelling lavender cologne and a box of the loveliest looking lavender face powder.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes, indeed. I'm at my stunningness in lavender.
Yeah.
Do they match that perfume you had? The last time you saw Harlem?
Yeah.
No, ma'am. This is a new kind called Chattanooga Woo Woo.
Yes.
Or tuxedo unction.
Yeah, tuxedo unction.
Well, I guess I better get up these pine needles with the back.
Yeah.
I just came from Piggy Bank's house, and you know what?
No, what?
He just gave me he wants to give me a swell Christmas present.
But, Leroy, Piggy gave you a pair of roller skates for Christmas.
Well, he feels it wasn't enough, so he wants to give me a swell puppy, and boy, is it a cute one.
Well, if it's so cute and swell, Leroy, why is he giving him away?
Because Piggy's father won't let him keep it.
He won't? What's the matter with it?
Oh, nothing's wrong with him. It's Piggy's father. He's got allergics.
Yes.
Sam, it's all right for me to have him, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. Is it a very big dog?
Who, Tiny? He's just the right size for this house.
Oh, two-story dog, eh? Yeah.
What kind is he, Leroy?
Oh, a brown with white spots. What do you say, Uncle Mort?
No, I mean, what kind of a dog?
A boy dog. How about it, Uncle?
Well, I've always thought that a dog is a wonderful companion for a young man of your age, Leroy.
Gee, so do I.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, here comes more work for me.
No, Bertie, this dog is going to be Leroy's responsibility. You're to take care of him yourself, young man, understand?
You bet.
Yeah.
You better, because I know from experience when a dog comes snooping around the kitchen for a bite, it ain't particular what it takes that bite out of.
Yeah. Don't worry, Bertie. A dog is good for a boy. Yes, I recall the dog I owned when I was Leroy's age. Good old Hector. I can remember when he was a pup.
What kind of a dog was he, Uncle Mort?
Hector was a pug dog. Yeah. You know, the kind that looks as if it's always standing with its nose against a butcher shop window?
Yeah.
We had great times together, Hector and I. Almost broke my heart when I lost him.
Was he run over, Uncle?
No, Marjorie. He got too big to ride, and I traded him for a bicycle. Yes. There's nothing like a little canine pal.
Oh,
goodness to mercy. What's going on in the cellar?
Yes. What can it be?
Well, it might be my new dog, Tiny.
Yep.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a bit surprised. I left him in the cellar till I sold you on the idea, Uncle.
Yeah. Oh, I think we better investigate this idea of yours, Leroy. Come on.
Sure, and wait till you see him. He's the cutest pup you ever saw.
Oh, really? Turn on the lights, Leroy. Thanks. Oh, my goodness. He's chewing up all my old clothes.
Here, Tiny, come on away from there. You want to get sick?
What?
Here, Tiny, here, Tiny.
Get off of me with those dirty paws. Ye gods, look at the size of Tiny. He must be a Great Dane.
Oh, no, Unc, he's only half Great Dane.
What?
The other half is St. Bernard.
St. Bernard.
Oh, boy, look at that dog eat.
Yeah. His idea of heaven is a back porch full of pork chops. Yeah, look at him. The way he goes at it, you think meat grows on trees.
Did we get another 10 pounds, Unc?
Not until I arrange for a wholesale rate at the butcher shop, Leroy. Get down, Tiny, down. Every time he hears me mention butcher shop, whoop, quit licking my face, Tiny. Grab his tail, Leroy, before he knocks me over.
Get down, doggy. Come on.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, he's a smart dog. Every time he hears me say B-U-T-C-H-E-R, he wants to go chop shopping. You should have seen us down at the MEAT market.
What happened?
I tried to train him to carry the package home in his mouth.
Didn't it work?
No. Tiny thought it'd be easier to carry it home in his tummy. Well, I guess you can't teach a new dog old tricks.
Say, it's getting cold out here. Let's go inside.
Yes, all right. Here, come on, Tiny. You can sit beside the fireplace if you promise not to chew the rug for dessert. Yeah?
Don't keep that door open so long, please, Mr. Gildersleeve. This cold weather is hard on us tropical folks.
That's all right, Bertie. Yeah, come on, Tiny, come on.
Quit sniffing around that icebox, dog.
Tiny. This way. No, keep away from the stove. I guess he's admiring your cooking, Bertie.
Well, he can admire till he's blue in the face, Leroy, but he ain't gonna get none of that there roast. I'm not cooking myself to a shadow over a hot stove for no truck horse of a Great Bernard.
Yes, look at there, Bertie. He loves you.
Get away from me, dog, before I smack you with this skillet.
But he's just playing.
Well, if he takes one step closer, he's gonna be playing a dog harp.
Come on, Tiny. Let's go into the living room.
The living room? You gonna turn that into a kennel?
Oh, no, Bertie. We'll be careful.
Careful, he says. What does 150 pounds of giddy puppy know about being careful?
Now, don't get excited, Bertie. You just take care of the kitchen department. This dog is Leroy's responsibility, and I've got a feeling in my bones. Oh! I shouldn't have mentioned bones. Get him off of me, Leroy. Grab his collar.
Come on, Tiny, this way. Go on, Bertie.
Yeah. Oh, I'm going to have to start training this pup not to jump up and lick you every time you mention F-O-O-D.
How do you do that, Unc?
Well, you make him understand you're the master, Leroy. Just look him straight in the eye and say, "Look out for that ashtray." Oh, his tail brusted off the end table. Sweep it in the fireplace, Leroy, before Bertie sees it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gee, be careful, Tiny.
Yes, be careful, Tiny. Your tail will wag the room into a shambles.
Gee, maybe we can teach him to wag his tail up and down instead of from side to side.
I don't think it would work, Leroy.
Why not?
Well, I'm afraid that would go against the grain. Yes. He's not only smart, he's a mimic. Now, come on, Tiny. Lay down like a nice little doggy. Oh, not over there. Keep away from that Christmas tree. Look out. Of all the clumsy, fumble-footed hounds. Get him out of here quickly before he does any more damage.
Yes, Uncle Mort. Yeah. Come on, Tiny. You gotta go out.
Yeah.
Sorry, old man. It'll take him a little while to get accustomed to our furniture, Uncle Mort.
Yes. Will the furniture hold out that long? Help me get this tree back on its feet.
Help! Stop that! Come here, someone! Get away from me!
Oh, now what? Well, I bet I know what it is.
Do something. Quick, please.
Gee, Bertie, what you doing standing in the sink?
It's that dog of yours, Leroy. Look.
Uh-oh.
What did he do?
He just chewed up the roast I had ready for dinner, and now he's drooling at me.
Gee, Uncle, do you think Tiny will be all right out there in his new doghouse all night?
Why not, Leroy? I know I'd welcome a nice, big, comfy, warm piano box if I happen to be a dog. On a night like this, thank goodness I'm not.
But don't you think he'll get lonesome?
Lonesome? Not if he keeps howling like that, he won't.
But suppose somebody complains.
Let him complain. I've had a hard day trying to cope with that baby buffalo, and now I'm ready for bed. Yeah. I'll probably have a nightmare in which Tiny takes me for a walk, dragging me along at the end of a leash.
Oh, that'd be awful.
I know it. That's what he did earlier this evening. Well, good night, Leroy.
Gee, I wonder what that can be about at this hour of night.
You guess. Hello? Who? Yes, this is Mr. Gildersleeve. He's one of the neighbors. What dog are you talking about? Oh, that dog, yeah. No, it's my nephew's. No, it isn't my nephew, it's his dog. What? No, I won't take him in the house. I'm training him. Oh, yeah? I'd like to see you. Is that so? Well, you can go there yourself.
Where did he want you to go, Uncle Mort?
It's neither here nor there, Leroy.
Oh, I know where it is.
Get quiet. Let's go to bed now. Oh, why did Alexander Graham Bell have to do this to me? Hello? Look, mister, I've had enough out of you. If you don't stop bothering me, I'm going to call the police. Oh, this is the police. Well, hello, Sergeant. What can I do for you? Oh, sure. I'll be glad to. Right away, Sergeant. Goodbye. Leroy, I've changed my mind about Tiny. You run along outside and bring him in. That'll keep him quiet.
Oh, boy, can I keep him in my room, Uncle Mort?
You didn't think I'd let him sleep with me, did you? Oh, hello, Marjorie.
Hello, Uncle Mort. Look what I found under the rug in my room. 3 bones and an old corset.
Oh, more of Tiny's work.
Yes, he also ate all the flowers I received for Christmas. 2 pairs of silk stockings and almost a pound of my bath salt.
That dog did that?
Oh, he isn't a dog. He's an ostrich.
Now, my dear, we must have patience.
Oh.
Is that you, Leroy?
Yeah, me and Tiny. I'm going to take him upstairs to my room.
Fine. Good night, Leroy.
Sleep tight, Uncle. Good night, Marge.
Good night.
Good night, my dear. I'm going to bed myself. Oh, my. I feel as tired as last month's lettuce. What's that? Who's there? Who's that under the bed? Is that you, Tiny? Oh, my, we always seem to meet. Oh, stop licking my face. Get out from under that bed, Tiny. Get up from there. No, don't stand up, you moose. Crawl out. Down, Tiny, down. This is the last straw. I'll be doggone if this dog isn't gone tomorrow. Of course I'm up. I didn't sleep a wink all night.
How you feeling, Uncle?
Terrible. That dog curled up under my bed, and then the bed curled up. He didn't give me a chance to shut an eye.
Did you try counting sheep?
I did, but Tiny kept chasing him around the room.
Gee, that's too bad.
It's all right. We're going to take this poison pup back to Piggy Bank's house today.
But, Uncle Mort...
I won't hear a word, Leroy. I've got a splitting headache from lack of sleep. What time is it, anyway?
Gee, Uncle Mort, it's 11:30 already.
What? Out of my way, Leroy. I've got a 9 o'clock appointment.
I think he's hungry again.
Again? Yep. No wonder Piggy gave him to you. Tiny's appetite is enough to break the banks. In fact, we've got to find someone to palm him off on before he eats us out of house. See who it is, Leroy.
Sure, Unc. Stay where you are, Tiny.
Yeah, he will.
It's Judge Hooker. Come on in, Judge.
Well,
Good afternoon, folks. Well, look at the beautiful dog. Christmas present, Leroy?
Yeah, isn't he a humdinger?
Hello there, old boy. How are you, pal, huh? Good old doggy. Sweet old pup.
Isn't that disgusting?
Oh, don't you pay any attention to him, old boy. My, I wish I had a little puppy like you.
Oh, you do, eh? Well.
Yes. Did I say something wrong?
Better be careful, Judge, or we'll let him take you home.
Why, I'd be tickled to death to have him. How about it, old man? Want to come home with me and bite into a nice big juicy steak? Hey!
Oh, now you've done it!
Get this elephant off of me! Cut that out, you! Stop licking my face!
Take your feet off the nice man's shoulders, Tiny.
Get me up from here.
Yeah.
Call off your dog, Leroy. Help!
Help me pull him up the judge, Unc.
Now, let me give you a hand up, Hooker, old chap.
Don't you hooker, old chap, me, Gildersleeve. That's a dangerous dog you got there.
You're telling me.
He attacked me entirely without provocation.
He had plenty of provocation, Judge. You mentioned S-T-E-A-K.
Yes, Judge. This is a smart dog. You got to spell out F-O-O-D. If you can't pronounce what you're talking about.
Gee whiz, I guess the judge won't take him now, Unc.
Oh, so that was your game, trying to stick me with his hamburger hound. Get away from me, Tiny. I'm glad I caught on in time.
What do you mean you caught on? Why, you couldn't catch on to a hippopotamus with a plunger in each hand.
Oh, I couldn't, huh? Look who's talking. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, the Summerfield version of Dumbo.
Oop. One more ill-bred remark, Judge Hooker, and the governor will be up all night trying to pick your successor.
Go on, go on. I'm not afraid of you, you big gas bag. Just about 97% hot air.
Is that so? Why, you little prehistoric dodo. Say, what's the other 3%?
Pure, unmitigated gall.
Yeah, thanks very much. Why, you little prehistoric dodo, I'm going to pin your ears so far back you'll even look like a jackass.
That's enough. That's enough. I'm leaving. Goodbye, Leroy.
Are you sure you won't take Tiny, Judge?
I wouldn't have him if you gave me the Mississippi River and threw in your uncle besides. Goodbye, Tiny. And if Gildersleeve doesn't feed you right, bite him.
Yes. Goodbye, Judge. And the next time we meet... Oh, down, Tiny. Wrong kind of meat. Oh, well, I bet he wouldn't have given the dog a good home anyway.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, the Eggman wants his money.
Eggman? Oh, yeah, send him in, Bertie. Hold on to Tiny, Leroy. He probably likes eggs, too. Come right in, sir. How much is the bill this week?
$2.53. That includes the chicken.
What's the matter, Tiny? Don't you like chicken? Yeah.
Say, that's a mighty fine-looking dog you got there, Sonny.
Well, I'm beginning to have my doubts.
Oh, yes. Isn't he a fine-looking dog, sir?
Yes.
I suppose you have a nice farm where a dog can romp to its heart's content. Lots to eat, no trouble with the fussy neighbors.
No, ain't had a falling out with the neighbors since, let me see, guess must have been the April of 1912.
Yes.
I remember it as clear as today, because Brian was running for the third time then.
Later, Lum, later. Did I hear you express admiration for this imposing canine of yours?
No, but I certainly like that dog.
Yes, pardon me.
Yeah. Reminds me of a hound friend of mine gave me in 1906. Or was it 1907? No, 1907 was the year of the panic. I got married that year, too. What a year.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, twere 07. Got the dog for a wedding present.
Yes, a dog makes a wonderful wedding present.
Oh.
I bet you'd like to have one like this to guard your chickens at night.
No, don't need a dog for that. No, I ain't had a hen roost robbery since the summer of 1922. Or was it 19...
Come, 22 is good enough for me. Do you think you could use this nice dog?
Why, I certainly could. I need companionship. It gets kind of lonesome for me up at my place. All the children are grown, married, and got kids of their own.
And scattered to the four winds, I suppose.
Nope, they're all sleeping and eating and fighting up at my place. See, that's why I need companionship.
Yes. Well, we find that city life is a little too confining for Tiny here. We're looking for a good home out in the country for him.
You'll take good care of him, won't you, Mr. Eggman?
Of course I will.
Yes, well, here's your money for the eggs. Now, let me get Tiny into your car. Come on, nice doggy.
Gee, Unky wants to stay with you.
He does? Let me see. Oh, I know how we can get him to like you, Mr. Eggman. Suppose you tell me how you dispose of the livestock you raise on your farm.
Why, with the pigs, I smoke ham, skewer bacon, grind sausage.
That's right. Now, you start toward the door. How about the cows?
Oh, make chip beef, smoked tongue, and liver sausage. Hey, there, dog, get down off me. I'm an old fella. Here,
Keep it up, Mr. Eggman. You've made a friend for life. Leroy, open the door.
Goodbye, Tiny, old pal.
Don't stop. Head for the car with it. Go on. Certainly peaceful around here since we became dogless. Hand me the newspaper, will you, Marjorie?
Here you are, Uncle.
Thanks. Local beauty to give kisses with each defense bond purchased. Think I'll go downtown tomorrow. I might buy a few bonds for investment purposes, of course. What's this? Marjorie, here's a picture of that dog, Tiny.
Tiny? Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. There can't be two dogs that look that hungry. Listen to this. Has anyone seen this dog? Lost, strayed, or stolen from the home of Cecil P. Upshaw, president of the Summerfield National Bank. A valuable young Saskatchewan moose hound. Reward offered for return. Oh, my goodness. Leroy!
What is it, Uncle Mort.
Look at this paper. That dog is Tiny. We got to get him back to Mr. Upshaw.
Oh, gee, yes, that reward.
Forget the reward. You realize that a lot of people know we had that dog? We've got to return that reindeer spaniel before we're arrested for dog napping.
Yeah? And we better go right out to the Eggman's farm and get him back.
That's right. Get your cap and coat. Where does he live?
I don't know. Do you, Marge? The Eggman? No, he's been coming here every Thursday for the past 10 years, but he never said where he lives.
Does anybody know his name?
No, I don't.
Neither do I.
Well, come on anyway, Leroy.
Okay, but where are we going?
We'll just have to drag all the chicken coops in the countryside for that bird. The bird. That reminds me. Bertie?
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Do you know where the Eggman lives?
Yes, sir.
Oh, fine. Where?
On a chicken farm.
I know that, but where? Do you happen to know his name?
Oh, just a second. I think I have it right.
Well, that'll be a little help. Don't forget your overcoat, Leroy.
Oh, I found it, Mr. Gildersleeve. I just looked on the side of the carton of eggs he brought today.
That was using the old bean. What is his name?
His name is Grade A Select.
I never saw such a narrow road in my life.
Oh, look, Uncle Mort. Here comes a load of hay. Make a whip.
Okay. I wish there was room for us to pass it. Yeah. All right, bossy. Let us through the pasture, please, bossy.
Look out, Unc. That ain't no bossy. That's a bull.
It is? Oh!
Gee, let's give up, Unc.
Just this one barn, Leroy, then I'm willing to call it quits. Hello in there.
Needn't shout, mister. I'm right here.
Oh, excuse me.
What is it?
We're looking for a man who... Why, it's you.
Yeah, hello, Mr. Eggman. You remember that dog we gave you this afternoon? That big dog named Tiny?
Sure.
Well, we've got to have it back.
That's right. There's been some mistake.
And now we must return it.
I'm sorry, folks, but I can't do that.
You can't? Why not?
Because that there dog of yourn picked up and run away. That's why.
Oh. Quiet, Leroy. It's after midnight. Try not to wake anybody, including me.
What do you mean, Unc?
I'm practically walking in my sleep.
Oh, my tired. That certainly was one wild goose chase, Uncle Mort.
Yeah, I know it, Leroy, and your poor, tired, weary old uncle apologizes.
Skip it, Unc. It was partly my fault.
Leroy, if we wanted to stand here and blame ourselves, we'd never get to bed. Good night.
Good night.
Don't think I'll bother to take my clothes off. Just my overcoat and hat and shoes. Well, I haven't the strength to get the coat off, just the shoes and the hat. Won't hurt me to sleep in my hat for once. Or my shoes. What's that? Great jumping jeeps. Tiny's come home to roost. Well, here we are, Leroy. Come on, Tiny.
Gee, Uncle Mort, Mr. Upshaw has a big place, hasn't he?
Yes, very beautiful grounds, too. Just a second, I'll ask this gardener. I say, my good man, where can I find Mr. Cecil P. Upshaw?
Hi, Mr. Upshaw. What can I do for you?
Oh, excuse me. My name is Gildersleeve. Mm-hmm. I brought a dog that I think is yours. Leroy, bring Tiny here.
Oh, there, Tiny. Take it easy.
Yeah.
Why, it is my dog.
Good.
Oh, thank you very much. Where's he been?
That's too big a subject to go into now, brother. Someday I'm going to write a book about it.
Why, oh, shame on you. What do you mean by running away from home? I'm greatly indebted to you, Mr. Gildersleeve. Please accept my sincerest thanks.
Gee, Unc, no reward.
Quiet, Leroy. I didn't come here for any reward.
Oh, yeah. The reward in the newspapers. If you'll wait where you are, I'll be right back. Come on, boy.
Goodbye, Tiny.
Yes, goodbye, Tiny.
Say, Unc, I wonder what the reward will be.
Huh?
I bet he'll give us a lot of money out of his bank.
Oh, no, Leroy. The most you can ever expect from a bank is a new calendar. I won't be surprised if we get one left over from 1941.
I'm sorry I took so long, Mr. Gildersleeve, but here's your reward.
What?
Here, come here, boy.
What? Did you mean that after all the trouble we had to bring your blasted big beagle back, you're returning him to us?
Oh, no, this isn't Tiny. This is his sister, Tootsie.
Oh! Get down, Tootsie!
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But right now, here's a timely New Year's resolution that's not hard to keep. And that's to cut down your food budget and do it in a very pleasant way. Here's how. Start using tomorrow delicious Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Yes, using Parquet margarine is one sure way to economize on food without sacrificing flavor or food value. You see, Parquet margarine is no ordinary margarine. It's a delicious-tasting modern margarine that's rich in food elements your whole family needs. Yes, you'll like Parquet's delicate, satisfying flavor, whether you use it at the table for pan frying or as a flavor shortening for baking. And you'll appreciate the fact that Parquet margarine is such a nourishing, wholesome energy food and a reliable year-round source of vitamin A. That's why economizing with Parquet margarine is no hardship but a mighty pleasant way to cut down your food budget. So in 1942, resolve to try wholesome, nourishing Parquet margarine, the modern margarine that tastes so good, yet costs so little. But remember, don't just ask for margarine. Ask for Parquet margarine, spelled P-A-R-K-A-Y.
And so, Marjorie, when we told Mr. Upshaw that we didn't want another dog, he gave us this.
Oh, isn't that a beautiful basket of fruit?
Yeah, it's got just about every kind you ever heard of.
Yes, aren't those grapes luscious?
Oh, and that pineapple. So ripe and ready to eat.
Personally, I like the bananas the best.
Yeah. All in all, it's the most beautiful calendar the Summerfield National Bank has ever put out. Happy New Year, folks. Good night.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Johnson Wax Program. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Company with Jim Jordan as Fibber, Donald Novus, the Four Notes, and Billy Mills Orchestra. And tonight, we're delighted to welcome to this program the listeners to 27 stations of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. We open the show tonight with A Shine on Your Shoes. Of real importance to any housewife. This is the week when millions of women are making their homes bright and attractive for Easter Day. If you're wise, you'll start with your floors. Give them new beauty with Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. You know, of course, how easy it is to apply Glow Coat. Takes only a few minutes to do a whole floor. You don't even have to soil your hands. No rubbing or buffing is necessary. Glow Coat dries in 20 minutes to a wonderful gleaming polish that everyone admires. Right now, there's a special sale on Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat and Johnson's Wax. Ask your dealer for the giant-size cans that give you 1/3 more for your money. A pint and 1/3, or a pound and 1/3 for the regular price of 1 pint or 1 pound. It will pay you to go to the store tomorrow morning and get a supply of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat in the money-saving giant-size cans. contentment reign over the McGee menage today, our hero has just had a good breakfast and is lingering over his second cup of coffee and the morning papers. And here in the dining room at 79 Wistful Vista, we find Fibber, Japers, Crapers. Where'd you get those papers, McGee?
What's all this stuff about them college students swallowing live goldfish? Bet they're just trying to wiggle out of examinations. Well. Maurice Chevalier expected to make American comeback. Well, good for you, Maurice. You can do it, too, if you try hard and keep a stiff lower lip. Come in. Oh, hi, Harpo. Have a cup of coffee?
Did you make it?
Yep.
No, thanks. Say, I see you've got the morning papers. Did you read about that collector of antique furniture who's in town, Junius C. Fotgill?
No, what about him?
Well, I was just thinking. He's in town buying up old furniture, and I thought you might make a little dough. Your furniture's pretty old, isn't it?
Well, now, say it is at that. I wonder
Look at that old sofa of yours in the living room, and that four-poster bed you have upstairs. Didn't you tell me that Napoleon once slept on that bed?
Well, sure I did. That's what the dealer told me. Judging from the bumpy mattress that come with it, I'll bet Napoleon's horse slept on it, too. Say, I'll bet I can sell that guy some stuff at that.
Well, I thought you'd be interested. Of course, I don't know if your stuff is antique.
Oh, don't worry about that there, Harpo. By the time he gets here, it'll look antique. Sure you won't have a cup of coffee, Harpo?
No, thanks. It smells too strong for me.
Mm-hmm.
How do you make coffee, anyway?
Well, how does anybody make good coffee? I get a can of coffee, take the cover off, dump half the coffee out, and fill the can up with boiling water. Makes enough coffee for 8 or 10 days if you warm it up good.
Well, what do you do with the coffee you have left? Throw it out or use it for fly spray?
That's no good for that. I tried that, Harpo. It's no good for fly spray. It eats holes in the draperies. Well, thanks for tipping me off to Fothergill, Harpo. And say, if you're going past the hotel, you drop a hint to this antique collector Fothergill and guy and tell him I got a house full of antiques.
I'll do that, Fibber. I owe you a favor for not insisting that I have a cup of that sheep dip. So long, pal.
Well, now, let's see. Now, how can I make this furniture look antiquer than it is? Better scratch it up a little. Maybe shoot some wormholes into it with a shotgun. Boy, won't Molly be happy when she comes home and finds I got rid of all this old junk. That ain't Fothergill, folks, so we ain't built up enough suspense yet. Come in.
Hello there, Johnny. Want any fresh eggs today?
No, thanks, old-timer.
Hey?
I says, no, we don't want any eggs. Not on this show. We lay our own.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to the other feller, he says, see where Jim Farley might run for vice president. That so, says t'other feller. Vice president ain't much of a job for a feller like Farley, is it? No, says the first feller. But if you start out as a mailman, you gotta expect to hold the bag. Sure you don't want any eggs, Johnny? I fed one of my hens on violets this week, and she laid some nice purple ones for Easter.
No, thanks.
All righty.
She laid purple eggs for Easter. I wonder if she laid any for that old buzzard. He's got a face that would stop a cluck. What was I going to do? Oh, yes, I got to get this furniture ready. I'll bust the glass in that desk so it'll look a little older. That looks more antique. Tear the upholstery a little on this footstool. Yeah. Rip that right leg off this footstool. Oh, they cut down the old pine tree, and they hauled it away. Come in. Hello, Pepper. What are you doing? Oh, kicking the furniture around, Billy. There's an antique buyer in town, and I'm adding a few years to the life of all my stuff.
It looks battered enough now. Are you familiar with antiques?
Oh, yes, enough anyway. For instance, you see that love seat there? That's a genuine, authentic antique, William. That's the very love seat where Paul Revere proposed to Cleopatra.
Go on. Cleopatra was 1,000 years older than Paul Revere.
Oh, well, what difference does it make if they really loved each other? There's a lot of romance in a piece of furniture like that there, Billy. Can't you just imagine a young lover sitting there on pins and needlepoint?
Well, never mind that. How about hearing John Novus sing This Night?
Well, that'll be swell, Billy. Let him go ahead while I load my shotgun.
Your shotgun?
Yeah, I got to shoot a few wormholes in this furniture. That's a trick I learned from my grandfather with him. He was an antique dealer. Poor old guy. What happened to him? Oh, he tried to saw the legs off his old secretary, and she swore out a warrant. This Night. Take it, Don.
This night was made for dreaming. This night was fashioned for you. This night my arms enfold you. My eyes have told you that I adore you. This night is filled with music. My heart will always love something for sweet remembrance. This night will be my
Nice going, Don. You can sing This Night for me any day.
Well, thanks, Fibber. But please don't point that shotgun at me.
Oh, don't worry about that shotgun. It ain't loaded. I was just going to show you.
Gee, that was wonderful, Fibber.
It was?
You knocked out the front window. What could you do with a loaded gun?
We all make mistakes.
Most people don't make more than one with a shotgun.
Oh, so you don't think I know anything about firearms, eh? I guess you didn't know I used to be a champion skeet shooter.
No, did you?
Well, sure I did. Well, I used to go out in the morning with my dog and gun and come back just loaded down with skeets. They was good eating, too. A little gamey, but good.
You ever try a clay pigeon with wild rice?
Now you're joshing me, no.
Well, what were you going to use the shotgun for anyway?
I'm going to shoot some wormholes in the furniture to make it look more antiquer. Sit down, Don, and watch me.
No, thanks. I've been allergic to shotguns ever since I was a kid and stole watermelon. The farmers used to fire rock salt at us.
Did you ever get hit?
Yes, once.
I thought so. They say the best way to tame a bird is to put salt on it. Oh, you're going, Don?
Yeah, I gotta go. See you later.
Okay. Let's see now. I better start with the piano. I'll saw the top off that so it'll look like an old-fashioned melodeon. Oh, they cut down the old Steinway, which made it much harder to play. I'm going to have a fine bunch of antiques here very shortly. Now, if I can only get... What's that? That couldn't be Fothergill. He wouldn't be riding up on a horse. Or maybe he expects to jockey me on the price. Come in. Well, for goodness sakes, a Royal Canadian Mounted Policeman. What you want, tall, dark, and handsome?
Are you Fibber McGee, sir?
Yes, I am, Bud. But what's he
Well, I'm Sergeant Wilcox, sir, of the Mounted.
Oh.
Just rode down to welcome you to the Canadian network tonight.
Oh, thanks.
Hands across the border and all that sort of thing, you know?
Well, thanks, Sergeant. It's nice to know there's two countries who can reach their hands across the border without shaking their fists at each other. Certainly appreciate your coming in.
Well, I'm delighted, sir. And may I ask what you're doing with a saw and hammer?
I'm antiquing some furniture, Bud. Getting ready to sell some old stuff to a collector.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting lot of stuff. Hey, those old manuscripts on the desk there should be worth a lot. May I see them? Why, a collection of old jokes, isn't it? Imagine anyone laughing at those old quips.
Hey, put that down, Bud. That's our next week's program.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
You familiar with our show up there, Sergeant?
Oh, yes. Splendid product you have, too, old man.
Okay.
So it makes hard work for us policemen.
Well, how can that be? Johnson's wax makes work a lot easier.
No, not for us. Why, just last month, I trailed a criminal for 300 miles. Just as I was closing in on him, he walked through a house in Saskatchewan and disappeared.
Disappeared? Is that
Yes.
that one?
Yes. The owners of the house had used Johnson's wax, and we couldn't find a single fingerprint on the furniture or woodwork or a single footprint on the floor.
Well, I suppose you heard about the special limited offer Johnson's Wax has on sale now. A giant-sized can, paste or liquid, with an extra third free.
No, but I'll speak to Inspector McTavish about it. He's a rare one for a bargain.
Inspector McTavish, eh? Wonder if he's the same one I worked with when I was a mounted policeman up there.
Oh, were you a Mountie?
Was I? You mean to say you never heard of me up there?
Yeah.
Why, shucks, Sergeant. I was once known from Vancouver to Quebec for my capers up there. Canadian Capers McGee, I was known as in them days. Canadian Capers McGee, the coolest, cleverest, crimson-coated cop who ever crept carefully through the keen, cutting cold to capture a crook, continually cantering across country to crack a conspiracy or keep constant control of criminals coming into Canada, and the continent's craftiest constable from Columbia's colossal trees to the colorful caverns of Lake Louise. Yes, sir, and the way I used to run out of the barracks and leap onto the back of my horse for a dead run was something to see. Hey, you got your horse outside there?
Yes, sir. Tethered to the porch, sir.
Well, open the door and I'll show you how I used to leap into the saddle.
Well, I'd like to see it, sir.
Well, here I go. Watch this.
Oh, good heavens. What happened, sir?
Oh, what do you mean, what happened? There ain't no horse out there.
Oh, no, sir, not out there. I tied the animal to the back porch.
Oh, dear.
Sorry you misunderstood. Well, I must be going now, sir. Welcome to Canada, old man.
Oh.
Cheerio.
Oh, boy, oh, boy. First time I ever been saddle sore without even being on a horse. Well, I better get busy before old Fothergill comes to look at my antique. Oh, they cut down the old pine tree and they hauled it away to the mills. Say, this stuff is beginning to look like something. Maybe I better check up and see if old Fothergill is really coming over here before I batter up any more of this stuff. Call him up. Hello, operator. Give me the commercial house. I want to... Oh, is that you, Mert? Hi, Mert. Sir McGee. How's everything, Mert? Say, I seen your brother on the street this morning. Yeah, he sure looked proud in that new sweater of his with the big HC on it. Where's he going to school, Mert? Harvard College? Huh? Oh, House of Correction. Say, give me the commercial house, will you, Mert? Thanks. Oh, they chopped down the old pine tree and hauled it away. Hello? Commercial house? Let me talk to Mr. Junius P. Fothergill, will you? He's gone out where? To see a man named McGee. Uh-oh. Well, never mind. Oh, boy, he's on his way. Hot dog. Come in, Fothergill.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. McGee?
Hi, Effie. I mistook you for an antique collector. A guy named Junius P. Fothergill. I expect him over here any minute.
Oh, really? Well, now, that's exactly what I wanted to see you about, Mr. McGee. You see, I'm selling him a few pieces of my own collection. You know, the Uppington family is simply full of antiques.
Uppy, you just issued an engraved invitation to a wise crack there, but I ain't got the heart. Did you come over here to tell me about Fothergill?
Oh, no, Miss McGee. You remember that footstool you borrowed from me last week?
The footstool? Oh, yes, the footstool. Shucks, I kind of forgot that was yours, Uppy.
Oh, my relatives.
Yes,
Oh, good heavens, Mr. McGee. Why, you've ruined it. And that's been an Uppington heirloom for generations.
Oh.
Why, there hasn't been a heel in our family that hasn't rested on that footstool. Really, Mr. McGee, how could you?
Oh, it wasn't hard. I just took the hammer and went to it. But you just leave it to me, Uppy. I'll sell it for you for a lot more than you could.
Oh, dear. Well, all right. I don't mean to be a silly girl about it, Mr. McGee, but I do hope you know what you're doing.
Trust me, Uppy. I know my antiques. For instance, you see that little wooden clock up on the wall there?
Oh, yes. Cuckoo, isn't it?
Little, but it's cute. My great-great-grandfather made that clock, Uppy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was always tinkering with clocks. Made one for a friend of his once, a barber, and put a little hen into it instead of a cuckoo. And every morning the little door would fly open and the little hen would pop out and say, cut, 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 cut. And the barber would get up and go to work.
Well, now, that's very interesting. But do you think Mr. Fothergill will be...
Quiet, Effie. I want to hear how that cuckoo clock sounds. It's going to strike. Cuckoo. Cuckoo. Well, imagine that. Wasn't that clever of Grandpa? He put a quartet in it. What you going to sing, kids? The cuckoo and the clock. Okay, give it the works.
Parlor was the only sound. Tick-tock on the mantel, nothing else around. Boys and girls were supposed to make a scene. Never dreamt that they had company. There they were, he was baby talking her, and the cuckoo and the clock went cuckoo. Every 15 minutes he flew. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. See a pal, said the fella to the gal. The cuckoo and the clock went cuckoo. I believe they're starting to woo. Woo, 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 woo. They didn't know that everything they said was overheard. They didn't hear that little birdie giving them the bird. So he said with a sigh, who's your little cuckoo pie? The cuckoo and the clock went cuckoo. So I'm just a little cuckoo. I'm not as cuckoo as you. Then he closed the door and went through. The birdie cuckoo. The birdie cuckoo. Every 15 minutes he cooed. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. I believe they're starting to woo. Woo, 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 woo. They didn't know everything they said was overheard. They didn't hear that little birdie giving them the bird. He said with a sigh, who's your peachy pie? The cuckoo and the clock went cuckoo. So I'm a little cuckoo. I'm not as cuckoo as you. Yeah, he closed the door. We're through cuckoo. Cuckoo. Cuckoo night.
Well, that was great, Four Notes. Remind me to give you a little extra birdseed this week. Well, I guess I better get back to work. Oh, I cut down the coffee table to make it as old as I was able. Oh, I cut... Better hide these tools. Come in.
Oh, hello there, Fizzer. Why is your face being so full of perspiration?
I've been working, Nick. I've been aging my furniture. Going to sell it to a big antique collector.
I don't mean to tell you.
Yeah, I've been kind of doctoring it up so it'll look older.
Well, for scrim's sake, would you be guilty of deceiving an appearance for the sakes of making a profit, Fizzer?
Why, certainly, wouldn't you?
Sure, every time.
Incidentally, Nick, have you got any antiques? Any period furniture?
Period furniture? Oh, sure. We're having a little stuffed over Sioux City, that is.
A little what?
A little stuffed over Sioux City.
Stuffed over Sioux City? Oh, you mean an overstuffed Davenport. Stuffed over Sioux City.
Sure. Well, I stand connected. I knew it as being someplace in Iowa, but this little stuffed over Davenport is being a nice thing, Fizzer. It has got upholstery with polka dots all over it. There has been enough periods in that one piece of furniture to make a great...
No. By period furniture, Nick, we mean, like William and Mary, and Hepplewhite and Colonial and Early American, Louis the 14th and all stuff like that there.
Oh, but I think that is all being a lot of saucy apples, Fizzer. If a chair is being a good place to sit on, what difference is it making whether it is William and Marion, Early Colloquial, Heppelpuss, or Lousy the 14th?
I'm afraid you just don't appreciate nice things, Nick.
Yes, it would be a nice thing if I appreciated nice things, but I haven't, so I don't. But speaking of her furniture, it is like I was saying to Mrs. Depopolis last night, when she is saying she would like to go downtown and buy a new ornamental rug.
Oriental.
Why not? Anyway, when she is saying that to me, I'm saying, listen, Mrs. Depopolis, I'm saying, while she is having the radio on very loud and listening to the Lone Rangefinder. Listen, Mrs. Depopolis, I'm saying, and then she is turning the radios to hear Robert Cray.
Robert Cray? Oh, you mean Bob Hope?
Sure. Oh, well, Hope and Pray, what is the difference?
Well, what did you tell Mrs. Topopoulos about buying the Oriental rug?
Nothing. Just then she's getting some pretty music by the Philadelphia Symphony Orchestra. And is motioning me to be quiet with the rolling pin. So I guess I know when I'm well off to the drugstore to buy me some cigars. Well, so long, Scissor. Don't forget to come and see us sometime. Anytime you're dropping in, pass by.
Well, I guess I'm just about all set for old Fothergill. I'll take one more whack at that easy chair. Uh-oh, I bet that's him. Come in.
How do you do? Do you need any frock?
Not now, sis. The show's nearly over. We could have used some in the first 20 minutes.
Well, you don't understand. I represent the Wilkie Silky Socky Corporation, and I'm taking orders for our new spring line. May I show you some samples?
No, thanks, sis. I go barefoot starting 1st of May.
Well, don't stub your toe, Junior.
Yeah. Wilkie Silky Socky Corporation. I should have told her I represented the Johnsy Wansy Waxy Company. Oh, I better get these splinters picked up before Fothergill gets here. I'll have to take up a collection to buy our sound effect man some new knuckles. Come in.
Good day, sir. Mr. McGee, I believe.
You betcha, Bud. You the gentleman who wanted to look at the furniture?
Yes, I am. How did you know?
Oh, I've been expecting you. Have a cigar?
Thank you. I have one.
You got two? Thanks.
They tell me you have a very valuable collection of antiques here, Mr. McGee.
Oh, I have. Very valuable.
What would you estimate its value, Mr. McGee?
Oh, I don't know, Bud. Aside from the sentimental value, I'd say it was worth at least, well, in the neighborhood of, roughly speaking, about, well, at a guess, somewhere near... Well, what would you say?
Well, I'd much rather you put your own price on it, McGee.
You would? Oh, that's swell. Well, now you take that desk there. I'd say about $3,000 for that one piece.
$3,000? Is that all?
Is it? Well, that's without the drawers, of course. With the drawers, I'd say $5,000. Now, how about that footstool, Bud? That's interesting, ain't it?
Oh, yes, it certainly is very interesting. Fairly modern, isn't it?
Oh, no, that's a genuine Uppington. I know the Uppington family personally. Remember the old furniture designers, Uppington, Downworthy, and Roundweather? Their trademark was up, down, and around. That footstool is worth at least $2,000, Bud.
Is that so? Well, that seems like a fair price.
It does? Well, what do you think of the rest of the stuff, Bud?
Well, frankly, I don't know when I've seen such a motley collection of furniture.
I guess you know your stuff, Bud. There ain't a piece in the lot that ain't a genuine motley.
Yeah, that's very good. Or is it? Now, what value would you place on the entire lot, McGee?
Oh, the whole mess, eh? Well, frankly, Bud, I'm making the estimate low on account of you seem to be a nice guy. Let's make it a fair and square $20,000. No, $25,000. That's it. That's my final figure.
That's very fair. I'll settle for $25,000.
Done. We better close the deal quick because this stuff is getting more antique every minute.
Yes. Deal? What deal?
Well, you're buying this stuff, ain't you?
Buying it? Why, no. Who do you think I am?
Ain't you Fothergill, the antique collector?
No, I'm Wallaby, the tax assessor.
The tax one of the... Oh, God.
We'll be back in just a moment. We know that all you women are thinking about spring house cleaning, so it's a good time to remind you again of the special sale of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat in giant-sized cans that give you 1/3 more for your money. It's important that you make your home clean and attractive for spring, and that you protect your prized possessions from dirt and wear. Remember, it's very much to your advantage to buy Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat now, while you can get the special giant-sized cans that contain 1 1/3 or 1 1/3 pounds, and yet cost no more than the regular pint or pound sizes. Now, if you can't go to your dealers, phone him in the morning and ask for the money-saving giant-sized cans of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. When the present supply of these giant cans is exhausted, there won't be any more, and we don't want you to be disappointed.
Wilcox has already welcomed our new listeners tonight on the Canadian network, and I want to extend the welcome on behalf of our little company and myself. We hope our northern neighbors will enjoy our shows and will join us each Tuesday night from now on. Incidentally, our next week's broadcast is our 200th program for Johnson's Wax, and we're happy to announce that we'll have another visit from our old friend, Zazu Pitts. Good night, folks.
Speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, Racine, Wisconsin, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program. Presenting Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly. Ted Weems and his orchestra open the show with Do You Mean It? According to schedule, this is the moment when we tell you housewives how you can give your floors and linoleum a beautiful, bright polish without any work of rubbing or buffing. That is, if you use Glow Coat, Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. While you sit back and take it easy, this remarkable liquid polish makes your floors gleam like new. You have no idea how much more attractive your rooms will look after your floors are polished with Glow Coat. It seems to give freshness and brightness to the whole house. And the work it saves you. Glow Coat protects floors with a wear-resisting polish that sheds dust and dirt and reduces floor cleaning work to practically nothing. Ask your dealer tomorrow for Glow Coat in the attractive yellow can. It's spelled Glow-Coat. Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, made by the makers of Johnson's Wax. Well, as you may have heard elsewhere, Christmas is approaching. So Fibber is looking through the newspaper for a temporary job to make a little Yuletide pin money. And here in the living room at 79 Wistful Vista, reading the paper and darning socks, respectively, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
McGee, why don't you go out and help Silly with the dishes before you read the paper?
Oh, Sil's getting along all right. Ain't you, Sil? Sure is. Say, here's an interesting item in the paper, Molly.
What is it?
Mae West is recovering from her operation nicely.
What was she operated on for?
It was the only way they could get her hand off her hip.
Oh.
Here's a nice item about Sing Sing, Molly.
Oh, read it to me, McGee. Your friends are my friends, you know.
Just for that, I won't read it to you.
Okay.
Excuse me, please, ma'am. Excuse me, Mr. McGee.
What's the matter, Sil?
Well, where at do the sauce and cuppers go?
Where did the what go?
The sauce and cuppers.
You mean the cost and supper.
No, he means the sup and cotters.
Yes, sir. What I say?
Why, you said the sauce and cuppers.
Did I? Well, that's cute.
No.
No, ma'am. But where do they go, please, ma'am?
On the top shelf to the left of the cabinet, silly.
Yes, ma'am.
Here's another cute item, Molly. It says here...
Say,
that...
I thought you were looking at the want ads for a job.
Oh, I'll get to them soon enough, Molly. Nobody ever got a job by leaping right into them like that.
Oh.
Got to sneak up on them. Listen to this. This is a pretty hot item. Bill McGee, Columbus right-hander, leads the American Association for 1936 with an average of .619. Bill McGee. I wonder if that could be Cousin Willie that I taught to pitch back in Peoria when I was a top southpaw in the 3-eye league.
3-eye? That would be your league. I.
I taught young Bill McGee to pitch a baseball by throwing lemons at nails I pounded into the side of the big barn. I made him throw lemons till he could stick them onto a nail every time. Why, by the spring of 21, that barn was stained lemon yellow all over. Funny thing, too. The acid in them lemons was so astringent that it shrunk the barn way down. We had to use it for a doghouse.
I suppose he wrote that song. Picture me without you.
Excuse me, please, ma'am.
Oh, now what's the matter, silly?
Well, where do the Shakers go, please, ma'am?
The Shakers?
Most of them go into burlesque shows, Bud.
Oh. Salt Shakers, Digger.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
They go on the lower shelf to the right, silly.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll put it near through now, ma'am.
Well, straighten things up and you can go on home.
Yes.
Listen to this, Molly. It says here that Japan is trying to influence the elections in China. They're offering free rice for voters.
I see. As chow mein goes, so goes the country.
Gee, here's a movie I'd like to see. It's all about that old army officer who gets up at daylight to darken his gray hair.
What picture's that?
The general died at dawn. I'd like to see this Charge of the Light Brigade, too.
Charge of the Light Brigade?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that reminds me, McGee. The bill from the electric company came this morning. Say, aren't you at the want ads yet?
I'm just reading them now, Molly. Aha! Here's just the thing.
What?
The Wistful Vista Jewelry Shop needs a helper. I think I'm going to enjoy that job.
Oh, you think you will. Why don't you get the job first?
Why, shucks, it's in the bag, Molly. Watch what you can do with brains and personality. Hand me that phone.
Here.
Hello, operator. Give me 7-Eleven. Dear old Lookout Mountain. Hello. Number 7-Eleven? Huh? Oh, excuse me. Hello, operator. I didn't get 7-Eleven. No. Throw 'em again. Hello, Wistful Vista Jewelry Shop? Fibber McGee speaking.
Asking for the job real nice.
Hello, Mr. Sinfulbaum? Say, I was driving past your jewelry store this morning about 30 miles an hour, and I noticed you got a stick pin in your window with a diamond in it. Sure, but I noticed a flaw in the diamond. Okay, I'll hold the phone while you take a look.
Say, how could you see a flaw in a diamond in the window across the street at 30 miles an hour?
Quiet, Molly, now take it easy. Hello, Sinfulbaum. It has got a flaw, eh? I thought so. What? Oh, that wasn't so tough for a fellow that knows diamonds like I do. Huh? Why? Oh, no, I wouldn't be interested. Huh? No, I wouldn't. How much does it pay? Oh, just a few days, huh? Well. Okay, I'll take it, just as a favor to you, Sinfulbaum. Okay, be right down. Well, Molly, we got a job.
McGee, what is this? How did you know there was a flaw in that diamond?
I used to own it, Molly. I lost it to Mort Toops in a poker game, and he sold it to Sinfulbaum. I seen it in the window yesterday. Come on, let's go.
And now Ted Weems and his orchestra play Who Loves You, featuring Perry Como.
Loves you. Ask yourself the question, who loves you, sweetheart? And tell me who thinks of you 1,000,000 times a day, and who's blue and lonely, honey, when you're away. Say, who did you every minute? Who fell for you from the start? Oh, who
just longs for your caresses. Don't have to take three guesses. Who loves you, sweetheart?
Vista Jewelry Shop, where Mr. Sinfulbaum, the proprietor, highly impressed by McGee's expert knowledge of jewels, has taken the day off and left our friends in charge.
Well, what on earth do you know about jewelry, McGee?
Oh, don't worry about me, Molly. Nobody's going to take any diamonds from under my nose.
Oh, no?
Oh.
Well, who's going to take the rings from under your eyes?
You think nobody else knows anything about jewelry just because your Uncle Dennis was took away in bracelets?
Don't be funny, McGee. Me uncle was only detained on a technicality.
Yeah, sure. They tell me that technicality carried about 50,000 volts.
Well, what I want to know is, suppose somebody comes in here and wants you to fix a watch or something.
Don't worry, I know my stuff. Why, I used to remodel 8-day clocks into wristwatches for 6-day bike racers. Say, what did Sinfulbaum say about the burglar alarms?
Why, he says, always press this button before you open the showcase or the alarm rings, like this, you see?
Oh, I get it. If you press the button first, it don't ring.
That's it.
Oh. Hi, Bud. What can I do for you?
Good day to you, laddie. I don't know what I'm saying. I just come in to set my watch.
Oh, well, go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, lass. But which clock is the right one?
Well, we got all kinds of clocks around here, Bud. Just pick out any one and set your watch by it.
Aye, but they're all different times.
Well, the time is different all over the world, Scotty, and we got an international reputation. Where are you from?
Edinburgh.
Okay. Set it by that clock over there. It's about 11:30 in Edinburgh right now.
A.M. or P.M.?
I am.
So am I.
Well, of all the silly...
Say, Molly, did you see the cute little cufflinks they got here in the showcase?
The button, McGee, the button. Shut it off. Shut it.
Oh. I always forget that thing. I was going to say that these cufflinks remind me of some I had once. I still got one of them, but the other's missing.
It would be. You're the type.
What type?
The missing link type. Oh, it's Mrs. Wearybottom.
Oh, yes. My. Hi, O'Weary. How you been?
Oh, I've been all right. Oh, goodness me, this Christmas shopping just wears a body out, don't it? It certainly does. It seems that I'm on the go from morning till night, and I don't seem to get a thing accomplished that I set out to do. Oh, I've got a shopping list as long as your leg, only you're a little too short. Have you got any fountain pens?
Fountain pen, sis? Oh, yeah, but shucks, you better think twice before you get a fountain pen. I don't believe you got the confidence to work crossword puzzles with a pen. And besides, think how they're liable to leak.
McGee, maybe Mrs. Wearybottom wants a fountain pen.
I know, but I was just going to tell about my old pal Wilcox. Harpo Wilcox was his name. He used to be a radio announcer. Well, sir, Harpo took him a fancy for a fountain pen, just like you, Mrs. Wearybottom. And it leaked so much he had to go into the undertaking business because he didn't dare wear anything but black. And there he was, a radio announcer at heart, forced into a business where he had to talk in whispers. Just on account of a little fountain pen.
Well, my goodness, imagine that. Now, I guess it just goes to show, doesn't it, what a little thing can do. It seems harmless, and yet it can change the whole course of a body's life. And just when I was considering opening up a little bakery on 14th and Oak Streets, too, and here I almost buy a fountain pen. Imagine me as a mortician. I don't believe I could do it. Merry Christmas to both of you. McGee, that kind of salesmanship will never put money in the cash register.
Well, Molly, it ain't the tinkle of the cash register that tickles a merchant. It's the happy gleam in the eyes of his customer.
Oh, how do you do?
Hi, Bud. What's on your mind?
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Horatio K. Boomer, sir, of the Brazilian Boomers.
Oh, a Brazilian boomer, eh?
Yes, yes. As half owner in the Boomer mines in Brazil, the world's greatest diamond-bearing straighter, yes, getting straighter and straighter all the time, I am authorized to part with a small handful of our genuine Brazilian stones at a sacrifice.
Who sacrificed? Ours?
Quiet, Molly. Let's see some of them gems, Boomer.
Certainly, my boy, certainly. Here, a dozen of these will dazzle you.
Wait till I put a magnifying lens in my eye. There. Say, this here's a beautiful stone, Molly. Look, a pink diamond with a black edge.
Sorry, my boy, that's my fingernail you're looking at.
You got the glass wrong side, too, in your eye, Eagernut.
Whose eye? Oh, yeah. Well, they're good-looking stones anyway, Molly. How much a pound, Bud?
A pound?
Heavenly days, a pound of diamonds?
Well, then how about 2 pounds? Anyway, I saw some with flaws in them.
But your flaws and linoleum will look like new again after a beauty treatment of Johnson's Glow Coat.
Mr. Wilcox.
Don't pay any attention to him, Molly. He's just a rough diamond looking for a place to set. Well, how much a pound for the stones, Bud?
Well, I'd say in the neighborhood of $50 a pound, in a very nice neighborhood, too. I can only spare a couple of pounds.
Well, let's see how much money there is in the cash register.
McGee, you can't haul off and buy a lot of
Quiet, Molly. This is an important deal. I'm sorry, Boomer. There's only about 27 bucks in the till.
Well, now let me see. Perhaps I can make some small adjustment in the price. The hand that has tilled the soil can never soil the till, if that means anything. Probably doesn't. Just a moment till I figure out the import duties and the Social Security. 19% ad valorem, 40% to the Peoria Glass Company, new front fender, and a short beard. Yes, my friend, I find I can make the price exactly $27 a pound.
Okay, I'll take it.
And I don't mind telling you, you've made a good buy.
Okay.
So have I. Goodbye.
That's all. You imagine that, Molly? Buying a pound of diamonds for 27 bucks? Real Brazilian ones, too. And you know what that means.
What, Brazilian?
Yes.
Yes.
What?
Nuts, both of you.
probably have a lot of company in your home around the holidays. The kitchen will be a busy room with baking and candy making going on, and a lot of things are likely to be spilled on the floor. That means extra work for you unless your linoleum and floors are protected with Johnson's Glow Coat. If your floors do have a shining Glow Coat polish, you won't have to worry about grease spots or stains. Dirt can be easily wiped off the surface, and the floor will stay bright and clean for a long time. Why don't you save yourself a great deal of work by ordering Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat tomorrow? It takes only a few minutes to apply, and there's no rubbing or buffing. Glow Coat dries to a beautiful polish in just 20 minutes. And when you order Glow Coat, made by the makers of Johnson's Wax, remember, you save money by getting the larger sizes. Well, Mr. Sinfulbaum, the proprietor of the jewelry store, is still away, leaving Fibber and Molly in charge. They haven't sold anything yet, but as Fibber says, they're building goodwill. Who are they to put business before sentiment? And here they are with another customer.
Yes, I want an engagement ring. Something good. You know how it is.
Well, isn't that sweet, McGee? I feel so romantic selling an engagement ring. I feel sort of like a Cupid.
Hey, this ain't any weather to feel like a Cupid, Molly. Make it Santa Claus and keep your mittens on.
Well, listen here now. I suppose it's more important to me than you. How about an engagement ring?
Listen, Bud, I don't believe you understand the seriousness of marriage. Have you considered pretty well taking this step?
Well,
There, you see? You haven't considered all the angles. Well, have you got any right to gamble on this girl's future? Suppose she loses her job. But, how do you know what fortune holds for you? What's waiting around the corner?
My girl.
Aha! Then I'm still in time. Now, you just go home and think it over, Bud. And years later, you'll be bouncing the little fella on your knee and telling him, thank goodness Mr. McGee talked me out of that marriage.
Say,
Huh?
who's the little fella then?
That's his nephew.
Oh.
Well, so long, Bud, and good luck.
Yes.
No, don't thank me. It's perfectly all right. I do the same thing for anybody.
Well, a fine business. Try to talk a man out of his own wedding.
Listen, Molly, an engagement ring might look pretty small to you, but it's big enough so 9 men out of 10 can put their foot in it.
Oh, hello there, little girl.
Oh, hi there, sis.
Hi.
What can we do for you? I says, what is it you want? Cute, isn't she, Molly? Doing your Christmas shopping, sis?
I'm not going to do any, I betcha.
Oh, you aren't, huh? Why not?
Hmm?
I says, why not?
Why not what?
Why not do any Christmas shopping?
Who for?
For anybody.
Oh, no, mister. I can't shop for just anybody, I betcha.
No. I mean, well, listen, what do you want?
I want a doll buggy and a sled and a bottle of perfume and ski.
No. I didn't say what did you want.
You did too, I betcha.
Well, I meant what did you want in here? What'd you come in for? Listen, what is it you want us to do?
Fix my wristwatch, I betcha.
Oh.
It's always the same time. Looky.
Let's see. Look, Molly, a 10-cent wristwatch with the band painted on it, with the hands painted on it.
Talk yourself out of that, smart boy.
I don't know, sis. This here's a pretty good watch. It says 12 o'clock on it, just as plain.
I know it. But, gee, it isn't always 12 o'clock, I betcha.
Well, I know, but listen. 12 o'clock is about the time Santa Claus comes down your chimney. And this watch is so you won't forget to watch for him. You see? Yes, sir. Look at that little face, Molly, drinking in every word I say. Yep. So you just wait up till Santa Claus comes down the chimney, sis, and then look at your watch, and it'll say just 12 o'clock exactly.
Do you really think Santa Claus will come down our chimney, mister?
Ah, you betcha, sis.
And to think I'd ask a guy like you to fix my wristwatch.
I can just see that little face drinking in every word you said to him.
fella's going to do.
Oh, it's Billy Watson. Hello, Sylvius. What you got there?
Oh, hi, Phil. What's on your mind?
Hi, ma'am. How are you, boss? I didn't know y'all work here.
Oh, sure.
Well, could y'all fix this little old clock, please, sir?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Why, shucks, Phil. You come to the blessed clock fixer in the business today. Why, I gave Big Ben his first haircut. Yes, sir. And put 3 new crystals in the watch on the run. Can I fix a clock?
Well, can you?
Yeah, sir. Can you?
Why, I used to be known as Clock Dr. McGee out in Cooper, Colorado.
Oh,
Clock Dr. McGee, the conscientious corrector of chronological creations and clever crystal craftsman of Cooper, Colorado. Who said that?
Nobody, Mr. McGee. That's this little old clock, please, sir. She done cuckoo on the slightest provocation.
Oh, it just needs a little adjustment, Phil. Now hold it like this. Hand me a screwdriver, Molly. I think I know what's wrong. Thanks. Now, let's see. Oh, yeah. Hold it now, Phil.
Yes, I guess.
Excuse me, please. Have you the correct time?
You betcha, sis. It's just...
3 o'clock. Can you imagine that? I was 4 hours fast.
one touch of cuckoo makes the whole world kin.
The whole world can what?
The whole world can make their homes brighter with Johnson's wax.
Smart bird you got there, Phil.
Yes, sir.
Hey, who's the proprietor in here, Sonny?
Oh, hello there, Grandma. Wait on her, Molly, while I fix this clock.
Wait on her yourself, mastermind. You've sold nothing yet today. I'll see what I can do with the clock.
Okay, but if she was...
Well, Skippy, do I get waited on or don't I?
Okay, Grandma. What was it you wanted? Something in a nice...
Never mind going into your sales talk, Skippy. I know what I want.
What?
I want a slave bracelet for my ankle.
What did your uncle want with a slave bracelet?
Not uncle, ankle.
Oh, a slave bracelet for your ankle. You a slave, Grandma?
I'll say so. A slave to love. Ah, me.
Oh, sure. Well, now, let's see. What size, Grandma?
Oh, just fit it on my ankle, Shorty. Here, I'll put my foot up on the counter so you can...
Hey, watch the glass, Grandma.
Hey, the button, McGee, the button. Shut off the button.
It don't work. The glass is busted.
Don't bust my face, McGee. It's the police, McGee. It's the police.
What's the matter?
What's going on in here?
What do you want?
Why, officer, we, can you fix a cuckoo clock?
Whatever was wrong with that cuckoo clock of Silly's?
Well, I didn't want to say anything, Molly. That, after all, a clock's got the right to lead its own life.
What? Yes, but what was...
When I got the clock apart, I found the cuckoo had laid an egg.
Oh, dear. Well, how about us?
Good night.
Good night, all.
Wilcox speaking and inviting you all to join us again next week at this same time. Good night.
The selection, Say It With Music, heard on this program is from the Music Box Review. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company. WMAQ, the Chicago Daily News station. Tickets are available for the 11 o'clock Fibber McGee broadcast. If you would like to attend one of these late performances, write to the Johnson program in care of WMAQ, Chicago.
The Fibber McGee and Molly Show. Every weekday at this time, NBC brings you Fibber McGee and Molly transcribed. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Ralph Goodman and directed by Max Hutto. We'll join Fibber and Molly in just a moment. It's time Mr. and Mrs. America became fully aware of the shocking conditions that exist in our public school system. Our schools have faced a crisis for some time, and now that crisis is growing worse. It isn't a problem to be met by any certain group or groups. It's everyone's problem. You are a parent or a taxpayer or both. It is your right and the right of your children to have the schools in your community as good as they can possibly be. What about your child's school? Have there been any additions to the school facilities in the past 10 years to take care of the increased number of pupils? How about equipment and supplies in the classrooms? How about the teachers? Do they have a fair chance to fulfill their job? Or are they working with too many students and too little pay? Is your school system one that will attract the better young men and women in the community to become teachers? If the answer is no, then you and your community have a job to do. Your local PTA and other groups are working on this job. Join them. Help your children to get the education they need and deserve.
Well, McGee, I'm all ready to go. How do I look?
Oh, you look swell, kiddo. Great. I hope the girls have a good time.
We will. Everyone says it's a wonderful show.
Mm-hmm.
You were so sweet to surprise us with tickets. Mabel and I were...
Yeah, but hadn't you better get going? If you're going to pick Mabel Toops up, the matinee starts at 1:30, and it's after that now.
No, it doesn't start till 2:30, lots of time.
2:30? You sure?
I phoned the theater to check.
Oh?
Mm-hmm. Just think. After all these years, I'm finally going to see South Pacific.
Mm-hmm.
I was saying to Mrs. Bradley the other day, she's dying to see it, too. And I was
saying...
you
better tell me when you get back, Molly. You want to get started. There's nothing like getting there early, you know.
I guess you're right.
You don't want to miss any of it. Hate to have you miss Mario Hickenlooper singing Some Enchanted Evening. They say he's terrific.
Mario Hickenlooper?
He's the understudy, you know. The real star, Lionel Smedley, he's sick. Caught a cold.
Lionel Smedley?
Mm-hmm. This was a big break for Hickenlooper, by the way. The critics say he's going to be another Morton Downey.
Oh, this will be a great show, I know. Thanks again for getting us the tickets. I'll get my hat and run along.
Yeah, you do that. You go ahead. Have a good time. Don't worry about your kitchen. They won't spill anything.
What?
Oh, my gosh.
What's this about my kitchen? Who's going to spill what?
Nobody. Nobody's going to spill anything. That's what I say. I just don't want you to worry about anything. Now, you have fun.
Oh, well, we will. Do you like this hat with this outfit, or do you think I ought to wear the black one with the veil?
Oh, either one is fine. Fine. You look gorgeous, but... Oh, come in.
Hello, Mr. McGee. Is she gone yet?
Well, Wallace Wimple. Come in, Wally.
Did you suspect anything when you brought the sugar?
Yeah. Mighty nice of you to drop in on I and my dear wife, Molly, like this, Wimp. Molly's the one standing over there putting on her hat. I'm glad to see you. Ain't we, Molly?
She's still here. Hello, Mr. Wimple. Dearie, what's going on here?
Oh, Wimp dropped in. Yeah, Wimp. Come on in the living room, Wimp. What'd you come over so early for, stupid? My gosh.
I thought you said the matinee was 1:30.
It's at 2:30. You ruin everything.
Oh, goodness. If I had a gun, I'd shoot myself.
Well, you wait right there. I'll go get you one.
Sweetheart. Yes, dear. Oh, she means you, Mr. McGee. Well, I'd better run along now. You two have things to talk about. No, Mr. Wimple. You just come right in here and sit down. Oh, I'd love to stay, Mrs. McGee, but I've got to see a man about my ears. I haven't been hearing numbers very well lately, and I'd better... Sit down, Mr. Wimple. Yes, sir.
Don't take your coat off, Molly. You'll miss the first act. Mabel's waiting for you to pick her up. You run along.
I'll go in a minute as soon as I find out a few things. Now, you lads just tell me what's going on here so I won't be wondering all through the matinee whether the house is afire. Stay right where you are. Don't get up, boys. I'll open the door.
It's me, McGee. Take some of these boxes so I can see where I'm going. That's it. Everything's here, and Hey, Molly, I thought you were at the matinee.
Good afternoon, Doctor. No, I'm still here.
Hi, fellas.
Hi.
Well, I gotta run along. I'll come back some other day. Pretty busy this afternoon. Just wanted to say hello. Hello. Oh, come on, Molly. Give me back my satchel. I really have.
I will in a moment. Now, first, Doctor, would you mind joining the panel of experts while I ask a few questions? Thank you.
What happened, McGee? I thought...
Now, gentlemen, if one of you would care to tell me just what...
Country boy!
Oh, no. Just McGee.
Here I am, Johnny, with them 12 dozen eggs you ordered. Where'll I put them?
Oh, just...
Pretty smart of you sending daughters to matinees so us else could dye these Easter eggs in her kitchen for the kids' big egg hunt.
Oh, so that's what all right.
If she knew we were going to mess up her kitchen with... Oh, Susanna, don't you wait for me. I'm going to California, and that's where I'll be.
You come back here, Mr. Oldtimer. We may need one more pallbearer.
Now, Molly, I would have told you when you got back.
We won't hurt anything, my dear.
It's for the children. Elks Club Easter egg hunt, Molly. The Elks made me chairman of the egg dyeing committee this year, and we'll be careful.
Oh, dear. Well, it is a wonderful project and everything.
Yeah, well, down on that. Clean up.
Okay, boys. Be careful, though, now.
Back to Wistful Vista in a minute. This is Ray Bolger. People have called me a dancing comedian. Well, whatever name there is for my work, I'm just another guy in show business. And people in show business are no different than any other people when it comes to cancer. This disease isn't particular or prejudiced. It kills men, women, and children in all walks of life. And nobody knows who will be the next victim. And I want to do everything I can to help conquer cancer. But I need your help, and the help of your friends and neighbors. We've got to make sure that the American Cancer Society keeps on with this program of research, education, and service. They are fighting a battle that someday might save my life or yours. So please, give generously to the American Cancer Society. Mail your contribution now to Cancer, care of your local post office. I'd like to repeat that. That's Cancer, care of your local post office. Help in the battle. Cancer is everybody's business.
Eggs all ready now. Got them all lined up and ready to dip in the dye.
Oh, goody, at last.
Now, before we start slinging dye around here, remember what we found with Molly, men. When she gets back, this kitchen has got to be neat and clean like it is now. And above all, it's got to be the same color.
Look, will you stop worrying? Let's get started.
You'll be very careful, Mr. McGee. Can I please have the blue dye? That's my favorite color, blue. Can I have the blue?
Sure, you can have the blue. Here.
Oh, goody. Hand me an egg. I'll get started.
Now, take it easy now. Wait till we all get set here, and we can run this thing like a production line. You got the... Oh, here, old-timer. You take the yellow dye. I'll take the red, and... Doc, you can have...
Wait a minute. I want the red.
You can have the green, Doc. Here.
Oh.
Now, everybody grab one of these little wire dippers.
That's a bilious-looking shade of green. Let me have the red.
Oh, for the... Now, you look here, Doc Gamble. I'm in charge here. I'm the guy they elected chairman of the egg committee.
Naturally, you got the head for it.
Right. And since I'm the egghead around... Oh, shut up and take the green.
I will not. I want the red.
You can't have the red, and that's final.
Okay, I'll take my dye and go home.
Your dye?
I was the one who bought it. If you want to shell out $3 and buy some more, then...
Look, Doc, I don't like to throw my weight around, but you forced me to it. As chairman of the egg committee, I'm telling you who takes what color, and I say you take red.
All right.
My goodness, I'm glad that's settled. Well, let's get started. I'm just dying to start dyeing.
There's some little wire dippers on the sink, and I want everybody...
Oh, did you hear what I just said? I'm just dying to start dyeing.
Yeah.
You think I should send that to the Ladies' Home Journal? I wonder what they give me.
Probably a knot on your head, Wallace.
Yeah, we got enough eggs to worry about here without you laying any more for us, Wimp.
Hey, and speaking of knots on the head, fellas, let's not mess up daughter's kitchen. Ha!
Right. Now, look, men, this is a serious job we're doing here, and I want every man to do his part. The work we do today will make a lot of little children happy Easter Sunday when the eggs we color so beautifully are hidden in the park by our fellow elves to provide fun and merriment for those dear little children.
Come on, hand me an egg.
Knife down, get to work.
That's a real funny egg, Doc. Swell. Kids will love that one.
Yes, you're quite an artist, Dr. Gamble. Who is it? Moon Mullen?
You mean you don't recognize McGee?
What? If you guys want to see some real artwork, watch how I make a picture of Doc Gamble out of an egg by just drawing one line.
You mean you can make a picture of the doc here by just drawing one line on an egg, Johnny?
You watch closely.
I take this big, fat egg here.
I might have known it would be a big,
I
fat...
draw a line around the middle, like so. I dip it in this blue dye, and presto. There. Doc Gamble in a blue serge suit.
Well, I'll be bigger. It's a mimic. Touche, my boy, touche. That's pretty good. Hey, take a look at the time, fellas. It's almost 5 o'clock.
My gosh, already? Boy, I didn't realize it was that late.
My goodness. We'd better hurry and get these eggs finished, because if I don't get home in time to find out what Sweetie Face wants for dinner, she'll have me. Scrambled.
Yes, and I got a patient coming in at 6 o'clock. My nurse said someone called after I left.
Oh, if we get finished in time, you won't have to worry about that patient, Dr. Gamble.
What do you mean?
That was me.
Oh.
I didn't know how long this might take us. And you know how athletic Sweetie Face gets when I come home late, so I was just being prepared.
Look, you guys, I got an idea how we can get the rest of these eggs finished fast.
How, genius?
By cutting out the yakking and getting to work.
Oh.
Now, come on, let's get going here. And don't forget, we got to clean them spots off the walls and ceiling before Molly gets home, so...
Come on, man, let's get moving.
Yeah,
all right, come on.
And there they are, Molly, 11 dozen eggs, all dyed in beautiful colors for the Elks Easter hunt. Looks like a pot full of rainbow, don't it?
Oh, they're just beautiful, McGee. Your fellow Elks ought to be very proud of the job you boys did. And I must admit, I didn't expect to see my kitchen look so nice and neat.
Well, with the right man running the job, all it takes is efficiency. We didn't spill a thing without whiting it up.
11 dozen eggs ought to make quite an egg hunt for... Hey, didn't you have 12 dozen to start? I thought you said...
Oh, well, we had to eat, Tootsie. Every good foreman gives his men time out for lunch, you know. I scrambled up a dozen of them. Boy, were they good.
Well, it's lucky you thought to lay some aside for scrambling before you boil them all for Easter eggs.
Boiled them? Boiled them?
Of course. You did boil them before you dyed them, didn't you? McGee, you didn't forget.
Oh, boy, will this be a messy egg hunt.
Fibber and Molly will be right back. Hello, friends. This is Gordon McCurry speaking to you from the Railroad Hour show train at NBC in Hollywood. The crew is busy preparing for another Monday night journey into the land of music and make-believe. In fact, a whole series of melodic excursions that we sincerely hope you'll all enjoy. Together, we've visited with song and story practically every country in the world, and quite a few that will never show up on a map. We hope you'll continue to be regular passengers because we think we have some fascinating trips in store for you. In the coming weeks, why, we'll be trekking to the Canadian Rockies to rediscover one of our favorite heroines, the lovely Rose Marie. And during the spring months, we'll premiere some delightful original stories by Lawrence and Lee, set to familiar music from the world's storehouse of melody, new and old. We'll welcome to the show train such favorite guest stars as Mimi Benzel, Nadine Connor, Lucille Norman, and Dorothy Wanshow. So make it a point to be with us on the Railroad Hour every Monday night. The show train will pick you up at this NBC station. Be seeing you.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we say goodnight, Molly and I would like to wish you all a very happy Easter.
May this Easter Sunday be filled with blessings, and may it bring new hope to the hearts of all of us. New hope for a better understanding among all people, for more love of our fellow man.
And for everlasting peace to all mankind. Good night.
Good night, all.
NBC has brought you the Fibber McGee and Molly program, transcribed, with Bill Johnson as the old-timer and Wallace Wimple and Arthur Q. Bryan as Dr. Campbell. This is John Wall urging you to tune in again Monday when one of his tall stories backfires on Mr. McGee of Fibber McGee and Molly. Hear the Heart of the News with Jim Fleming tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Theory as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, let's consider that great American dish, macaroni and cheese. Do your folks like it with the macaroni fluffy, light, and the cheese goodness all through and through? Well, I can tell you how to make it just that way. Cook it in only 7 minutes. Get a thrifty box of the product called Kraft Dinner. In the package, you'll find a special quick-cooking macaroni. Also, there's an envelope of Kraft Grated that puts cheese goodness on every tender morsel. All in all, you do just 7 minutes cooking and get a swell, thrifty main dish. Now, particularly when you're watching the food bills, now when you're especially busy, Kraft Dinner is a big help. You'd better get several packages of Kraft Dinner and be ready to make delicious macaroni and cheese whenever you're in a hurry. And once again, let's visit our friend, the great Gildersleeve, who's not a happy man today. No, indeed, this is one of his bad days. Right now, he's telling his niece and nephew, Marjorie and Leroy, and Bertie, their cook, all about it.
Yes, and there I was, peacefully driving along, when suddenly I heard a bang, and then a bumpity-bumpity bump. At first, I hoped it was just the rear end falling out, but no such luck. It was a tire.
Well, gee, Uncle Mort, what about the spare?
Leroy, that was the spare.
Can't you get a new tube anywhere?
No, my dear, they can't sell me one.
But I thought when you went to buy a new tube, you could have it just as long as you brought your old one in.
Bertie, that's for toothpaste, not rubber.
Oh, excuse me, I got my gums mixed up. Never mind, Leroy, I'll tend to the door. Oh, hello, Judge Hooker.
Judge Hooker, what does that sawed-off Solomon want?
Hello, Gildy. Hello, kid.
Oh, Judge.
Hello.
Say, Gildersleeve, I saw you down on Center Street this afternoon with that flat tire, and she certainly looked bad.
How dare you talk about Rosita Callahan? Oh! You mean the flat tire on my car, yeah. Yeah, it looks like I'll have to learn to drive on 3 wheels, Judge.
Oh, no, you won't. Here, take this.
Gee, Unc, what's in the package?
Huh? Well, it feels like... Oh, I'm afraid to hope. By George, it's a girdle. Oh, no, it's an inner tube. Oh, Judgy-wudgy.
Hey, keep him off me. Stop trying to kiss me, Gildy.
Oh, I'm so happy I could dance. For he's a jolly good fellow. He's good and he's ripe and he's mellow. He's kind underneath his big bellow. And his heart is as big as his head. Wahoo!
Now, Throckmorton, control yourself.
Uh-huh.
Yes, Uncle. Quit wearing that inner tube around your neck.
Oh, let him. It matches the one around his middle.
Oh, you're a card, Judge. Say, how can I repay you? Won't you stay for dinner?
No, thanks.
Can I lend you any money, pal? How about taking a pound of sugar?
No, Gildersleeve. I've been amply repaid just watching the way your big, fat, stupid face lights up.
What a sense of humor. Hooker, you kill me.
Hey, Unc, before you do anything rash, don't you think you should see if it'll fit your car first?
Leroy, that isn't polite. Remember, you must never look a gift tube in the size. By the way, Judge, it is the right size, isn't it?
Of course it is, you big blimp.
Yeah, big blimp.
Well, so long, folks. I've got to get back home now.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Leroy, there goes one of nature's noblemen.
That isn't what you said about him yesterday, Unc.
What did I say?
You said he was so stingy he has his bubble gum retreaded.
Leroy, never repeat malicious gossip. Today we saw on you, Judge Hooker. A kind, generous, thoughtful Hooker.
Yes.
Yes. I got to find some way to reciprocate for this beautiful tube.
Well, he's running for re-election.
That's right.
And next month he's going to observe his 20th anniversary as a judge.
Say, that'd make good publicity for his campaign. If we could celebrate by giving him a... Now, let me see. We could give him a...
Dinner?
Yes, we could give him a dinner. No! Wait, why not? That's what we'll do. We'll organize a testimonial dinner and keep it a surprise from him.
Yeah, and get him a present, too.
You're a bright boy, my boy. Now, what kind of a present should we get Judge Hooker as a reward for sitting on the Superior Court bench for 20 years?
I know it's Mr. Gildersleeve.
What, Bertie?
A big, soft, fluffy pillow.
Hello, Mr. Corbett? Gildersleeve speaking. We're holding a testimonial dinner for Judge Hooker, and I'm calling to see how many tickets you want. Now, Mr. Corbett, he always spoke well of you. Don't you feel you owe the judge something? How? Why, during the last election campaign, didn't he kiss your baby? And right after that, didn't he come down with the mumps? What's that? Oh, your baby got the mumps from him. Oh, excuse me. Goodbye.
Say, maybe you shouldn't have brought that up, Uncle Mort. Mr. Corbett controls a lot of votes.
Oh, Hooker's going to win in a walk, my dear. And a good thing, too. The little stiff is getting a little stiffer.
Hey, look, I printed all the tickets on my printing press.
Oh, fine, my boy. Thank you.
You owe me $2 for paper.
All right, here's one of the tickets. They're worth $2. Go out and sell it.
Jeepers, why didn't I think of that?
Yeah.
I'm getting you Mrs. Twitchell, Uncle.
Oh, thanks, Marjorie.
There she is.
Hello, Mrs. Twitchell. This is Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm on the Judge Hooker Testimonial Dinner Committee. You know the judge, don't you? Now, Mrs. Twitchell, he always spoke well of you.
Oh, hello, Judge Hooker. Mr. Gildersleeve's in the study.
How many tickets do you want, Mrs. Twitchell?
Uncle Mort, here comes the judge.
Oh, my goodness. Hide the tickets. Quickly now.
Yeah.
Don't let that old baboon see them. Huh? No, not you, Mrs. Twitchell. The other baboon.
Hello, Gildersleeve. Who's a baboon?
Me. See you later, Mrs. Twitchell. Goodbye. A charming woman, that Mrs. Twitchell, isn't she?
Only with snakes. She and her husband are still sore at me because of something that happened in my court years ago.
What was that, Judge Hooker?
I married them. Hey, what are these tickets doing on the floor?
Tickets? Oh, never mind, Hooker. I'll pick them up.
Quit hitting me with that thick skull of yours, Gildy.
Did you get them all right, Uncle?
Yes, I think so.
What's so important about those tickets, Gildersleeve? What are you hiding them for?
Who, me? Hiding? What pockets are you thinking about?
The ones you're stuffing in your pocket. Nothing against the law, are they?
Oh, no, Judge. Quite the contrary.
Yeah, that's right. They're for one of the most contrary...
Uncle. Excuse him, Judge Hooker. He's just organized a benefit for a very deserving man.
Yeah, so there.
Oh, poor fella. Anyone I know, Gildy?
Oh, brother.
Well, I'd be glad to buy a couple of tickets. Let's see them.
Oh, I don't think they want you to buy any tickets for this, Judge.
Oh, I see. I'm not good enough to go, huh? You just want to invite your Richie friends, is that it? All right. I know where I'm not wanted. All some people want out of you are your inner tubes. After they got them, they toss you aside like a worn-out casing.
Uncle, your face is getting terribly red. Say something before your eyes pop out.
Oh!
Gee, Uncle, what did the editor say, huh?
The editor assigned one of the reporters to show us their files on Judge Hooker.
Are you going to tell him you want the dope for your speech at the banquet?
Oh, no, Leela. We don't want any publicity till it's all over. Shh, here he comes.
Mr. Gildersleeve, my name is Duffy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Duffy.
I brought you our Hooker file.
Oh, a whole envelope full of clippings. Suppose we spread them out right here, huh?
Okay. Let's see what we got here.
Yeah.
Look, Unc, here's a picture of the judge when he was first sworn into office. Gee, I never knew he had hair.
Yep, of course, my boy. You think he was born bald?
Well, wasn't he?
Quit changing the subject. Look at this. Judge foils jailbreak by conking crook with gavel. Prisoner loses hearing.
And listen to this one. Taxi company defaults drunk driving suit as Hickey Hackey plays hooky from Hooker.
Oh, look at here. Here's a picture of him in Army uniform. Corporal Hooker returns from guarding Niagara Falls as Spanish-American war ends.
Say, excuse me, but why all the interest in the judge?
Well, you see, Mr. Duffy, he's coming up for re-election, and I've got a little surprise for him, that's all. Thanks for showing me these. Come on, Leroy. If we're going to make the judge's office, we'll have to run.
Run for office, huh? Hey, Toots, give me Mr. Cornell. Boss, this is Duffy. You know that guy Gildersleeve? Well, after he dug around into Judge Hooker's past, I heard him say he's going to run for the judge's office. Now, look, we're out after Hooker, so what do you say we endorse Gildersleeve? Good. I've been gunning for that Hooker ever since he hit my brother over the head with his gavel.
What? Just one ticket? Now, see here. You're a lawyer, aren't you, Mr. Marks? And you practice in Judge Hooker's court, don't you? And you want to keep on winning cases, don't you? Huh? Well, how many tickets did you say? 6? Oh, well, that's better. Thank you, Mr. Marks. Goodbye.
Did I afternoon, Uncle Mort. How's the ticket sale going?
Oh, splendidly, my dear. Although I'm afraid the speaker's table is going to be terribly unbalanced. Everybody is so eager to be on Judge Hooker's right side.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, but there's a gentleman here to see you, only he ain't.
Ain't? What do you mean, Bertie?
He ain't no gentleman. He looks tougher than 20 cents worth of goat meat.
Bertie, that's just your imagination. Show him in.
Yeah.
Okay, but when I point to the door, I'm going to have a meat cleaver in my hand.
I wonder who it can be.
Oh, probably some friend of Judge Hooker's.
Mr. Beer Barrel Box!
Well. Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Say, some joints you got here.
Yes, isn't it? What can I do for you, Mr. Beer Bucket?
Bach is the name.
Oh, yeah.
Only me friends call me Beer Barrel for oblivious reasons. Some of us boys was hearing about the speed you're throwing for old Persimmon Puss.
Persimmon Puss?
The judge. And we wanted to be excluded, too. Yeah, we want to pay tribute to the old geezer.
Oh, well, that's a very nice spirit, Mr. Barrelhouse. I'm sure the judge will appreciate it.
I hope so. I've been trying to get to the judge for some time now. Say, if we buy 100 tickets, do you think that'd take care of the beef?
Take care of the beef? That'd take care of the whole meal.
That'll cost you $200.
2 C's? Well, that's a mere bagatelle.
Oh, bagatelle. Here, your tickets, Mr. Pilsner.
And here's the dough. Well, so long. It's sure going to be a load off of me associates' minds now that we're palsy-walsy with old Pickle Pan.
Pickle Pan? Oh, yes, he means cucumber kisser. Oh, that reminds me. Have you heard about my poem for the banquet, Marjorie?
No, Uncle Mort.
Well, it's called Poem on the occasion of the celebration of Judge Horace Hooker's 20th anniversary of his election to the State Superior Court bench.
Oh, that's just wonderful, Uncle.
Wait a minute. That was just the title.
How does the poem go?
I don't know. I haven't written it yet.
Where is it? Lead me to him. Oh, there you are. Gildersleeve, what is the meaning of this?
Oh, hello, Judge. What's the meaning of what?
This story in the political column of the Times. Throckmorton Pete Gildersleeve to run against Judge Hooker. Dark horse enters race.
Who's the horse?
It's a plot. A frame-up to ruin me. Gildersleeve, you're going to pay for this.
Yes, but, Judge, I just went there. Look, put down that floor lamp, Hooker.
I'll put it down on your head, you overstuffed double-crosser.
Wait a minute. That paper lied. How can I run for a judge? I'm not even a lawyer.
Say, that's right. I should have thought of that myself. But I'm all a bundle of nerves today. Got a mighty tricky trial on my hands, and I've got a right to be jittery.
Is that so? What case is that, Judge?
It's a gang of cutthroat racketeers. Whole slew of them. It's Beer Barrel Buck and his mob.
Oh, my, here we go again.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, let me tell you how to perform a little kitchen magic. How to make delicious macaroni and cheese in only 7 minutes cooking time. You do it with a product called Kraft Dinner. In every box of Kraft Dinner, there's a special macaroni. You plunge it into boiling water, cook it not more than 7 minutes by the clock, and it's finished. Fluffy, tender as any macaroni you ever baked in your life. You drain the cooked macaroni, whisk in a little milk and butter, and then sprinkle cheese goodness through and through with the Kraft grated that also comes in every Kraft Dinner box. Isn't that easy? And wait till the folks taste this fluffy macaroni drenched in cheese goodness. Kraft Dinner served as a main dish is downright thrifty. At your grocer's tomorrow, see that for yourself. And get several packages of Kraft Dinner so you can stock the pantry shelf. And now back to the great Gildersleeve, who's still determined to surprise Judge Hooker with a big testimonial dinner, even if it kills him being the judge.
Oh, hello, Bertie.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I've just come from the Summerfield Biltmore. The chef and I arranged the menu for the banquet. Listen to this. First, crab a la Judge Hooker.
What's that?
Oh, you know what a big crab the judge is. Well, these are even bigger. Next, parole of mock turtle soup.
Well, what's that parole mean?
Fresh out of the can. After that, Bertie, comes the fowl.
The fowl what?
Bertie, stop interrupting. We're having turkey a la Gildersleeve.
Now, what can that be?
Yeah, I'm not sure myself. The chef said something about it being stuffed with chestnuts. After that, roast beef, baked potatoes, cream corn, and chocolate whipped cream pie.
All sounds mighty rich. Judge Hooker usually sups on milk toast and a cup of hot water, diluted.
Bertie, the only reason we're giving this dinner is so the judge can get a good square meal.
Hello, Uncle Mort. Say, did you order a lot of flowers for the speaker's table at the banquet?
Well, yes, but why not?
Well, doesn't Judge Hooker suffer from rose fever?
It's rose fever? Now, Marjorie, a few American beauties aren't going to hurt his Yankee noodle.
Uncle Mort, you look worried.
Yes, why not? All the details of that dinner on my shoulders, arranging for speakers, trying to find a suitable present for the guest of honor, worrying about that gangster and his mob showing up.
You mean that fellow who came in and bought 100 tickets?
Yes. If Beer Barrel and his gang come, the decent people will think they're pals of hookers, and the judge will be washed up like seaweed.
Well, why don't you give them their money back?
Oh, Marjorie, I refuse to have any dealings with crooks. Besides, I've already spent the money for a string ensemble.
String ensemble?
Yeah.
You mean a lynching party?
Oh, Marjorie.
Well, the only thing to do is sell another 100 tickets and get the money back that way.
I thought of that. Only we've already sold almost 800 of them, and I just found out the banquet room only seats 250.
Oh, my goodness, what are we going to do?
Well, we can either feed them in relays, or else I can arrange a lap supper in the lobby. You spluttering spigots, that's Beer Barrel now. Bertie, don't let him in. Tell him I've gone away.
Where to?
To Shangri-La.
Uncle, you'll never squeeze under that sofa.
Hey, come in. Who wants the door? I'm coming, Leroy.
Oh, get up, Uncle Mort. It's just Leroy. You don't have to hide.
Who? Leroy? Who's hiding? I was just playing air raid shelter.
Hey, Unc, you don't have to worry about that big gangster anymore.
How do you know?
It says so right here in the paper. Look.
Let me see. Judge Hooker sentences hoodlum mob to 20 years apiece. Beer Barrel Bach dragged from courtroom, shrieking, "I want my money back." Sorry, old fella. No refunds.
Court will now take a recess for 5 minutes.
That's what we've been waiting for, Leroy. Now, you know what you're to do, don't you?
Yeah, sure, Unc. We're going to up to talk to Judge Hooker, and when he isn't looking, I'm going to swipe his gravel.
It's not gravel, my boy. Gavel.
Okay, I'll swipe his gavel then.
Not swipe, either. We simply want to borrow his gavel so we can measure it and have an exact duplicate made in ivory and gold as an anniversary present.
Well, why does it have to be so exact?
Well, the judge is as temperamental about his gavel as a golf pro is about his clubs.
You mean the judge uses it for a putter?
Yes. No, my boy. He's just finicky about the size and weight. He never leaves it around. He probably takes it home nights to crack nuts.
Oh, hello, Judge Hooker.
Oh, yes. Hello, Judge Hooker.
Hello, Leroy. Hello, Gildersleeve. What do you want?
Oh, I just dropped in for a visit. How's your election campaign coming along, Judge?
Badly. Very badly. I can't understand it at all. 3 weeks ago, I was as good as re-elected. Today, I have a tough fight on my hands. Gildersleeve, I believe there's a conspiracy against me.
No, who'd ever do such a dirty trick?
Well, there's some sinister figure trying to cut my throat behind my back.
You mean something underhanded is hanging over your head?
I don't know what I mean. Half the crooks in town come up to me now and slap me on the shoulder and say, "I'll be seeing you, Judgy." People keep winking and whistling at me. I'm being persecuted, I tell you.
Oh, no, maybe it's just some friends planning a surprise, Judge.
Friends? You mean fiends? Why, if I ever...
Excuse me, Judge. Time to resume court.
Thank you, Silsby. I'll be right there. Look, Gildersleeve, keep your eyes and ears open. If you see or hear anything suspicious, please let me know.
Oh, sure, Judge. Just leave everything to me.
Unc.
It's coming, Leroy. Did you get it?
Sure, and I drew an outline of it on paper like you told me.
Oh, fine. Let's slip the gavel back into place now, huh?
Court will come to order, please.
Just a second, Silsby. Where's my gavel?
Uh-oh. Where's the judge's gavel?
It was right there, Your Honor.
Isn't here now. Someone must have stolen it during recess.
Leroy, isn't it getting a little stuffy in this courtroom?
Why, yes, Uncle Throckmorton. Shall we get some fresh air?
Well, is this a practical joke or a real theft? All right, bailiff. Lock the doors. We'll search everyone in the courtroom till we find the culprit.
Leroy, get rid of that gavel.
Don't worry, Unc, I did.
It's splendid, my boy. Where'd you hide it?
In your pocket, Unc.
Leroy, never do that again. The judge won't like me if he finds this. We gotta get out of here. Oh, Judge Hooker, can I whisper something to you?
What is it, Gildy?
Judge, I've got an important engagement with the governor. You wouldn't want to keep him waiting, would you?
No, go ahead. I've got enough trouble without you, you big buffalo. Beat it.
No, thanks, Judge. Come on, Leroy.
Silsby, let Mr. Gildersleeve leave. It's okay.
All right, Judge.
Gee, Unc, that was fast thinking. What are you going to do with the gavel now?
The gavel? Oh, I haven't got it anymore, Leroy. While we were talking, I stuck it into Judge Hooker's pocket.
I'm an extremely busy man, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you?
Well, Governor, I hate to ask any favors, but after all, I voted for you the last 3 times you were elected.
Thanks. However, this is my first term in office.
Yes, it is? Oh, must have been 2 other governors.
Please get to the point of your visit, Mr. Gildersleeve, if your visit has any point.
Oh, it has, definitely. I just want to invite you to be the principal speaker at a dinner we're giving for Judge Horace Hooker.
Hooker? Why, that little...
Governor, he's always spoken well of you.
No, he has he?
Oh, absolutely. Except maybe when you pardon some crook he's just sent up the river, or pass some law that he has to declare unconstitutional, or to get involved in some shady deal with the forestry department.
And what does he say then?
Oh, he still sticks by you. He says our state has the best governor that money can buy.
See here, Gildersleeve, I didn't come to Summerfield to be insulted.
I know it. Judge Hooker said you came here to make a couple of sharp horse trades so you can stay in office.
Well, after that, I'm certainly not going to make a speech in favor of any political nincompoop.
But I'm not asking you to talk about yourself, Governor.
I wasn't talking about myself, Gildersleeve. I was referring to that miserable little travesty on justice. That anemic habeas corpuscle. That blithering judicial blunder named Judge Hooker. Did you get that?
No, Governor. Would you mind repeating it again? There's a couple of dandies I'd like to remember.
Here's a flower for your buttonhole, Mr. Gildersleeve. My, but you look tonsillected me tonight.
Thank you, Bertie. Thank you. If Leroy.
Yes, Unc?
Stop shining your shoes on your stockings. Hurry, Marjorie. We're going to be late.
Oh, coming, Uncle Mort. Is Judge Hooker here yet?
No, but I'm expecting him at any moment.
Has he found out about the surprise yet, Unc?
No, Leroy. It's been a terrible strain keeping it from him all these weeks. He thinks the 4 of us are going to the Summerfield Biltmore for a nice, quiet dinner. I can hardly wait to see his dyspeptic dial light up when he walks into the banquet room and sees all those people. Oh, that must be him now. I recognize the ring. I'll answer, Bertie. Well, come in, Judge.
Gildersleeve, on the way down here, I was stopped by a motorcycle officer.
Oh, my goodness. That's too bad, Judge.
Yeah, police department's in a perfectly rotten state.
I agree with you.
Imagine that cop. He offered me my choice. Either a $5 ticket for speeding, or else I could buy a ticket for some political shindig for $2.
A political shindig? Oh, well, I hope you took your medicine like a good citizen.
I did. I gave him the $2.
No.
Didn't even look at the darn thing in the dark. Wonder what racket it is.
Oh, well, there's no time to waste, Judge. Let's get going. Marjorie! Hurry up, Marjorie.
Plenty of time, Gildy. Now, where'd I put that ticket?
Marjorie! Hurry up!
I found it. What's this?
Marjorie, never mind hurrying up.
Testimonial dinner honoring 20th anniversary of Judge Horace Hooker. Entertainment, music, speakers. Uncle Mort Gildersleeve, chairman.
Uncle Mort. Leroy, why did you do that?
Gildersleeve, why did you do this?
Oh, now the surprise is all spoiled.
But I hate testimonial dinners.
Now, he tells me. Why couldn't you have mentioned it 3 weeks ago when you gave me that tube? You could have saved me all the time and trouble I put in. But no, you have to surprise me at the last moment.
You've been working on this campaign clam bake that long?
What do you mean, clam bake? This is the season's swankiest civic soiree. There's nut cups and everything.
But what's the idea of having cops flag people down and then hold them up? Hey, do I get my $2 back?
All in good time, Hooker. Let's wait and see if we have a deficit first.
Well, I'm all ready. Come on, what are we waiting for?
Oh, yeah, that's right. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry up.
I wish I had known about this before. I'd have gotten a haircut.
Come on. You haven't needed a haircut since you came back from Niagara Falls, Corporal. Hurry, everybody. Now, hurry. Mustn't keep the crowd waiting.
All right.
Judge, when all those hundreds of people stand up and start cheering, Now, you've got to pretend that this is all a big surprise. You understand?
Don't worry, I'll know what to do. Say, I think I'm going to like this.
Yeah? Well, you better like it after all the trouble. Oh, great jumping jeeps. What was that? As if I didn't know.
Well, what was it? What was it, Gildy?
Remember the tube that brought on this little celebration?
Yes.
Well, it just had a blowout all of its own. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, life is just a football game, so let's keep Judge Hooker on the bench. We should also honor him for his military services to his country. A brave soldier in time of war, an officer beloved by all who served under him, and a gentleman who flinched not at his post. And it is with this thought in mind that I ask your indulgence while I read a little poem of my own composition, especially written for this occasion as a tribute to that prince of good fellows, George Horace Hooker. H is for honesty. You can see it in his mug. O is for offenders, who he puts right in the jug. O's also for the office he's held for 20 years. K is for the knowledge hidden between his ears. E is for the energy that always has been his. R is for re-election. Let's keep him where he is. Put them all together, they spell Hooker, a name that fits him like a glove. Yeah. And in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, if any of you have been lavish in your praise of Judge Horace Hooker, it's only right. For remember, he always spoke well of you. Thank you, Marjorie. Thank you, Leroy. Too bad you printed the wrong date on the tickets, Leroy. Otherwise, we surely would have had a bigger crowd. And now, Judge Hooker, won't you say a few words?
Yes, quick. Get me some bicarbonate of soda. This dinner's killing me. This is going to be one of my bad days.
How is he, Marjorie? Oh, he'll be up and around in a day or so. How you feeling, Uncle Mort? Is that lump on your head any better?
What happened? Last thing I remembered was presenting Judge Hooker with that gold and ivory gavel. What caused the blackout?
Gee, Unc, he presented it right back to you.
He did? Good night.
Original music heard in this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
We all want to eat the right foods these days, the nourishing foods that help give us energy and health. So it's good news that the right foods need not be expensive, and that they can be mighty appetizing, too. Now, a good example is wholesome, nourishing Parquet margarine, the delicious spread for bread made by Kraft. You see, Parquet is the margarine that tastes so wonderfully good, and it's an economical source of important food elements, too. Energy. Parquet is one of the best energy foods you can serve. Vitamin A. Winter and summer, there are 9,000 units in every pound. So you see, Parquet margarine is as nutritious as it is delicious and economical. Now, if it isn't there already, put Parquet margarine on tomorrow's shopping list. Remember, it's Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program. Good evening, everyone. The makers of Johnson's Wax present Fibber McGee and Molly, with Rico Martelli's orchestra opening the show with Bugle Call Rag. Rag it, Rico. Wistful Vista for another McGee adventure, let me call your attention to a springtime floor hazard. You know, a lot of mud is being tracked onto floors these early spring days, which means that there's more cleaning work in store for women. I mean for women who don't know that they can protect their floors with Johnson's Glow Coat. But every day, more housekeepers are learning the easy way to keep their floors and linoleum polished and clean without any work of rubbing or buffing. Once you've used Glow Coat on your kitchen linoleum, you can laugh at old-fashioned floor scrubbing methods. For Glow Coat protects the surface with a beautiful gleaming polish, so that dust and dirt can't cling to it. Soiled spots are easily wiped off the gleaming Glow Coat finish. And you'll take real pride in the way your linoleum glistens and gleams. That old bugbear of floor cleaning will no longer pursue you after your floors are protected with Johnson's Glow Coat, the no-rubbing floor polish that shines as it dries, without rubbing or buffing. Glow Coat is spelled Glocoat. Well, Fibber McGee is keeping bachelor hall today. Molly has gone to visit her Aunt Sarah downstate, and Fibber is planning a big surprise for her return. Yes, sir, a big surprise. He's going to have the spring house cleaning all done by the time she gets back, and he's going to do it himself. That's another big surprise. McGee working. Well, here's Fibber greeting a foreign domestic he is engaged through an employment office.
Oh, hi there, sis. You the gal from the employment place?
Yeah.
Good. You ready to go to work?
Yeah.
Fine. Come right in.
Yeah.
Right in here.
Yeah.
Now then. Now here's the idea, sister.
Yeah.
Hey, I ain't told you yet. Now listen.
Yeah.
You must be from Yonkers.
No.
Well, anyway, I finally got a different answer out of you.
Yeah.
Now, listen. My wife's gone away for a couple of days, see?
Yeah.
No, you don't. Not till I tell you.
No.
Yeah. My wife's gone away for a couple of days, see, and I'm going to surprise her and have all the spring cleaning done by the time she gets back. You catch on?
Yeah.
So I want you to take charge of the mopping up. And me and my man, Silly Watson, here, will... Hey, where is Silly? Hey, Sil. Hey there, Silly.
Yeah, so you calling me, boss?
Yeah, what you doing?
I just doing what you told me to, boss, Lisa.
What I told you to. What was that? I don't remember.
Yeah, for me, too.
Sure. Fine lot of help I'm going to have around here. Sil, what'd you say your name was, sis?
Wilhelmina Schlagenkopf.
Yeah, this is Schlagenkopf. Okay, that's fine. Now, I want you to do whatever whatever she says, Sil.
Yeah, sir.
You understand, sis, Silly's here is going to help us.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if we're going to surprise Molly, we got to get busy. Now, first, I want all the rugs and the carpets up, see?
Yeah, sir.
Yeah.
Then I want all the furniture all took out onto the front lawn where it can be washed down and the rugs beat. I want all the mattresses took out and sunned. Understand?
Yeah.
Yeah, sir.
Then I want the wallpaper all cleaned, the floors scrubbed and waxed. Of course, you know what kind of wax to use, don't you, sis?
Yeah.
Oh, you do? Well, what kind?
Johnson.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll get to work then, you two. I'll just kind of keep an eye on the things.
Yeah, sir, but boss, please, sir.
What's the matter, Sil?
You mean we taking all the furniture out there on the grass?
Why, you betcha. Shucks, you got it half done already, Sil. And with Miss, that gal there to help you, it'll be pie. Be careful with that mirror there, sis.
Yeah.
Dad, drat it, didn't I tell you to be careful?
Yeah.
7 years bad luck, boss.
Oh, go on with you, Sil. That there 7 years bad luck stuff is a lot of panucci. Did you ever hear of anybody having bad luck because they busted a little piece of glass?
Yes, sir.
Huh?
Yes, sir. My brother, Considerable Watson, he done had 14 years bad luck for busting some glass.
Is that so? 14 years. What was the glass?
Jewelry store window, please, sir.
Okay, then. Sweep up that there glass, sister.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that all you can say? Yeah?
No.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah.
And you, Phil, start carrying the furniture out. So...
Yeah, the doorbell, boss.
I know. You two get busy now. I'll answer the door. Oh, hello there, Marcelli.
Oh, hello, Fibber.
What you doing here?
I'm playing alone.
Playing alone, huh? And what are all them fellas doing with you?
Oh, they are playing alone, too.
Okay, Marcelli. Folks, while we take the furniture and stuff outside, Marcelli and his boys will get together and play alone. The full title of this song is They're Hanging Danny Deaver in the Morning, Alone. Or, Lynching for One, please, James. A swing number. Swing it, Rico.
You never saw such activity in your life. With silly Watson rushing, shuffling up and down stairs with this and that, and Miss Yaw hauling furniture outside, and Fibber giving loud orders. Well, we can just imagine Molly's surprise when she comes home and finds the house completely clean. Well, anyway, she'll find the house. We hope.
Okay, there, Phil, outside with the mattresses. And you, sis, take the pictures down. Never mind the attic, Phil. We'll get that later. And you, sister, if you have to drop one of them pictures, drop the one of Molly's Uncle Wilbert, the fellow with the walrus mustache. Thanks, that's the one. Now, come on, Phil, help me roll up this here rug.
Yeah, sir.
Now, you take that end and pick it up and walk toward me. That's the idea. Come on.
This here's a real old rug, boss, ain't it?
I'll say so. But they really made rugs when this was made. Chucks, a rug like this was made to last 100 years. Yep, 100 years exactly. Been in the family since 1836. Hey, sis, you down there.
Yeah.
You got everything out on the lawn?
Yeah.
Okay, you can start sweeping any time.
Yeah.
I ever tell you about the time I was managing the Zany Theater in Zanesville, silly?
Yeah, sir.
Well, sir, when we done our spring cleaning there, it was clean. I was noted in them days for the way I could turn a theater inside out, brush it off, and have it ready for the next show.
6 o'clock, boys. 6 o'clock.
Who that? Who what? Who that say that? Oh, you mean who says it's 6 o'clock? Why, shucks, that was just the clock, Phil.
Yes, but it sounds like an old man talking.
I know, it's a grandfather's clock. Well, sir, as I was saying, Phil, when I was in charge... Answer the door, will you, sister?
Yeah.
Hello there, Snoopy. Where's my friend Caesar and Marty?
Hi there, Nick. Come on up. You go ahead and get the rest of that stuff outside, Phil.
Yes, but I don't believe he's going to get...
How are you, Nick? Glad you dropped in. You can be useful.
Sure, Caesar. Being useless is something I have not come for. What is this thing I'm running into with here?
Spring house cleaning, Nick.
Very fine idea, too, Fizzer, if you do think of it myself. But where is Molly? For the usual thing, it is Cupid who is for to get enthusiasm for spring housekeeping.
Well, you see, Nick, Molly's going to her Aunt Sarah's for a visit, and I'm going to surprise her and have the house all cleaned by the time she gets back.
Also, you're surprising me, too, Fizzer.
Oh, I don't know, Nick. When I get started, I'm a whiz. I was just telling Silly Watson, when I was running the Hippodrome Theater in Hollyhock, Indiana, that's where I met Molly, too, by the way. Molly just floored me. She was a beautiful Colleen.
Yes, sir. For beautiful Colleen floors, use Johnson's Glow Coat, the no-rubbing floor polish that shines as it dries.
I was saying, Nick, that into this here racy theater in Racine, we had us a lobby that was half an acre big, and we had a rug that covered every inch of it lying there.
That is some line.
Huh?
I'm saying that is some rugs, Peter.
I'll say so. Well, sir, you know how folks are into public buildings, always littering it up with papers and throwing chewing gum all around.
You're telling the populace. In a restaurant business,
I know. Folks just don't seem to have no sense of manners into theaters and restaurants and stuff. Well, sir, as I was saying, when I had the theater cleaned for the spring of 1911, or was it 12? No, it was 13. Or was it? Come to think of it, it was 1910. Or was it?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, sis. Well, Sir Nick, as I says, this lobby carpet was 1,000 foot by 1,000 foot into this here Palace Theater in Palestine.
Say, that's making 3 places you've been finding these big drugs, Peter. It's reminding me of these stories with the magic carpets, which is going some places quick with somebody on top of it. If you're believing such stupid duck stories.
You mean Mother Goose, Nick.
Oh, sure, yes.
But the magic carpet was in the Arabian Nights.
Oh, sure. I sit down with the corrections.
Well, sir, as I said, this here carpet... Hey there, sis, wait a minute. You have to make so much noise with that bucket?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, step over this way, Nick, so we can hear ourselves think.
If I'm hearing you think, Fizzer, it will be a very comical-sounding noise. I'm killing me with these fine jokes.
You ain't doing me no good, neither. Well, sir, as I was saying, I got all the ushers into this here theater, and we rolled this huge rug up into one big roll. But when they went to unroll it at the cleaners, they couldn't.
No?
No. Folks had trampled so much chewing gum into it, it was stuck tight, solid as a big log. We couldn't unroll it without ruining the rug.
Is that so?
Yes. But I got to figuring, and all of a sudden it come to me.
These rugs are coming to you?
No. Idea about what to do with it. Quick as a flash. I hauled that big roll of gummed-up carpet to a lumber mill. I fed her into a bandsaw and cut her into slices 1/4 inch thick, just like bologna.
You're telling me.
I cut it into slices 1/4 inch thick and sold them for non-skid bath mats. Figuring 4 slices to the inch, 12 inches to the foot, 1,000 foot to the roll, it made 576,000 mats, which I sold for $2 apiece, making myself a cool million.
That's a wonderful thing to be doing, Fizzer. What are you going to do with all those money?
I bought chewing gum for for 1 million orphans and give them tickets to the opposition movie house, Nick. Shucks, I'm no hog for profit.
When you go to a store to buy a floor polish, you may be confused by seeing many different kinds for sale. I'd like to give you just a few reasons why you will do well to order Johnson's Glow Coat. First of all, this polish was developed by the scientists in the famous Johnson's Wax Laboratory, known the world over as authorities on floor finishing problems. When they recommend Glow Coat for your linoleum, you can feel assured that Glow Coat is as fine a product of its kind as can possibly be made. Glow Coat can be applied with a soft cloth or the special Glow Coat applier. There's no hard work to it. No rubbing or buffing. In 20 minutes, the Glow Coat is dry. And in these few minutes, this remarkable no-rubbing polish transforms a dingy, lifeless floor into a beautiful, bright surface. Very easy to keep clean. Just try Johnson's Glow Coat on your own floors. When you see how much better it makes them look and how much work it saves you, you'll be a Glow Coat user for life. By the way, it's very economical to buy Glow Coat in the larger sizes.
saddle. Come, hit the timber, loosen up and start to limber. Can't you hear that hot marimba? Let yourself go, da-da-da-da-da, let yourself go. Relax, let yourself go, relax. Got yourself tied up in a knot. The night is cold, but the music's hot. So come, cuddle closer. Don't you dare to answer no, sir. Put your banker, clerk, and grocer. Let yourself go. Whoa, bump, bump, ba-dee-da-da. Let yourself go.
Well, Nick DePopulis has gone home again, and Fibber and Silly and Wilhelmina Schlagenkupfer are still busy piling furniture out on the lawn, preparatory to cleaning wallpaper, waxing floors, washing windows, and stuff. Molly will certainly be surprised when she gets home and finds the house all shining and beautiful. We can hardly wait. But look, here's Fibber directing Silly on the proper rug-beating technique.
Now listen, Sil.
Yes, sir.
You ain't getting your hips into the swing.
You gotta do that, boss?
Why, Chuck, you know you do, Sil. You don't get no power just swinging your arms. Now look. Now first you take the carpet beater into the left hand, like this, see?
Yes, sir.
Kind of loose like that.
Yes.
Then the right hand comes over like this, enclosing the left thumb into the palm of the right hand. That there is known as the overlapping grip, used by all champion rug beaters.
What?
I says this here's the overlapping grip.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now then. Now you take your stance like this.
Now what?
Stance. You gotta have a stance.
Oh, you is gotta.
Yeah. Now then, you face the carpet over the left shoulder, feet wide apart like this. Only with your feet you don't need to put them wide apart.
No, sir.
Now the beginning of the stroke like this. Left arm straight. Eye on the carpet every minute. Bring the beater back over the shoulder without moving the head. Then bring her down, keeping the left arm straight like this. Oh, excuse me, sister. I didn't know you were standing on the other side of that rug. I'm real sorry. It hurt you much?
Yeah.
Where?
Yeah.
That's what I was afraid of.
Y'all going on with the lesson, boss?
Well, no, I don't think so, sir. You ought to have the idea now. You go on in the house, sis, and start polishing the floors with glow coat. I'll be in about 25 minutes and see if it's dry.
Why, Fibber, you know it dries in 20 minutes.
What are you doing here, Harpo?
Well, I just wanted to speak to Wilhelmina here. Oh, Wilhelmina.
Yeah.
You're German, aren't you?
Yeah.
And you know this is the third day of spring, don't you?
Yeah.
And 3 in German is dry, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And beautiful is schön, isn't it?
Yeah.
There you are, Fibber. Glow coat sheens as it dries. Well, I'll be seeing you.
Okay, Harpo.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, fool.
Hey, ain't you gone in the house yet, sister?
Yeah.
Good. Now then, Sil, you get busy and beat these rugs. When you get through, you come in and help us wash the windows.
Help us, Mr. McGee?
Well, help the gal there.
Yeah.
Just a minute there, my friend. Just a minute. I should like to have a word with you, if you don't mind. Just a word.
Okay, brother, what can I do for you?
I see, my friend, that you are in the throes of that great American institution, spring cleaning.
Yes, I do.
Yes. And now that we're on the verge of the vernal equinox, my friend, I should like to interest you in a splendid brand of scented soaps. Wonderful scented soaps, if I might say so. 5 scented, 10 scented, and 15 scented.
Gives the house an air of refinement, gives the body a lovely fragrance, and gives yours truly a small profit. Yes, a small profit. Now then, my little bantam rooster, can we...
I'm not interested, brother. We've got all the soap we need.
All you need, yes, yes, indeed. But the soap you need is not the soap you want, my friend.
Huh?
You must think of soap not as a utilitarian product, but as a civilizing influence. Yes, indeed, a civilizing influence. We are not barbarians, my friend. We are not living in an age of darkness. We are the intelligentsia, members of a higher order of beings. Yes, a higher order of beings.
Oh.
And being as I'm hired to get orders...
Well, now, I don't think...
You don't think, exactly. Where would Alexander... Tell me, where would Alexander the Great have been at Waterloo if he had not thought? And Pugnacious at the bridge. Napoleon crossing the Delaware. All thinking men, my friend, all thinking men, I think. And each and every one of them an ardent advocate of Sigel-Simon Spring Song soap. The lovely lather with a fancy fragrance, only 2 bits, 25 cents for a large cake.
Well, okay.
And for you, my little boll weevil, a special price to you of only 20 cents for the usual 25 cent size.
Oh, but shucks, brother, I don't want to spend that much for soap. Only got 80 cents on me.
80 cents? Splendid, splendid. 4 cakes of soap, my friend, that you will never forget having purchased as long as they last. And they will last, for years probably. I have some I've never used myself. Thank you, my friend, thank you. Now, here's your soap.
Yeah. Hey, you took all my change.
Yes, indeed. A welcome change. Quite welcome. That is what I like about spring, a complete cleaning. Yes, a complete cleaning. Now, let me see. What was I doing? Oh, selling soap. Imagine me forgetting.
Hey, silly, ain't you started beating that carpet yet?
No, sir, boss. I didn't want to interrupt you talking, boss, at all.
Okay, but you can beat it now.
Yes, sir, thank you, Miss McGee. I'll only be gone for a little while, though.
Hey, where are you going?
Didn't y'all say beat it?
Oh, I meant the carpet.
Oh, yes, sir.
Now get your back into it this time. We got to get this stuff done and that bedding and furniture and stuff back into the house before dark. Now go ahead, snap into it.
Yes, sir. Like this, boss?
That's hitting it, Phil. Did you hear the echo?
Yes, sir.
Try it again. And keep the left arm straight this time.
Keep the left arm straight. Yes, sir.
No echo that time.
Boss, that ain't no echo.
That's thunder. Thunder? Go on, Phil. Thunder from them little tiny clouds up there? Ay, shucks. Don't you think I know my almanac better than that?
That is, boss. It's raining. It's raining sure enough.
Well, for that. And all that furniture outside. Get them carpets rolled up, Phil. Bring them up on the porch.
Yes.
Get that bedding inside.
Yes, sir. Just as soon as I bring in the goldfish.
Hey, Sid, come out here and get busy. Hurry now.
Get
all that stuff back inside. I'll go in and see if everything's ready for it. Hurry up now. I'm wringing wet. Who'd ever thought? All right. Ooh, Trunkus. Hello. Yes, hello. Who? Oh, Molly. Well, where are you, Molly? Huh? At the station? Well, what the... Huh? Why, Molly. Why, of course I'm glad you're back too soon. Or so soon. Okay, I'll come down and get you. Goodbye.
Fibber and Molly have had thousands of requests for their new spinning tops. Now, if you haven't already sent for your Fibber and Molly tops, you'd better do so right away. Here's the way to get them free. Buy a can of the remarkable no-rubbing floor polish Glow Coat, pint size or larger. Lay a thin piece of paper over the face of the can and trace the letters, Johnson's Glow Coat. Send your tracing of the 2 words Johnson's Glow Coat to Fibber and Molly in care of this station, and you'll receive 2 of these clever little spinning tops free, one picturing Fibber and the other Molly. Trace the Glow Coat lettering with pencil if you like, but no tops can be sent unless your tracing is made from an actual can of Glow Coat. Address Fibber and Molly in care of this station. This offer expires April 30th. Some of you, I'm sure, are wondering why Molly was not on the show tonight. Well, we're sorry to say that she has a little touch of laryngitis and couldn't be with us. But we hope that she'll be recovered enough to be with us again next Monday evening at this same hour. Until then, best wishes to her and to you. This is Harlow Marchwind Wilcox, who brings Fibber in a lion and signs him off like a lamb. Good night. Heard on our program this evening was the selection, Let Yourself Go, from Follow the Fleet. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Johnson Wax Program. Presenting Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly. Ted Weems and his orchestra open the show playing With Plenty of Money and You. For me to paint a word picture that will give you any true idea of how much more attractive your floors will look with a Glow Coat polish. So I'd like to suggest you're making this simple test. Take one section of your kitchen linoleum that's dull and lifeless looking. Go over it with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. It won't take you any time at all, for Glow Coat requires no rubbing or buffing. You just spread a little of this remarkable liquid lightly over the surface and watch it shine as it dries. It will be ready to walk on in 20 minutes. Now, compare the sparkling Glow Coat polish to the rest of the floor. The difference will amaze you. You will want to put Glow Coat over the entire surface immediately. Floors that are polished with Glow Coat are bright, shining, and clean, protected from dirt and wear, and very easy to care for. Order Glow Coat tomorrow. made by the makers of Johnson's Wax and spelled GLO-COAT. Johnson's Glow Coat. Well, we'd like to be able to say that it's our regular Monday night here with business as usual. But no. The approach of Christmas has our two friends in a dither. And here in the studio, about to start the program, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
McGee, what did Mr. Wilcox say we were in?
A dither.
What's a dither?
Oh, well, a dither is a small flurry or a jitter with two pairs of pants.
Now, listen, McGee, you've got to get your mind off Christmas long enough to put on this show.
All right, but I still don't think Harpo is going to like that red ski suit.
Well, what of it? It isn't the gift, it's the spirit of the thing.
Yeah, like your uncle said when he got the brandied cherries last Christmas, huh?
What was that?
Said he didn't care much for the cherries, but he liked the spirit in which they were sent. Don't you get it, Molly? I said brandy cherries.
Ain't funny, McGee.
Okay. You know, it kind of struck me all of a sudden today just how lucky we are to be working with a bunch of people like this.
I see. After 90 weeks, it just struck you.
Yep. Come over me like the Graf Zeppelin. I think to myself, now, here's Ted Weems. A swell guy, Ted, and a great bunch of boys. Oh, hello, Ted.
Just talking about you, Ted.
Hello, Molly. Listen, Fibber. I just got an interesting fan letter. I think you'd get a kick out of it.
Oh, read it, Ted.
Yeah, let's hear it, Ted. They like the show. Huh?
They think it's tremendous. It's from a woman way out in Oregon.
You see, McGee, I told you we were talking loud enough last week.
Go ahead, Teddy.
Well, she says, Dear Mr. Weems, I think your orchestra is magnificent. What rhythm, what style, what tempo, what swing, what do you let those people talk for between numbers? Then she just goes on to say how much she likes the orchestra.
Oh, the orchestra.
Sort of a nice letter, don't you think?
Yeah.
Sweet, I called it.
Who'd you say that was from, Ted?
My sister. Oh, it's just a fan letter. I thought you might like to know how the show was going. Well, see you later.
You know, Molly, I just happened to think of something.
What?
Did you ever notice that when the boys in the band have those heavy instruments in their hand, Ted never turns his back to them?
Well, all he could defend himself with is that little stick. Listen, McGee. Isn't that a beautiful number they're playing?
I don't hear anything. What are they playing?
Silent Night. By the way, did you know that Ted's brother Art and one of the other boys had a pretzel factory on the side?
Pretzels?
Yes, pretzels. Don't you know what a pretzel is?
Why, sure. It's macaroni with arthritis. Them boys better be careful in that business. That's an easy racket to get into and hard to get out of.
Why?
Well, your dough's all tied up. But as I was saying now that Christmas is here, I've begun to think what a nice bunch of people we're associated with. Even Harpo Wilcox, the lug. Oh, hi there, Harpo.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, folks. Say, I just got the nicest fan letter from a girl who says this is her favorite radio show.
Really, did she?
Honest, Harpo?
Cross my heart.
Your heart's on the other side, Mr. Wilcox.
Oh, yes.
What'd she say, Harpo? Did she think we were kind of cute?
Well, she didn't say that exactly, but she said she was simply crazy about the man who says, try Johnson's self-polishing glow coat for your floors and linoleum.
She's right. She's crazy.
Now about the fine bunch of people on the program.
Oh, yeah.
There's Elmo Tanner. See, I wonder where he learned to whistle like that.
Well, the way I heard it, Elmo went to night school down in Birdseed, West Virginia.
You mean he learned to whistle in night school?
No, but he had to pass the cemetery on his way home.
All right. Oh, McGee, here's Perry Como.
Oh, hi there, Perry. How's everything?
Say, Fibber, do you mind if I tell you something?
Is it about the band or the announcement?
No, it's just a fan that I received about the show.
Oh.
This girl thinks your program is the best 6 minutes on the air.
6 minutes? What do you mean, 6 minutes? We're on for half an hour.
I know, but I usually sing in the first 6 minutes, and she never listens after that.
Oh.
I thought you'd like to know about the 6 minutes. Anyway.
Heavenly day. McGee, where are you going?
I'm going to sit right down and write myself a fan letter.
Ted Weems and the boys playing I've Got You Under My Skin, featuring Terry Como. Well, we take you now to the Wistful Vista Post Office at the corner of 14th and Oak Street. The postmaster's had a nervous breakdown due to the Christmas rush, and Fibber, with his usual impetuosity, has come in to lend a hand. Here he is with Molly behind the main window in the post office.
Hey, quit crowding, folks. It's 4 days yet till Christmas. How are the 3-cent stamps holding out, Molly?
They're going fast, McGee. I think if we sold them 4 for a dime, we'd have them sold out for 4 dimes.
Well, when I get a minute to spare, I'll call Washington and see what they say about a clearance sale. All right, folks, just keep in line and you'll be taken care of. Who's next?
I am. You sent for a repairman?
Yes, we did. Have you your hammer and pliers with you?
You better have, lady. Got all the tools right here.
That's fine, Bud. Sure that's all of them? You see that third writing desk over there?
Yes.
Well, see the pen on the far side of it?
Yeah.
Well, it writes.
Uh-oh. Well, I'll soon have that fixed. It's a good thing you called me.
Thank goodness he got here in time, Molly. Folks had come in here and found a pen that didn't scratch. We'd never heard the end of it.
No. Oh, hello there, silly. Are you next in line?
Yes, ma'am. How are you, boss? Well, I'm okay, Phil. You got some packages to mail?
No, sir. I'm looking for one. General delivery.
Oh. Is there a package for Sylvius Watson back there?
No.
Sorry, Sylvius isn't here. Were you expecting something?
Yes, ma'am. My grandpappy down in Alabama, he always sent me some Christmas stuff every year, please, ma'am.
Oh, I see. In sort of a Yuletide mood.
No, ma'am. In a sort of a gallon jug.
Well, we'll keep an eye out for it, Phil. Drop by again in a little while.
Yes, sir.
Who's next in line there, folks?
I am, I believe. Where do I drop this parcel post package?
Throw it through the 4th window to the left, sis.
Thank you.
Maybe I should have opened that window first. What do you want, Bud?
Nothing.
Well, if you don't want anything, get out of people's way.
Oh, that's all right. I belong here.
How do you figure that, Bud?
I come here all the time to get my correspondence school lessons.
Oh.
And this is a Christmas vacation, so I'm just hanging around the campus.
Say, McGee, he doesn't look very bright, does he?
No, but I hear he's been getting real high postmarks.
Let's through this door, boys. All right. Halt. You all have your white gloves? Be very quiet now.
Hey, what's that?
Those are the new pallbearers for the dead letter office.
Okay. Who's next there?
Hi, my boy. Official business. How is business, by the way?
Oh, fairly good, Bud. Fairly good.
What's your official business, mister?
Oh, yes. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Horatio K. Boomer, Chief Postal Inspector.
Oh, how do you do, I'm sure.
Hi, Inspector. What can we do for you?
Oh, I'm just checking up. How much cash have you on hand?
$72.34, Inspector, in round numbers.
Exactly $72.34.
Yeah?
I'll just take this along and turn it into Washington.
Okay.
But on second thought, he's dead and won't need it now. Thanks.
Say, just a minute here. You can't take all that money.
Yeah, how do we know you're a post office inspector? Where's your credentials?
Oh, yes, my credentials. Let me see now. Fountain pen, pawn ticket, handkerchief, Jimmy. Hiya, Jimmy. Pocketbook, ace of spades, and a short beard. Sorry, my little stamp suitors don't seem to have my credentials. Ah, there's my picture on the wall up there.
Oh, look, McGee. $500 reward for Horatio K. Boomer.
Oh.
Yes. $500 reward for being the best postal inspector in the division. A well-deserved tribute, too.
Well, congratulations, Inspector. Which picture you like best, Molly? The front view or the profile?
Let's see. I like the front view, the one with the number on it.
Thank you. Just remember that number, and if you have any trouble, just get in touch with me. I just touched you, so that's fair enough.
Nice fellow, Boomer. Oh, hello there, Phil.
me, please, sis. My little old package come yet?
No, Silly, it isn't here yet.
Thank you, ma'am. Sure hope Grandpappy ain't forget his nephew.
What do you mean his nephew? I thought you said he was your grandfather. You're getting your consanguinity kind of mixed up.
Well, what?
Say, how could he be your grandfather and you be his nephew?
That is a funny thing, ain't it, Miss McGee? Well, that on account of my aunt.
Oh.
Yeah, she done keep the family tree in the front of the Bible, and some of the branches get twisted up, seems like. My auntie says she can't figure out if she is my real aunt or my half-sister once removed on the eternal side.
You mean the maternal side.
What?
Maternal side, Phil. Eternal means forever.
Yes, that's how long it's going to take to figure it out. You let me know if my grandpappy does get here, please.
Okay, Phil.
Fine business, this post office.
Oh, it's a great service, Molly. Think what the mailman does for folks. Hardly anybody appreciates him. Why, when you think how folks' eyes brighten up when they see his uniform.
And you see a uniform brightness on your floors and linoleum when you use Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
Oh, Mr. Wilcox.
You're supposed to keep your place in line, Harpo.
Well, I was next.
Well, what do you want?
Well, listen. Look, I want to visit my girl in California for Christmas.
Oh,
but the trains and the airplanes are all booked up solid for the next 2 days. Look, can't you mail me out there, air mail?
Well, come in and weigh yourself, Mr. Wilcox.
Okay.
Step right on the scale.
All right.
108 pounds. Let's see. 180 times 16, 2880 ounces. 10 cents an ounce, special delivery. That'll cost you $288.10, Harpo, one way.
Okay. What do we do now?
Well, I'll write a tag for your coat lapel. You see, we'll have to paste some stamps on your shoulder and cancel them. Hand me the canceling machine, Molly.
Okay.
Oh, boy, I've been waiting a long time to cancel this guy.
Here you are.
All right, which shoulder?
Left. We use the right for the return address.
Ow! Not so hard.
Well, you're no better than any other package, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, look, now, let's get going. How soon do I leave?
Oh, wait a minute. Don't be in a hurry, Harpo. Just keep your stamps on.
I know, but I'm in a hurry to get out to California. Do something.
Okay, I'll do something. Hand me that adhesive tape, Molly.
McGee, what are you going to do to him?
Yeah, what's the idea? Quit stalling and get me out of here.
Heavenly days, McGee. Why did you put that adhesive tape over his mouth?
Well, I had to seal him up to make him a first-class male, didn't I?
few minutes ago, I urged you to try Johnson's Glow Coat on your floors and linoleum to make them beautiful and bright. But that's only half the story. The most important part, perhaps, is the amount of work and time that you save when you let Glow Coat polish your floors for you. This remarkable liquid doesn't require a bit of rubbing or buffing, for Glow Coat is self-polishing. It'll take you a very few minutes to apply. You'll be through before you know it. Then let Glow Coat dry for 20 minutes and watch the floor take on a beautiful polish as it dries without help from you. For weeks afterward, your cleaning work will be much easier because Glow Coat sheds dust and dirt and protects floors and linoleum from scuff marks and wear. Johnson's Glow Coat saves you the drudgery of floor scrubbing and gives you the luxury of clean, shining floors. Look for the attractive yellow can. And by the way, remember, it's very economical to order the larger sizes. Well, back to the Wistful Vista post office, where the line of people in front of McGee's window is getting impatient.
All right, quiet, please. Please, take it easy. Now, who's next?
Me, Mr. McGee.
You after that package again, Phil?
Yes.
Well, it hasn't come in yet.
You sure it ain't, please, Miss McGee?
Sure, we're sure, silly.
Yes, ma'am. But did you gurgle all the packages, please, ma'am?
None of them gurgle, silly. What's your grandpa sending you, maple syrup?
No, ma'am. Applejack. You know I love Applejack.
Applejack, huh? Oh. Of course, you know, Phil, all suspicious packages can be opened for inspection by the postmaster, don't you?
What?
I says I'll have to inspect it, you know, when it comes.
Yes, but leave a little for me to inspect, too, please.
All right, there, all right. Who's next?
I am. I want some 13-cent stamps.
13-cent stamps? I don't think we make them this year, Bud. Let's see now. Where's the 13-cent stamps, Molly? I don't see them.
Look in that little cabinet there.
Oh, here?
Yes. Heavenly days. What was that, McGee?
Christmas seal. I'm sorry, Bud. No 13 cents. Maybe next year.
Look, McGee. That Russian mail clerk, he's throwing letters out of the window.
Hey there, vodka. What's the idea?
Hello, Tavares. Hello, Babushka. What's the ideas of what?
What's the idea of throwing all that mail out of the window? You can't do that.
Sure I can do that, Babushka. I know I can do that because I am doing that. Yes.
Hey, listen, Bud, I'm postmaster in charge here, and I'll have you fired.
No, Tavares. I'm not getting fired, I think. I am chisel service man. Nobody can fire in chisel service man.
Well, they can for what you're doing. Stop it, I tell you.
Yeah, lay off, Bud. Quit throwing those letters out the window.
I am only doing duty, Tavares. It is saying on letters, airmail. So I'm giving them the air. What happens after is somebody's business hell. Yes.
Good thing he explained. I thought for a minute he was making a serious mistake. Well, what can I do for you, sister? Oh, Mrs. Wearybottom. How are you, Weary?
Oh, I guess I'm all right, but goodness me, I don't know why I should be rushing around the way I do, buying gifts for people and mailing out all those Christmas cards and all. My goodness, you buy a lot of stuff for people and you never get anything back as good as you give out. The only time I ever come out ahead was one year I gave my husband a necktie and he gave me a washing machine. How much are the 2-cent stamps today?
Well, they're 2 cents today, Mrs. Wearybottom, but if I was you and you're sending Christmas stuff, I'd put a 2 and a 1 on the envelope. Red and green makes it look more Christmassy.
Or maybe just more messy.
Quiet, Molly. What say, Mrs. Wearybottom?
Oh, I was just saying that, my goodness, the body hardly knows which way to turn to get things for people, do they? Last year, I got my father a new mission pipe and a new suit, and he gave me a set of dishes, but he got to smoking his pipe at the table in spite of everything I could say, and his teeth aren't very good, and the pipe slipped out of his mouth and broke one of my new dishes and had greasy gravy in it, and went on Father's new suit. My goodness, boy, you could say Kris Kringle, there was $36.29 just shot to well. Merry Christmas to both.
What's that package you got there, Molly?
Well, it's marked RFD, and I don't know what that means.
Why, RFD means remove floor dullness with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
I guess we didn't put enough postage on that guy, man.
All right, now, who's next, please? You, little girl?
One side, folks. Let the little girl up to the window. What was it you want, sis?
Is this the post office, sister?
You betcha, sis. What can we do for you?
Huh?
I says, what was it you wanted?
I want to write a letter, Rebecca.
Well, this ain't the place for that, sis. You write a letter at home and then bring it in here to mail.
Huh?
I says, this isn't where you write letters. This is where you mail them.
Who to?
Why, well, who did you want to mail it to?
Mail what?
Your letter.
I didn't write it yet, Rebecca.
Then go home and write it and bring it back.
Huh?
Listen, we'll be glad to take care of the letter after you write. Oh, hey, wait a minute. Oh, right. I didn't mean that. Well, listen, what's the matter, sis?
Oh, gee, I can't write, Rebecca.
Well, who's the letter going to after you write it?
I can't write, I tell you.
Well, I'll write it for you. Anything to... Who's it to?
Santa Claus, Rebecca.
Oh, I see. Cute, ain't she, Molly?
Hey,
Hey, now, wait a minute. Quit crowding back there. This is more important business than any of you mugs has got. What do you want to tell Santa Claus, little girl?
Are you writing?
Go ahead. I'm ready.
Dear Mr. Santa Claus,
Yeah.
you can disregard my order of the 9.
Yeah.
I betcha. On account of I have made arrangements with the Santa Claus of the Bonton Department Store for my doll buggies.
Yeah.
You see, Santa, if you don't stick around, these other Santa Clauses get all the orders, I betcha. But maybe we can do business next year.
Oh.
Yours very truly.
Okay.
Thank you, mister.
Okay, you're welcome. Oh, hello there, Silly. You back again?
Yes. Is my package come from Grandpappy yet?
Well, I don't think so, Sil. Hey, boy! Is that package in from Alabama for this fella?
What's the name?
Watson!
Well, what's the name?
Here he is, Watson, the name, please.
Sylvia's Watson it is.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you have it.
Hot dog, here come my jug of Applejack, Grandpappy. He never forget his nephew.
Okay. Well, here you are, Sil.
Yeah.
Hand it careful now. There, you got it?
Yes, I reckon
Holy please!
Oh! Well, Happy New Year, ma'am. Happy New Year, Miss McGee.
What do you mean, Happy New Year? Christmas hasn't come yet.
For me, please, sir, Christmas has came and went.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we say goodnight, Molly and I want to acknowledge the wonderful help given us all during this year by Bill Thompson, who plays the part of Horatio K. Boomer and other parts, Hugh Studebaker, who plays Silly Watson, and Ted Weems and his orchestra, and
Our scriptwriter, John Quinn. Our sponsors, the makers of Johnson's Wax, want to thank you, too, for your loyalty to their products. Good night.
Good night, all, and a very Merry Christmas.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax, inviting you to be with us again next week at this same time. Good night.
Included on the music heard in the program, with plenty of money and views from Gold Diggers of 1937, I've Got You Under My Skin from Born to Dance. This is the National Broadcasting Company. You were listening to WMAQ, the Chicago Daily News station. Fibber McGee and Molly will appear in person at the Lincoln Theater in Lincoln, Illinois, Tuesday, December 29th.
The Johnson Wax Program. Good evening, everyone. The makers of Johnson's Wax present Marion and Jim as Fibber McGee and Molly. Ted Weems and his orchestra open the show with Sing, Baby, Sing. Play, Weemsy, play. Very interesting to go through some of the new modern houses and see what beautiful little homes are being built for $5,000 and less. Many of the modern rooms have linoleum on the floors. And I don't have to tell you that Johnson's Wax is responsible for the glowing polish on most of these floors. The wax brings out the colors in the linoleum and keeps it in perfect condition. You can't picture one of the modern houses with scuffed or dingy floors. Wall paneling and floors must have a lustrous polish at all times, and that's why it's so necessary to protect all such surfaces with Johnson's Wax, so that their beauty will be long-lasting. Whether you live in an ultra-modern house or a comfortable old-fashioned home, you'll find that Johnson's Wax protects your woodwork, furniture, and floors with an invisible shield of beauty, and actually makes housekeeping much easier, for dust and dirt cannot cling to a Johnson Wax surface. The McGees are celebrating their wedding anniversary tonight and have planned a big garden party for all their friends. But, not having a garden, Fibber has taken it upon himself to clean up the vacant lot next door for the purpose. And here, clearing away the old cans and bottles, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
I wonder if folks wouldn't find someplace else to put their dad-ratted junk, Molly. Look at this here old rusty 5-gallon can. Can you imagine what kind of a dim-witted, unthinking, left-handed lame brain would deliberately dump this old can next door to a nice house like ours?
Why, sure. You threw that there yourself.
Oh, well. Except I had to put it someplace.
McGee, you better put on some old canvas gloves. I don't want you to be cutting yourself on a tin can.
Oh, I like to get at these here jobs barehanded. Matter of fact, I don't mind a job like this at all. It's something I can get my teeth into.
Getting your teeth into a tin can? Why, you talk like a ghost. Oh, there's the mailman, McGee. Yoo-hoo, Mr. Ingle. Anything for us?
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee. Gee, Reggie, you're getting old, ain't you? How long you been carrying the mail? Oh, since Ted Weems give me the sack. I see you're getting ready to celebrate your anniversary. How'd you know, Red? Says so on this postcard. Says, many happy returns of the day. We'll be glad to accept your invitation. Please wire me if you will serve soup or celery. Signed, Miles Reed. Who's he?
Well, he's our sound effects man. He wants to know what noises to bring.
Is that all the mail there is for us? That's all today, Mr. McGee. Got one for Ted Wheaton, though. What's it say, Bud? I don't know. It's a letter and it's sealed, so I haven't read it yet. I'll have to wait and read it over Wheaton's shoulder. Here, let me take it. I'll hold it up to the light.
Why, well, don't be so nosy, McGee. The idea, reading other people's mail. What's it say?
Ain't even addressed to Ted. It's sent to the Johnson Wax Show.
Well, what's it say?
I can't figure out if it's a knock or a boost.
Well, why?
It says, oh, boy, what a show. What a show. Theodore is terrific.
Well, what's the matter with that? Ted Weems will be tickled.
I don't know if he will or not. I can't make out whether it says Theodore or the odor. Well, so long, folks. You know, Molly, if this nation should die out and 1,000,000 years later somebody'd be exploring around here and find all these cans and bottles, what would they think?
Why, they'd think we left a lot of cans and bottles around.
Get this stuff cleared away so I can mow the grass. You know, Molly, there's a job, mowing the grass. I get an awful kick out of mowing grass.
I know. The more, the merrier.
Oh. Molly, did I ever tell you about the time I lived down in Tittycombe, Texas, and couldn't get no grass to grow in the front yard?
Oh, yes, many times.
Well, sir, what I done was buy 3,000 of them fiber mats that folks use for doormats, and I painted them green and sodded the lawn with them.
Oh.
Boy, I certainly solved that problem.
Well, you can solve anything if you really go to the mat with it.
Used to sprinkle it twice a day just for the effect on the jealous neighbors. Used to sneak out at night with a bucket of yellow paint and paint dandelions all over. Then in the morning I'd go out with a worried look onto my face and dig them out. But I had to give it up. I couldn't stand it.
Stand what?
The robins. The poor little robins would come fluttering down looking for worms, and when they'd land on that matting, they'd look at me so dad-ratted reproachful. I just couldn't take it. Oh, well, that's the way it goes.
Oh, McGee, look. Here comes a truck, heading for this lot.
Well, if they try to dump anything here, they'll find they got a fight on their hands. I'll tell them that.
Oh, dear. It's a bunch of young men.
Hi, boys.
Hi there.
Looks like government stuff, Molly. Hey, boys, you from the CCC?
No, we're from the TWO.
TWO?
Ted Weems Orchestra. Yes, and go to work, boys.
Every street I walk on becomes a lover's lane. When I'm with you, I can see the sun go out in the rain. When I'm with you, to lose you would be tragic. Here is my heart unfurled. You have that certain magic. You're the 7 wonders of the world. Off the ground, put the leaves are on the tree. When I'm with you, flowers sing a love song. There's music in the breeze. When I'm with you, please let me make this confession. You are my magnificent obsession. The world is all around. Lovely one when I
was Ted Weems and his PWO workers playing a new project, When I'm With You, with Perry Como as rhyme keeper. Well, Fibber has really worked hard clearing away the junk from the vacant lot next door and is now busy clipping the grass and bushes for their anniversary garden party tonight.
Hey, Molly, what anniversary is this we're celebrating?
Our 18th, McGee.
18th. Is that all the longer it's been?
What?
I said, don't hardly seem possible we've been married 18 years.
Oh, I don't know, McGee. I found another gray hair this morning.
On your hairbrush?
Yes.
Oh, don't worry about that, Molly. I was brushing Toops' cat with it yesterday.
What? You got a lot of nerve using my... Oh, there's Silly Watson.
Oh, hi there, Sil. Did you get them Japanese lanterns like I told you?
Yes, sir. I got them little old Japanese lanterns.
You mean Nipponese Jackson?
Nappajack cistern.
Japanese Jackson. Yes, I got them. The man say he's going to send them right out.
Oh, I know, but when?
What?
When is he going to send them out?
Well, right away, you say, and I suppose when he say right away, he mean kind of soon, please, man.
Well, did you tell him when the garden party was, Silly?
Yes, I say tonight was your 18th anniversary. He said, anybody that can last that long being married these days don't need no Japanese lessons. He say what you ought to have is a 10 million candle power aviation beacon.
Well, did you bring us one, Silly?
No, ma'am, they didn't have one.
No, that's one Silly didn't bring home the beacon. Don't you get it, Molly?
Ain't funny, McGee.
Okay. Excuse me now, please, folks. I got to go oil the lawnmower.
Well, now that takes care of that.
No, I wouldn't be too sure. Silly probably told him we just got married and didn't want him till our 18th. Hey, you! Get out of there! I just cleaned this lot up.
What are you doing there?
Huh? What's the matter, Bud? Looking for something?
Yes.
What are you looking for?
Looking for a place to hide this stuff. I'm a G-man.
G-man, huh? Government?
No, coffee.
Hey, you! Hey, I just cleaned it. Hey, come back here, you! What?
Heavenly days, the nerve of that fella.
That mashes and stuff he dumped got up my nose.
Oh, McGee, you've got what the Germans call a dump cough.
Hey, Molly, there goes Parker Gibbs. Hi there, Gibbsy. You coming tonight?
Oh, I wouldn't miss it for a farm.
How big a farm?
Make it a window box. See you later.
Where's all them guys going, Molly? Country Washburn just went by a minute ago.
Why, they're all sitting under that big tree over there playing mumbly things.
Them musicians, always sticking the knife into something. Oh, hi, Perry.
Hello, Fibber. Hi, Molly.
Hello, Perry, darling. You coming to the party? It's our 18th anniversary.
Oh, I see. I'll be there and help you forget. Hi, boys.
No, Molly, them fellas, they don't seem to realize the importance of our affair tonight.
McGee, after being married 18 years, I'd hardly call it an affair.
Did you order the folding chairs, Molly?
Yes, but I don't want them sent out till the last thing. They might get damp and hurt the finish on.
Ah, but you wouldn't have to worry about that if they were protected by a gleaming coat of Johnson's wax.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Harpo.
Hello, folks. Say, nice job you're doing on the trimming, Fibber.
You betcha.
But then, you always were a clip.
Oh.
Hey, Harpo.
Yes?
Did you ever play building and loan?
No. How do you play it?
Get out of the building and leave us alone.
Well, I'm afraid I can't stay any longer. No. Don't insist. Don't. Well, so long, folks.
Sure. Well, hold Harpo. Oh, hello there, Geraldine.
Hello, Mr. McGee. Hello, Miss McGee. I just thought I'd drop in and see if there's anything I could help you with for your party tonight.
Well, thanks, Geraldine, but I don't think...
I told Gerald you were having your 18th anniversary party, and Gerald said the cutest thing. I mean, you really did, really.
Well...
Gerald said, well, misery loves company. Oh, Gerald, he's such a cynic, Mr. McGee. I mean, he really is.
What do you mean, misery? Say, me and Molly have been real happy.
That's exactly what I told Gerald, yes.
Sure.
I said you were the happiest couple I ever knew. I told him you were always holding hands.
Oh, that's
and
right.
Gerald said, affection, not protection. Oh, but don't mind Gerald. He's always like that.
Well, when you find a marriage like ours...
I told Gerald marriages are made in heaven.
That's it.
And Gerald said maybe that's why they picked a hot place like Reno to separate. Gerald says Reno is for the party of the first part and the party of the second part. Can you imagine?
Gerald must have been feeling kind of sour.
I know. I asked Gerald why in. What do you think he said?
What did he say?
Oh, this priceless, really.
Priceless is right. I wouldn't give you a nickel for
Yes,
a...
Gerald said the difference between a pat on the back and a kick in the pants is just a matter of location. Well, I think he must be off.
I'll say so.
Biddle, biddle, biddle.
Someday, Molly, that gal is going to hear a record of herself and takes to the needle.
Oh, it's Elmo Tanner. Hello, Elmo.
Hello, folks.
You're coming to our anniversary party tonight, aren't you, Elmo?
What can I lose?
Why, it's our 18th anniversary now. What do you think of that?
Yeah.
18 years.
Yeah.
Let's see. 18 from 1936. Oh, you were married in 1918.
Yes, why?
That's the year I went to war, too. Hiya, fellas.
Smart guy, huh?
Oh, I think Elmo's real nice, McGee. And I love the way he whistles.
So.
Oh, dear, the place is beginning to look nice. Oh, there's Ted Weems. Hello, Ted.
Hi there, Ted. You coming to the party tonight?
You bet I am. What party?
Say, Ted.
Yes?
Look at all those TWO workers of yours sitting under that tree over there.
What's the matter with that?
Well, it's dangerous. What if a thunderstorm should come up and lightning would hit that tree?
They should worry. I'm the conductor. Come on, boys. Go to work.
All over this country have taken advantage of Johnson's free gift offer and have received a full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax without cost. If you haven't already asked your dealer for Johnson's free gift anniversary package, I urge you to do so right away. The package contains a pint can of Johnson's Auto Cleaner and Polish and a full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax. You pay 59 cents for the cleaner only. This is less than the regular selling price. And you get the Auto Wax free. Johnson's Auto Cleaner and Polish will make your old car sparkle like new in short order. Johnson's Auto Wax protects the beautiful polish, keeps the finish from becoming scratched and stained. When you Johnson wax your car, you cut down on car washing. And later, when you want to trade the car in, you will get more money for it if the finish has been wax protected. Go to your dealer tonight or tomorrow morning and get free a full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax in the free gift anniversary package. Well, you'd hardly know the vacant lot next door to the McGee's. Fibbers mowed the grass, trimmed the bushes, whitewashed the trees, and with Silly's help is now stringing wires for the Japanese lanterns. This is going to be quite an anniversary party tonight. Here are Molly and Silly holding the ladder while Fibber strings wires.
McGee, did you get permission from the owners of this property to hang up the lanterns?
No, but they can't object, Molly. Shucks, I ought to send them a bill for cleaning up the place.
Hey, hold that dead ratted ladder steady, Phil.
Keep your eyes on your work, silly. What are you staring at?
That little girl over there, please, ma'am. She got a little old ball on a rubber band, and she hit me with a paddle, and doggone, she never missed one.
Hey, down there, hold her steady. What do you think I am, a sparrow?
Hi, everybody. What you doing? 4 and 10, 4 and 11.
We're hanging up Japanese lanterns, honey. Now you going home.
I don't want to, I betcha. I want to watch you. 4 and 18, 4 and 19, 4 and 20.
Hey
4
there,
and
Sis.
21.
Don't bother us. Go play someplace else.
Want to play here, I betcha. 4 and 30, 4 and 31. What you hanging the lanterns up for, Watch you.
Go on away now, little girl. Go on. Get on home now. Go on.
Well, why are you hanging the lanterns up for, 4 and 52, 4 and 53, 4 and
It's for a wedding anniversary, Sis. Now go on away.
What's the wedding anniversary, What is that? 4 and 59, 4 and 60, 4 and 61.
Wedding anniversary means that we've been married for a long time.
Why?
That's it, I don't know why. I mean, look here, Sis. Hey, hold that ladder!
Look out,
hold it! Hey, hold!
Heavenly days. Are you hurt, McGee?
No, just sore. Now you listen here, Sis.
Gee, that was funny, mister. Do it again. 4 and 72.
Well, slap my sunburst. She never miss a beat.
Listen, dearie. We're very busy here. Now you run along and play somewhere else.
I'll say so. You putting there made me bust my neck.
Why, you putting there made me lose count. 4 and 82, 4 and 83.
484.
485. Quiet, Sis.
Just listen to you.
Where do you live, Sis?
Over there, little lady. Where do you live? 489,
We live right here.
Why?
Because... How do I know? Listen, Sis, we're busy here.
What doing? 4 and 96, 4 and 97.
We're going to have a party here, Wyatt.
Can I come? 4 and 99, 500.
Sure, you can come, Sis. But just as an initiation, we're going to make everybody that comes to the party take a big spoonful of castor oil just to prove they really want to come.
Castor? Oh, gee. Goodbye, mister. 510, 500.
Imagine that kid, Molly, bouncing that little ball more than 500 times off that bat.
Yes, and right off the bat, I could give you more than 500 reasons why you should protect your car finish with Johnson's Auto Wax.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, silly. Well, Fibber, how are the party preparations coming along?
Oh, pretty good. Up till now.
I see. Oh, it must be great to celebrate a wedding anniversary like this. Oh, I'm an old bachelor myself.
That's what I often say. How do you like these Japanese lanterns?
Why, they're beautiful.
We think so, too. You know, in olden times, the Japanese used to wear them over their heads. This way. Now, hold still.
McGee, what on earth you doing?
Then they pulled them down over their ears like this.
Hey, what are you doing?
Come on, Molly. I want to get back to the house and clean up.
Say, take this thing off. I can't see where I'm going. Fibber, Molly, where are you?
Ah, dear. That's what I always liked about Harpo. Friendly sort of a Jap. Well, come on, Molly. Let's go in the house. Boy, am I tired. Now, I suppose I'd better start getting myself cleaned up.
Ah, just think of it, McGee. 18 years.
Yep.
And to think you'd spent all day long cleaning up a dirty old lot so we could have a party. You sure must love me, McGee.
Ah, well, Molly, I always... Hey! What's that?
Heavenly day. Must be a parade. Open the door, McGee.
Probably a political parade.
All right, boys, this is the place. Just to load the stuff there and set her up quick. Yes, that's fine. Get over there now.
Hey, wait a minute.
McGee.
Huh?
They're dumping stuff all over our nice clean lot.
Hey, you! You over there! What's the idea? I just cleaned that lot up. Get out of there!
Not so, my little so-and-so, not so. We have a legal permit for the use of this property, yes, yes.
For what?
For the Horatio K. Boomer Combined Carnival, the greatest traveling aggregation ever known. All right, boys, hurry there. Get that merry-go-round set up. You, Elmer, put your hot dog stand over on the other side.
Hey,
Hey, you can't do that. I just cleaned up that. I said, are you...
You want to go to the carnival tonight, Molly?
Time of year when women are thinking about fixing up their homes for fall. Even though you aren't planning to spend much money, you'll want to make your rooms look attractive. So here's a suggestion. Wax your floors, furniture, and woodwork with Johnson's Wax, and everything will take on a fresh, well-cared-for appearance. Johnson's Wax gives a beautiful luster to floors and linoleum, leaving an invisible film of wax protection over the surface, saving the floor from scuff marks and scratches. When you wax your furniture, you'll discover new beauty in the wood. The satin-like polish sheds dust and prevents smudges from sticking to the tables and chair arms. Then be sure to give all door frames and windowsills a gleaming coat of Johnson's Wax so sticky fingerprints can't cling to them. You'll save yourself hours of housework over a period of time if you wax your floors, furniture, and woodwork with genuine Johnson's Wax. Look for the attractive yellow can. And remember, you save money by ordering the larger sizes.
All joking aside, this really is our 18th wedding anniversary.
And we hope everybody listening in is as happy as we are. And I want to thank you for your wonderful support.
Oh, shucks, that's all right, Molly.
Quiet, Ignorant. I wasn't talking to you.
Good night.
Good night, dog.
This program comes to you from our Chicago studios. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
The
Johnson Wax Program. There's a familiar face missing from our cast this week. Harlow Wilcox is recovering from an appendicitis operation. This is Bob Brown pinch hitting for him and hoping that his recovery will be a speedy one. The makers of Johnson's Wax present Marion and Jim as Fibber McGee and Molly. Ted Weems and his orchestra open tonight's nautical episode with We Saw the Sea from Follow the Fleet. Cast off, Ted. Attention, car owners. Be sure to get your free gift, a full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax, offered to you in celebration of Johnson's 50th anniversary. This is not just a sample. It's a regular, full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax, and it's yours without cost. Go to your auto supply dealer, service station, or regular wax dealer, and purchase a pint can of Johnson's Auto Cleaner and Polish, and you will receive a full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax free. You pay just 59 cents. This is less than the regular price of the cleaner alone. And you get, first, Johnson's Auto Cleaner and Polish. Second, a full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax, both packed in the special free gift package. I advise you to take advantage of this generous offer at once. The supply of free gift packages is strictly limited, and they're going fast. Well, it's a life on the bounding main for our two friends this week. They've been invited on a little yachting cruise, and with the captain taken ill with a headache, Fibber has offered to run the ship. So, until the captain comes back to the bridge and finds out what a real headache is, we find in command those two salty seafarers, Fibber McGee and Molly.
I wonder what all the guests on board will say when they hear who's in charge of the ship, McGee.
Well, shucks, if they don't say nothing, it's okay. If they object, it's mutiny, and I'll put them in irons.
In irons?
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
Search me, but that's what they always do to mutineers. Besides, everything's going to be all right. There's pirate's blood in me, Molly.
I believe it. You certainly act pretty kiddish at times.
You know, Molly, I got to tell you.
Watch what you're doing, McGee. Huh? Heavenly days, you nearly run down that launch.
Well, they should ought to get out of the way. According to the rules of navigation, the vessel onto the starboard tack has got the right of way unless the vessel onto the port tack supersedes the starboard tack by blowing his whistle 4 times, which in international code means, out of the way, cowboy. Oh. Unless he's flying a red flag with a white circle, which means, send a bottle of seltzer aboard, or which way is Newfoundland? Oh, it's easy when you know the rules, Molly.
Oh, you've been reading them navigation books till you're dizzy, McGee. You've been spotting misinformation ever since you come over the gangplank.
Oh.
And incidentally, why do they call it the gangplank?
Well, now, let me see. Gangplank.
I suppose you think it's a law enforcement clause in a political platform.
Now, give me a chance. Let's see. They call it the gangplank.
I'll be glad to give you the information, laddie.
Hey, guests ain't allowed up here on the bridge, Bud.
But while you're here, why do they call it the gangplank?
Because, lad,
when you're coming on board, you gang up it and plank yourself down on the deck.
Which way are we headed, McGee?
It's hard to tell. That dead-ratted compass won't hold still long enough for me to see. Look at it.
It skips around between southwest and northeast, McGee.
I know. I'm going to get the ship's carpenter to pound a nail through the needle to hold it steady. Meantime, you know how I'm holding her steady onto her course?
How?
You see that flagpole up front there?
Yeah.
In the sharp end?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just keeping that pole straight ahead of me all the time.
It's a good thing there's lots of water in the Atlantic.
Oh, well, no.
Excuse me, Skipper. A wireless just received from the Coast Guard cutter.
What does it say?
It says iceberg sighted 2 degrees east of your position.
Okay. Tell them we don't want any ice today.
You know, McGee, I've got a feeling you don't know in the least what you're doing.
Oh, now, Molly, didn't the skipper turn it over to me? Ain't I wearing his coat with 4 stripes onto the sleeve?
A zebra wears stripes, too, but it's just a jackass underneath.
Well, just the same.
Oh, wait a minute, McGee. Here comes one of the sailors. Looks familiar, too.
Oh, yeah, that's Red Ingle. He's one of Ted Weems' deckhands.
I know. I saw him playing his violin on the fiddly hat.
What you want, sailor?
Begging your pardon, sir. One of the crew picks up this bloomin' bottle from the water, sir, as it was floating past.
Heavenly days, a bottle. And it's got a message in it.
Here, give it here and I'll open her up.
Shall I hold the wheel, sir?
No, let the wheel go. There ain't nothing to run into.
No, sir. But you're yaw, sir.
Yaw, sir?
Yaw, sir. Yaw, man. I mean, lady, the bloomin' tub will fall off the leeward, Mom, if she ain't kept on a blinking course.
Well, don't you worry about the blinking boat, bud. You go on back downstairs.
Below, sir, you mean? Downstairs ain't proper nautical, sir.
Oh, go jump in the lake.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Well, that's what I like to see, discipline.
Now, let's see. Find out what's in this bottle. If I can only get this cork loose. Ah, here she comes.
My. Now, how are you going to get the message out, McGee?
I don't know. Give me a hairpin, Molly. Thanks. No, that ain't long enough. Got to have a long piece of wire. Let me see now. Long piece of wire, long piece of wire, long...
Did it ever occur to you to bust the bottle, McGee?
I thought of that, Molly. But this note might require an answer.
Oh.
Oh, well, here goes. You got the note, Molly? What's it say?
Heavenly days. Listen, McGee.
Huh?
It says, to Her Royal Majesty Queen Isabella, Madrid, Spain.
Oh.
Dear babe, hope to tight land tomorrow. Having nice trips. Wish you were here. Signed, Chris. XXXXX.
Wilfred, can you imagine that, Molly? From Columbus.
Yeah, and to think it was written on the typewriter, too.
Yes, and on Waldorf Astoria stationery. That old two-timer.
I see it all now. He crossed the Atlantic and double-crossed Isabella, and no regret.
No regret, although our love affair has gone astray. No regret, I know I'll always care, though you're away. Somehow our happy romance ended suddenly, still in my heart to be forever mine. No regret, because somebody new looks good to you. No regret, sweetheart, no matter what you say or do. I know our love will linger when the other love forgets. So I say goodbye with no regret.
That was No Regrets, played by First Mate Weems and his crew of band lubbers. And now back on board the lugger, mates, where Skipper McGee and Molly are looking over the charts on the bridge.
Well, I hope nothing happens while you're in charge, McGee. I can't swim very good.
Oh, never mind. I can swim good enough for both of us. I ever tell you about the time I was whaling over near Nova Scotia?
No, what were you whaling about?
Not whaling. Whaling. Catching whales. I was out in a small boat with a harpoon into my hand and the rope tied around my waist and a tremendous whale dead ahead. I was all ready to heave the harpoon at him.
If he was dead, why did you want a harpoon?
He wasn't dead. He was dead ahead.
If he was dead, what difference did it make where he was?
Oh, I tell you, he wasn't dead. He was ahead. Oh. Well, sir, with a lightning flip of my arm, I heaves the harpoon. The whale gives a jerk, and the line yanks me out of the boat. Well, sir, there I was, with only 40 foot of line between me and Mr. Whale.
Quite a line. How do you know it was Mr. Whale?
On account of because it didn't say nothing. Been funny, lady. Well, sir, I knowed if I didn't do some quick thinking, I was a goner. So I start swimming for dear life.
Why didn't you just untie the rope?
What? And lose that fine whale? No, sir. Us whalers was made of sterner stuff than that, Molly. Well, sir, for 3 hours there was a tug-of-war between me and that whale, him swimming east and me swimming west toward Halifax.
You mean Halifax, don't you?
Well, sir, finally I swum ashore at Halifax, and there was no whale in sight. I thought at first I'd pulled the harpoon out, but no, sir. When they hauled in that rope over a mile long, the dead whale was on the other end of it.
I thought you said there was only 40 foot of rope.
There was, but I'd pulled so hard against that whale, the harpoon had stretched out into a steel wire a mile long. Oh. From that day on, Molly, I was known as Whaler McGee. Whaler McGee, the whirlwind whale whipper and wharf flopping what a man of the whale wearing.
Oh, and to think you used to be known in Peoria as McGee the Minnow Moocher.
Oh. Hi, Grandma. Don't you know you ain't allowed up here on the bridge?
Oh, is that so? Well, listen to me, Skippy.
Skipper.
Skip it. I want you to slow this boat down. It's too jerky and I can't knit.
You can't knit. Hear that, Molly? Grandma here wants us to slow down so she can get on with her knitting. How fast do you think we're going, Grandma?
Well, I don't know how fast the boat's going, Sonny, but when I looked at my knitting the last time, I figured I was doing a good 40 knots a minute. McGee.
Huh? What's the matter, Molly?
Would it be a breach of nautical etiquette if I was to politely inquire, where in the name of goodness is this old tub headed for?
Certainly not. I'll be glad to tell you. I figured that considering the longitude and the latitude...
Just stick to the longitude. You already had too much latitude.
Well, anyway, I figure we're due east to Sandy Hook.
Well, when do we do at Sandy Hook? I'm getting nervous.
Oh, go on, Molly. This here's safer than driving a car.
Oh, yeah? But one puncture is all you need in a boat.
Oh, don't be like that.
I tell you, them waves are getting real high, McGee. Real rough.
Yeah, I've been noticing that. I suppose I better do something about it.
For instance, what?
Well, I always heard the idea was to pour oil on the troubled water to smooth it down. I'll ask that sailor if we got any. Hey there, Bosun Brown.
In your eye, sir.
Huh?
Aye, sir.
Insubordination. Listen, Bosun Brown, we got a few barrels of oil in the hold?
No, sir. We haven't, sir.
Well, what would you suggest for this rough sea?
Johnson's wax, sir, for a smooth and shining surface, sir. And furthermore...
Bosun.
Yes, sir.
Go forward.
Forward, sir. Yes, sir. How far, sir?
10 paces beyond the bowsprit.
Thank you, sir.
Let's see now. I'll tell you where we are in just a bit, Molly. Just as soon as I shoot the sun.
Whose sun?
Nobody's sun. The sun up there. Where's that dad-ratted sexton?
I see. You shoot the sun and the sexton buries you.
Not sexton, Molly. Sextant. That's the instrument us navigators use to find out where we're at.
Did you ever?
Oh, hello there, little girl. You ain't allowed up here on the bridge, you know.
Why?
Well, it just ain't is all. Ain't nobody allowed up here.
You're up here, I betcha.
No, but I'm the skipper. What's the matter? Don't you believe it?
No. Let's see you skip.
Come on now, sis. Beat it back downstairs, or below.
Below
That's the seagoing term, meaning downstairs, sis. I was just being nautical.
I bet you get spanked if you are, bet you.
Wait a minute. What'd you want up here?
What do you want?
I don't want nothing. I'm running the boat.
Where?
Wherever we go.
Do you come back the same way, mister?
How do I know? I suppose we do.
Well, gee, I guess it's all right, Sam.
What's all right?
Papa, he fell off the boat way back there, so pick him up on the way back, will you, mister?
Hope that steward brings us up some lunch pretty soon, Molly. Seeing this boat is kind of exhausting. Port to starboard and starboard to port all day long. I'm thirsty.
Well, starboarder, pour yourself some port. What's the bell ringing for, McGee?
That's the time, Molly. 8 o'clock. Hold the wheel whilst I set my watch, will you? I'd have swore it was only 4 o'clock.
Begging your pardon, sir. Seaman Ingle reporting, sir.
Ain't you the guy that jumped overboard?
Aye, sir. I've been swimming underwater for the past 4 pages, sir.
Well, what you want?
Begging your pardon, sir, and a compliment to the mate, Mr. Weems, but we got a distress signal, sir.
Who is it and where's it from?
It's a bloke who calls himself Tanner, sir. Helmo Tanner. He's whistling for help, sir.
Whistling for help. Where is he, on the Canary Islands?
Where'll we pick him up, sailor?
Bally, sir, on the beach.
Okay, on the beach at Bally. Tell the crew to stand by to pick up a castaway.
Aye, sir. Bally good, sir. Bally good, sir.
Just another reminder about that free can of Johnson's Auto Wax that is waiting for you at your dealers. Get it now in the Johnson's free gift package before it's too late. In the package is, first, a pint of Johnson's Auto Cleaner and Polish. Second, a full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax. With these two remarkable products, you can quickly make your car shine like new. Johnson's Auto Cleaner is a creamy white liquid, very easy to apply. It both cleans and polishes a car in one simple operation. Takes off all the old dirt and road film without injury to the finish. Johnson's Auto Wax protects the beautiful glossy polish from scratches, saves the finish from the harmful ultraviolet rays of the sun, and sheds dust and dirt. Johnson's Auto Wax will cut down your car washing and enable you to get more money for your car when you trade it in. Go to your dealer right away. Ask for the free gift package containing Johnson's Auto Cleaner and Johnson's Auto Wax. You pay only 59 cents for the package. This is less than the regular price of the cleaner alone. And you get the full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax without cost. The supply is limited, so don't delay. Well, they stood on the bridge at midnight. Yes, sir. Fibber McGee and Molly still stick to their posts at the helm of the yacht.
I'm still sore at that steward, Molly. Here we are way out on the ocean, and he couldn't even give me a plate of oysters.
This is August, Diggerness.
Oh, what of it?
Oysters aren't good in the months that haven't got an R in them.
Oh, well, this is August the 3rd. Besides, oysters can't spell.
No, and I never got any pearls out of you, so that makes it even.
Hey, it's getting kind of rough, ain't it, Molly? Wonder what you're supposed to do when the waves get real high.
I give up.
So do most of the passengers. You know, Molly, I never seen the moon act so funny.
How do you mean funny?
A few minutes ago, it was over on the left. Now it's on the right. A while ago, it was right behind us. Kind of an optical delusion, I suppose.
Sure, it couldn't be bad steering. It's a wonder the passengers don't object the way you're wandering around.
Shucks, they're too busy practicing mashie shots off on the rear deck. Kind of foolish, ain't it?
Oh, I don't know. I heard the sailor say we were in the Gulf Stream.
Oh, look at that moon. Ain't that moon pretty, Molly? Look at that silver path it makes on the water.
My, it's real beautiful, McGee.
Yes, sir. Looks like you could walk right to heaven on it.
You could. Look at them little fish playing around down there, McGee. Millions of them. I didn't know they swum around in bunches like that at night.
Them are night schools, Molly. Reddit, what does that sailor keep blowing that whistle for?
Must be for that other boat over there.
Where?
Right over there, to the right. See the light?
Oh, yeah. I'll steer over that way and see who it is. What's the matter? You dropped something?
No, I'm just practicing me curtsy, McGee. It might be the Queen Mary.
I don't know what's the matter with our lookout. He should have reported a sail in sight.
Sail ho! Where away? Anthony Johnson Wax Dealers. Big sale of Johnson's Auto Cleaner with a free gift of Johnson's Auto Wax.
Hand me that there belaying pin, Molly. Thanks. Hey, up there. Look out.
What?
Look out. That's the time Bob Brown laid an egg in the crow's nest.
He was a pretty good sailor, too.
Who? Bob Brown a good sailor?
Sure.
Oh, shit. That guy thinks a bilge is what you get from eating radishes. Hey, that's quite a boat over there, ain't it? They better be getting out of the way.
You better be getting out of the way yourself.
Who, me? No, sir. I got the right of way.
He's giving you a warning whistle, McGee. Answer him.
Okay.
Very, very pretty. What does it mean?
Well, according to the international code, Molly, his signal meant get out of the way, and my signal meant, oh, yeah?
Well, this is a fine time to get stubborn. Heavenly days, look at the sharp point on that boat. Now I know what they mean by a sea dog.
Huh?
That bow is a wow. Dear, oh dear. Here we are in danger of sinking our nice yacht, and you playing duets with a liner.
Well, Reddit, I tell you, we got the right of way, I tell you.
Yeah, that's what me uncle said just before they scraped him off of the cow catcher.
Hey, look at that dead rat old pop. Look at him. Coming right at us. Hey, pull over there, you road hog. Where do you think you're going, to a fire?
You're not driving a car, McGee.
Huh?
You're at sea now. And you certainly are.
Hey there, you. Where do you think you're going?
Avast there, my little salt shakers. Avast.
Oh, no, you don't. I've asked you first.
Hey, starboard your helm or you'll run us down.
Oh, yeah? Well, we got the right of way.
Don't give me any of that salt or a taffy, my little scupper snipe. Get your helm over there.
Get the helm over yourself.
We're going to have a collision.
Well, if we do have a collision, and if we sink, Molly, remember one thing. We had the right of way. Hey, where's the captain?
Below with a headache.
Well, bring him up and tell him we're going to be sunk. If he hurries, he'll be up in time to go down with the ship. Hey, you! Hey, you! Pull over there!
Starboard your helm there, you lubbers! You'll run us down!
What do you mean we'll run you down? Hey, look out! Everybody, hang on! We're going to crash! Hey! Gotta get them brakes fixed. Hey, you! Hey! Didn't I tell you to get out of the way?
How bad are you damaged?
Got a whole stove in the bow, and I'm afraid we're taking water. Very bad thing, taking water. Never could take it myself. Yes, sir.
Well, listen here, you. I'm going to report you to the police. I had my arm out, and you wasn't even looking. Speeding along without no regard for nobody. You was doing at least 40. I'm going to turn you in for reckless driving.
You don't say.
Yes, I do say. You run us down, and I can prove it.
Is that so?
Yes.
This is the Ambrose Lightship. We've been anchored here since 1922.
We've been talking a good deal lately about Johnson's Auto Wax for keeping your car shining and clean with very little effort. Now I want to make it plain that you can keep your home, your floors, woodwork, and furniture looking beautiful all the time if you protect them now with genuine Johnson's Wax. Finger smudges and dirt can't cling to the smooth wax surface. Scuffing feet can't harm your floors and linoleum if they are protected with an invisible film of Johnson's Wax. And what's more, you'll never need to scrub your floors again. You'll save yourself hours of time and work, and your house will look so spick and span you'll get compliments from all your friends if you wax your floors, furniture, and woodwork with Johnson's Wax. Look for the attractive yellow can, and remember, you save money by ordering...
Nice that Mr. Wilcox's appendicitis operation come out so nice, McGee.
You bet it is, Molly. He's getting along swell, folks, and he'll be back in a couple of weeks.
Telegram for Mr. McGee.
Here, boy, I'm Mr. McGee.
Oh, hurry up and open it, McGee. What's it say? Who's it from?
Oh, give me time. Listen, Molly. It's from Harpo.
Oh.
It says, heard you coming out of the ether. Am I in stitches? Signed Harlow Wilcox.
Heavenly days.
Well, I'll be. Hey, boy, what you waiting for?
He sent the wire collect.
Good night.
Good night, all.
The Johnson's Wax program is presented from our Chicago studios. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Well, the vernal equinox is here. The air is full of clean-up, paint-up, dress-up, Easter parade enthusiasm. So, in the spirit of general refurbishing, our hero is getting his spring haircut. And here, waiting his turn in the Wistful Vista tonsorial parlors, we find Fibber Goldilocks McGee. Thank you. You're next, sir. Okay, bye. Give me a haircut. Yes, sir. Shall I go right ahead, or do you want an estimate first?
Well, I did let it get a little long at that. I guess my hair grows fast because I got such a fertile brain. You're a new barber here, ain't you?
Yes, sir. I used to have a shop in the South Sea. At Waikiki.
Oh, a beach comber.
No, just a Hawaiian clipper. Yes. Oh, your hair's getting a little thin on top, isn't it?
Oh, it ain't never no such a thing. There ain't a man in my whole family that ever went bald. Linen service, anything to do, Frank?
Oh, yes. 2 dozen towels, 6 aprons, 10 bars of soap, and another carton of bear's grease dressing.
Are you fixed for conversation?
No, I guess not today. I still got 18 minutes of the European situation, 7 minutes of who'll win the pennant, and 4 minutes of will Roosevelt run for a third term.
How about 5 or 6 minutes of the weather ain't what it was when you were a kid?
No, thanks, not today.
Okay. Hey, what is it? 6 minutes of who'll win the pennant and weather and all stuff like that there.
We barbers subscribe to a conversation service. Every day they supply us with 15 to 20 minutes of monologue with a few jokes. Enough to last one haircut and shave. Oh, still you.
Yeah, I will.
Take plenty off the top, Bud. What do you mean, plenty off the top? I'm just a barber, not a magician. You had plenty off the top when you came in here.
Well, you really think I'm losing my hair? Why, shucks, I ain't.
Hold there, Frank. How long do I have to wait for a shampoo? I got a heavy gig tonight and I want to smell good. Oh, hello there, Johnny. What you doing? Getting a fitting for a toupee?
No, I ain't. I'm getting a little tired of being told I'm getting bald.
Hey!
I says, no, I ain't getting measured for a toupee. I don't need one. And even if I did, this is no climate for a convertible top.
That's pretty good, Johnny, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one fellow says to the other fellow, I'm getting fed up on this war talk. I've heard nothing but Europe, Europe, Europe all through mine. Well, says fellow, you're lucky you live over here. You don't have to hear them march, march, march all through Europe. I want a manicure too, Frank. And if you hear bells ringing tonight, it ain't the curfew. That's me tipping the gong around.
There, Bud, goes a gentleman of the old school. He's still a sophomore.
Very good, very good.
About through with this haircut, Bud?
Yes, sir, all through. How's it look, sir?
Hey, you took a little too much off in front there.
Why, I didn't touch the front. There wasn't any hair there.
What? Hey, sitting aside, you really think I'm getting bald?
Well, I wouldn't say you were getting bald exactly, but I bet your comb and brush lay there on the dresser and wonder how they can get on relief. That'll be 90 cents, please.
What, 90 cents for a haircut?
Yes, sir. 75 for the haircut and 15 for his tip. Thank you.
90 cents. That guy's running the wrong kind of a slip joint. Hey, I wonder if I am losing my hair.
Hello there, Chipper. What are you looking so worried about?
Oh, the barber just told me I was getting bald, Bill. You think I am, Billy?
Well, frankly, I do, Chipper. I was telling Don Novus yesterday that your face looks a lot lower than it used to.
Oh, yeah? Oh, how about you? That shiny dome of yours that aroused an awful maternal feeling in an ostrich. You really think my hair's getting thin, eh, Billy? I hope I don't get as bald as you.
Oh, it doesn't bother me, Chipper. It's a sign of mental activity. There's no grass on a racetrack, you know.
Your scalp certainly got to run around, didn't it? Now, go ahead, Billy. Folks, Don Novus singing, I Kiss Your Hand, Madame. Don, that was simply marvelous. It was good. You must get tired of hearing me say that week after week.
Must I?
No, you don't have to. By the way, Don, take a look at my hair.
All right.
You see anything to give you a shock?
I certainly do. You got a haircut.
You think I'm beginning to lose my hair?
Well, I was just talking to Billy about that, and I said that people with wavy hair weren't so apt to get bald.
And what did he say?
He said your hair was waving all right, waving goodbye.
Well, see you later, Baldy.
Baldy. If I can't get a little decent respect around here,
Hey, buddy. Buddy, are you Sybil McGee?
You betcha, Bud. Where'd you get all the horses?
I just drove them in from Washington, D.C. Your congressman sent them to you.
Hey, wait a minute. There's some mistake. Why is my congressman sending me a herd of horses?
He said you wrote him a letter and asked him to send you a bunch of seeds.
I didn't say seeds. I said seeds.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll give the congressman credit for trying anyway. Well, I guess I better go look up some scalp specialist. Oh, hi, Mrs. Uppington.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Dean? Oh, delightful spring girl, isn't it really?
Oh, yes.
Oh, do you know that I actually saw a robin this morning?
No.
Yes, a dear little robin red bosom.
Little Robin Redbosom. Very good.
Oh, Miss McGee, I'm afraid you lack all appreciation for the beautiful springtime, with the birds and the bees and the wildflowers. Oh, if I only knew the language of the flowers.
Like a green, tiny green bud high up in the tree.
Well, I can do that up there.
Oh, how Miss McGee.
Hi, Bud.
Oh, Mr. McGee, must you be so cynical, really? Can't you be more poetic?
No, I can't, Effie. I just had bad news. I'm losing my hair.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, my. Oh, yes, you are, aren't you?
Yeah.
You poor boy.
Me too.
What do you suppose you cause?
Worry, I guess.
Well, what are you worried about?
About losing my hair. I'll see you later, Effie. I got to look up a scalp specialist.
Oh, well, try to be more careful, Mr. McGee. Remember, it is free. Free in your gut. Oh, you know, oh, this makes you so good. Yes, yes.
What that is?
You know, I should like to go out in the early morn and dance among the dewdrops like a beautiful little fawn.
Some fawn, eh, folks?
Oh, I know. You think I'm just being a silly girl. It's so nice to see you again, Mr. McGee. Goodbye.
Who cares about me going bald? Springtime. Blah.
Hey, Doc.
Huh?
Excuse me. Didn't I hear you say you was getting bald?
Yes, you did, Bud. Why? You a scalp specialist?
No, I'm a tattoo artist. Now, how about me tattooing a little sentiment on your bald spot? Kind of an epitaph, kind of.
You mean hair today and gone tomorrow? Something like that there?
Yeah. But how about I tried 100 tonics, but I couldn't straighten my hair. Now my head is just like heaven, because there's no parting there.
Oh, thanks, Bud. I guess not. I may look like a pinhead, but I don't want to be engraved.
Okay, just an idea, that's all.
Tonic might not be a bad idea at all. I wonder what's a good remedy. Oh, hi, Harpo.
Hello there, Fibber. Hey, you're getting bald, aren't you?
You think I am?
Well, I sure do. When I walked up behind you just now, I could see you were frowning before you even turned around.
So, hey, how do you keep your hair so healthy looking, Harpo?
Well, I guess I owe it all to my mother. When I was a little boy, she used to spend whole mornings and afternoons just brushing my hair. Brush, right down to the root.
Just working her fingers to the bone, eh? How'd she ever have time to do her housework? Grab it, Harpo.
Why, she has plenty of time for her housework because she used Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. Then no rubbing, no buffing, polish for floors and linoleum that shines as it drops.
Ain't he wonderful, folks? So you owe it all to your mother, eh, Harpo?
Yes, I do, Fibber. I remember I used to say to her, "Say, Mommy."
Hey, wait a minute. Take that lollipop out of your mouth.
Well, I'd say, "Say, Mommy, why don't you ever talk about how tired you are? And why don't you have rough, scrubby hands like the other little boys' mamas?"
Sweet little tyke, wasn't it?
And then Mommy would take me on her knees and tell me all about how easy and quick it is to use glow coat. And that's how she always had time to brush my hair. Oh, we were great pals.
Well, mother's best friend is your boy, they tell me. Have you told her she better rush out and grab off some of them money-saving special giant-sized cans before they're all gone?
No, don't worry. She knows all about that. She also knows that you get a pint and a third for the price of a pint. Well, I got to be going, Fibber. And say, try not to worry too much about that baldness. We all knew it would happen.
Yes, I know. Huh? You did?
Why, sure. Everybody said you were bound to come out on top. Well, so long, pal.
Oh, here's a scalp specialist right here. Dr. Harry Story. Oh, I'll try him. Hi, sis. Can I see the doctor?
Oh, dear me. I don't know why not, mister. He's 5'11".
Yes, it's her again, folks. Miss Rosa Fish. Well, tell the doc I'd like to see him, will you, sis?
You better just sit down a while, mister. Doctor's busy in his laboratory right now.
Oh, he is, eh? What's he working on? Trying to develop a skeleton key for a scalp lock?
No, he's experimenting on wiring up his hay for sound. He wants to see if a towel can move. My, you're getting pretty bald, aren't you, mister?
Yeah, I'm afraid so, sis. I hope the doc can do something about it. You a registered nurse?
Well, I'm a nurse, but dear me, even though there's dozens of men in here every day, I don't think you're registered yet.
Oh, don't worry, sis. As the Bureau of Identification says to the burglar, someday your prince will come. Wow. You like nursing?
No, yes, I certainly do. I always said if I went into nursing, I'd want to reach the highest place in my profession. And here I am, assistant to a scalp doctor.
But how come you choose this particular branch of the profession?
Oh, you know how it is with a young girl. It's just such romantic ideas.
You expect to find romance in here?
Well, it narrows the field, mister. Very few women get bald.
Yeah. But I suspect you won't find no dream man, sis, unless you're looking for one that's thick in the middle and thin on top.
Oh, we don't have to be built to specifications, mister. I'll just take one out of stock.
Well, just the same, the guys you're liable to meet in this office will no doubt be middle-aged, fat, and gray-haired.
Yes, I know. But any man who gets to middle age and is still fat is probably pretty prosperous. And if he has gray hair, it's probably cause to worry. And there's only two things men worry about, women and money. And if he has any money and still wants to worry about a woman, well, I guess I know my duty, mister.
Well, you seem to have the situation now.
Hello, doctor. Here's Mr. McGee to see you.
Oh, yes, that's fine. Did you take his history, nurse?
No, but I gave him quite a bit of mine.
By the way, nurse, I'm a little puzzled about that triangle case. Can't quite diagnose it. He says he wakes up in the morning with dimples all over his scalp. Oh, I can diagnose that, Doc. Tell him to quit using the outdoor sleeping porch during the woodpecker season. I see you're suffering from alopecia areata yourself. Yeah, who? You think you can do something for me, Doc? I ain't hopeless, am I? Not with my system, my boy. We can grow hair on a football helmet. Let me see now. I think your case calls for Formula 27. It's an old Indian remedy for baldness. Oh, well, that's my chief worry. Here we are. Take this tonic home with you, McGee, and these tweezers. Tweezers? What's them for? This tonic is so efficient it grows eyebrows on the bottom. Use it liberally, but only on the scalp, remember. Yeah. One of my patients, a radio actor, spilled them in his bathroom the other day with tragic results. Oh, what'd he do? Grow a mustache on the wash bowl? No. Then he spilled a few drops in the bathtub, and now I'm afraid he's definitely typed as an actor. Oh, how so come, Doc? Well, you understand, when I say he's now playing the part of a polar bear on a certain Sunday evening program. Well, much obliged, Doc. I'll run right home and apply some of this stuff. The sooner the better. Good day. Good day, Doc. And goodbye to you, sis. I'll see you again when I come back to report on the treatment.
Well, I'll be here, mister, sitting here and dreaming my dreams about living in a beautiful penthouse with a man I love.
Well, and who's the man you love, sis?
Any man who has a beautiful penthouse. Goodbye, mister.
That was the 4 notes singing the funny old hymn. And that was nice timing, too, kids, because I got back in the house just before you finished. Ever notice the construction of this show, folks, how we weave the music through the drama? Oh, God, who's that? I want to get busy inside this fairy story. Come in.
Oh, hello there, Susan.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Susan, what is this I'm hearing about your hair doing a silk cheese on your candy, Mom? Am I labeling under Miss Apple Dumpling?
No, that's right, Nick. I never noticed it myself till everybody started telling me. I thought it was okay, but you know how it is. Appearances are deceiving.
There is maybe more of a truth than a poetry in that, Susan. It is like little stories I'm reading last night.
Uh-oh. Well, tell me some other time, Nick. I'm kind of anxious to try this hair tonic.
Well, sir, it was being one of the funniest little anecdotes.
Anecdote.
I stand connected.
one of the cutest little stories I'm ever reading. The name of it is being called Ferdinand the Cow.
That was the bull.
Who cares? I like it anyway. Well, sir, this little Ferdinand was a pretty little Spanish boy cow, and there was nothing he would not rather do than something else than sit down and sniffle at a bunch of flowers, such as chrysanthemums, tiger lilies, gardenias, and nasty celestials.
Yes, I know, Dick. He didn't run and play like the other little bulls. It worried his mother, too, didn't it?
Sure. Maybe, Dick, but if he wanted to sit and make his nose go with a flower, it was perfectly okay with her, I'm thinking. Well, sir, one summer's day, there is coming to the farm a bunch of Fugees who are being talent scouts for a bullfight, you got me?
I'm familiar with the story, Nick, so don't...
Just as they are signing up a couple of the bulls for the World Series bullfight, little Ferdinand is trying to smell the flowers and is sitting down on a bumblebee, which is stinging him right on the conclusion of his story.
You mean right on the end of his tail?
Have it my way, Sugar. Anyway, he is so painful with his skin that he is acting like a very ferocious push animal, and they are picking him out to fight his duels with a famous custodor.
Toreador. There's toreadors, matadors, and picadors.
Sure. Picador and walk don't run to the nearest exit. I know that. Well, sir, Sugar, what is happening on the days of the fight will make your hair stand on his hind feet. They're bringing Ferdinand out, and he's standing there swishing his tail. Swish, swish.
Well, he refused to fight. He just sat down and smelled the flowers that the women threw into the bull ring.
Sure, and everybody is being very disgusted about the whole thing. The toreador is pulling his hair, the matador is wondering what is the matter, and the pickers is picking Ferdinand up and throwing him out on his uproar. But Ferdinand don't care. He's very happy at going home again where he can have his small time playing the flowers again. And the more to the story is doing, don't beat if somebody is giving you a bum steer. Well, so long, Sugar.
Thank goodness now I can go to work on this hair time. Certainly smells terrible. Maybe the theory is to smoke them hidden hairs out into the open. Well, here she goes. Wow. That's strong. You can feel it working all right. One more dose now. Now then. Now for a look in the mirror. Oh, so obvious. What can you imagine? Why not do it? Well, what happened to it? Where'd it go? Give me that telephone. Hello, operator. Oh, is that you, Mert? I haven't got time to kid around today, Mert. Give me Doc Storer. Yeah. Fine, doctor. He ought to be. Oh, hello. Dr. Storer? Yes. Dr. Harry Storer? Yes. What is it, please? Well, this is Silver McGee, remember? Oh, yes. Say, what kind of tonic was that you told me anyway?
Why? What happened?
Why, I look like I've been scalped.
Well, I told you it was an old Indian remedy.
Oh, God. It was nice to have Daisy Pitts with us again, but it's for that scalp, Doctor.
Hello, Sugar. Can I have my present now?
Your present? What present?
You know, that little bottle they were saying on it to Nick.
Oh, that wasn't to Nick. That was tonic.
Oh, for spring sake. Excuse me, I could kiss it.
Okay. Good night, folks.
Good morning, McGee. Your eggs will be ready in just a minute.
No rush, Molly. And while I'm waiting, may I be the very first to wish you a happy and prosperous YMCA week.
I didn't even know this was it.
Oh, this is it, all right. I keep up on the doings at the Y, you know.
You know, that was the outfit that handed out donuts to us servicemen in World War I, them the Salvation Army. I'll never forget that gesture, because those donuts were the beginning of all my stomach trouble in later years.
Well, eating YMCA donuts 40 years ago is hardly a reason for keeping up with Y activities now, is it?
Oh, I had a lot more to do with the organization than that. In my younger days, I played a lot of basketball at the Y, back in Peoria.
Don't be silly, McGee. Basketball hadn't even been invented in your younger days.
Why, it most absurdly had. In fact, I was the star of the Y team one year. I and a guy by the name of Paul Small. I'll never forget our big game that year because it ended in a free-for-all. We had the ball and went into a stall, me and Paul. Well, the other team set up a squall about the stall, and a Paul fell over the hall. One of them tried to knock Paul into the wall and grabbed the ball. Well, Small had the gall to fall on the ball, and that was the call for the free-for-all. The whole thing wound up with me and Paul Small getting banished from the hall and not being allowed to play ball until the team call went out the following fall.
So, in other words, you claim you were an athlete in your younger days.
One of the best. And what's more, I'm going to have a chance to be one again. There's a story in today's paper about a new club that the YMCA and the YWCA are opening up for married couples like us.
Oh, really?
I think we ought to join and use the facilities to keep in shape.
Oh, I don't know about that, McGee. The Y in YMCA stands for young, you know, and that would seem to leave us out right there.
Shucks, Molly, we could still run rings around some of them younger couples. I can see me in the pool now, darting around underwater like a dolphin, doing all those fancy dives off the high board.
Don't be ridiculous, McGee. You sink.
Well, I don't know why I should. I just had my bath and put on clean clothes.
What I mean is, you don't know how to swim very well.
Well, maybe I'll go in for weightlifting then.
See, that's an idea. You used to do pretty well with the dumbbells before we were married.
If you're referring to Fern Paul and Sophie Untermeyer, they looked a lot dumber than they really were.
McGee, I'm talking about weightlifting equipment.
Oh. Well, I bet I could still lift a lot more than men half my age.
Probably so, if you could see over your paunch to find the weight.
You can jest if you want to, Molly. Be right. But physical fitness is important. And this new Y Club for married couples should be just the thing for us.
Well, maybe so, if we just eased into the activities.
I'm thinking in terms of working out on the weights, then a session with the medicine ball, a couple of fast games of ping pong, little handballs, hard swim, and a shower.
It does sound inviting. Where are you going now to register our names for the club?
Not right now, kiddo. Talking about all that exercise has worn me out. I think I'll take a nap before I do anything.
You know, McGee, I just can't get over how nice it is of the YMCA to open its facilities to married couples on one night a week like this.
Yeah, and I can't hardly wait to take advantage of the opportunity for keeping physically fit. Just you watch me in that pool, boy. I'll be like a dolphin.
Dolphins go right to the bottom.
Well, so will I. I don't know how to swim.
Well, for heaven's sake, stay in the shallow water then, will you?
I'm just kidding, Molly. I know how to swim. Why would I have a snappy bathing suit like this elsewise?
Is that a bathing suit? I thought it was your winter underwear. It has long sleeves.
Well, that was the style when I bought this suit. I couldn't see any point in squandering money on a new one when this one is still perfectly good. Now, just let me grab my water wings here, and I'm all set.
Promise me you won't dive off the high board, McGee. You remember what happened that time at Dugan's Lake? You cleared the end of the board, but your swimming trunks didn't.
Yeah, it got pretty monotonous staying there in the water until dark, too. Well, here's the pool, kiddo. Plunge in.
Well, what about you? I thought you couldn't wait to get in the water.
Oh, I figured if you went in first, you could tell me how cold it is.
Well, in this case, dearie, it's going to be gentlemen first. So you go right ahead.
Molly, the way you're acting, I'll bet you think I'm afraid.
That's right, McGee. That's exactly what I think.
Well, you're wrong as 8 rabbits, kiddo. I'm going to stick my whole big toe in at once without even testing the water first. Notice how I stride confidently to the edge of the pool and... Ooh!
Is it cold?
Of course not. At least not for somebody as hardy as me. However, I think I'll foreclose the pleasure of going in this evening. I've had a little sniffle today.
McGee, you're malingering.
Well, whatever that is, it beats swimming, especially in a small pool like this. Why, I couldn't even do my fancy dives in here.
I never thought I'd see the day when you'd be so cowardly.
Molly, I'm not cowardly. And if I've got to go in the water to prove it to you, I will. Of course, this will only be as a last resort.
Well, I'll never believe you aren't afraid until you jump in.
Oh, all right. Here goes. Or as them paratroopers used to yell when they jumped out, Jerry Colonna.
McGee, it's your head that's supposed to come up to the surface, not your feet.
I've already swallowed half the water in the pool, and there's not going to be room in my gullet for the other half.
Give me your hand, and I'll pull you out.
Oh, gee, thanks, Molly. I was hunting for my pass key to the pearly gates there for a minute.
Well, I don't know why in the world you told me you could swim. You stank like a rock.
Well, I used to be able to swim, but believe me, the water they're putting in swimming pools these days is not like the stuff we used to get.
I'm having a wonderful time, McGee. I'm so glad the YMCA decided to set one night a week aside for married couples.
Yeah, all this exercise is good for a person. I can feel my corpuscles doing a buck and wing right now.
Well, I think I'll go downstairs for a few minutes and check on the new knitting class they're setting up. Do you want to come with me?
No. The only thing I know how to knit is my eyebrows. I'll stay here in the gym and work out with the medicine ball.
Okay, dearie. I'll be back soon.
Ah, there goes the big thing. Well, now, let's see. What is it you do with the medicine ball? I guess you just pick it up and swing it around. Oh, boy. They're sure making these things heavier than they used to.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, Teeny. How come you're wandering around the Y this wintry Wednesday?
I'm entered in the big Patsy tournament down on the second floor, I betcha.
Oh, is that right? How are you making out?
We haven't begun the match play yet. I'm seeded fourth. That means there's 3 better Patsy players in the tournament than me.
Oh. Maybe you'll pull a big upset and win, Fitz.
Well, Tips is the favorite, I betcha.
He is, huh?
Hmm?
I say he is, eh?
Yes, son.
The favorite.
Who is?
Willie, too.
He's the favorite.
That's what I heard.
Hmm?
I said, that's what I heard.
Heard what?
About Willie, too.
What about it?
He's the favorite.
I know it.
Well, I guess we've pretty well exhausted that subject. Are you taking part in any other activities here at the Y, sis?
I sure am, I betcha. I come down here every Tuesday for the children's story group. Miss Whipplecourt from the library comes down and reads stories to us little illiterate children.
Oh, well, now, you're not really illiterate, Teeny. You just can't read.
That's what I mean.
Well, you'll be reading one of these days.
I sure hope so.
Mm-hmm.
Then I can stop wasting so much time with Patsy.
Incidentally, sis, what brought you up here to the gym? All of your activities are down on the other floor.
Well, one of the other kids told me there was something real funny going on up here, but I can't find it.
Something really funny going on up here, eh? Like what, for instance?
Well, they said there was a man with a great big stomach dressed in gym shorts trying to bend over and pick up a medicine ball. But I don't see him. You're the only person around here, aren't you? So long.
He's playing putt, huh?
Don't you think it's about time we got dressed and went home, McGee?
Oh, gee whiz. The YMCA is only open to married couples one night a week, and I got to store up enough exercise to last me till next time.
You'll probably be so stiff after tonight there won't be a next time.
Stuff and nonsense, Molly. I'm in better shape now than I was when we got married.
Well, I should hope so. At the time we got married, you couldn't even pass the physical to buy fire insurance.
No, they were more strict about those things in those days. But if you don't think I'm replete with physical fitness now, just come in and watch me work out on the weights for a while.
How could you possibly work out on the weights, McGee?
What?
It's all you can do to lift your fork at the dinner table when you really get it loaded.
For lifting a fork, you only use one hand. But weights are different. Now then, you see this dumbbell here?
McGee, that's a terrible thing to say about yourself.
Oh, cut it out. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about this big weight here with the knobs on either end of it. You know that. You call that a dumbbell.
It certainly is a huge thing. How much would you say that weighed?
100 pounds. And I'm going to hoist it clear over my head. Of course, that's just as a starter. I plan to add more weight as time goes on.
McGee, if you add any more weight, you won't be able to get into your clothes at all.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Molly, I don't mean I'm going to add more weight to me. I mean I'm going to train myself to lift heavier weights. Now stand back and let me show you the technique here. You see? You grab the thing down by the knobs.
You didn't even budge it off the floor.
Some joker must have glued it down. Well, I'll try a different system. Here we go. You get it here, and then twist your hands around and bring it up to your chest. That's the breech position. Then one big thrust, and there she is.
Say, you did get it clear over your head.
It takes a lot of concentration and willpower to do this, you know. Mind over matter.
I'm awful proud of you, McGee. You better put it down now. You're getting red in the face. McGee, what's wrong? Put it down.
I just remembered something. I don't know how to put it down. There's a special way to do that, and I forgot what it is.
Well, can't you drop it?
And have 100 pounds come cracking down on my cranium. No thanks.
Well, you can't just stand there holding it over your head.
I know that. My arms are getting as numb as a couple of frozen fish sticks. What am I going to do?
Well, the gym instructor isn't in his office, or I'd go get him.
I never expected to go this way, Molly. Hit on the head by a dumbbell. Now, you know the way I want it. You get the house and the money, and Uncle Dennis can have my gold watch.
Now, McGee, we're not going to give you up as a lost case. Here, see if you can hand the weight over to me.
It'll break your arm when I do, Molly, but I got to get rid of it. Things are going black.
Just a little farther. There. That's fine. I've got it. Now, I'll just set it down on the floor.
Good gosh, Molly, how'd you do that?
McGee, I haven't spent all these years moving the furniture around on cleaning day for nothing. Now, if you have the sense, put on your clothes and we'll go home.
The Johnson Wax Program. Good evening, everyone. The makers of Johnson's Wax present Marion and Jim as Fibber McGee and Molly. Ted Weems and his orchestra open the show with Cross Patch. Take it, Ted. Have you heard about Johnson's special free gift offer to motorists? Listen carefully. Point number 1, you receive free a full-size can, not a sample, of Johnson's Auto Wax with the purchase of 1 pint of Johnson's Auto Cleaner and Polish. Point number 2, you pay only the small sum of 59 cents, less than the usual price of the cleaner alone. This free offer is made to help celebrate the Johnston 50th anniversary year. Your auto supply dealer, service station, or regular wax dealer has a supply of these anniversary free gift packages now. But if you don't hurry, they may be gone. And there won't be any more. The supply is strictly limited. Whether your car is old or new, it should be Johnson waxed for protection. Take advantage of this offer and get a full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax free. You know, it's estimated that there are 350,000 Americans living in house trailers these days. But we'd make that figure 350,002, because our 2 friends have got a new, shiny trailer on 10 days free trial. And here, somewhere west of Buffalo, just pulling into a tourist camp full of trailers, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
Turn sharper, McGee.
Huh?
Sharper.
Okay.
Not so much. All right.
Okay. There we are. Gotta get them brakes fixed. Quite a trick getting that trailer through that narrow gate.
Oh, well, you learn to swing it.
Glad it's only 1 trailer.
I feel like an engineer watching his own caboose following him around a horseshoe curve. Oh, hi there, Bud. You run this camp?
Aye, McWhortle is the name. I'll be bidding you welcome for the small sum of 50 cents.
Oh, okay, Bud. Here you are.
50 cents apiece, laddie.
Oh.
And would you be having a barn?
No, that's not a barn, it's a trailer.
Nay, lassie, you didn't understand. Not barn. Bairn, a wee one.
Oh, he means have we got any kids, Molly?
Aye.
Nope, they just us two, Bud.
Well, considering how many people travel by trailer nowadays, Mr. McWhirtle, you might widen that entrance gate a bit.
Aye, there were 3 trailers damaged coming this morning.
3. I'll bet that made you feel bad, Bud.
We'll know, laddie. I wouldn't say that. You see, I'm running a wee bit repair shop in connection with a tourist camp.
I see. We were lucky getting in without a scratch.
Yeah.
Aye, but you still have to get root. Make yourselves at home, friends.
You probably work all night narrowing that gate down first.
Oh, well, let's not borrow trouble, McGee.
Okay.
Evening, folks. You new arrivals?
How do you do, I'm sure?
You betcha, Bud. We just got in. I suppose this spot right here is as good as any camp.
Certainly. Nice trailer you got there, mister.
Yep. It is kind of ducky, ain't it, Bud?
Oh, yes. Say, excuse me for asking, young fella, but it's 8 miles to the crossroads store, and my outfit's all out of salt. Could we borrow a little from you?
Oh, why, certainly. The keys, McGee.
Huh?
The keys. The keys to the door of the trailer.
You got 'em.
No, you got 'em.
No, I ain't. I give 'em to you.
Why, McGee, you never did.
Why, Molly. Don't you remember? Remember when we stopped for that 2-gallon of gas back in Albany? I says, listen, Molly, I says, you take the key.
No, it was me that said
Never mind, folks. Wasn't even locked. Found the salt myself.
Oh, well, that's fine.
Nice work, Bud. Might have fixed yourself up a sandwich while she was in there.
I did.
Huh?
Well, how'd you like it?
Terrible. All you had was summer sausage, and I hate summer sausage. Well, thanks for the salt.
Well, that's okay, Bud. Glad to be good neighbors. How'd that guy get in that trailer, Molly? That door was locked.
Maybe he's Jimmy Valentine.
Maybe. I didn't see any lace on him. Well, suppose we start fixing up for the night, Molly. We'll get an early start in the morning. And... Oh, hello there, sis.
Oh, how do you do? Delightful evening, isn't it?
Yeah.
Of course it is. Very delightful. Don't you think it's delightful?
Yeah.
Of course you do. Naturally. Simply delightful. Oh, but let me introduce myself. You don't mind, do you? Well, of course you don't. I'm Miss Muggin. Liza Muggin.
Eyes a muggin.
8.
9 wolf.
McGee.
I'm the recreational director of the tourist camp. Delightful idea, isn't it? Of course it is.
How do you do, I'm sure. This is me husband, Mr. McGee.
And this is my wife, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, the same name. What a coincidence. But as I always say, it's a small world, isn't it?
Yeah.
I knew a man named Benefield in Australia and a woman named Clink in Wittenberg. 12,000 miles apart, and they both stuttered. Was that a coincidence? Of course it was, naturally.
Yes, of course, naturally. But what can we do for you, sis?
Well, I just came over to see if you had a pair of scissors I could borrow. Oh, of course you have, naturally. And I'm teaching some of the children how to cut out. Isn't that sweet? Of course it is.
Here's scissors, sis. My regards to the little snips.
Oh, thanks. That's very kind of you. I'll return it very shortly, of course, naturally. Thank you so much.
Yeah. They ought to call this camp the Trail of the Lonesome Stuff. Don't you get it, Molly? I says that...
Ain't funny, McGee.
Okay. What do we do now?
Well, come inside here. I'll peel some potatoes, and you fill the water tank. Let me see now. Where did I put the potatoes? Oh, yes. Right in this cabinet here. Oh! McGee, look.
Well, for the... What? It's Ted Weems' orchestra. Hey, Ted, what's the idea of hiding in our trailer?
Hello, Fibber. We're stowaways.
Go away, stowaway.
Stowaways, eh? Where'd you get on?
Oh, back near Ithaca. It's a little cramped in here, but it beats walking.
Well, where's Country Washburn and his Carnera cornet?
Oh, we didn't have room for him in his tuba, so we made him right on top. You can come down now, Washburn.
Oh, well, we... Hey, where's Red Ingle?
He's around somewhere. Hey, Red. Red Ingle.
Heavenly days. He's locked in the china cabinet. I let him out.
Better not, Molly. He might be in his cups.
You mean you're going to let Red stay in there? In that little space you're going to let him stay? Well, of all the foolish things.
Yes, Perry Como's going to sing about that.
About what?
These foolish things remind me of you.
Oh, yeah?
Fibber and Molly are just finishing their supper, served from the kitchenette of the trailer.
Ah, this is the way to live, Molly. Costs less to travel and live at home. You know, I got a great idea.
Fine. You wash them and I'll dry them.
I wasn't referring to the dishes. Listen, suppose we get a fleet of powerful cars.
Quick, Henry, the fleet.
Huh? Oh, quit interrupting. Get a fleet of powerful cars and start cross-country runs with maybe 10 or 12 trailers hitched on behind each one. Boy, is that an idea.
I think you got something there.
I'll call it the McGee Motorcade. Oh. Make more miles motoring with McGee. Meander from Maine to Mexico with McGee's magnificent motorcade. Oh, maximum miles, minimum money with McGee. Oh. Motoring made marvelous. Hey, what's that?
There's a man with a wrench working on our car.
Oh, there is, huh? Well, I didn't order nothing down. Hey, you, Bud. What you doing to my car there?
Oh, hello there, my little pair of peregrinators. Yes. Welcome to Camp Killcare. Welcome.
Pretty name, Camp Killcare.
Yes. The mosquitoes don't care if they kill you, yes. Slap my own face so much I feel like a Ted Healy stooge, yes.
Well, listen, Bud, what's the idea of using that wrench on our car?
Oh, yes, the wrench. Glad you asked me, my little camp router. Very glad. You see, my car wasn't running very well, and I thought it was the spark plug. Uh-huh. So I said to myself, Horatio, I said, the name is Horatio W. Boomer.
Boomer?
Boomer.
Cease firing.
Horatio, I said, suppose you try this gentleman's spark plug.
Oh, I see. You were going to borrow our spark plug.
Oh, just to test out his own, though, Molly.
Exactly, just to test my own. I was going to use your plugs for a run down the road. Oh. Have them back in your car by spring, and you'd never know they were missing. Yes. Except when they were missing, if you know what I mean. I'm afraid you do. Well, there was no harm in trying. Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
How do you know about that? Nerve. I'm glad I caught him in time. This here's the dad-raddest bar.
McGee, that's our wrench he's walking away with.
Hey, is that our monkey wrench you got there, Bud?
I don't know, my little monkey. Can you identify your wrench?
Well, it's got my name on it. Got Fibber McGee on the handle.
Let me see. Fibber McGee, how do you spell it?
F-I-B... Oh, where'd you get it?
Right out of the toolbox in the car there. Come to think of it, my friend, it's your car, so it must be your toolbox, so it must be your wrench. Yes. Very careless of me, very careless. Should get my spark plugs and my wrenches in different places, yes. Well, thank you very much, just the same.
Just the same what?
Just the same luck I've been having everywhere, yes. Oh, well, that's life, a spark here and a wrench there, yes.
Nice people, Molly. We better get inside before somebody borrows a trailer out from under it.
Oh, it isn't so bad as that.
Oh, even so, I'm going to sleep in my pants tonight.
Yeah. Oh, my.
Hey, Molly.
What?
Let's let the dishes go a while and just sit here and rest tonight.
Well, all right. But just a little while now.
Okay.
Oh, my, it is real peaceful, isn't it? Get out the steamer chairs, McGee.
Steamer chairs? Where is it?
In the storage space under the left-hand bunk.
I don't see it. It ain't under the sink.
It isn't the sink, it's the bunk.
I'll say so. Oh, here it is. Hey, how do you unfold this thing, anyway?
Well, now you take hold of the top bar.
Yeah?
No, that's the side.
Oh, huh?
Top, isn't it? The top.
Oh.
No, that's the other side.
Oh, now, is that it?
Now you got it.
I see.
Now fold that other piece down.
Yeah, like
No,
this?
that one.
Oh, I get it. Look, like this.
Oh, heavenly days. Let me do it.
Okay, take it.
Now let me see. I thought it went this way.
Someday some genius is going to invent an unfolding deck chair. Then folks...
Oh, hello, folks.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Harpo.
Fibber, I just came over to see if I could borrow a... Say, that's a beautiful finish on that trailer. Johnson's Auto Wax?
What do you think?
Oh, well, you know how I am. I always say that Johnson's...
Listen, Harpo, can you get this deck chair unfolded first?
Why, I think so. Let's have it.
Yeah, Harpo.
Why? Why, do you mean to say you couldn't get this unfolded? Why, look here. Why, you just take it like this and... Well, now, wait a minute. I'll get it. I think, let me see. This goes here. No, I guess it goes over here. Ow!
Oh,
Now, look what I did. I can't get my hand out of it. Pry these two pieces apart, will you, Fibber?
I'll try, Harpo. No, I can't get it apart. Looks like you was going to go through life carrying a deck chair, Harpo.
It's kind of like a slave bracelet.
Oh, shucks. Well, I'll get somebody to saw it off in the morning. Well, good night, folks.
Good night, Mr. Wilcox.
Good night. Say, Harpo, what was it you come over to borrow?
A deck chair.
Well, now that we can't sit down, I suppose we'd better be doing the dishes, McGee, and go to bed early.
Oh, no, shucks, it's too early. I think I'll just stretch out here on the grass and look at the stars.
I'll bet you get some figures if you do, I bet you.
Oh, there, little girl.
Hello there, dearie.
Now, what can we do for you, sis?
Well, gee, my mama said to come over.
I get it. What does she want to borrow?
Well, what you got?
Oh, that it, sis. Don't be like that. What was it you wanted?
Oh, Please, can I have a drink, please?
Now, wait a minute. Don't tell me you haven't got any drinking water in your own trailer. What did your mama say when she sent you over?
Well, she said, go over and ask the man if you can have a drink. And when he opens the icebox, see if they got anything we haven't got. And tell the man we're just out of those things and ask him if we can buy some. But, gee, if you won't give me drinks, mister, I guess we can't buy anything, I bet you. Goodbye, mister.
Did you hear that, Molly?
I did. Heavenly days, they'd even borrow on speculation around here.
Sure. That kid asked for a drink at every trailer on the lot here. She's going to have to be rolled over a barrel before morning. Oh, well, I'm going to lay on the grass here a while. Don't let me go to sleep, though.
Don't worry, I won't. Not with all those dishes. Oh, how do you do, I'm sure.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, partner.
Hi, bud. What can we loan you?
You got a match, partner?
Oh, certainly. That's the most modest request we've had today.
Yeah, where you heading for, bud?
Going to hit the grit for Texas, partner. Got to go home and get my rope around that centennial.
We're on our way to the Cleveland ourselves, bud. Going to take in that Great Lakes exposition. I understand they got a swan dancer there.
McGee.
We just come from a big fair up in New York State, Woolworth, New York. They were putting on a centennial celebration.
Well, I hope you had a good dime, partner.
Take your change out of that, McGee. Where'd you say you were from, mister?
Texas, ma'am. Red Eagle is the name.
Everybody in this camp seems to be from the Panhandle. You sure all you want is a match, bud?
That's all, partner. Thanks.
I'll bet you're a Texas Ranger.
Well, no, ma'am. So I borrowed me a police star from the sheriff of Cactus County.
Don't you get it, Molly? The Lone Star State? Sit down, bud.
Thanks, partner. Mind if I sing?
Oh, we'd love to have you.
Well, what you waiting for, bud?
Well, I hate to ask you, partner, but could I borrow a cord?
Why, sure. Loan the cowhand the cord, will you, Mr. Williams?
Certainly.
Thanks, partner. I'm an old cowhand from the Rio Grande. but my legs ain't bold, and my cheeks ain't tan. I'm a cowboy who never saw a cow, never roped a steer 'cause I don't know how, and it sure ain't fixing to start him now. Yippee-i-oh-ki-yay, yippee-i-oh-ki-yay, I'm an old cowhand from the Rio Grande, and I learned to ride or I learned to stand. I'm a riding fool who is up to date. I know every trail in the Lone Star State, 'cause I ride the range in a Ford V8. Yippee-i-oh-ki-yay, yippee-i-oh-ki-yay, I'm an old cowhand from the Rio Grande, and I come to town just to hear the band. I know all the songs that the cowboys know about the big corral where the doggies go, 'cause I learned them all on the radio. Yippee-i-oh-ki-yay, yippee-i-oh-ki-yay, I'm an old cowhand from the Rio Grande, where the West is wild, round the borderland, where the buffalo roam around the zoo, and the Indians make you a rug or two, and the old bar X is a barbecue. Yippee-i-oh-ki-yay, yippee-i-oh-ki-yay.
Talking with a man who had just cleaned and waxed his car for the first time. He's like a great many motorists who neglect the finish of their cars until they look dull and dingy and then think it's too late or too hard work to do anything about it. This friend of mine got the surprise of his life when he used those two Johnson Auto products, Johnson's Auto Cleaner and Johnson's Auto Wax. With the cleaner, which is also a polish, he actually restored the beauty of the car finish, beauty he thought was gone forever. With Johnson's Auto Wax, he protected the finish, so it need never again look dull and dingy. Protected it against weather, road dirt, and the destructive ultraviolet rays of the sun. He was amazed to find the job comparatively easy. He will be surprised also to learn how much he'll save on car washings and on increased trade-in value. Perhaps you don't know that you can now get a full-size can of this Johnson's Auto Wax free with the purchase of 1 pint of Johnson's Auto Cleaner and Polish in an attractive free gift package that sells for only 59 cents, less than the usual price of the cleaner alone. See your dealer for this special free gift package right away before his stock is exhausted. They're selling fast. Remember, you get the full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax free. Now, back to the tourist camp where Fibber McGee and Molly are... Oh, this darn deck chair. Where Fibber and Molly are about to get ready for bed. Can we borrow your ears?
Well, I hope all our visitors have gone for good.
Well, if they've gone, it's for good.
We ought to get to Cleveland by tomorrow, hadn't we, McGee?
Oh, easy, Molly, easy. Unless one of these trailer tourists gets there first and borrows Lake Erie.
Well, come on, let's go to bed and get out of here early in the morning.
Okay, Molly. Here we go.
Hey, Fibber, Molly.
It's Mr. Wilcox, McGee.
Hi, Harpo. What's the matter?
Step over this way a minute. Shh. Quiet.
You in trouble, Mr. Wilcox?
No.
You hiding from somebody?
No. Listen. Step over this way fast. Okay. Away from all those trailers. This is all right. Now, listen. Did I hear you tell that cowboy you were going to the Great Lakes Exposition in Cleveland?
Yes. Why?
Well, when you get there, look up the Johnson Wax sales manager there, Mr. Corrington, and tell him we're shipping him those Johnson gift packages as fast as we can.
Hey, what is this? What are you whispering that?
What's the big secret about that?
Oh, there's no secret, Molly. But there are people sleeping over there in those trailers, and I didn't want to go rattling around there with this darn deck chair. Well, much obliged.
Come on, Molly. Let's get back to our trailer.
Well, which trailer is ours?
Right over there, next to the... No, it ain't either. Except they all look pretty much alike in the dark.
I know where it is. I think I do. The one next to this one.
No. It's further over. Here we are. This is ours, Molly. See? Here we are.
Come in now and shut the door.
Okay.
Don't turn on the light. You'll attract the mosquitoes.
Okay. Where's my toothbrush?
Right above the sink.
Well, where's the sink?
Right over... Oh, heavenly days. Come to bed. Has somebody borrowed your brains?
I got a funny feeling that somebody's been in here.
Oh, it's probably the camp director, Liza Muggins.
Woof, woof.
Quiet. Get to sleep.
Okay. Night, Molly.
Good night, McGee. McGee,
Huh?
you didn't kiss me good night.
I know. I always make my women ask for them. Good night, Molly.
Good night, McGee. McGee, wake up. Wake up, McGee.
Huh? What's the matter, Molly?
McGee, we're moving.
Where to?
Well, how should I know? The trailer's moving. Can't you feel it?
Well,
Hey, where's my pants?
Here, put them on quick and stop the car.
Okay,
Somebody must have hooked onto our trailer by mistake.
Okay.
Hurry, McGee.
I can't hurry. These pants are... Dad, rat, if these ain't my pants. Say, we're in somebody else's trailer.
Oh, heavenly days. And us maybe on our way to Mexico.
Hey, you up there. Hey, let us out of here.
Let me say a word here about Johnson's regular household wax. And, of course, this time I'm really talking to the ladies of our audience. During the past 50 years, Johnson's wax has become a byword in American homes. It's more than a polish. It really has become a method of housekeeping, one that saves many hours of housework all through the year and adds greatly to the beauty of the home. When you walk into a home that is Johnson wax for protection and beauty, you'll notice the difference right away. The floors and furniture and woodwork are clean and beautiful with a soft, satiny beauty. Lampshades and window sills, radiator covers, and leather goods are free from messy fingerprints and dirt. And if you look at Milady's hands, you'll see that she hasn't had to scrub floors or do hard cleaning work for years. Is it any wonder that year after year, more and more homes adopt the Johnson wax method of housekeeping? Johnson's wax comes in both liquid and paste form, and it's sold everywhere.
I see by the paper where Paramount is suing Sam Goldwyn for luring Clark Gable away from him.
Clark Gable, huh?
Mm-hmm.
They should have done like Mark Anthony. He was polite about it.
How do you mean?
Don't you remember? Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears.
Good night.
Among the selections heard on our program tonight was I'm an Old Cowhand from Rhythm on the Range. Next week, Fibber McGee and Molly will be heard from the Great Lakes Exposition Grounds at Cleveland. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking, and this is the... That confounded deck chair. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. week at this time, Kraft presents from Hollywood, California, Harold Peary as the Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But right now, here's a question for you. Did you know that you can overeat and still be undernourished? That it's not so much the quantity of food you eat as the kind of food you eat that's important? Well, it's true. And that's why you should learn all you can about the right foods to serve your family. Wholesome, protective foods that provide the energy and real nourishment your family needs. So it's important to you that delicious Parquet margarine made by Kraft is one of the right foods, and that it's so economical you can serve your family all they need. Yes, Parquet margarine is a protective food that's packed full of wholesome nourishment. Parquet is one of the best sources of food energy you can serve. And you all know how important vitamin A is. It's truly a protective vitamin. Well, Parquet margarine is rich in vitamin A. There are 9,000 units in every pound. And don't forget, Parquet is the margarine with the delicious flavor, whether you use it at the table for baking or for pan frying. So ask your dealer for delicious, economical Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Just ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve.
Mr. Gildersleeve, report of estate of Marjorie and Leroy Forrester miners submitted by Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, Guardian.
Well, it looks very neat, Ted. Should impress Judge Hooker. Is it complete?
All but the name of that firm that leased the 12th Street property.
Oh, yes. Let's see. What was that firm? Oh, yes, the Swanky Hanky Shoppy.
Thanks. I'll just fill that in. It was a 99-year lease, wasn't it?
Yes, 99 years with monthly options. Oh, Marjorie.
Hello, Ted.
Hi, Margie. Say, that's a new dress, isn't it?
Yes. What do you think of it?
Stop asking him questions, Marjorie, or he'll charge the estate for giving a legal opinion. I'll go in the other room, young man, and tend to your papers.
Okay.
Did you want me?
Yes. All ready to go to court, eh?
Uh-huh.
What about your brother? Where is Leroy?
Oh, I sent him to change his shirt for the third time. Uncle, I wish we'd make him get rid of that printing press.
Well, little boys will always revert to type. Now tell him to hurry. I don't want to be late. This is important, and I'm getting jittery about it.
Oh, now relax and take it easy, Uncle Throckmorton.
Relax?
Ted says the report is in fine shape. Why, there's nothing to be excited about. Now, is there?
No, by George. Come to think of it, I've done wonders. If I do say so myself. In fact, I will say so myself. I've done wonders.
I think so. Why, since you arrived in Summerfield a month ago, you've straightened out all of our investments, rented that vacant property, and even put the kitchen on a budget. Why, Judge Hooker should be very pleased.
I hope so. I made up my mind to demonstrate to that old... What is it Leroy calls him? Old Leroy?
What, Uncle Mort?
What was it I told you not to call Judge Hooker?
Pickle Puss.
That's it. I made up my mind to show that old pickle puss that a competent businessman could administer this estate properly. Why? Because you can't put anything over on me.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes, Bertie?
Where did you buy them bananas?
Well, from a man in a truck. They were bargains, too. The stores want 30 cents a dozen, and he only charged me 25.
Well, he done gypped you. There was only 9 bananas.
Yes. As I was saying, Marjorie, you can't put anything over on my type of businessman. We have a certain alertness. Great Danes.
What's wrong?
Look at the time. We'll be late for court.
Oh, but court stays open until 5 o'clock, Uncle Mort.
Yes, but we can't just drop in whenever we want, my dear. It isn't a barber shop, you know. We have to be there when the judge is ready to take us.
Oh, like a beauty parlor.
Yes. You see, I don't want to arrive late and have trouble with old Cucumber Face. I've got to get back here and pack up my bag so I can take the night train.
The night train?
Yes. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I'm going back to Wistful Vista this evening.
Oh, Uncle Mort.
Huh?
I thought you were going to stay here and live with us.
Well, I am. That's why I'm going back to Wistful Vista.
Huh?
To sell or lease my house there.
You are? Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, Leroy.
Yeah, what's this?
Uncle Mort's going to sell his house in Wistful Vista and come back here and live with us.
Oh, boy, gee, that's wonderful, Uncle Mort.
Take it easy.
Do you want me to make you a for sale sign on my printing press?
No. Thanks just the same. You haven't got that many shirts to spare. Oh, Ted, is it time to go?
Yes, we should hurry down to the courthouse.
Everybody ready? Leroy, Marjorie, Ted, Bertie?
Oh, Bertie's not going to court with us, Uncle Mort.
I know that. I just want a glass of water. That ham I had for breakfast. Water, Bertie.
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve, bringing it.
Good. Anybody else want any water?
No, thank you. Here you are, sir.
You better hurry, Mr. Gildersleeve.
1 second while I drink this. Thanks, Bertie. Now I'm ready to go. Oh, excuse me. I must have drunk too fast.
Wait a minute, Ted. I think Uncle Mort has the hiccups.
Hiccups? No, I'll be all right. Oh.
Maybe you better do something about it.
No, I'll be all right.
Well, Uncle Mort, you better sit down and rest a minute.
Well, what about court? You know, old Judge...
Judge Hooker, he'll wait.
Yes, I can have it put over till tomorrow.
But I got to get back to Wistful Vista, Ted. I couldn't do that. Or could I?
Why not, Unc?
No. I'll be all right in a few minutes. Oh, isn't this silly?
Now, don't try to talk, Uncle Mort. Just sit quietly for a few minutes and rest.
Rest? All right, I'll rest.
Maybe it'd help if you unbuttoned your vest, Unc.
Unbutton my vest? I'll try it. Yes, that seems a little better. Oh! Spoke too soon. Better button it up again. Yeah.
Say, I know a sure cure for hiccups. It never fails.
It doesn't? Well, what is it?
Drink a glass of water.
Oh, but Marjorie, my dear, don't you remember? That's how I got him, drinking water.
No, but you didn't drink slowly.
Slowly.
You've got to take 9 swallows of water and not breathe in between.
Not breathe? What am I, a fish?
Now, Uncle Mort, it's cured thousands.
Sure, you know, a hair from the dog that bit you.
Ted, this is hiccups, not hydrophobia.
Well, I'll get a glass of water.
You better get a pitcher in case one glassful won't do it.
What are you trying to do? Drown him? No more water, Marjorie. One more swallow and I'll fly back to Capistrano. Oh, help me out of this rocking chair. I'm getting seasick.
Cheer up, Unc. If you can keep on hiccuping for another 2 hours, you'll get your picture in Strange as It Seems.
You're a bright boy, Leroy. Now keep quiet.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I just remembered something that'll take care of those hiccups.
You do, Ted? What is it?
But it's simply a matter of breath control. Say, Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers without taking a breath.
Oh,
Go on, try it, Uncle Mort.
Well, all right. Peter Piper picked...
No, slower, like this.
Like this.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. That way.
Peter Piper picked... Oh, more water, Bertie.
Here we is, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Thanks. Well, who's got the next suggestion? Step right up. Don't be bashful. Gildersleeve the guinea pig. That's me.
I wouldn't be bringing it up, Mr. Gildersleeve, except I know it'll work positively. Now, if you hold a cold silver knife on the back of your neck, then hiccups will be gone with the wind.
Well, all right, I'll try anything once. If you got a cold knife, Bertie.
Yes, sir. I brought one right here with me, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Unbutton your collar, Uncle. There.
Ooh, it sends the shivers up and down my spine. Where'd you get that knife, Bertie?
I had it in the refrigerator. You never can tell when a nice cold knife comes in handy.
Hey, Uncle Mort. Uncle Mort, I was outside talking to my pal, Piggy Banks, and when he had the hiccups, Say, what's that knife doing in your back? Did they operate on you?
Oh, no, Leroy. Bertie suggested cold silver against the back of my neck.
Oh, that won't work.
It will, too, you Leroy. I've been watching your uncle since he tried it, and he ain't hicked once.
By George, come to think of it, I haven't hicked. This is wonderful, Bertie. Thanks very much. Remind me to give you $1. Ted, let's get started for the courthouse.
But, Uncle Mort, a cold knife against the back of the neck cures nosebleeds, not hiccups.
Why, that's right.
Oh, I thought so, too.
You mean to say it's not good for hiccups? Oh, jumping jelly beans. Oh, they've come back again. Forget about that $1, Bertie.
Say, Uncle Mort, I know a sure cure. I can't miss.
No, Leroy. It's my turn this time. I've just remembered a remedy.
But that isn't fair. I spoke up first.
Say, whose hiccups are these, yours or mine?
Okay, go ahead. They're your hiccups.
What's your remedy, Uncle Mort?
Well, I'll take a cold shower. The shock should stop me.
It sounds logical.
Well, it won't hurt at any rate. We got to do something so I won't keep speaking out of turn in court.
I'll get the car out of the garage.
I bet that shower doesn't work, Marge.
Now, my idea is to scare Uncle Mort.
What for?
Well, that's an absolute positive cure for hiccups.
How do you know?
It cured Piggy Banks when he had something terrible.
How'd he get them?
Drinking a whole bottle of pop at one gulp. Honest, his family tried everything. Then his kid brother put a string of firecrackers in his pocket and lit the fuse. That did the trick, all right, all right.
But didn't those firecrackers burn a big hole in his coat pocket?
No, Piggy wasn't wearing a coat. Gee, if I could only think of something super to pull on Uncle Mort, I bet I'd scare the hiccups right out of him.
Now, you wait a minute, Leroy. Don't you do anything drastic.
Oh, me? When did I ever do anything? Say, how's about it if I put ketchup on my head and stagger into his room and fall down on the floor?
Leroy Forrester, now don't you dare.
Well, all right. Let's see. What else would frighten those darn old hiccups?
Oh, it's freezing in the shower. Bertie must be using the hot water in the kitchen. Oh, this water is ice cold. Oh.
Uncle Mort! Uncle Mort!
Yes?
Uncle Mort, where are you? The house is on fire.
What?
The house is on fire.
Oh, I've got to get out of here. Oh, where's my clothes? No time for clothes. My bathrobe, where'd I put it? Never mind, here's a big towel. All right, come on, Leroy. Which way shall we go?
No, Uncle Mort, go back.
Why?
Because you still got the hiccups.
What's that got to do with my house being on fire?
It isn't on fire. I was just trying to scare you.
Scare me? What's the big idea?
Gee, I only meant it for the best. I was just trying to frighten the hiccups away.
If I ever ran out of the house like this, I'd frighten the neighbors away.
I'm awful sorry, Uncle Mort. Say, you better get back in the shower. There's a big drip on the carpet.
Who, me? You clear out of here now. As soon as I get dry, we're going down to the court. Hiccups or no hiccups. All right, folks. I'm ready to go now. Come on, Ted. Come on, Marjorie.
We're coming.
Yeah. Where's Leroy?
I think he went out. He must be waiting in the car.
Good. I hope the judge doesn't mind.
Okay, buddy, stick 'em up. Your money or your life.
Leroy, come out of that closet and put back that water pistol.
Oh, that didn't work either.
You can't frighten me, Leroy. I'll go out and get in the car, young man.
I told you, Leroy.
Just you wait. I'll figure out a scheme that'll make Uncle Mort forget all about those beeps of his.
Yeah. Now, get in the car, everybody. Lovely day, isn't it? Too bad I can't appreciate it. Maybe being in the fresh air like this, my hiccups will... Oh, no, they won't. Oh, the car is doing it, too.
Boy, every time you hiccup, P.P., your foot goes down on the gas.
You think so?
Yes. You want to stop and let me drive?
No, we haven't got time.
Careful, Uncle Mort. Careful, you just went through a traffic signal.
I can't help it. I'm afraid they're getting worse. Oh, lots worse. Yeah, the curve, certainly, officer. Yeah.
What's the idea of driving down the street like a jackrabbit and jumping the signal? Where's your driver's license?
Well, it's like this, officer.
Oh, it's like that, is it? Hey, what's going on here?
Well, my uncle has a severe attack of hiccups.
Yes, he got it drinking a glass of water.
Water, huh? Well, that's original anyway.
He's been hiccuping for hours. Show the officer how you've been hiccuping, Uncle.
See?
Never mind, I've heard him before.
Officer, we're in somewhat of a hurry. We're rushing down to the...
I get it, to a doctor. Well, come on.
What? Oh, of course, that's it. Where's the nearest doctor, officer? Let's not dilly-dally.
Gee, you got it bad. Follow me, I'll clear a way for you.
Thank you.
Medical Center building.
Oh, I don't know how to thank you, officer.
Yes.
That's all right. Same thing happened to my sister's kid 2 months ago. You know how we cured her? Made her eat a quart of ice cream fast.
Oh, yes. Well, I'll put that down on my list.
Hurry, Uncle Mort. Shall we go with you?
No, you two children stay here with Ted. Oh.
Going up?
Yes. Is there a doctor in the building who specializes in hiccups? I mean, a cure for hiccups?
Oh, you might try Dr. Simard on 7. Get in, please.
Yeah.
Say, you've got them bad, mister.
Yeah.
Well, I know something that will cure them in no time.
You do? What is it?
Eat a quart of ice cream fast.
Yeah.
7th floor. There's Dr. Simard's waiting room, 4 doors down.
Thank you very much. All this fuss over these silly hiccups. Well, at least I'll get rid of them for sure now. Dr. E.E. Simard, throat, chest, and stomach. That should cover hiccups, I guess. Oh.
How do you do? Do you wish to see the doctor?
No, I just dropped in to catch up on my last year's reading.
Well, you should do something about those hiccups. Now, a quart of ice cream eaten fast.
I know, it's a sure cure. But I want some competent medical advice. Is the doctor busy?
Not at the moment. Now, if you'll step in here and disrobe.
I don't want to disrobe. I want to see the doctor.
But if the doctor is going to examine you,
He keeps his clothes on, doesn't he?
Yes.
Well, then I'll keep mine on, too. Where is he?
Step in here. Doctor, this gentleman wishes to consult.
Tut, Miss Wood. How many times have I told you that patients must disrobe?
We've been all through that, Doctor. There's no need for me to do that. You can see what's wrong with me.
Open your mouth, please, and unbutton your vest. Thank you. You can close your mouth now. Well, it didn't take me long to diagnose this case.
No?
No. You're suffering from an intermittent, uncontrollable diaphragmatic spasm causing a sudden inhalation which is interrupted by a spasmodic closure of the glottis.
I am?
Yes.
Well, what does that mean, Doctor?
You hiccup.
I know I hiccup. I can hear myself. How do I get rid of them?
Now, don't get excited. I have a painless and infallible cure.
Oh, you have? What is it?
Eat a quart of ice cream fast. That'll be $5, please.
Oh!
The judge's chambers are down at the end of the hall, T.P.
Oh, jumping jeeps. Look at the clock. This is of a time to show up.
Feeling better, Uncle Mort?
No. I've eaten so much ice cream, I sound like a good humor man.
Now, take it easy, Uncle Mort.
You take it easy, young man. Don't say anything to the judge.
Here we are.
Ted, did you send the financial report down this morning? Keep quiet.
Now, don't worry. That report went down early. Should make a wonderful impression. Well, come on, let's go.
Yeah, might as well face old Pickle Puss.
Careful, Leroy. Anything you say will be used against me.
Come in.
Hello, Judge Hooker.
At last. I was ready to go home. What you hiccuping for, Gildersleeve?
For about 4 hours now.
Uncle Mort's been suffering all day long, Judge.
Yeah, maybe if you could frighten him.
Quiet,
Judge.
Leroy, quiet. Yes, Judge. I'd have been here sooner except for that.
Well, I'm glad you sent down your report, Mr. Gildersleeve. Gave me time to study it. I'm pleased with what I found.
Gee, that's swell, Judge.
I thought you could do a good job for these children.
You did? Well, thank you, Judge Hooker. In that case, we can leave. Come on, Leroy. Come on, Marjorie. Come on, Ted.
What's your rush, Gildersleave? Take it easy.
Oh.
You're nothing but a bundle of nerves.
Yes.
I never knew nerves came in such large bundles.
That's very good. I wonder if it'd be all right if I was absent from my duties for a while, Judge. I have some business to wind up in Wistful Vista.
Sure. Go right ahead. Take all the time you want.
Oh?
Only be back next week.
Oh. Yes, I see. Well, thanks, Judge. Excuse it, please.
Oh, poor Uncle Mort. You can't travel in that condition. I bet Mr. Fowler at the drugstore would have something to relieve you.
Let us two go see him, Marge. And if he can't help, I know a couple of other guys that can.
All right. If you'll excuse us, we'll run along.
Certainly.
Goodbye, then.
Goodbye.
You drive Uncle Mort home.
Sure.
Hey, Leroy.
Well, Ted, let's get started. Oh, I can't stop that.
Hey, those hiccups must be annoying.
They are, indeed they are.
By the way, I know a sure cure for hiccups.
What, you too?
Oh, this one never fails. All you need is a brown paper bag.
A brown paper bag? Well, that takes the prize.
Shall I go out and get one, Judge?
No, here's the bag. Wait a minute. Wait till I dump the apples out.
Apples?
I teach a class at law school, and the boys always bring me apples.
Now, let's try this remedy.
Oh, no, don't bother, Judge. I think they're stopping now.
Now, let's make sure. All you have to do is to breathe in and out of this bag. Understand?
I understand what to do, but I don't understand why.
Well, you will. Just put your face in the bag. Fine. You look better already. Now go ahead and breathe.
How?
The principle is this. Normally, you exhale carbon dioxide and inhale oxygen.
I see.
But this way, you inhale the carbon dioxide you've already exhaled.
I see.
Is that clear?
No.
Well, if you stop inhaling oxygen, you'll stop hiccuping. It's really very simple.
So are you.
You ought to be all right by now. How are you feeling?
Worse. Oh, my, and I almost had him licked.
Strange. It's never failed before. Let me see. There's a hole in the bag.
Oh, take me home, Ted. I'm going right to bed. Oh, stop that.
Hey, Lefty.
Yeah?
Here's a pillowcase. The ball is silver in here.
Okay.
Now, when we go out, if anyone asks who we are, we're the laundryman.
I got you, Red. Shall we take this silver cup, too?
Let me see. Awarded to Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, first place potato race annual picnic, Gildersleeve Girdlewicks. No. It's more trouble than it's worth.
Oh, yeah. You're too easily traced, huh?
Hey, you sure there's no dough laying around?
No. I looked every place, even behind the wallpaper.
You think we should take any more clothes, Lefty?
No. I'm wearing 3 of the...
Snag any dough. Well, let's get going.
Okay, you take it easy. Say, look.
Get away from that window.
Hey, there's a big fat guy coming up the walk. Quick, out the back way.
Wait a minute. Is he alone?
Yeah, let's get out of here.
No, wait. I bet he's got a fat bankroll in his pocket. Let's hide behind these curtains.
But where?
Make it snappy.
But where?
Okay, buddy, stick him up.
No, Leroy.
What do you mean, Leroy? Get him up.
Oh, I see. You must be a friend of Leroy. Yeah, he put you up to this, eh? What'll that boy think of next?
I says for you to get them hands up and keep quiet, too.
I'm sorry, mister, but it didn't work. I still got him. You see?
Hey, Red.
Oh, you brought a friend, eh?
Hey, what's the matter with this guy?
I thought you knew. I've got the hiccups. You see?
Look. This is a gun in my hand. Yep. And I've got a good notion to let you have it.
No, thanks. I wouldn't know what to do with it if you did.
Hey, Red. Yeah. Should I give it to him?
No, I don't want yours either.
You're asking for it, mister.
I am not. I don't want any guns. I'm afraid of guns. Sometimes they're loaded.
Shall I plug him, Red?
Well, I don't think that'd cure me either, mister.
Stand out of the way, Red. I'll show this smart aleck.
Well, very realistic. Blanks, eh?
You missed.
He moved. I'll try again.
Don't do that. You'll have every cop in town here.
Oh, gangbusters.
What are you going to do with a guy like that?
I know. Lefty. That way we get his roll and he can't follow us either.
Okay.
Oh, no, you don't. By George, that's carrying things too far. Fine friends Leroy has taking my... Keep your hands off me, you villain.
Grab him, Red.
Oh, look out for those flowers. I warned you. Now you see what... Oh!
That's right, Lefty. Throw him on the floor.
Oh, you want to fight, eh? Well, all right. Oh, get off of me before I... Wait a minute, boys. Wait a minute. Stop.
Oh, you give in, huh?
Yes. You can quit now. My hiccups are all gone.
More double talk. Grab his legs, Red.
Get away from me, Red. Oh, Leroy should have never done this.
That's right, Lefty. Sit on him.
What is this? Wearing my new blue serge suit. This is the last straw. I'm not going to stand for you.
Help me, Red. Get him off.
Hold still while I hit him. No. Now, don't move. Now
Now look what you've done. You've clunked your little partner.
Hey, Lefty. Speak to me.
Yeah, speak to him, Lefty. Hi, George. He's out cold. Give me that gun before you do any more damage.
Oh, no, you don't. Ouch, my foot. Oh.
The minute I saw those tight shoes, I knew you had corns.
Hey, mister. Mister, please.
What?
Please don't point that gun at me. You're just nuts enough to shoot me.
That's a very good idea. A couple of blanks might teach you not to go around.
What's the big idea leaving the front door open?
Well, At last you're here, young man. Those two friends of yours are nothing but a couple of roughnecks.
What friends? Who are these guys?
Come, Leroy. Stop pretending. It's all right. My hiccups have disappeared.
Come on. Oh! Look at this room.
What?
Who's that man? Sleeping on the floor.
That's one of Leroy's friends, and he's not sleeping. Don't try to sneak out, Red.
Gee, I
Come back here, Red, and tell Leroy what you did to me.
Well, Uncle, I never saw these men before in my life.
And what's all our silverware doing in a pillowcase?
Uncle Mort, these guys are burglars.
They are? What? They weren't fooling? And to think that I... Oh, my. Now I've got the hiccups all over again. Oh.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But first, I want to say that being a mere man puts me at quite a disadvantage in talking to you housewives, especially you housewives who are really good cooks, because so many of you are probably already using delicious parquet margarine made by Kraft, and already know from your own experience that it's a grand-tasting, economical margarine that can be used in many ways. Yes, you know, for instance, that parquet margarine is really delicious for table use, and good for your family, too. You know that parquet makes cookies, cakes, and pie crust taste better because it's a genuine flavor shortening that adds its own delicate taste to all baked foods. You know that parquet margarine seasons hot vegetables to a queen's taste, makes pan-fried foods taste better, too, and it doesn't spatter or stick to the pan. And don't overlook the fact that parquet margarine is a highly nutritious energy food and a year-round source of vitamin A. Yes, you housewives who use parquet know how good it is. But some of you listeners probably haven't tried parquet margarine yet. Well, if you haven't, try it. Yes, ask your dealer for a pound or two of parquet margarine tomorrow. Just say parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. It's made by Kraft.
Your bag's all packed, Uncle Mort.
Oh, thank you, Marjorie.
Hey, Unc, how soon will you get back from Wistful Vista?
Not until Wednesday.
Oh, you'll be gone that long?
Yes. I've got to put my house up for sale, and I also want to be on hand to greet my two little chums, Fibber McGee and Molly, when they return from their vacation Tuesday night.
Say, maybe Fibber McGee would buy your house.
No. From my past experience with Fibber McGee, he wouldn't buy the place, he'd just borrow it. Good night.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at this same time for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program. Good evening, everyone. The makers of Johnson's Wax present Marion and Jim as Fibber McGee and Molly. Ted Weems and his orchestra open this aerial opus with Bye Bye Baby. Take off, Ted. me take a minute to tell you how you can get a full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax free. Thousands of car owners have already gone to their dealers and asked for the free gift package offered in celebration of Johnson's 50th anniversary. Now, this is the way for you to get your free gift. Go to your service station, auto supply store, or regular wax dealer. Ask for Johnson's free gift package. It contains a pint of Johnson's Auto Cleaner and a full-size can, not a sample, of Johnson's Auto Wax. You pay only 59 cents. And as you know, this is less than the regular price of the cleaner alone. And you get Johnson's Auto Wax, a full-size can, free. The supply of these free gift packages is necessarily limited. When they're gone, there won't be any more, so don't delay. Get your free gift of Johnson's Auto Wax right away. Well, Fibber McGee has talked Molly into letting him take a few flying lessons. He's already had a few training flights, but today he's due to take his first solo flight. And here in the flying school office, talking to the instructor, we find those two fearless fledglings, Fibber McGee and Molly.
You really think McGee is ready to fly alone, Mr. Instructor?
How about it, Bud? Am I ready to solo?
Oh, sure. You'll be okay.
See, Molly? I tell you, in the next war, it'll be us pilots that'll get the easy jobs.
McGee, in the next war, I'll see that you have flat feet if I have to use a sledgehammer.
See how she goes for me. Well, what do you say we get started?
Well, I'm sorry. There are a couple of flights scheduled out ahead of you, so you just wait here till I call for you. And if the phone rings, get the number.
Okay.
McGee, of all the ideas you ever had, this is the silliest.
What you mean, the silliest, Molly? You just wait till we get us a nice little cabin plane. Just you and me, scooting around up amongst them little fleecy clouds.
Just a cabin in the cotton.
I ever tell you about the time a friend of mine landed his plane in the duck pond? Real pilot, Ned was. He was flying for NBC at the time. Ah, good old Ned.
Ned who?
Ned Redworth. Well, sir. Oh, hello there, Scotty. What's on your mind?
Excuse me, laddie. Would you be sitting on my instruction book?
Nope, I wouldn't.
You're me.
What do you want to look up, Bud? I can probably give you the answer.
Well, you see, laddie, I'm a parachute jumper, and I'm wondering anew about how to patch up a parachute.
Patch up a parachute. Did you tear it?
No, lass, but 'tis an old one, and the moths have been at it. And every time I come down, it whistles so loud I kind of hear myself praying. There's the book now. Good day to you.
Well, sir, as I was saying, Molly, this friend of mine was flying an amphibian.
A what?
Amphibian.
You usually are. McGee, why on earth did you ever start this flying business anyway?
Why, shucks, Molly, you ain't scared, are you?
No, I'm not scared. I know flying is as safe as driving a car these days, maybe more so.
You betcha.
But I believe if the Lord had intended us to fly, he'd have given us wings.
Well, you give us stomachs, Molly, but that don't mean we have to crawl around like a dad-ratted snake, does it? There goes that plane again, Molly. That same plane was flying around here last week.
Oh, dear,
Yes,
what
sir.
a dizzy-looking dame, McGee.
Huh?
And her a hostess on the airline.
Oh, why, that's that Miss Muggan.
Oh, yes, Liza Muggan. How do you do, I'm sure?
You a hostess on the airlines now, Liza?
Yes, of course I am. And I just love it. I really do. It's simply fascinating. Those handsome pilots and co-pilots.
What's a co-pilot for, Miss Muggan?
A co-pilot? Oh, a co-pilot is to cope with anything the pilot can't cope with. Simple, isn't it? Of course, naturally. But I really love it. Strange how many girls would like to be hostesses, but of course you must be a registered nurse.
Oh,
And Mr. McGee, you're not a registered nurse, are you?
He's nursed, but not registered.
But it's simply thrilling, simply wonderful. Of course, if our passengers are a little uncomfortable, we give them a little piece of cotton and some chewing gum. One passenger this morning was so excited he put the chewing gum in his ears and chewed the cotton. Silly, wasn't it? Yes, of course, naturally. Well, I simply must go. I'll see you later. I will see you later, won't I? Of course I will, naturally. Goodbye.
I suppose she's an airplane hostess because she's so flighty.
Yes, of course, naturally. Don't you think so? Of course you do.
Oh, look, McGee, there's a plane coming in to land.
What is it, Molly? A high-wing Waco?
No, I think it's a low-sing Como.
Oh, yeah. I understand Perry's flying in here to keep a date with the angel.
What do you mean, McGee?
Well, he says he's got to dance his way to heaven.
Oh.
Gotta dance, gotta sing, gotta have my little fling. Gotta dance my way to heaven right in your arms. I gotta hum, gotta shout, gotta kick my heels about. Gotta dance my way to heaven right in your arms. I feel as high tonight as any kite, and I'll soon be flying out of sight. It's no spark that you've ignited, it's a great big stick of dynamite. Gotta kiss and be kissed, cross the others off my list, 'cause I can't resist your irrepressible, sweet, caressable charm. I gotta dance my way to heaven right in your arms.
Back at the Wistful Vista Airport, Fibber's instructor hasn't returned yet, and our hero is getting a little impatient. Here they are, Fibber going over his previous lessons with Molly.
All right, now I'll take page 4.
Okay.
What do you do, McGee, if there's another plane landing or taking off when you want to land?
Left rudder, stick forward, and pull throttle.
What happens?
I don't know, but I'll bet it'll be fun.
Now the next question. How do you land, with the wind or against the wind?
Wind behind you. You just let the wind blow you onto the field.
Wrong. You land against the wind.
Seems kind of silly. I knew a feller tried landing against the wind once, and it sure learned him a lesson. There was a 60-mile wind blowing, and he was only doing 55, losing 5 miles an hour. He was trying to land at Detroit, and he come down backwards 4 hours later in St. Louis.
Oh.
Yes, sir. Not for me, Molly.
70 days, and you're going to fly. Why, McGee, if you... Oh, there's Silly Watson.
Hi there, Sil. What you doing here?
Hi, ma'am. How are you, boss? I've been working here for weeks, Mr. McGee, red capping for airplane passengers.
You like flying, Silly?
Yes, ma'am, I guess I do. But I ain't never flew. What?
You mean you haven't flied yet?
Yes, ma'am. I was asked lots of times did I want to flew, and I said no, sir. This boy ain't never flied yet, and when I start to flee, I'm fluing with my own wings.
You ain't scared, are you, Sil? You ain't scared, are you, Sil?
Yes, sir, I am. Every time I think of me way up there, I just turn white.
Well, think of it and let's see you.
Well, shucks, Sil. If you don't like flying, what'd you get a job at the airport for?
What?
Why did you get a job here if you don't like flying?
Well, Miss McGee, every time I go fishing, I have to eat worms.
You like red capping at the airport better than red capping at the railroad station, Sil?
Yes, sir. When it comes to red capping, sir, I sure know my bunions.
You mean onions?
No, ma'am, my bunions.
What's your bunions got to do with it, Sil?
Everything, Miss McGee. When I red caps at the railroad depot, it seems like all my customers is on the last Pullman from the engine. I gotta walk 14 cars down and 14 cars back with bags and stuff. But when an airplane come in, there's just one car and one door.
Well, you're quite a psychologist, sir.
No, ma'am. I've always been an Afro-Methodist, Miss McGee. With you me now to the plane coming in. Red cap here. Schedule, baby, folks.
Look at the acrobatics. Somebody's trying to kill himself.
Why, shucks no, Molly. Them things is easy to do. Just a couple of loops and a figure 8. Hey, look at that one. Boy, oh boy, can that fella fly. Did you see that turn?
Did I see it? It gives me one.
Hey, Molly, look.
No, you look and tell me.
He's flying upside down. Now he's right side up again. Look, he's in a spin, Molly. Wow. Nope, he's out of it. Look, he's coming down.
On purpose?
I hope so. Wow.
Heavenly days, he landed just like a feather.
Well, what you know about that? Scrawny little mug, ain't he? Hi there, Bud. Is that you doing them stunts up there?
That was me, all right, Sonny.
Hey, Grandma, ain't you scared you'll have an accident that way?
Who, me? Oh, no, my ship is pretty safe. Best one I had this week.
What you mean this week? How many you had?
12. 11 of them couldn't take it. Every time I do an outside loop, the wings would fall off. They weren't what they cracked up to be.
Shucks. Say, Grandma, I never did see such a crazy stunt as you was doing up there just now.
What stunts, Sonny?
What stunts? Why, those twists and turns and floops and flops you just done.
Oh, them.
Yeah.
Them weren't stunts, Sonny. I never stunt.
What was you doing then?
Oh, that must have been when I was down on my hands and knees in the cockpit looking for my hairpin. Well, I'll be seeing you folks. Hey there, Johnny. Gas her up for me. I got a date for a cocktail party in Cincinnati, and I don't want to be late. That'll teach you not to jump at conclusions.
Hey, Molly, there's that same old plane again. Wonder who that is. Hey, Bud, who is that always flying around up there?
Oh, that's a couple of endurance flyers.
Oh. Endurance flyers? How long have they been up?
I don't know, lady. I've only been working here 2 years.
Hi there, Bud. You a pilot?
Don't ask such dumb what do you think I'm wearing this monkey suit for? After all, anybody could guess that. Well, yes, I'm a pilot.
On one of the regular airlines?
Why, the idea isn't... Well, of all the stupid... certainly not. I'm the greatest... one of the most... Why, yes. I'm a crust bopper. A crop shooter. Crop duster.
Oh, a crop duster.
I know a lot of fussy farmers, but I never heard of them dusting off their crops.
Oh, he flies over the fields and dusts the crops with arsenic or something to kill the bugs.
That's the nut in the eggshell. That's the story in a nut house. Yes, sir, I think you got me. You got something there, Shorty. Yes, sir, it's a great week if you don't like it. Great life while you got some. Say, do you know a guy named Dopefelder?
No, we don't.
Neither do I. Shake hands. Say, if you're taking flying lessons, don't forget, remember one thing. When you take off...
Take off what?
Don't do it. It's too cold. We always try to get enough fortitude, altitude. Remember, when you make a left turn, push on the rudder. Or if you'd rather do something else. But don't forget the tailspin. Did you ever spin a tail? Heads I win, tails you spin, or lose? You can never get...
Mr. Pilot, when you spray poison over a cornfield from your plane, how do you know how much to use?
I don't. There's no use trying to estimate. But in eating or drinking or spraying corn, it don't matter. Why, it's just in one ear and out the other. Well, hello.
Oh, boy, what a takeoff. What a wonderful takeoff. Did you ever see anything like it?
Oh, hello, Mr. Brown.
Hi, Bob. What you mean, what a wonderful takeoff?
Johnson's auto cleaner and polish, the way it takes off that dull film of traffic dirt.
Hey, Robert.
Yes?
Now, you heard about this new gag, knock, knock.
No. How does it go?
Like this.
Oh.
Remind me to throw some water on him in time for his next announcement, Molly. Now, what was I saying?
Well, you were saying now...
Who's there?
Ted Weems.
What Ted Weems?
Ted Weems, I used Ted Weems.
What do you want, Ted?
I want to fly.
Fly what?
An airplane.
Well, what are you playing?
We are playing Knock Knock.
There isn't much excuse for letting a car get stained and dirty looking when it's so easy and it costs so little to make the car shine like new again. You'll be amazed to see how quickly Johnson's Auto Cleaner takes off all the old road film and dirt and gives the car a beautiful polish. This creamy white liquid is very easy to apply, and you can be assured it won't hurt the car finish in any way. Johnson's Auto Cleaner both cleans and polishes a car in one simple operation. If your car is new and you want to keep it bright and shining, then be sure to protect the finish now with Johnson's Auto Wax. Dust and dirt can't stick to the gleaming wax surface. Once your car is waxed, you will save on car washings. And someday, when you want to trade the car in, you'll get more money for it. Now, attention to this, please. You can get a full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax free if you go to your dealer at once. Ask for Johnson's free gift anniversary package, containing a pint of Johnson's Auto Cleaner and a full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax. You pay only 59 cents for this free gift package, less than the usual price of the cleaner alone. You get the can of Johnson's Auto Wax free. Better hurry before the supply of these packages is gone. Well, the flying instructor hasn't come back yet, as our two friends sit in his office and wonder if McGee's solo flight is off for today.
McGee, I wonder if the teacher got up in the air someplace and couldn't get down.
Oh, I don't think so, Molly. That don't happen. What?
Oh, hello there, little girl.
Oh, hi there, sis.
Hi.
What you doing around here, sis?
What are you?
Who, me? Oh, I'm an aviator, sis. Waiting for my solo.
Who's going to sing it?
No, not a solo song, a solo flight. What are you doing here?
I'm waiting for my uncle.
Oh.
He's a swell navigator, I betcha.
He is, huh? Her uncle's a flyer, too, Molly.
What do you mean, too?
When did your uncle tell you he'd meet you here, sis?
Well, he said he had one more staff head for a flying lesson, and then he was through.
You get that, Molly? One more sap head for a flying lesson. Kind of cute, huh?
He said it was Mr. McGee. What's your name, mister?
My name is,
Mud.
That's it, sis. Mud. Oscar Z. Mud.
Keep it clean, mister. Well, I guess I'll go to the hangar and talk to the grease balls, mister. So long.
Oh, somebody sent her in here for a joke, Molly, but I can take it. I got nerves like steel.
Sure. An iron man with nerves of steel, a heart of gold, and silver fillings clamped on a nickel cigar.
Ain't funny, Molly.
Oh, it's the instructor at last.
Well, all ready for your solo?
You betcha.
Nervous?
Who, me? Say, I was telling Molly just now that everybody remarks on what wonderful nerves I got. Ow! There, who did that? What's the idea? Who threw that?
Take it easy.
Huh?
You just knocked the ashtray off the desk with your elbow.
What was you saying, Chief?
Well, I think we'd better call the lesson off for today. You're too jumpy.
Good.
Hey, what you mean, jumpy? I'm cool as a cucumber.
Yeah, but greener.
Come on now. Let's go up, huh? What do you say? I'm okay.
Stick out your fingers.
There, see? Steady as a rock.
Go on. You're shaking like a leaf.
Oh, well, I'm smoking too much, though. Inhale every puff. Come on, let's go up. Shucks, I've been waiting here all day so I could...
No, I'm sorry, but you know how it is. We never take any chances. We don't think something's safe. We just don't do it, that's all. Now, you report back here tomorrow and take your solo. Usual time. So long, Miss McGee. See you later.
McGee, what are you doing?
I'm getting into a parachute. That's what I'm doing. I'll show that wise guy I ain't so dad-ratted shaky I can't solo.
Well, if you're going to solo, I'll solo with you.
Oh, now, Molly, you can't.
Be quiet. Get me into this other parachute. Where does me arms go?
Right through here. No. Through there. No,
Oh,
that's
let
wrong.
go. I got it.
Okay. We'll show 'em. Come on.
Well, go ahead.
There's a plane right there, Molly.
Is that the one we're supposed to take?
I don't know, but it'll do. Come on, get in the front there. Up you go.
Oh, take it easy.
There you are.
McGee, are you sure? Are you sure you remember your lessons now?
Don't worry, Molly. I know my stuff. There. All ready?
No, but go ahead.
Okay, contract.
Hey, get out of that ship. Hey, you! There's no gas in that crate.
What did he say, McGee?
I think he said I'd pass everything great.
How high are we now, McGee? Oh, don't do that.
Do what? I wasn't doing nothing. The air's bumpy.
Don't give me that stuff, McGee. Air is air.
Oh.
Oh, let's go home. Stop at the parking lot. Go on back.
I don't know which way is back. Look over the side, Molly.
Oh, I can't see anything but all that smoke. There must be a fire somewhere.
That ain't smoke. That's cloud.
Oh! McGee, don't do that. Stop it.
I ain't doing nothing. The bad thing is... Hey, Molly.
What?
We're out of gas.
Go on. Quit fooling, McGee. This is no time for romancing.
Honest, we're out of gas. We gotta bail out.
Bail out? Are we leaking?
I mean, jump. Jump overboard.
Oh, heavenly days.
Don't hurry, Molly. Don't waste time. Go on, jump.
Not unless you do.
Don't worry, I will.
Well, how about the plane?
I'll come back and get that later. Go on, jump, and count 10.
What for? I'm not mad.
We ain't got much time. Come on. 1, 2, 3, jump! Pull your ripcord, Molly. Pull your ripcord.
Pull your own ripcord.
It don't work. I am pulling it.
That's your necktie, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Listen to this little ring. There, they're both open.
Look at the ground.
Huh?
Heavenly days, it's coming right up at us.
Don't think about it. Put your mind on something else. Say, do you think the Cubs will ever get back into first place?
Stop clowning, McGee. I'm scared. Heavenly days, look down. Look at all the people. It's a racetrack.
No, it ain't. That's the fairground. Hey, we're going to land right in the fairground.
Dear, oh dear, how do you steer these things?
Why?
I want to head for the mattress exhibit.
Hey, Molly, when you land, you just relax, like me.
Sure. Just relax, like you.
Yeah.
McGee, look at the ground coming up. Heavenly days.
Hang on, Molly, we're going to hit. Look out, Bill! Oh. Hey, Molly. Molly, are you all right?
I don't know, McGee. Wait till I count my bones.
What's going on here?
Gee, look at all the people. They're coming at us.
I'll bet they thought we just took this way to sneak into the fair without paying. Hi there, brother. What's all the shooting?
Congratulations, my little caterpillar climbers. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yes. Very ingenious of you, I'm sure. Very ingenious.
Genius. What the heck?
Allow me to be the first to shake hands with you, my friends. Yes. Never let anyone state that Horatio K. Boomer of the State Fair of our fair state was not fair. Yes. Please accept this gold loving cup as first prize.
Oh, for the parachute jump?
No, for the funniest costume.
What?
I'd like to give you a word picture of a home that is Johnson waxed for protection and beauty. The floors and furniture are free from dust. There are no smudgy finger marks on chair arms and tables. The waxed door frames and window sills are clean and shiny. There's a satiny beauty over everything. If your floors and linoleum are protected with Johnson's wax, they will never grow shabby and worn. The wax seals the pores and cracks and provides an invisible film of wax protection that preserves the floor against wear. And perhaps you don't realize that you never have to scrub a floor that is properly wax polished. Ask your dealer for genuine Johnson's wax in the attractive yellow can. And remember, you save money by buying the larger sizes.
Molly, did I ever tell you about the time I was flying the mail between...
McGee.
Huh?
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Cy.
Cy who?
Sign off.
Yeah. Good night.
Good night, all.
Brown speaking. The Johnson Wax program has come to you from our Chicago studios, a Red Network program of the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Peary as the Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who has just returned home after a busy day at the office to find that some new neighbors are moving into the vacant house next door.
Good afternoon, Marjorie. Hello, Bertie.
Hello, Miss Gildersleeve.
Well, I see the house next door has been rented at last. Have you any idea who the people are, my dear?
No, Uncle Mort, but if that ghastly furniture is any indication, their name is Frankenstein.
Oh, Marjorie, you mustn't judge the people by that purple horsehair sofa, or the brass bed, or that stuffed moose head.
He has an awful mean look in his eye, that moose head.
I've forgotten it from our new neighbor. There's a family resemblance there, all right.
Oh, Marjorie, I'm sure they're nice people. You wait and see. Oh, they have a boy a little older than Leroy, haven't they?
Uh-huh. And a girl about 17 or 18 who talks faster than Walter Winchell.
Oh, dear.
And they also got an awful uppity cook named Snowdrop Jefferson,
Yes.
who has informed me over the back fence that she's the sole owner of 5 pair of rubber gloves.
Well, Bertie, you'll have to cultivate her acquaintance.
I'll cultivate her with a hoe if she keeps snooting me.
No, Bertie, don't you want to start off by planting your best foot forward?
Oh, I does, Mr. Gildersleeve, believe me. And when I get through planting it where it'll do the most good, nothing will ever grow there no more.
Now, Bertie, I won't have you starting a feud with the neighbors. A good neighbor is just like a cousin on the police force. They both come in handy in a pinch.
Oh, look.
Huh?
They've been unpacking their boxes outside, and all the paper and trash is blowing over onto our lawn.
Oh, so what, my dear? They're all finished and the movers are leaving. They'll probably come over and clean it up. And suppose they don't.
You know, Uncle Mort, there are times when you surprise me.
Oh, live and let live, my dear. That's my motto. In all the years I've lived in Wistful Vista, I always got along well with my neighbors. Oh!
What's the matter?
Those movers. They backed into our driveway to turn around.
So what?
They've crushed my Azalea canadensis, and now they're backing into my Ligistrum ibata. Oh, there goes my Asculus mastrostrotia.
Asculus mastro, what's it? For heaven's sake, what's that?
It's horse chestnuts. Help me get the window up. I'll tell those people.
Too late, Uncle. They're driving away.
Well, it's lucky for them. Oh, look, that heavy truck has broken the concrete in our driveway. Of all the people...
Here comes the girl from next door.
Oh, probably coming over to apologize for the mess they made. Well, that's different. It's a mighty good thing, too. I'll take care of this myself, my dear. How do you do, young lady?
Oh, hello. I'm the girl who just moved in next door, and my name is Dorothea Dobson. Only nobody ever calls me Dorothy, and that sounds so corny, and everybody calls me Dottie, so I hope
Yes, I can see why. So you're Dottie, are you?
Oh, no, I'm not Dottie. I'm Dottie. Though Mama sometimes says she fails to see the difference, and we're such an uproar that we can't find a thing. So would you please let us have a can of tuna fish and some sliced pineapple and 2 cups of sugar?
Wouldn't you like a couple of inner tubes, too?
Bertie says your hotcakes are getting cold and your orange juice is getting warm.
Well, hello, Leroy. I'm looking for the morning paper. All over the world, hundreds of reporters risk their lives to get the news, and thousands of workers stay up all night long to print it. Then our delivery boy insists on hiding the paper in the bushes.
Oh, you won't find it there, Unc. The dog that moved in next door took it.
Leroy, you mustn't speak of our neighbor that way.
I'm not talking about him. I mean their hound.
Oh?
He ran over here, grabbed it in his mouth, and scrambled back home again. Gee, he did it just like he was trained.
Yes, he seems to have a nose for our news. Well, I'll just drop in on the Dobsons and explain the situation. Oh, I hope that dog hasn't chewed up Superman.
Oh, hello. You're the man from next door, aren't you? Of course you are. I recognize you right off, and you know why?
Why?
Because you look just like you did yesterday. The same suit, the same shirt, and the same tie. Isn't it awful monotonous? I'd just die if I had to wear the same dress every day, wouldn't you?
Yes. I mean, I don't wear dresses. I dropped over to tell you that your dog is taking the morning paper.
Oh, how silly, taking the morning paper indeed. Why, even if he could read, he couldn't afford it.
Miss Dobson, please, let me finish. He's taking the morning paper off our lawn. It's our paper.
Oh, so that's it, and Daddy thought it was a free sample. Oh, Duffy!
You calling me? Oh, who's the blister, sister?
Go in the dining room. Go in the dining room and tell Daddy that paper belongs to the man next door, and he's here and he wants it back, so bring it right out, and if there's any egg on it, be sure and wipe it off.
Okay, but I ain't seen it yet. Why do you have to come around now?
Well, Tuffy will be right back, mister. Oh, incidentally, what do you think of the big news in the paper this morning? Isn't it thrilling, or haven't you read it yet? Oh, of course you haven't. Well, you certainly have a surprise in store, because you know what happened?
Oh, excuse me. I didn't know you were going to stop. You didn't put your hand out. No, what happened?
Well, it was the most exciting thing. It seems... Oh, but here comes Tuffy. You can read it yourself. I wouldn't spoil it for anything.
Here's your paper.
So it is. Thank you, Tuffy.
You're welcome, Stuffy.
You what? All right, Bertie. Wheel in the breakfast. I'm hungry enough to eat off the tablecloth.
You got your paper okay, Unc?
Oh, sure. No trouble at all. You don't have to, how to handle these neighbors. It's all right, Leroy. That's all. Yeah. Now to read the big news she was telling me about. Well, look at this. Roosevelt and Churchill meet in mid-ocean. What, again? Marjorie, Bertie, come here and listen to this. Washington, D.C., August the 4th. August... Never mind, go back. It's all a mistake.
What happened?
That kid next door slipped me a 7-month-old paper.
Snowdrop throws one more tin can over this fence, she's going to be out.
Here, Bertie. What are you muttering about?
It's that cook next door. She's flirting with a face full of skillet. Yes. And I'm going to knock her block off, and off her it'll look good.
Now, Bertie, remember our good neighbor policy. Oh, hello, Leroy.
Oh, Uncle Mort.
Wait a minute, young man. Come back here. You're all mussed up. Tuck in your shirt tail.
I can't.
Why not?
It's been torn off.
Leroy, have you been fighting?
Well, not exactly. That kid next door took a couple of pokes at me, and then I took a few swings at him.
What happened?
I missed. But he didn't.
What were you two fighting about, Leroy?
Well, it was something he called you, Uncle Mort.
Oh, you shouldn't have fought over that. I haven't the faintest concern what that twerp says about me. What did he say?
He said you were a big, fat, stuffed shirt.
Oh, he did he? And what did you say?
I said you didn't have to stuff your shirt.
Well, I still don't think that's enough reason to start fighting, Leroy.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. He was trying to rub my nose in the dirt at the same time.
Oh.
And look at how you skinned your knuckles. I'm going to get the iodine.
Oh, no, I'll be all right.
Leroy, you failed to clench your fist properly, my boy. Remind me sometime, and I'll show you the correct procedure.
Gee, Unc, did you used to be a fighter?
Well, not professionally. But at college, I was considered quite a slugger. In fact, they call me Big Slug for short. However, I don't think you should carry on a feud with the boy next door. I'm sure this can be cleared up if we go over there and all shake hands like little men.
Not me. I'm not going to shake hands with that rat.
Leroy, you mustn't call him a rat. If you only tried to understand... What was that? Who threw that baseball?
It was Tuffy. Look, this is his ball.
Tuffy? Why, that little rat. I'm going to call his mother right now and tell her about this. I'd like to lay my hands on that little hoodlum, and you know where and how. Hello. Is this Mrs. Dobson? Madam, your son Tuffy just threw his baseball through my window. Yes, I'm sure it's his baseball. What's that? What? Hello? She hung up.
What'd she say, Unc?
She said if I was sure it was her little boy's ball, I'd better return it at once or she'd call the police. Come on, Leroy.
Where are you going, Unc?
Outside to return this ball.
Are you going over there, Unc?
No, Leroy. I'm going to return it from here. You just watch this.
It's headed for the telephone pole. Look, it's
goes another one of our windows. Yes, I tell you, I certainly enjoyed it.
Hello, folks. Why do you doubt the man from next door was here?
Mr. Dobson? What did he want?
He says he wants to take you apart and see what makes you think you is as tough as you think you is.
Well, I don't understand. I never said anything to him.
Well, I guess I better be getting to bed.
Just a second, Leroy. Now, Bertie, what's it all about?
You mean you didn't challenge Mr. Dobson to a fisticuffs breaker?
I've never even set eyes on the chap.
Well, somebody told him something most disagreeable.
It's way past my bedtime, folks.
Wait a minute, Leroy. Did you say anything to anyone next door that might have started this?
Oh, no. Only I told that toughie that he better not monkey with me anymore, or you'd show his father what a big slug you are.
Yes. I'm not afraid of him.
Why, Leroy, how can you talk that away? That Mr. Dobson's twice as big as your uncle and only half as fat.
Yes, he... What? He is? Oh, Leroy, what are you doing to me?
Why, that man's as tough as a 30-cent steak.
Oh, he's not so tough.
Leroy, you better go to bed. Let's all go to bed.
Okay, good night. Oh, Uncle Mort, what are you going to do?
Now, don't worry, Marjorie. I'm sure we can settle the matter peaceably. However, just to be on the safe side, tomorrow I better find some good gymnasium where I can brush up on my boxing before Brother Dobson mops up on me.
Ham, be sure and let me know when you're tangled with Mr. Dobson. I wouldn't miss that for anything.
Well, I would.
We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve again in just a moment. But first, ever stop to think of the progress made in the last few years? Nowadays, we have planes that fly 400 miles an hour, automobiles that are marvels of speed and comfort, radios that are static-free. Yes, and there have been plenty of improvements in food making, too. And one of the outstanding examples is parquet margarine, the delicious spread for bread made by Kraft. Why, people who remember the margarines of a few years back are amazed when they discover how deliciously good parquet margarine is. You see, parquet is not an ordinary margarine. It's one of Kraft's fine foods, outstanding for its delicate, satisfying flavor. You only have to taste parquet margarine once, spread on bread or toast or rolls, to find out how deliciously different it really is. Another thing, parquet margarine is a wholesome, nourishing food, one of the best energy foods you can serve. What's more, every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So get acquainted with this thrifty, nutritious food. Order a pound or two of delicious parquet margarine tomorrow. Just ask for parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, parquet margarine, made by Kraft. After a restless night, the great Gildersleeve has taken his problem to Philadelphia Phil's Physical Culture Institute. We find him dressed in gym togs, ready for his first lesson from Phil himself.
Well, mister, so they did find a pair of shorts big enough for you after all.
Yes, these shorts are a little tight. I only got them on by a great stretch of the imagination.
Okay, come over here, Mr.
Just call me Throckmorton. I want to keep it a secret.
Of course. If my name was Throckmorton, I'd want to keep it a secret, too.
No, I want to keep my visits here a secret. I'm having a little trouble with one of my neighbors, and I may have to slap him a few times to bring him to his senses.
Yeah, I know how it is. Now, what experience have you had as a fighter?
Oh, very little, except what I picked up in college and at the YMCA.
You look as if the only thing you picked up at them places is yourself.
Yes. Exactly. That's why I came here. I need to improve my wind if I'm going to fight.
Well, the best way to improve your wind is by doing a lot of running.
Mister, if I could run, I wouldn't need to fight.
Well, the first thing we got to do is something about that sack of potatoes you're lugging around.
What sack of potatoes? Oh! You mean this one?
Yeah. Well, now suppose we stop chewing the fat and start taking it off.
Yeah.
We'll begin with some bending exercises.
Bending exercises? But aren't you going to teach me how to punch?
No, we'll get to the punch after we take care of the Paunch. All right, now. Feet together, arms overhead, and bend and touch the floor. No, Throckmorton, lower. Come on, do it again. This time I'll make it easier. Feet together. Now bend and touch your ankle. No, Throckmorton, you still haven't got the idea.
I've got the idea. The only thing is I've got much equipment.
Well, feet together, arms overhead. Now bend. That's it. Way down. I'll bet you haven't seen your knees in 10 years.
No, I guess. Well, by George.
What is it?
I've got dimples.
Excuse me, champ.
Champ? Who, me? Oh, I'm sorry. You must have made a mistake. I'm not one of the...
Maybe not, but... Yeah, my card.
Oh, thanks. Everything from heavyweights to dog racing. Oh.
You got a terrific build for the job.
Build?
Yeah, and showmanship, too.
Oh.
You know, I've been watching you. Hey, the crowds will love you.
Oh, I can't quite picture myself as a champion fighter.
Fighter? Who said anything about being a fighter? You're going to be a wrestler.
If a wrestler?
Well, sure. With your figure and the way you grunt and roll your eyes, and with a full beard on your face, boy, you'll be terrific. Hey, can you groan?
Can I? Oh, my goodness. Does that toughie next door murder that march all day long, Bertie?
No, so when he gets out of breath, he sits down and beats his drums for a while.
George won't be long now before I go over there and beat his drum for him.
I wish you'd do it pretty soon, Uncle Mort. I can't understand why you have so much patience.
There are two kinds of patience, my dear, and it takes a lot of one kind to keep from being the other. Someday he's going to hit the right note, and then they'll take that horn away from him.
I don't see how his family can stand it.
Yeah, they can't. They've just chased him out in the yard. Look, I wish he was my kid for an hour. A few quick tricks with my hand, and he wouldn't trumpet anymore.
Oh, now he's right under our window.
Yeah? Oh! There's only one thing left for me to do, Marjorie. You remember where I put that old BB gun of Leroy's?
Oh, no, Uncle Mort. You mustn't shoot him.
Huh?
Why, someone might be mean enough to arrest you.
I hadn't thought of shooting him, Marjorie. I was going to offer the gun to him as a bribe. However, your suggestion does sound better.
Please, Uncle Mort, forget about the gun.
Yeah, all right. I've got another idea. The next time he starts playing, I'm going... Oh, I'm going. Don't worry. I'll be right back, my dear.
Your uncle, he's in an unmusical mood.
Oh, I hope Uncle hasn't done anything reckless.
Let's just hope he ain't done anything they can trace back to him.
Uh-oh, here he comes. Oh, Bertie, I'm afraid.
Why?
He's got such a pleased expression on his face.
Well, that's the last of that, folks. I fixed it all up.
Oh, well, hi. What did you do, Uncle?
Just used my brains, my dear. I gave Tuffy a $5 bill, and he promised he wouldn't play that trumpet again. Pretty smart of me, huh?
Oh.
What's that? Oh, my goodness, he's got a saxophone, too.
Okay, Trucky. We can stop now.
Oh, thanks. How am I doing, Phil?
Well, you've become pretty good with the punching bag. Now, seeing as how this is your 10th and last lesson, I'm going to put you in the ring against a professional fighter.
Oh, well, bring 'em on. The bigger they fall, the harder I am. Well, you know what I mean, anyway.
Well, I want to warn you. This guy's supposed to be good.
That's all right. I feel pretty good myself. Which one is he?
The big guy there, shadow boxing in the ring.
Yeah. Oh, yes. He throws a pretty big shadow, doesn't he?
Now, come on over to the ring and... No, Throcky, no. You're going toward the dressing room.
Yes, I thought I'd save you the trouble of carrying me in there later.
Now, don't talk that way. You can take this guy.
Yes, I can take him, and I can leave him alone, too.
You kidding?
I'm dead on the level. Oh, my goodness, dead on the level.
Come on, get in the ring, Throcky. Hey, Barrelhouse.
Yeah, what is it, Phil?
I want you two boys to go 3 or 4 rounds together. Shake hands with Battle and Throcky.
Hi.
Hi, Barrel House.
All right, boys. Now, I'll keep time, and you get in there and put up a real fight. And remember, no waltzing.
Sure, no waltzing.
Excuse me, is a little rumba permissible?
No. All right. Get going, boys. Get in there, Sparky, and trade punches.
I'm trying to trade. But he doesn't want to do business.
Jab with your left, Sparky. Jab. Okay, now, back.
I can't. The ropes are in my way.
Jab with your left again. That's it. Keep jabbing. That's it. Now bring up the right.
Right? Like this?
Oh, my goodness, Sparky. You shouldn't have done that. You've knocked him out.
I did?
Throckmorton, that ain't playing the game.
Oh, poor Barrel House. Quick, get me a glass of water. Get two. I'm thirsty. Take it easy, Barrel House. I'll help you into the dressing room.
I'll take care of him. You get your shower. And you can consider this knockout your diploma in pugilism. Oh, you certainly did well in your graduation exercises.
Thank you, Professor. I'll get going now. So long, Barrel House. Next time, don't try to chin yourself on my glove. I just can't wait till I get home and do the same to that next-door neighbor of mine.
How you feeling, Barrel House?
Oh, terrible. I'm in awful pain. That big walrus stepped all over my tenderest corn. Honest, Phil, it was all I could do to restrain myself from hitting him.
Hello, Uncle Ward. Say, you know that Tuffy Dobson next door?
Do I know that brat?
Well, he kept picking on me today, till finally I just got good mad, so I hauled off and I let him have it.
Well, good for you.
Yeah, I fought him clear from the corner into his backyard and up on the screen porch. You should have seen him among the milk bottles. Then his father came home and pulled me off of him.
Oh, he did he?
Yeah. Say, he's looking for you, Unc.
Oh, he is. Well, I'm looking for him. Come on. We're going visiting. This is going to be peachy fun.
You mean you're going into Tuffy's house here?
Yes, sir. Right now, I feel as if I could lick twice my weight in Dobson's. Well, I give that big tub a thumping.
Oh, hello. Well, I suppose you came to apologize for what you really did to poor Tuffy. Well, it's a good thing you did because Papa's so mad he
Yes,
just simply...
silence. You go tell your Papa that Mr. Gildersleeve is here from next door and wants to see him. At once.
Very well, though I warn you that's not the tone of voice to take with Papa on account of his...
Go.
Oh. All right, I'll tell him. Oh, Papa, there's a man...
Leroy, could I trouble you to hold my coat for a few moments?
Unc, it'd be a pleasure.
There you are. Thank you, my boy. As soon as I roll up my sleeves here. I'm all ready now. Just let that
Is
big...
there somebody out here says he wants to see Mr. Dobson?
Oh, my goodness, it's Philadelphia Phil. Oh, this is going to be one of my bad days.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. Meantime, I've noticed that some women have a knack for being resourceful. They're always first with new recipes, always turning up clever ways to economize and please their families, too. These resourceful ladies are right in their element these days because now more than ever, it's smart to be wisely thrifty. And here's a discovery a lot of them are making, that parquet margarine is a wholesome spread for bread that tastes mighty good, yet costs very little. Yes, they found that serving parquet margarine makes a hit with the family because it's so downright delicious spread on bread or toast or rolls. They found that parquet margarine is a real flavor shortening for baking, that it adds delicate extra flavor to pan-fried foods. Yes, parquet margarine is one spread for bread that's so thrifty you can use all you want in cooking, too. Now, using parquet margarine is a wise economy because it's such a nutritious, wholesome food. Parquet helps provide pep and energy because it's one of the best energy foods you can serve. And it's a reliable year-round food source of important vitamin A. So why not buy a pound or two of delicious parquet margarine tomorrow? Remember, it's Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft.
Uncle Mort. It's too bad you took all those boxing lessons for nothing.
Oh, it wasn't altogether a waste, Leroy. They'll come in handy next Thursday evening.
Oh, what are you doing then?
I'm going to visit on Rudy Valley program. Yeah, they've matched me with battling John Barrymore. Good night.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at this same time for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve. This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Peary as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, a tip for you men folks who love macaroni and cheese. If you hanker for light macaroni with cheese goodness all through and through, better mention Kraft Dinner to the little woman. For with Kraft Dinner, she can make swell macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes cooking time. You see, the Kraft Dinner package holds a special kind of macaroni that cooks tender in 7 minutes by the clock. And then you sprinkle the cheese goodness all through it with the Kraft grated that also comes in the Kraft Dinner box. You're all set, ready to fork in. Sound swell? It is. Just say to your wife, let's have that quick-made macaroni and cheese. Kraft Dinner. Remind her to buy Kraft Dinner tomorrow. And now let's join the great Gildersleeve, who's listening in the reception room at one of the Summerfield radio stations, while his friend Judge Hooker is finishing his regular daily talk on the child in the home and what to do about it.
I always say the hand that rocks the cradle rules the world. So in conclusion, remember all you dear mothers.
Oh, hurry up, you old gas bag.
Remember that as the twig is bent, the tree is inclined.
Now he's branching off into forestry.
Let us not forget that point in molding the little mind.
You've certainly got a moldy little mind, Judge.
And now I see that my time is up. So, until you next gather round your radio...
With an axe in your hand.
This is Judge Horace Hooker inviting you to send in your child problem.
And you'll get a childish answer.
Until then, good evening.
Yes, maybe now we can get home and have some dinner. Imagine any silly woman listening to it.
Now, you are going to have to excuse me, ladies. I must dash away. It was so sweet of you to drop in.
Yeah, simply peachy. Come on, Judge.
All right, Gildy. Goodbye, girl.
Goodbye, girl. Sometimes I don't understand women, and this is one of the times.
Yes, what do you mean, Throckmorton?
Well, how can they listen to advice on raising children from a crabby old goat who hasn't any kids of his own?
What's that got to do with it? Just because a hen lays them doesn't mean she's a judge of eggs, does it?
I don't know about that. You lay them, too, and you're certainly an egg judge.
I know what's troubling you, Gildy. You're just jealous.
Jealous? Me? Of what?
Of the popularity I've achieved on the air. Every time you hear some woman praise my program, you look as green as a pickle and twice as sour.
I do not. I wouldn't be jealous of you even if you deserved all this silly attention you've been getting.
Oh, now I don't deserve what I'm getting.
No, and you're not getting what you deserve either. Why, I'd bet $100 you wouldn't last a month if people had any other program to tune in on instead of yours.
Oh, you would you? Are you talking through your hat, or do you mean that, Gildersleeve?
Of course I mean it.
Okay, put your money where your mouth is.
What money?
You just bet me $100 I won't stay on the air a month.
Now, wait a minute. That isn't what I said at all, Judge.
Crawling out of it, huh? Backwatering.
Why, George, I'm not. I'll go through with it. It's a bet.
Okay, shake.
No, sir. This is going to be a grudge bet. We'll seal the deal by not shaking hands. And the worst part about the whole bet, Leroy, is that I was so excited I forgot to ask for odds.
Is that why you're writing all those letters to station WVU, telling them Judge Hooker should be playing snooker?
But how else can I win?
Why don't you get the station to put you on the air instead of the judge?
What could I do, my boy?
Well, maybe you could tell jokes.
Who? Me tell jokes on the radio? What do you think I am, Leroy? A comedian?
No, but, gee, there must be something you could do. You used to sing, didn't you, Unc?
Yes, in college. In fact, when I was young, I had operatic aspirations.
You did? Did they hurt much, Uncle Mort?
Only the neighbors, my boy. Although for a while I thought I was going to be another Caruso.
You mean the neighbors wanted to put you on a desert island?
No, Leroy, not Robinson Crusoe, Enrico Caruso. He was a very famous tenor.
Oh, what stops you from being a famous tenor, Unc?
I was a baritone. You know, all this brings back memories of my old singing professor, Senor Tomás Volcón.
Oh, a Spaniard?
No, Leroy, he was Portuguese, from Brazil. I still remember how he would talk to me. Throckmorton, he would say, if only Jew had less fortissimo in the pianissimo, your merendo wouldn't have so much crescendo.
What did he mean, Unc?
I never found out, but I think it was a Portuguese compliment.
Yeah, I'm convinced you're still a swell singer, Uncle Mort.
You are? Well, when'd you hear me sing?
Well, every time you take a bath. Why, yesterday morning, Bertie stopped to listen to you, and she said she never heard anything like it. Say, why don't you sing on the air?
Oh, Leroy. Do you really think I could?
Sure. Why don't you try the rival radio station to WVU?
You mean KQQQ? Well, I never thought of that. What would I sing?
Well, if you want the ladies to listen to you instead of Judge Hooker, you better sing mushy love songs.
Well, I have got a romantic voice. When the boo-boo of the boo-boo. I have got a romantic voice, all right. Too bad I haven't got the figure to go with it.
Say, Uncle Mort.
Huh?
Why don't you be a mystery man and wear a mask like the Lone Ranger?
Oh, yes, a mask might help. And there's an evening cape somewhere around the house, too.
Yeah, and you could pretend you're a Brazilian, like your teacher, the senior.
Senor. By George, this is beginning to look like a very good idea, my boy. Of course, we'll have to keep it all a secret. Not very dignified of me, you know.
Sure. Now, all you need is a different name. Something Portugal and romantical.
Portugal and romantical. Let me see. How about Ricardo?
Ricardo?
Yeah.
Not bad at all. Sounds like the name of a cigar.
What do you think I'm smoking? Does this hat look all right, Leroy?
Sure, Unc. It's a super duper.
Yeah.
Now wrap the cape around you closer so you don't look so spread out.
How's that?
That's swell. Now the mask. There.
Yeah, it's warm under here. I hope this doesn't slip down when I hear the high note. Me. Well, I guess it's all right.
Now, don't forget your Brazilian accent, Unc.
Oh, no, my boy. Well, as they say in Portuguese, adeus, rapazing.
Gee, what does that mean?
That's goodbye in Brazil.
Oh, well, carbolic acid, Unc.
What's that, Leroy?
That's goodbye in any language.
Oh, for corn's sake, Leroy. You go back and sit in the car, young man.
Hello, KQQQ, the voice of Summerfield. One moment, madam. Hello, KQQQ.
Good evening, senorita.
Oh.
I am demanding to see the manager.
Oh, my goodness, what's this, a hold-up?
What do you mean? The mask? No, senorita. I no hold up you, and don't you hold up me. Where is the manager of this radio station?
Mr. Newsbauer is right in there in the studio.
Muchas gracias, senorita. Manager Newsbauer?
Yeah?
Senor, the time has come. From now on, today is pink letter day for the station KQQQ. And because it was the day Ricardo, the mysterious romantic Brazilian baritone, she's first make the show up to sing.
Oh, you're a singer.
Sure. I am the best baritone this side the Amazon River. And on the other side, she's no better also.
Well, you'll have to give us an audition someday.
Audition? Sure. No time like the president. Please to have a sit down and relaxamente, eh? I will play and sing for you like thank goodness you never heard up till lately. Sweet girl of my dreams, hear my song, I implore you. Soul of my soul, hear my gay serenade. Deep, oh, I can't stand it. It's so beautiful. How you like, senor? Terrifical, no?
Say, that's wonderful. Who are you, anyway?
I am not anyway. I am Ricardo. The Eddie Nelson of South America.
Say, what are you doing here in Summerfield?
Well, perhaps there is in this city a senorita for whom my heart she beats pat. Who should be telling?
Oh, I see. Romance.
I am not saying yes, and I'm not saying Do you want me on your station?
Well, that depends on how much money you want.
What I care for money. All I want is to sing every day from 5:30 to 6.
Well, fine, but that's not such a good time. That's when Judge Hooker talks over WVU, the rival station.
What I care for George Hooker. You wait and look. Once Ricardo starts singing, no one listen to George. This Hooker, she will get the hook.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight it is KQQQ's extreme pleasure to introduce for the first time on the air that sensational Brazilian baritone, the masked mystery of melody, Ricardo.
Boas noites, senhoras e senhoritas. Para mi primeira cantiga, eu vou cantar balado delicado, which is meaning in plain English, ladies and girls, good night. Greetings from Ricardo, the singing loafer. For my first song, I will murder you with a lovely ballad, La Rosita. Sweet girl of my dreams, hear my song, I implore you. Soul of my soul, hear my gay serenade. Deep in my heart.
I'll bet 2 clubs. Oh, girls, did you hear that gorgeous music on KQQQ last night? Oh, you mean Ricardo? Oh, yes, he's simply divine. Everybody in town is talking about him, 2 spades. Oh, isn't he wonderful? He's got the most romantic accent. I like it because it's so foreign. He's from Brazil, and I'm just Trump. Hey, have you heard him, Margie?
No, I was out yesterday. Say, who is this Ricardo? You know, Miss Callahan?
Well, I'm one of the owners of the station, but all I can find out is that he sneaks into the studio wearing a wide-brimmed hat down over his eyes and a black cloak up to his chin and a mask across his face.
Sounds like a combination of Superman, the Shadow, and Red Rider.
Oh, well, he's just the handsomest thing with great big brown eyes and long, long lashes, 3 Trump.
And a willowy figure.
Oh, I heard he had blonde hair with blue eyes and the most athletic build. Well, Nancy Quinn says that he isn't really a real Brazilian. She claims he comes from someplace in South America, 4 Trump.
Well, I certainly have to listen. What time is he on?
At the same time as Judge Hooker, only from now on, I'm going to listen to Ricardo.
Oh, so am I. Oh, me too. I just love to listen to his voice. It's got a quality in it that just makes my scalp tingle, 5 Trump. My goodness, look at these cars. How did I ever get tricked into bidding 5 Trump? Oh, darling.
I will always adore you. I love that you, my Rosita, forever. Adios, lovely ladies. I want to thank you for the fan letters, the telephone numbers, and everything. Tomorrow at the same time, I'll be with you again. Oh, how I'll be with you again. A sweet dream.
And cookies and donuts.
Fan mail, my boy. He's all for Ricardo.
Oh, can I have some, Uncle Ricardo?
Yes, Leroy. Of course you can. Try that chocolate fudge cake, huh?
Gee, did you see the card with it?
Where?
Just to show you what a little oven can do. From Miss Rosita Callahan.
Little oven. That old maid. Say, she and her brother own that row of stores we've been trying to buy.
Gosh, maybe now you can get it for a song, huh?
No, Leroy. She wouldn't like it if she learned the truth.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, you've got visitors.
Oh, who is it, Bertie?
There's a gentleman and also Judge Hooker.
Yeah, I'll be right there. Hide the pastry, my boy.
Okay, I got a swell place to hide it, Unc.
Here's where I collect $100 from Judge Hooker. Oh, hello, Judge. How's Mother's little helper these days? I understand that since KQQ has had this wonderful new singer, you're getting about as much attention as Father gets on Mother's Day.
Gildy, we came to talk to you about that fella. Oh, you know Pat Callahan, don't you?
Oh, yes. Hello. We've had an important real estate deal pending for a long time, haven't we, Callahan?
Well, that can wait, Gildersleeve. We represent a group of substantial citizens who are fed up with this singer, Ricardo.
Yes, we dislike his effect on our women folks. All they do is listen to Ricardo and talk about Ricardo and dream about Ricardo.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Man comes home from work tired and hungry. What does he get? Ricardo.
Is that bad?
Terrible. Look at my sister. Just because her name's Rosita and this bum of a baritone sings a theme song called Rosita, she thinks he's warbling to her. As a result, what happens? I catch her baking cakes for this guy with sugar she got with my ration book.
But why have you boys come to me?
Well, you haven't any women folk who'd put you in the doghouse if they found out what you'd done.
Why don't you get Judge Hooker to do something?
Oh, I'm in a peculiar position. Everybody would think I was jealous.
Yes, and everybody would be right.
Look, I'm through horsing around, Gildersleeve. Do you still want to buy that property at your own price?
Why, of course.
Then first you've got to see that this wandering minstrel starts wandering again. Understand?
Yes, I'm afraid so, but I really hate to do it.
Why, Gildersleeve?
Well, if I succeed in removing this wonderful artist with the golden voice from the radio, good music in this country is going to be set back another 10 years.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, let's consider that chicken or roast you had left over from dinner today. Not quite enough for dinner tomorrow? Well, let me tell you how to stretch and glamorize what is left into a thrifty main dish. Cream the leftover meat and serve it in a delicious ring of macaroni and cheese. Macaroni and cheese that you cook in just 7 minutes. You do it with the product called Kraft Dinner. In every box of Kraft Dinner, there's a special quick-cooking macaroni. Also, some Kraft grated that puts the cheese flavor through and through in a jiffy. Just 7 minutes at the stove, and you have fluffy, tender macaroni drenched in cheese goodness. For a smart macaroni ring, press the macaroni and cheese into a ring mold. Let it stand for a few minutes, unmold on a platter, and pour your cream meat into the center. A very exciting-looking, thrifty dish. Kraft Dinner itself costs very little, so stock up tomorrow on several packages of Kraft Dinner. And now back to Uncle Mort, who by now is about half dead from leading a double life. As Ricardo, the Romeo from Rio, he's got the wives of Summerfield throwing rocks at their husbands. And as Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, he's promised to run Ricardo out of town. But at the moment, Ricardo is still going to town.
Deep in my heart, I will always adore you. I love but you, my Rosita, And so once more, Ricardo, she's saying adios, caras lindas, which means in the language of my country, bye-bye, all you sweet ladies. My art and me, we stop beating each other till we meet again. Good night.
I'm so
telling you, Ricardo, that program was absolutely tops.
Is tops? Oh, yes. Tops is yo-yos, what has been grounded. Yeah.
No, it was wonderful. All the telephone lines are simply flooded with messages for you.
Just messages? No more cookies?
Oh, yes, lots of them, too. Wait a minute, Ricky. Before you sneak out the back way again, I'd like to talk business with you.
No, Mr. Newsbuzzer. Music and business is don't mix. So I am keeping the music and giving you the business.
No, hold on. Don't go. I'm not going to keep asking you to reveal your identity or even take off that mask. But I'm in a spot and I need your help to get off it.
Sorry, but Ricardo is not spot remover.
No. Now, this is serious. One of our biggest stockholders phoned up and said that if I didn't arrange a meeting between the masked baritone and her, she'd fire me.
Oh, what a dory trick.
She's waiting to see you, Ricky. You'll go out and meet her, won't you? To save my job.
Well, okay, but only because that's an awful dory trick on you.
Oh, swell. The lady's name is Rosita Callahan.
Rosita Callahan? Oh, that's an awful dory trick on me.
Yes?
I am supposing to be having a disappointment with Senorita Rosita Callahan. Aren't you him?
Oh, yes. And you're Ricardo. I recognized you immediately by your mask. Oh, come in. Well, what are you afraid of? We're all alone.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Oh, well, don't just stand there. Come in.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, I've got a lovely dinner just for the two of us. I prepared it all with my own little hands.
I'm very sorry, but I never eat such big dinners.
Oh. Now. Won't you take off your hat and your cape and your mask?
Oh, no. We have such nice visitation, and I got to leave. As Shakespeare, he say, parting is such sweet sorrow. Goodbye, maybe I see you day after tomorrow.
Oh, please don't leave so soon.
But I got to go. It's not safe in this city. All the mans are jealous. They are gunning for me with a rope.
A rope?
Certamente. They tell me if I'm not left Summerfield by noon tomorrow, they'll all take me out to lynch.
Who are these men?
The men are your brother, George Hooker, and lots of jealous fellows.
Well, the women of this town will have something to say about that.
Yeah.
Oh, Rosita, I came home early.
Oh, my goodness. That's my brother. He mustn't find you here.
Lady, you are saying a houseful.
Oh, quick. Hide someplace. Get under the sofa.
Sofa? Madam, I am a singer, not a midget. Which way is the back door?
Out through the dining room. And hurry. I'll try to divert his attention.
Yeah. Goodbye, Senorita. If I never see you some more, the pleasure is all mine.
Da-da-dee-dee-dee-da-da-dee-dee-da-da.
Bertie, must you sing that song?
Well, it ain't compulsory, Mr. Gildersleeve, but it's mighty pretty. That's the song that Ricardo boy used to sing.
Oh, yes, Ricardo boy, huh?
Uh-huh. He might have been a foreigner, but he sure had a nice domesticated voice. Any news in the paper?
Let's see. Brazilian baritone missing. Failed to appear on scheduled program last evening. Foul play feared. Women storm City Hall. Police Chief Ken Dolan orders dragnet.
Well, then he sure is a goner. Anytime they orders a dragnet, Doug, that means the worst has already happened.
Now, Bertie, don't let this thing upset you. After all, the man was just a gypsy who probably tired of Summerfield and merely rolled up his tent and stole away.
Well, he stole about the half away, too. Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll just finish my dusting later.
Oh, my goodness, Bertie, too. Well, maybe I shouldn't have... do you mind seeing who that is, my boy?
No. Oh, hello, Big Hooker. Step right in.
Where's your big fat? Oh, hello, Gildersleeve. Hey, congratulations. That was a swell job you did.
The job? What do you mean?
Getting rid of that soft soap artist who made all of the ladies neglect my nice educational program. Hey, did you hear? I'm going back on the air.
I still collect on that bet, though.
Oh, I don't mind paying it all. I'll send you a check in the morning.
Well, you better not forget. Or Ricardo might forget to stay away.
How did you manage it, Gildy? No. Don't tell me. That'd make me an accessory.
Yeah. Leroy.
I'm getting it.
Okay.
Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve live here.
Well, of course he does. If you don't use your eyes, officer, you'll see him right in there. And look who's with him. Judge Hooker. The one for Ricardo. Ricardo told me it threatened him.
What's that?
Rosita Callahan. Oh, hello, Miss Callahan. To what do we owe the pleasure of this visit to us?
Oh, don't you dare speak to me. I finally wormed the truth out of my brother.
Oh, my goodness, you did?
Yes. He told me how you threatened and intimidated my dear little Ricardo, and probably did away with him, too. Officer, arrest that man for the murder of my fiancé, Ricardo.
Now, just a second, Miss Callahan. We haven't any evidence.
Yes, don't you go around accusing a man of being your fiancé unless you can back it up.
Quiet, you. We're investigating the disappearance of that singer from KQQQ. Did you do it?
Me? Why, I never even heard him sing over at KQQQQ. Have I, Leroy?
Oh, no, you never heard him on the radio, huh?
Yeah.
Well, if that's true, lady, he hasn't got no motive for bumping the guy off.
I tell you, my brother confessed the whole thing. It was a plot to keep me and my darling Ricardo apart. And Judge Hooker...
Excuse me, I'm busy with an important case.
So am I, Judge. Come on back here.
Jim, one moment. You quit giving orders to my guest, officer. I know a little bit about law myself. If you haven't any evidence that a crime was committed, you can't come in barging in here bothering us.
Guilty or right?
Yeah, now drag those big flat feet of yours out of here. And take Rosita with you.
I'm telling him, Mom.
Come on, Miss Callahan. He's right.
Hey, Teddy, how you doing?
Oh, that's my partner. Never mind coming in, Wally. We can't pin nothing on this guy.
Oh, no? Well, look what I found out in this guy's garage, in the trunk of his car.
Oh, it's Ricardo's cape and mask and hat.
It's what?
Okay, Gildersleeve. What did you do with the body? You won't talk, huh?
Why don't you tell him, Mom?
You quiet, young man.
All right. We're dragging you and the kid down to headquarters. We got wires to making you guys talk. Come on.
Oh, this is going to be one of my bad days.
Unc, it's almost supper time. They'll keep us here all night if you don't tell them the truth.
If I ever told the truth, young man, I'd be the laughing stock of Summerfield. Besides, I'd never collect that $100 from Judge Hooker.
Yeah, but if you don't confess, they're going to hang you for bumping yourself off.
They can't. They can't do that. They haven't even got a dead body.
They will have after they hang you.
Here come the police back again.
I don't know what's with this guy. Let's see what we can get out of him by throwing a scare into him, huh?
Yeah, sure, Teddy. Now, okay, Gildersleeve, we're going to give you a little third degree. Teddy, you got the rubber hoses?
Yeah, right here, Wally.
Rubber hoses? Oh, great jumping jeeps.
All right, let's commence.
Sure. Only suppose he starts yelling. We don't want any kickback. Turn on the radio real loud so nobody will hear him.
Yeah, okay.
You guys cut that out. Leave my Uncle Mort alone. He never hurt anybody in his life. Don't you dare touch him.
Hear my song, I implore you. Soul of my soul.
Hey, wait a minute. That's him. That's the guy on the radio. Turn it off.
Yeah, okay.
Say, what's going on around here?
I'll tell you what's going on. There'll be a suit for false arrest going on here if you don't let my nephew and me out of here right now.
But I don't get it.
You heard that fellow Ricardo singing on the radio just now, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, but...
Then how dare you hold me for his disappearance? Now, open that door.
Well, sure. No hard feelings, is there, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, none at all. But never do that to me again. Come on, Leroy.
Gee, I don't get it.
I don't get it either, Uncle Mort. How can you be here with me and still sing from KQQQ at the same time?
Shh, Leroy, let's hurry out of here before these policemen find out that they were listening to an electrical transcription. Frankly, Marjorie, what did you think of this, Ricardo?
Oh, Uncle Mort, I thought you were just wonderful.
You knew it was me all along? How did you know?
That evening cake you were wearing all around town happened to be mine.
What? Good night.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
Ever wonder about how to cut down the food budget these days? Well, most homemakers do, so here's a hint. You can economize and please your family, too, by serving them Parquet margarine, the delicious spread for bread made by Kraft. You'll find Parquet margarine is a mighty good-tasting spread on bread or toast or rolls. Yes, and Parquet is so economical, you can use all you want in cooking, too, to add that delicate extra flavor that only a delicious spread for bread can give. So get a pound or two of economical Parquet margarine tomorrow. Remember, it's nourishing and wholesome, one of the best energy foods you can serve. And every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. Yes, tomorrow sure ask for Parquet. Parkay. Parquet margarine, one of Kraft's fine foods. This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Peary as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But if tomorrow's wash day and you homemakers are bound to be hurried getting lunch, let me give you a tip. Serve the folks macaroni and cheese. Do you say you haven't time to bake macaroni and cheese on wash day? Well, of course you don't. But haven't you heard of Kraft Dinner? With Kraft Dinner, you can make grand macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes cooking time. You see, you don't bake Kraft Dinner macaroni. You don't fuss with grating cheese, because each package of Kraft Dinner contains an envelope of Kraft grated, all ready to sprinkle in. With Kraft Dinner, you get fluffy, tender macaroni drenched in cheese goodness, and you cook it in 7 minutes flat. See for yourself tomorrow. Ask your food dealer for Kraft Dinner. And now let's visit our friend, the great Gildersleeve, who's been long noted for his easygoing disposition. In fact, his disposition was so easygoing it finally went. Uncle Mort's face has been getting longer and his temper shorter, and he's starting to throw his weight around with unpleasant results everywhere it's landed.
Oh, my goodness, Marjorie, I'm late to the office again.
Oh, good morning, Uncle Mort.
Good morning. All right, am I supposed to starve around here? Where's breakfast? Bertie, breakfast.
Yes, sir. What do you start off with? Grapefruit, cantaloupe, strawberries, orange juice.
What's the trouble? Don't the stores still sell prunes?
Oh, I thought you were sick and tired of prunes.
Whatever gave you that idea?
Oh, yesterday morning you flung yourself out of the house saying you're fed up, and I asked Leroy what the trouble was, and he says you full of prunes.
Excuse me, folks, I gotta hurry to school.
Yeah, come back here, young man. School doesn't begin again until next September.
Just my luck. Oh, what am I saying?
Now, Uncle, why don't you sit down and eat the nice egg Bertie's fried for you?
That's what I'm trying to do. Bertie, what is this, a fried egg or the stopper out of the kitchen sink?
It's an egg, Mr. Gildersleeve, and it was cooked.
It wasn't cooked, Bertie. It was vulcanized. I give up. Just wrap it up, and on my way downtown, I'll drop it on a scrap rubber pile. By George, I'd like to slap a Jap in the map with this scrap. And there's going to be a war in this house, unless I start getting fed properly around here.
My, he's worse today than he was yesterday when he poured the coffee in his lap and then spilled the cream on his vest, thus dissolving the sugar in his pocket.
Gee, I wonder what's wrong with Unc lately. He's been as jumpy as a kangaroo on a pogo stick.
Yes. Poor Uncle Mort.
You mean poor us? We're the one he's doing his jumping on.
You know, I think I have an idea what's troubling him.
Gee, what is it, sis?
Uncle Mort hasn't any love life.
Oh, for corn's sake. Be serious, can't you, Marge?
But I am serious. If he could only get excited about some woman, it might calm him down.
Oh, you mean he ought to get unto himself a wife?
What does he want a wife for? He's got Marge to sew on his buttons, and you to cook for him, and Judge Hooker to fight with. What more could a guy want?
I don't necessarily mean a wife, Leroy, but Some attractive woman he could get interested in. Then he wouldn't have time to be irritable or critical. At least we could experiment.
Okay, but who'll we get to turn on the glamour?
Well, how about Mrs. Salisbury Twitchell?
Nope, her face has had too many retreads.
Well, what do you say to Miss Rosita Callahan?
Oh, she's got a pen like a rabbit.
Now, wait a minute, brother. Who's going to fall in love with this girl, you or Uncle Mort?
Well, gee, I was just giving you a man's viewpoint.
Well, who would you pick out?
What about Amelia Hooker?
Judge Hooker's sister?
Sure. She's awfully nice and jolly, and she makes the swellest cakes and candies.
Yes. She's a high school teacher.
Is that so? What does she teach?
Oh, she teaches girls domestic silence.
Gee, this will be a cinch. I don't know about that. You can't make a silk purse in a pig's eye. Now, building up a romance so your Uncle Mort ain't gonna be no picnic.
Picnic? That's it. We'll have a picnic on Sunday and invite Judge Hooker and his sister.
Now make some of my famous potato salad. That ought to bring Judge Hooker.
And I'll ask Amelia to bake one of her luscious cakes. That could bring Uncle.
Yeah, and it'll probably bring all the aunts, too.
No, Marjorie, this is Sunday. The day I rest my feet. I refuse to go on your picnic.
But why not, Uncle Mort?
Well, you've heard about nature lovers, haven't you?
Of course.
Well, I'm a nature hater. Rots, skunks, snakes, bees, swamps, mosquitoes. You can take all of them and give them back to the Boy Scouts and tell them to give them back to the Indians.
Oh, but Uncle Mort, think of all the fun we'll have at Underwood Falls.
What fun? Grinding the rubber off our tires?
No, we're saving rubber. We're taking the excursion train.
We? Who all's going on this pickle and potato salad promenade?
Well, there's Leroy, me, and Judge Hooker and his sister.
Judge Hooker, yeah. Is Amelia Hooker going too?
Mm-hmm. And she's baked the most delicious devil's food cake. For you, incidentally.
For me? But why devil's food?
I guess it's because she thinks you're such a handsome devil.
Handsome devil. Who, me?
Oh, Uncle Mort, that's the first time you've laughed in a week.
Huh?
Now, come on along. You'll have fun.
Marjorie, I've told you how I feel about picnics.
No. Strange how Amelia thought you were an outdoor man. She said that you remind her of Gary Cooper.
What's so funny about that? Amelia's entitled to her opinion. Gary Cooper, eh? Gosh, I don't know what to say. Gary Cooper, huh? Well, I don't know.
Oh, why don't you join us, Uncle? We're leaving on the 10 o'clock.
Gary Cooper, huh? Excuse me, partner. Would you mind stepping away from that there mirror? Thanks. Yeah. Oh, I see what she means by Gary Cooper. Amelia was talking about the wide open spaces.
Oh, my. Isn't this beautiful?
Mighty pretty country hereabouts, ma'am. The air is so fine and clear. Yes. You just say the word, Miss Amelia, and I'll climb that var tree and bring you down some eagle eggs.
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, then, can I fetch you some more tater salad?
Oh, no, not another thing, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Now, Miss Amelia, no need to be formal. Just call me Throckmorton.
Well, all right, Throckmorton.
Sounds mighty like music hearing you say it, ma'am. Mind if I sit alongside of you here?
No.
Oh, that's all right. Don't move. Excuse me, Miss Amelia, but whereabouts did you put that devil's food cake?
Well, I put it right where you...
Never mind. Marjorie, have you got a nice wet cloth?
Oh, Throckmorton, what a shame.
Yeah, that was a darn good cake. Why can't you be more careful where you put your circumference, you big pudding punch?
Now, Horace Hooker, stop insulting Throckmorton.
Oh, I don't mind. Come, Miss Amelia. Let's wander down to the pond and look at the water lily.
Be careful, Amelia. Don't let the big bullfrog sit on the lily pad.
Why, that little joker.
Oh, look. Aren't they pretty?
Would you like some? I'll wait out and get them for you.
Oh, no, Throckmorton. You'll get your shoes wet.
Oh, no, I won't.
I'll just take them off. And my socks and roll up my trousers.
Now be careful, Uncle Mort.
Don't worry. Ooh, the water's cold, isn't it?
No, Daniel Boone, it's just your feet that are cold.
I'll show you, Hooker. In just a second, Amelia. I'll have your bouquet in just a...
Throckmorton, say something.
Can't. Probably has a frog in his throat.
Look, the Panama hat's come to the surface. It's drifting away.
That's all right. He's probably weaving another one underwater.
Oh, here he comes. Well, thank goodness.
Who put that hole there? Oh, my goodness, I've ruined all my cigars.
Well, help him out, Horace.
Look at the big flounder. Here, Gildy, take my hand.
Yeah, thanks.
Is it very wet in there?
Oh, no, Judge. Come on in. The water's fine.
Hey, let go. Now look what you've done. Now I'm all wet.
You're telling me.
Oh, now, boys, that's enough fun for one day. Come on out.
Yeah, gladly, Amelia.
Sit down here, Uncle.
Yeah?
Well, one thing good. It's worse the cake icing off your trousers.
Gee, there must be an easier way of doing it than that.
Here, Leroy, please dry off my watch.
Okay, I'll wring it out.
Come on. My goodness, give me a towel, someone.
Why don't you just shake yourself, you little Airedale?
Look at me. I'm a mess.
Yeah, you haven't changed a bit, Judge.
Here's your watch, Unc. Keepers, look at the time.
Oh, it's almost time for our train.
And the station's a mile away.
Hey, gather up the picnic things, Leroy.
Where's your coat, Throckmorton?
Coat? I hung it on the limb of a tree while we were playing baseball. Oh, yes, there it is.
Well, I'll get it for you. Then we must hurry up. Oh.
What's the matter, Amelia?
Look, a bird. It's building a nest in your coat pocket.
What's that? Let me see. Look, everybody. A bird's building its nest in my coat pocket.
Oh, how sweet. Well, what a pity we have to dispossess her after all her work.
Well, what are we supposed to be, the FHA? Shoo her away and let's get going.
Oh, Horace, you're too cruel.
I am not. Well, what are you going to do? Leave your coat here?
Yes, by George, that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Uncle, you'll catch cold.
No, I won't, my dear. The memory of that little mother bird's gratitude will keep me warm.
Gee, Unc, that's the only bird in the country with a double-breasted bungalow.
All right, Sir Walter Galahad, come on or we miss the train. Help me with our stuff, Amelia.
Yes, coming, Horace. That was a very sweet gesture, Throckmorton. I like that very much.
Now, Amelia. It's nothing that Gary Cooper wouldn't have done.
Did you carry the big basket, Unc?
Yeah, sure.
Jesus, Unc, why are you leaving your coat here?
Well, my boy, in the first place, it's made a wonderful impression on Amelia. In the second place, the rest of the suit was ruined anyway. And in the third place, that bird that was building the nest was a woodpecker. And I never argue with woodpeckers in the first place.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, a suggestion about getting your food budget to balance. You're on the lookout for economical main dishes, I know. Well, let me point out the thrifty product called Kraft Dinner. For Kraft Dinner not only gives you grand macaroni and cheese in a jiffy, it's very economical, too. To make this delicious Kraft Dinner macaroni and cheese, you simply cook the special Kraft Dinner macaroni in boiling water. You cook it not more than 7 minutes and drain off the water. Add a little butter and milk. Then, with the Kraft grated that comes in every package, you sprinkle the cheese flavor through and through the fluffy macaroni. In as little time as it takes the coffee to perk, you have a grand money-saving main dish ready. Macaroni and cheese that the whole family will love. Many smart homemakers are never without Kraft Dinner on the pantry shelf. So tomorrow, why don't you get your pantry set for delicious macaroni and cheese that you make in 7 minutes? Get several packages of Kraft Dinner. Love, like mumps and measles, hits awfully hard when it hits late in life, and Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve has it bad. For the past week, Uncle Mort has been wooing and wowing Amelia Hooker. It's reached the stage where he's writing poetry. Now we find the Summerfield Shelley reciting a sonnet written especially for the fair Amelia.
If this were in the days of old, and I a knight so brave and bold, I'd storm your castle, Miss Amelia, and on my charger I would steal you. You like that one?
Oh, indubitably, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, thanks, Bertie. Or do you think she'd like this one better? 2 eyes of blue, cheeks soft as silk, a skin as white as grade A milk, a neck as graceful as a swan, a step as dainty as a fawn. The girl I mean is quite a looker. Her name is Miss Amelia Hooker.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, it's hard to choose between the two of them. You sure is some versifier.
Do you mean versifier?
No, it's a fire on account of that hot poetry you write. I bet you could get a job poetizing greeting cards.
Oh, I suppose I could, but I don't want to lose my immature standing. Incidentally, Bertie, don't mention a word about this to anybody, will you please?
Oh, no, sir.
I wanted to get your reaction, because I'm going to take Miss Amelia for a stroll through the park tonight and read her 15 or 20 of the poems I've written. There's going to be a wee fiddle moon.
Oh, there you are, Bertie. I just came over to borrow a pan to put under our sofa on account of the fellow she's calling on me tonight is such a drip. Come on, Mr. Gildersleeve. How's the big romance between you and Amelia coming along?
What are you referring to, Toddy?
Oh, I heard all about your big moment. It's all over town like a newspaper and I win.
Where did you hear this rumor?
Well, the operator at the beauty parlor told me, and she had it from one of her customers whose sister-in-law has a maid that works next door to the judge's law clerk, and she got a straight out of her since our column in the afternoon paper.
What?
Mm-hmm. It said, what big businessman, size 48 stub, is that way about the charming sister of a prominent jurist? It looks like a romance of April and November.
Oh,
What are you thinking about, Throckmorton?
Those crickets, Amelia. Listen to them. It's hard to believe that they can do that just by rubbing their hind legs together.
Oh, dear. Is that what you were really thinking about?
No, Amelia. I was thinking of your lips, like twin petals of a dewy rose. Amelia, there's something I must ask you.
Yes.
Would you give me a...
Yes.
Would you... If you got a match, my cigar's gone out.
Oh, really, Throckmorton, you shouldn't smoke so much.
I know it, but when I look at you, my heart's on fire, and I just can't help smoking a little bit. Incidentally, Amelia, I wrote a poem this afternoon. Would you like to hear it?
Oh, yes, I'd be glad to.
All right. It goes something like this. If this were in the days of old, and I a knight so brave and bold... Well, what do you want?
Excuse me, buddy, but have you got a dime?
No. Beat it. Can't you see I'm busy?
Oh, excuse me. I didn't know you were engaged.
We're not engaged. We're just good friends. Go on, scram.
But all I asked for was a dime.
Amelia, do you happen to have change for a quarter?
Oh, no. No, I don't want a dime. I want the dime.
Throckmorton, I think the gentleman has a cold and is asking for the time.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, excuse me. Let's see. It's in 9:42.
Oh, thank you, Throckmorton. 9:42, huh? That means I've got plenty of time. Mind if I sit here for a few minutes?
No, you can have the whole bench. Kind of wet here anyway. Come on, Amelia. Let's stroll across the grass. I still think he's trying to borrow a dime.
Oh, now let's forget everything else. It's a grand night for a walk, and you were starting to recite a poem.
Oh, yes, but I had such bad luck with the last one. I think I'll try another verse. Since I met you, I've lost all care. I feel like I'm walking on the air.
You're not walking on the air, mister. You're walking on the grass.
So what?
So I'm a park policeman, see, and it's against the law to trample on the turf, lounge on the lawn, or gamble on the green.
Who's gambling?
Oh, now, officer, it was purely unintentional.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't see you, girlie. Well, run along, and from now on, try to keep your father on the straight and narrow path.
Boy, that flat-headed flatfoot. Why can't people let people own when people are trying to recite poetry to people?
Oh, come on off the grass, Throckmorton, and do let me hear your poem.
Yeah, all right, Amelia. I'll try another one. Let me see. Oh, yes. It's 2 eyes of blue, cheeks soft as silk, a skin as white as grade A milk.
Well. Fancy meeting you two in the park.
I wonder if Shakespeare had to go through what I have to go through.
Good evening, Horace.
Well, go on with your conversation, Gildy. Don't let me interrupt you.
Oh, what's the use? If you'll excuse me, Amelia, I'll run along home now.
Oh, but Throckmorton, I wanted to hear the rest of the, you know.
I know. I'm going to lock myself in my room and telephone it to you. Goodbye. Never felt better, my dear.
Why are you making those painful noises?
I'm practicing some singing exercises. Don't tell anybody, but tonight I'm going to serenade Honeybun. Miss Hooker.
You've certainly been in there pitching the woo, Uncle.
Pitching the what?
The woo, singing a line, making with a heartthrob.
If you're referring to my tender passion for Miss Hooker, Marjorie, yes, I've been giving Cupid the jibe.
How's everything going?
Not so well. Last night I hit a snag.
You did?
Uh-huh. The snag's name was Judge Hooker.
You didn't actually hit him, did you, Uncle Mort?
If I didn't, then why is my mandolin all caved in? I smacked him right in the middle of his veranda.
But why, Uncle Mort?
Well, he made a big fuss just because I was strumming a few tunes to Amelia. Not that it was very late at night. Couldn't have been much later than 3. And he came barging out of the house in his nightgown, demanding that I hand over my mandolin. He kept yelling, "Give it to me! Give it to me!" So I finally did.
You shouldn't have done that, Uncle.
I know it. Now he's refused to let me visit his sister. Reminds you of Romeo and Juliet, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. But if the judge has forbidden you to see Amelia, how are you going to serenade her?
Well, tonight's his lodge night. He belongs to the Summerfield's nest of the International Order of Hoot Owls. In fact, he's the Grand Screech. So he should be gone by 8 o'clock.
Well, have you phoned to see if Amelia will be home tonight?
No, every time I call up, Hooker answers the phone. I'm going to try it again right now. Maybe he's gone out somewhere.
But suppose he hasn't.
Oh, I've got a scheme. I'll disguise my voice so he won't recognize me.
Hello?
Hello. What number is it, please?
Judge Hooker's resident.
Oh, Georgia Hooky President, huh?
No, this is Judge Horace Hooker.
Oh, you Hooker Horsey, huh? No good.
No, this is Judge Hooker. Now, who's this?
You George Hooky, see me, sorry.
No, who are you?
Oh, me know that long time.
What's your name and what do you want?
Me Lily, only Lily Henley.
Oh, thanks, we wash our own hands.
Oh, for corn's sake. I said very smelly.
What are you calling about?
Missy Hooky, she home, huh?
No, she isn't. Is there any message I can take?
No, Judge, just skip it.
Gildersleeve!
Now what are you going to do, Uncle Mort?
I don't give up very easily, Marjorie. Remember, love laughs at locksmiths and jeers at jugheads like the judge. I'm going to send Amelia a box of candy with a message inside. I read that someplace. That should do the trick. Hey, Bertie!
Was you calling me, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, Bertie. Are you finished with the dishes yet?
I've done the dunking, but the wiping is waiting.
I want you to take a package over to Miss Amelia for me. Smuggle it in so her brother doesn't find it, see? How do you think you can act as Cupid's messenger in this case?
Oh, certainly, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm the Cupidest messenger in town.
Hey, Judge, hurry. We'll be late to the meeting.
I'm coming, Ralph. After all, it can't start until the Grand Screech arrives.
No, but if you're late, they're liable to elect a new one before you get there.
Oh, they couldn't do that.
Oh, no. If I remember correctly, that's how you were elected.
Yeah, but the first thing I did was to change that rule.
Yeah, well, hop in.
Wait a second. Someone's coming to the house, I think. Oh, hello, Bertie.
Oh, hello, Judge.
What you got there? Something for me?
No, sir.
That must be for Miss Amelia.
Yeah, that's it. It's for Miss Amelia.
Fine. Just give it to me, and I'll take it into her.
But I've had strict instructions to put it right in her own hands.
Well, she's upstairs. There's no use making her come down to answer the door. I'll take it.
I don't know whether that's right for me to do it.
Well, just give me one reason why not.
Okay, I'll give you a reason, but I have to go home to get it.
Fine. Now, just a second. There's no use you lugging that package all the way home and then back here again. Just leave it with me until you come back.
All right, so here it is.
Thanks, Bertie. I'll take good care of it.
That's mighty considerate of you, Judge.
Hey, what's the idea?
That's Gildersleeve's cook. I've forbidden him to see my sister, and dollars to donuts, this package is something he sent her.
What are you doing?
Spoiling Big Gildersleeve. Well. Chocolate. Yeah. Have some, Ralph.
Hey. Oh, look, a note.
Let me see. Listen to this. Dearest darling Moonflower, I've phoned and called to see you all day long. But in vain. And who has so cruelly kept us apart? Your brother, the little tinker. Something's wrong with the S on his typewriter. I'll fool him. Tonight, when old Sourpuss is playing hoot owl, I'll glide beneath your window and let the golden notes of song pour out of my throat. Your fluffums wuffums.
Say, Judge, what are you going to do?
First, we're going to finish eating this candy. Then I'm going to get Amelia out of the house on some pretext or other. Then you and I are going upstairs and fill every pot, pitcher, and bucket in the house with water.
Why?
Well, when Fluffums Wuffums pours the golden notes of song out of his throat, we're going to pour the water out of the window.
For goodness sakes, quiet, you musicians. This is supposed to be a serenade, not a stampede.
Yeah, quiet, fellas.
Yeah. Now, you boys hide in the bushes while I tiptoe up on the porch. You get it? And I'll let you know when I'm ready.
Okay, Mr. Gildersleeve. Come on, boys.
Now, take it easy and be quiet, boys. Ah, Amelia, light of my life, listen to my song of love. Oh, just a little love, a little kiss. Just an hour that holds a world of bliss. Eyes that tremble like the stars above. And the little idea.
It's me, Gildy. Yes. I hope you're dripping wet, you great big drip.
Is that so? Well, you never touched me. I was here in the porch swing all the time.
Yeah, but you got the whole band. We're all doused. Well, it's sure you fellas right to make all that noise.
Oh, by the way, Hooker, that's the policeman's band.
What?
Fix yourself up pretty, Judge. You're about to have visitors.
I don't care. At least my sister never got to hear you.
Oh, no? Who do you think this is sitting in the porch swing with me? Rudy Valley? Ladies and gentlemen, this has been our last broadcast before our summer vacation. Before we go, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to the Kraft Cheese Company for a most pleasant year. Also, my deep thanks to our writer, Leonard Levinson, and to the members of the cast for their able assistance. Walter Tetley, who plays Leroy, my nephew, Lorene Tuttle, my niece, Marjorie, Lillian Randolph, who's Bertie, Earl Ross as Judge Hooker, Paula Winslow as Dottie Dobson, and William Randolph Mills, our musical director, and Cecil Underwood, our producer. I am proud to announce that during the 8 weeks we'll be off the air, the United States government will take over our half hour to bring you the Victory Parade. Each of the top NBC shows is contributing one program to this series, so be sure to listen in. I hope you all have a pleasant summer, and now, good night.
Heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to tune in again August 30th at the same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Right now, you American homemakers are more nutrition conscious than ever before. you know that wholesome, nourishing food will help make strong Americans. Yes, and you're finding out that the right foods aren't necessarily expensive. Certainly a good example of that is nutritious Parquet margarine, the wholesome, delicious spread for bread made by Kraft. You see, Parquet margarine is an economical source of important food value. Why, nourishing Parquet margarine is one of the best energy foods you can serve. And every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. Yet, for all its goodness, it's thrifty, too. Now, once you've tasted Parquet's delicate, appetizing flavor, you'll agree it deserves a place on your table morning, noon, and night. So tomorrow, order a pound or two of